Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 98, The Dawn Offensive begins. 1. Time remained like a wild mule, unstoppable once it started running. 13 days passed in a flash. For the 20,000-plus native residents of Aurelian 4, these were the first 13 days of their lives where they truly felt alive. They no longer had to worry about whether there would be food the next day. They no longer had to shiver in the freezing night, waiting for death. For the 5,000 players, these were 13 days of frantic construction, augmentation, and training. Regional Channel. Iced Oldman Yellow's Golden Radish, Paul. The 4 major factions are about to go to war with the demons. I just saw it through my binoculars from the observation post on the edge of the corruption zone. It's a dense sea of people. There's so many, at least 7 or 800,000. Tax bro, 7 or 800,000. Did they just dump the entire PDF in there? Did White Scar's speed today, not just the PDF? The reinforcements from the 4 major factions have arrived too. I scouted the perimeter of Aru City the day before yesterday and saw them. Crimson Dawn Base, 7th floor of the central building. Paul sat cross-legged in the center of the training room, his body enveloped in a pale gold, spiral-shaped energy field. Beginner Spiral Energy Resonance Guidance Technique, one of the 5 wondrous items Cogboy had bought for 500,000 Imperial coins. Paul had been practicing it for 10 days. He slowly exhaled. The spiral energy field surrounding him retracted like a receding tide, sinking completely into his body. When he opened his eyes, tiny golden spirals seemed to flash deep within his pupils before vanishing. It's finally here. Paul stood up. He walked to the window and looked out over the base. In 13 days, the Crimson Dawn base had completely transformed. The wall had been raised from its initial 3.5 meters to 9 meters, its thickness expanded to 5 meters, and the exterior had been comprehensively reinforced with alloy steel plating. The 8 watchtowers had been upgraded to 32. Each watchtower was equipped with 2 heavy machine guns, 1 rocket launcher emplacement, and a makeshift laser anti-air array modified by Cogboy's engineering team. While they couldn't shoot down aircraft, they were barely sufficient to deal with flying demons. Inside the walls, the previously chaotic camp was now meticulously organized. In the East Zone, under the catalytic effect of the compassion trait, 2,000 acres of potato fields had reached maturity. Dark green vines blanketed the earth. The estimated total yield was 6,000 tons, enough to feed 50,000 people for more than half a year. In the West Zone, the newly constructed industrial district had taken shape. 3 makeshift blast furnaces operated day and night, smelting scrap metal scavenged from across the wasteland into standard steel ingots. The engineering team led by Cogboy had hammered out their very first lasgun production line. Although it only produced 10 rifles a day, it was a breakthrough from 0 to 1. In the North Zone, the expansion of the residential district was complete. Standard dormitory buildings had sprung from the ground. Although they were just simple 6-story prefabricated buildings, they had running water, electricity, and basic heating systems. In the Warhammer universe, this was already the living standard of the middle class in a hive city. In the South Zone, the training grounds had been expanded to 50 acres. 5,000 members of the Aurelian Youth League were undergoing basic military training, their chants shaking the heavens. Food, glory, equality. The citizens of the Imperium are the greatest. The citizens of the Imperium stand united. Crimson Dawn marches forward. In the Central Plaza, Blood Angel was giving an ideological class to a new batch of residents. His psychic power had reached the official tier. Amplified by his psychic energy, his voice carried clearly to every corner of the plaza. Therefore, equality is not a gift, it is the right to choose. Survival is not charity, it is dignity. 80 years ago, why did the Iron Hands Legion destroy the Blayak House? Because the house, driven by selfish desires, betrayed humanity and worshipped heretical chaos gods. The path we walk today is the true path of the citizens of the Imperium: unity, equality, labor, dignity, and hope. Listening to these words, the eyes of over 20,000 people shone brightly. They understood. Paul withdrew his gaze and pressed his Vox communicator. All Chapter High Command. 6th floor conference room. 5 minutes. 4 minutes later, all members were present. Paul didn't sit down. He spoke directly. You've all seen the intel. The decisive battle between the 4 major factions and the demons will happen in the next few days. He looked at Schrödinger Bro. According to the plan we discussed earlier, I will take Tax Bro and 1,000 players to join the battle. You guys hold the fort. Schrödinger bro replied calmly. Understood. These 1,000 players have all completed Type 3 physical augmentations. They are equipped with lost guns, basic armor, and assorted gear. The vehicle allocation for this operation, 50 transport trucks, 3 rocket artillery trucks, and 2 mortar trucks. What about tanks? Taxbro asked. We're not taking them. Paul shook his head. Tanks are too heavy and their mobility is poor. We're going there to observe, learn and experience, not to fight a pitched battle. He paused, then added. Besides, tanks are too big a target. The attention of the 4 major factions is currently entirely on the demons. We'll sneak over, play some guerrilla warfare, gather intel, and see if we can scoop up some loot along the way. Cogboy's mechanical eye flashed. I recommend focusing observation on 2 areas. First, the tactical weaknesses of the demons. Second, the equipment level of the 4 major factions. Especially the latter. If we are going to war with the 4 major factions in the future, we must understand their true strength. Blood Angel nodded. I've already mobilized the players participating in the operation. There are 3 principles for this operation: no fighting to the death, no exposing our presence, and no being greedy for kills. Coming back alive, and coming back with intel, is a victory. Paul looked at everyone. Any other questions? White Scars raised his hand. If an opportunity presents itself on the battlefield. Like an elite unit of the 4 factions gets isolated, or a demon gets injured. Depends on the situation. Paul's answer was ice cold. If we have a 70% certainty of eating them alive and a guarantee of a clean withdrawal, we fight. If we're not certain, we watch. Remember, our core mission right now is development, not playing hero. He looked out the window. No matter who wins or loses this war, the paradigm of Aurelian 4 is going to change. What we need to do is seize the opportunities amidst the change. Chapter 99, The Dawn Offensive begins, 2. An hour later, the gates of the base slowly opened. 50 modified transport trucks roared as they drove out. The chassis were reinforced with additional steel plating, and the roofs were mounted with anti-aircraft machine guns or rocket launchers. Sprayed on the side of every vehicle was the emblem of Crimson Dawn, a crimson sun rising from a dark horizon. Taxbro sat in the passenger seat of the lead truck, looking at the spacious cabin and the fully kitted-out gear. He couldn't help but sigh in the regional channel. This is life. The trucks finally aren't crammed. And our gear is stacked. I'm augmented to Type 3 100%. I could punch a mutant to death with one hit right now. Have you been loyal today? Replied, Taxbro, didn't you say last time that you could punch a Lehman Russ tank into scrap with one hit? Taxbro, what the hell, bro? That was a rhetorical exaggeration. Do you understand rhetoric? Did White Scars speed today? Speaking of which, with this loadout, we'd be considered elite militia even in the Warhammer world, right? God tier mechanic, a standard PDF infantry squad is equipped with 10 lost guns and 1 heavy stubber. Our 1,000 men are equipped with 970 lost guns, 52 heavy stubbers, 80 rocket launchers, plus 3 rocket artillery trucks and 2 mortar trucks. God tier mechanic, our firepower density is more than 3 times that of the PDF. Execute war criminal weasels, but how does it compare to the regular armies of the 4 major factions? The channel went silent for a few seconds. God tier mechanic, according to the intel Deep sent back, the standard configuration for the local guard forces of the 4 factions is 5 to 10 tanks, 10 to 20 sentinel mechs, and a number of heavy artillery pieces per 10,000 men. God tier mechanic, in a head-on pitched battle, we'd be crushed. Taxbro, which is exactly why we need to lay low and develop. Just wait until I get my hands on a suit of power armor, then we'll see who crushes who. At the same time, 50 kilometers north of Aru City, in the joint command encampment of the 4 factions. This temporarily constructed command center covered over 5 square kilometers. The perimeter had 3 layers of walls, mounted with automated turrets and lost cannon turrets. Inside, hundreds of massive tents were divided into functional zones: command, logistics, medical, equipment maintenance. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the largest tent in the command center was incredibly heavy. Planetary Governor Harrington sat at the head of the table. The slightly chubby middle-aged man wore the standard uniform of an imperial bureaucrat, deep blue robes trimmed with gold, and a double-headed eagle pin symbolizing his gubernatorial authority pinned to his chest. He looked like a pampered noble, but a shrewd light flickered in his small eyes. To remain the governor of a planet where his power had been entirely usurped by 4 major factions, and to do so for 30 years, Harrington was absolutely no fool. 400,000 PDF. Harrington picked up the crystal glass on the table, took a sip of agri-world wine, and spoke unhurriedly. The PDF local forces that you gentlemen requested, I have deployed them all. In fact, I gave you 50,000 more. He set the glass down, his gaze sweeping over the representatives of the 4 major factions seated below him. Bizur Hisman, Kens Aitons, Riley Conmo, Scoria Kane. However, Harrington's tone suddenly turned freezing cold. I want to see with my own eyes exactly how you intend to annihilate the heresy. If your operational plans prove ineffective, if pouring these 450,000 PDF troops in doesn't even make a splash. He paused, enunciating every word. I will immediately report to the Imperial Navy Fleet, the Sector Governor's Palace, and the Departamento Munitorum. When that happens, the so-called four major factions of Aurelian IV, aside from the Mechanicus, who might be exempt due to the Treaty of Olympus, the rest of you. Harrington sneered. I'm afraid there will be a change of management. The tent fell dead silent. Beneath his robes, Bizur's hands clenched into fists, his fingernails digging into his palms. The servomotors in Can's power armor emitted a faint hum. Riley's veil fluttered slowly. Only Scoria's mechanical voice remained completely steady. Governor Harrington. The data indicates that the success rate of this operational plan is above 68%. Oh. 68%. Harrington raised an eyebrow. And what about the remaining 32%? Is that failure? Or total annihilation? He stood up and walked over to the holographic sand table in the center of the tent. On the sand table, the terrain of the industrial zone was clearly visible: collapsed manufactorums, twisted piping, bottomless mining pits, and the purple corruption zone that was continuously expanding outward. I've studied the battle reports. Harrington pointed at the sand table. Over the past 28 days, you have lost over 150,000 men, hundreds of tanks, and hundreds of mechs in the industrial zone, and the results. You killed a few thousand lesser demons, and haven't even scratched the skin of the two demon lords. He turned around, staring at the four representatives. Tell me, why would you win this time? Bizur took a deep breath and stood up. Lord Governor, previously, we underestimated the strength of the warp heresy, but this time is different. He walked to the other side of the sand table. First, we have mobilized all our reinforcements. Our total troop strength has reached 300,000, and our equipment level is 3 times what it was before. Second, although the 450,000 PDF troops are poorly equipped, they can handle the frontal containment operations. Third, we have formulated an entirely new tactic. Bizur swiped his hand across the sand table. Artillery bombardment, followed by a direct strike at their heart. We have used psychic methods to lock onto the approximate locations of the two demon lords. They usually appear in the ruins of Sector 7, in the center of the industrial zone. That is where the chaos corruption is most severe. The operational plan is, use the PDF to launch feints from 4 directions to draw away the main demonic forces. Simultaneously, our night mech armored forces and elite troops will advance secretly through the underground tunnels and strike directly into the industrial zone. As long as we can eliminate the source of the heresy, that blue bird head and red hound head demon, within 2 hours, the entire demon army will lose its command structure. Then, we will launch a general offensive from the perimeter and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Harrington listened, remaining silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled. Sounds good, but I will say it again, I only look at results. He walked back to his seat and sat down again. Go. Execute your plan. If you succeed, I will petition for your merits in my report to Terra. If you fail. Harrington's smile turned icy cold. The Adeptus Arbites will come to judge your crimes. I won't be able to run, and neither will any of you. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. The 4 representatives walked out of the tent with dark expressions. Outside the tent, Kans was the first to speak. He's threatening us. It's a reminder. Bizur corrected him. A reminder that if we lose, everyone dies. Scoria added, even if we successfully assassinate the 2 warp entities, the projected survival rate of the PDF forces tying down the front line is less than 20%. Out of 450,000 men, probably less than 90,000 will survive. So what? Bizur said coldly. PDF lives are cheap. You can grab a handful anywhere. Trading them for our wealth and future is worth it. He looked toward the industrial zone. Pass down the orders. Proceed according to plan. Tomorrow at dawn, the general offensive begins. Chapter 100, For the Emperor, A Bloody War, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 500 power stones. The sun of Aurelian IV had not yet fully crested the horizon. At 5:47 a.m., Kens Aitons stood atop his command vehicle. The servomotors of his power armor emitted their distinct hum in the freezing morning air. On his faceplate display, dozens of tactical icons were pulsing. All units, report status. A string of confirmations crackled through the channel. First PDF cluster. 153,000 men. Deployment complete. Second PDF cluster. 147,000 men. Deployment complete. Third PDF cluster. 150,000 men. Deployment complete. First Night Mech Armored Regiment. 17 Night Mechs, 1 Dominus-class Castellan, 3 Castores-class Paladins, 13 Armiger-class Warglaves. Deployment complete. Skitarii Artillery Array. 63 heavy self-propelled artillery pieces. Charge sequence complete. Cans looked down at the holographic sand table. Over 450,000 PDF soldiers were spread out like an ant colony across an 80-kilometer-wide arc on the perimeter of the industrial zone. These Planetary Defense Force soldiers wore khaki-colored uniforms, and the lost guns in their hands were mostly the most archaic MKI models. 3 kilometers behind them were the local guard forces of the 4 major factions. 300,000 men. Superbly equipped and in perfect formation. The barrels of their Lehman Russ battle tanks gleamed coldly in the morning light. Further back was the true elite. The Night Mech cluster of House Aidens. 17 Night Mech stood on the wasteland like metallic titans. Their ion shield generators were already active, projecting faint blue energy fields that flowed across their hulls. The forces of the Mechanicus had established their positions at the absolute rear. Hundreds of combat servitors were unloading lost cannon and melta turrets from transport trucks, while the tech priests of the Skitarii calibrated firing parameters with binary prayers. Data compilation complete. Scoria Kane's mechanical voice echoed in the command channel. Bombardment will commence at 0600 hours and continue for 40 minutes. PDF forces will advance to the edge of the corruption zone within 5 minutes of the bombardment's conclusion. And the decapitation strike force? Already inside the underground tunnels. Riley Conmo answered, 6,421 personnel, including 300 psychers, are currently moving toward the heart of the industrial zone. Estimated time of arrival at the designated position is 2 hours and 17 minutes. Cans took a deep breath. If this failed, all 4 of them would lose everything. Not just their power and status. That old Fox Harrington would absolutely hand them over to the Adeptus Arbites to be sentenced to death. Pass down the orders. His voice echoed across the entire channel through the Vox speakers of his power armor. 0600 hours, bombardment begins. For Aurelian. For the Imperium. For the Emperor. 6 a.m. The sound of the first shell tearing through the air was like the roar of a behemoth. It was a volcano cannon shell fired from 30 kilometers away. The 2-ton projectile streaked across the sky at Mach 3. The shrieking of its friction with the atmosphere as it plummeted made the very ground tremble. Boom. The shell viciously slammed into the corruption zone. A split second later, its internal chemical payload detonated. A tangerine-colored fireball erupted 100 meters into the sky, and the shockwave flattened everything within a 300-meter radius. That shell was the signal. The next second, 63 heavy artillery pieces fired simultaneously. Thud. 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 The rhythm of the bombardment was like the heartbeat of a giant. Every booming roar made the earth shudder. High explosive shells, incendiary shells, cluster munitions, an endless variety of ordnance rained down on the corruption zone. The flashes of explosions linked together into an unbroken sea of fire. Billowing smoke rose into the air, forming a thick, black layer of clouds across the sky. Shockwaves radiated outward wave after wave. Even the PDF soldiers 10 kilometers away could feel the blistering heat washing over them. The bombardment lasted for exactly 40 minutes. When the final shell fell, everything within a 3-kilometer radius of the corruption zone had been reduced to scorched earth. The thick purple mist had been blown away, and every visible structure had been leveled. The ground was cratered like the moon, and the charred, severed limbs of demons could occasionally be seen amongst the burning ruins. PDF forces, advance. The order was passed down through the officers to the ears of 450,000 soldiers. The soldiers in the front rank swallowed hard, gripped their lost guns tightly, and began to march. The 10-kilometer-wide front line began to move forward. The footsteps of hundreds of thousands of men marching in unison sounded like a muffled, rolling drumbeat. An ocean of khaki uniforms surged slowly but resolutely toward the scorched, artillery-baptized land. The moment the front rank stepped onto the edge of the corruption zone, the anomaly occurred. A thick, dark purple liquid began seeping from the ground, and a putrid stench filled the air. Enemy attack. When the first horror burrowed out of the scorched earth, the soldiers didn't even have time to register what it was. It was a blue creature roughly the size of a human, with a bird-like head, multiple eyes, and 4 arms. It was surrounded by a constantly shifting halo of light. It opened its beak. What came out was not a roar, but a mathematical formula so incredibly complex it made the mind spin. Alpha equals beta superscript 2 plus gamma superscript 3 slash delta. Dozens of soldiers in the front rank suddenly froze. Blood began pouring from their eyes as their brains failed to process the sheer magnitude of the information stream. 3 seconds later, 7 of their heads exploded like ripe watermelons. Open fire. Open fire. Laser beams rained down on the horror, but it simply raised one hand. A shield composed of swirling, glowing digits materialized in front of it. The lasers struck the shield and were subjected to bizarre deflections, ricocheting back to strike the soldiers nearby. This was only the beginning. More demons poured out from the scorched earth, the ruins, and the twisted rifts in space. Blue horrors of Tsench, red bloodletters of Khorne, multi-headed flesh hounds, and floating skull cannons. Blood for the blood god. A bloodletter charged into the PDF lines, swinging a burning great axe. With a single sweep, 3 soldiers were chopped in half at the waist. It bathed in the spray of blood, letting out a roar of ecstasy. The PDF formations began to descend into chaos. Most of these planetary defense soldiers had only received basic training. Many had never even seen a real demon before. Faced with this supernatural terror, discipline began to crumble. Those who retreat, die. The commissariat and enforcer squads set up heavy stubbers in the rear and gunned down the first batch of soldiers who turned and ran. But fear spreads faster than bullets. Inside the command vehicle, Governor Harrington lowered his binoculars. He sat in a comfortable command chair. The holographic screen in front of him displayed the frontline battle conditions in real time. Watching the PDF fall in droves, he merely frowned slightly, picked up his wine glass, and took a sip. Casualty rate has already reached 8%, his adjutant reported in a low voice. Continue. Harrington said mildly. Keep pushing them forward. Use their lives to pave a path of advance. But Lord Governor, if we keep fighting like this, the PDF might break. Harrington sneered. If they break, they break. These PDF troops are just a bunch of low-born scum. They're just numbers. He looked at the screen, his gaze falling on the forces of the 4 major factions holding their positions in the rear. These local warlords want to use the PDF as cannon fodder, so let them, wait until they and the warp heresy mutually exhaust each other. A shrewd glint flashed in Harrington's eyes. Just as the front line was devolving into a bloody meat grinder, the decapitation strike force was advancing rapidly through the underground tunnels. This tunnel was an emergency evacuation route built during the era of the Blayek House, leading to a small storage facility near the industrial zone. It hadn't been used in 80 years. The tunnel was 30 meters wide and 20 meters high, more than enough for night mechs to pass through. Riley Conmo walked in the center of the formation, her psychic perception extending forward like a spider web. A formation of 300 psychers surrounded her, their psychic fields resonating with one another to form a barrier that shielded them from the warp's gaze. Spatial anomaly detected 800 meters ahead. One of the psychers reported in a low voice. Slow down. Bizur Hisman raised his hand. Beneath his purple robes, his body was already drenched in sweat. At the vanguard of the column, 2 Dominus-class night mechs ground to a halt. Their ion shields were fully deployed, and their assault cannons and thermal cannons were primed and ready to fire. In the tunnel ahead, the walls began to seep a blood-red liquid. The liquid writhed and warped across the walls, eventually congealing into a colossal human face. You have come to die. The face spoke. Its voice sounded like thousands of people chanting in unison. Open fire. Landon Aitons ordered without a second of hesitation. He was the second in command of House Aitons for this operation. The night mech's assault cannon spewed a blistering storm of high-explosive rounds, blasting the face, and the entire wall, into fragments. But the moment the fragments hit the ground, every single piece transformed into a miniature blue horror. A heretical trap. Scoria's mechanical eye flashed violently. Data correction, the tunnel has been corrupted. Recommendation, accelerate and break through. Full charge. Landon drew his power sword, activating the disruption field along the blade until it hummed loudly. The elite force of over 6,000 men began to sprint wildly. 2 night mech regiments, 34 night mechs, took heavy strides, their servomotors running at maximum output. The psychers ran while desperately maintaining the psychic barrier. Demons continuously sprouted from the walls, the ceiling, and even thin air. Bloodletters swung their great axes, flesh hounds lunged and snapped, and horrors unleashed reality-warping psychic spells. But this was a true elite force. Every volley from the night mech's assault cannons cleared out an entire sector. The psychic storms unleashed collectively by the psychers tore throngs of demons to shreds. The Skitarii deployed Los Cannon turrets within the tunnel, weaving a dense web of lethal lasers. Casualties? Bizur asked as he ran. 17 Skitarii and 30 combat servitors lost. Scoria reported in real time. At current speed, we will reach the objective zone in 1 hour. Fast enough. Next goal equals 600 power stones. Chapter 101, Purging the Heresy in the Name of the Emperor. At the top of an abandoned mining pit somewhere else, Paul lowered his binoculars. Behind him, 1,000 players had completed their combat preparations. Las guns were fully charged, rocket launchers were loaded, and the engines of the 50 modified trucks were growling low. A string of messages scrolled across the regional channel. Have you been loyal today? Holy shit, that bombardment makes movie CGI look like garbage. Tax bro, those PDF guys have it rough. They're just being sent to die. God tier mechanic, conventional artillery has limited effectiveness against demons. Energy weapons like lasers or psychic attacks are required. Paul opened the chapter channel. Brothers, did you all see that? A single blue horror goes for over 300 Imperial coins on salvage. Paul's voice was calm. The demon's attention is entirely on the frontal battlefield right now. We're going to flank them. He pointed toward the northeast section of the corruption zone. There's an abandoned warehouse district over there. Dense buildings, perfect for urban combat. Our tactic is simple, don't get greedy, don't overextend. Hit them hard for one wave, then immediately relocate. Groups of 10. Cover each other. Heavy weapons handle suppression, assault groups handle close quarters cleanup, and the psychers keep their eyes peeled for any big ones. Paul paused. Remember, we aren't here to play hero. We are here to farm mobs. Understood. The players' eyes began to glow. To them, this wasn't a war. This was a massive open-world raid. Those demons were just walking Imperial coins. Move out. The convoy drove out from behind the mining pit, taking a massive detour to avoid the frontal battlefield and hooking around toward the northeast flank of the corruption zone. Paul sat in the lead truck, his eyes closed as he focused his senses. His storm-tier psychic power, guided silently by his wisdom trait, allowed him to perceive the ripples across the battlefield, the fear on the faces of the PDF soldiers, the chaos of the demons, the commands issued by Khans, the commander of the 4 major factions, and, deep within the industrial zone, the 2 increasingly powerful auras of sheer evil. On the frontal battlefield, the time was 8:20 a.m. The PDF forces had pushed into the core of the corruption zone, approaching within 3 kilometers of the industrial sector, but the price they paid was catastrophic. Out of 450,000 men, over 250,000 had been lost after just over 2 hours of fighting. The vast majority died at the hands of demons, a small minority died at the hands of the commissars and enforcers in the rear. After all, they were only human, conscripts forced into this meat grinder. They, too, felt fear. Corpses blanketed the scorched earth. Blood pooled into creeks. The air was a sickening mixture of the coppery scent of blood, the acrid smoke of explosives, and the putrid stench of demons. But their sacrifice was not without value. The main force of the demonic horde was firmly pinned down on the front line, entirely occupied. The time has come. Khans ordered over the command channel. Local guard forces, advance across the entire line. For Aurelian. 300,000 local guard troops began their charge. Unlike the PDF, these soldiers were superbly equipped and highly trained. Operating in company-sized units, they launched their assault under the cover of tanks and sentinel mechs. Every roar from the main cannons of the Lehman Russ tanks blasted clusters of demons into oblivion. Hellhound flame tanks spewed streams of promethium fire dozens of meters long, incinerating horrors and bloodletters into charred husks. Sentinel mechs bounded through the ruins, their twin-linked Lost cannons executing precision kills on high-value targets. The tide of battle began to turn. Gaps were torn into the demonic lines, and the guard forces drove into the industrial zone like iron nails. And right at that moment, in the center of the industrial zone, directly above the ruins of Sector 7, space began to distort violently. 2 colossal figures slowly materialized. On the left was a massive claw covered in feathers and eyes. The creature possessed 3 heads, one calculating frantically, one cackling madly, and one slumbering. It had 9 arms, each holding a different object, a grimoire, a scepter, a dagger, an hourglass, a quill, a mirror, and so on. Its lower half was a writhing mass of tentacles and oozing pus that seemed to contain literal, flowing knowledge. On the right was an equally massive red, hound-headed demon. Its muscles bulged hideously, its entire body wreathed in unquenchable, blazing fury. Strung upon the great axe in its hands were hundreds of skulls, every single one emitting an eternal, agonizing scream. The Lord of Bizarre Mysteries. The Slaughterer of Fury. The 2 demon lords had finally revealed themselves. Mortals. The voice of the Lord of Bizarre Mystery sounded like thousands of books flipping their pages simultaneously. Your knowledge will become the newest addition to my library. Blood. Flesh. Skulls. The roar of the Slaughterer of Fury cracked the earth itself. A terrifying warp pressure blanketed the entire battlefield. Even the battle-hardened veterans of the guard forces felt their legs give way. But this was exactly the moment Khans had been waiting for. Night mech regiments. Assault. 17 night mechs ignited their thrusters simultaneously. Their massive metallic bodies smashed through the smoke and dust, vaulting over the guard forces. With their ion shields fully deployed, they charged straight toward the two demon lords. At the exact same time, the exit of an underground tunnel somewhere else blew open with a deafening blast. The decapitation strike force had arrived on the battlefield. Over 6,000 elite troops poured out from behind the demons, instantly severing their route of retreat. Riley Conmo floated in midair, channeling and amplifying the power of over 200 psychers through her own body. She pulled off her veil, revealing a face covered in glowing psychic runes. In the name of the Emperor. Her voice resounded across the battlefield. Purge the heresy. Riley Conmo hovered 30 meters above the battlefield, her long hair thrashing wildly like serpents in a psychic storm. The power of over 200 psychers converged through her body. It was a dangerous, ancient technique. In the late 30th millennium, this technique hadn't yet been completely outlawed on the fringe worlds of the Imperium, but very few dared to attempt it. In the name of Holy Terra. Riley's voice, amplified by psychic power, rang in the ears of every living person on the battlefield. For the glory of the Emperor and mankind. She raised both hands high, palms facing the sky. Below her, over 200 psychers stood in a complex hexagram array. Their psychic fields linked together, multiplying their energy exponentially. On the outer perimeter, the auxiliary psychers formed a secondary array. Their task wasn't to attack, but to stabilize, to anchor this boundary of the material universe that was being torn apart by the warp. Pale gold psychic ripples pulsed outward from the center of the array. When the first ripple washed over the battlefield, everyone felt a strange, comforting warmth, as if their freezing bodies had been plunged into warm water. The horrors currently slaughtering the soldiers suddenly let out piercing shrieks. The geometric halos surrounding their bodies began to distort and disintegrate. It's working. Inside the command vehicle, Bizarre Hisman clenched his fists. Keep going. Increase output. But Riley's face was rapidly draining of color. Bright red blood began to seep from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Sustaining such a colossal psychic array placed an unimaginable burden on her physical body. Data warning. Scoria Kane's mechanical eye detected Riley's vital signs plummeting sharply. Psychic output has reached 473% of Riley Conmo's maximum capacity. How much longer can she hold out? Landon Aitons asked from inside the cockpit of a Dominus-class knight. Calculated at current depletion rates, a maximum of 11 minutes and 20 seconds. That's enough. Landon looked toward the two demon lords in the center of the battlefield. 11 minutes is more than enough for us to tear them to pieces. In the center of the industrial zone, above the ruins of Sector 7. The three heads of the Lord of Bizarre Mystery simultaneously turned toward the psychic array. Knowledge, fresh psychic knowledge. Tears composed of cascading digits flowed from the eyes on its heads. I want that woman's brain, her memories will be the most precious collection in my library. The Slaughterer of Fury was far more direct. It roared at the sky and swung its great axe horizontally, chopping two approaching sentinel mechs perfectly in half. The pilots didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into meat paste inside their cockpits. Blood. More blood. With every step the cornate demon took, the ground shattered into radial spider webs. The blazing fury surrounding its body even distorted the ambient light, making everything look as if it were swaying in a sea of blood. But the elites of the four major factions had already completed their encirclement. In front were the 17 night mechs that had vaulted over the infantry line. Approaching from the rear were 34 night mechs. Their ion shields were operating at maximum capacity, and their assault cannons and thermal cannons were locked onto their targets. Night regiments, hear my command. Form up by regiment. 17 mechs per group. Landon's voice broadcasted to every cockpit over the comm channel. Group A, tie down the blue bird head. Group B and Group C, focus fire on the red hound head. For the glory of House Aitons. For the Emperor. 51 night mechs ignited their thrusters simultaneously. The colossal metallic bodies smashed through the ruins, their ion shields shrieking as they scraped against the atmosphere. Leading the charge was a Castori's-class paladin, call sign Iron Will. Its pilot was Alfred Aitons, the 23-year-old rising star of the Aitons house's younger generation. High concentration warp corruption detected. The Knight's machine spirit issued a warning. Recommendation, maintain distance. Utilize ranged weaponry for attrition. Alfred grinned wildly. Attrition? No, we're going for the kill. He shoved the control stick forward, and the thermal cannon on Iron Will's right arm began to charge. The air around the muzzle distorted from the extreme heat as the promethium fuel reached critical mass inside the reaction chamber. Eat this, you heretical bastard. The Melta beam fired. It wasn't a standard Melta weapon. It was a purification pattern thermal cannon specially modified by the Mechanicus. The barrel was etched with exorcism litanies, and silver dust was mixed into the ammunition. After all, night houses could be considered an unorthodox branch of the Mechanicus. The beam struck the Slaughterer of Fury squarely on its left shoulder. Roar! The demon unleashed an ear-splitting bellow. The section that was hit didn't vaporize like ordinary flesh and blood, instead, it began to deconstruct. Its anchor to the material universe was being forcibly severed, and the energy composing its physical form began to bleed away. It's working. Alfred shouted in excitement. Keep firing. Don't give it time to regenerate. But the demon's counterattack arrived much faster. The Slaughterer of Fury didn't even look at Iron Will. It simply whipped its great axe backward in a casual, backhand sweep. The hundreds of skulls strung upon the blade screamed simultaneously, a sound that struck directly at the soul. Its aura of cornate slaughter began to exert its influence. Inside the cockpit of Iron Will, Alfred felt as if his brain had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Blood instantly gushed from his nose and ears. Even more terrifyingly, the knight's machine spirit began throwing fatal errors. The machine spirit is displeased. Warning. Logic circuits suffering unknown interference. Navigation systems offline. Weapon systems overloaded. No, impossible. Alfred frantically tried to reboot the systems, but error codes cascaded down his screen like a waterfall. And then he saw it. Through the viewing port of his cockpit, he saw the red, hound-headed demon turn around. 3 blood-red eyes locked onto him. Those eyes held nothing but an icy, absolute lust for slaughter. Skulls. The demon whispered, "Your skull will be the 2,743rd in my collection." The great axe swung down. Iron Will has lost signal. A frantic report echoed over the command channel. Alfred's knight has been destroyed. Landon Aitons watched helplessly as the most outstanding young knight of his house was cleaved perfectly in half, man and machine together. Iron Will's ion shield was as fragile as paper before the blade of the axe. The thick armor plating was sliced cleanly through, detonating the internal promethium fuel reserves and turning the entire knight into a colossal fireball. All units, be advised. Landon forced himself to remain calm. This heretic's attacks carry warp disruption effects. Do not let its weapons strike you directly. But the warning came too late. After all, the Night Mechs had charged in specifically to confront this demon. The Slaughterer of Fury had already plunged into the formation of the remaining Night Mechs, like a tiger crashing into a flock of sheep. Next goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 102, a great pre-march will soon descend. The Slaughterer of Fury possessed absolutely no technique in its combat style. It was purely unadulterated violence. Every swing of its great axe caused varying degrees of damage to at least one Night Mech. Even though the destruction of Iron Will had made the remaining Night pilots far more cautious, this demon was simply too ferocious. Resisting it was an incredibly arduous task. Groups B and C attempted to focus fire, but the demon's speed defied the laws of physics. It could perform short-distance warp jumps the split second before artillery fire struck, reappearing in completely unexpected positions to launch an attack. This isn't working. A Paladin pilot shouted over the comms. Our attacks can't hit it. Then change tactics. Landon gritted his teeth. All knights, engage close quarters combat mode. Engage it in melee with power swords and Reaper chain cleavers. Are you insane? Melee combat with that kind of monster? Kans's voice cut into the channel. What's the alternative? Wait for it to call our names and slaughter us one by one. Kans fell silent on the comms. Then, the remaining 33 Night Mech simultaneously drew their melee weapons. The disruption fields of power swords hummed to life, and the teeth of Reaper chain cleavers began to whir madly. These metallic giants, averaging 8 to 12 meters in height and weighing over 70 tons, charged toward the 16-meter-tall red demon. The scene was both absurd and tragic. Meanwhile, the battle against the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries painted an entirely different picture. The Tsienchen demon did not engage in melee combat. It hovered in midair, its 9 arms moving at a dizzying speed. It flipped the pages of its grimoire, waved its scepter, sliced through space with its dagger, inverted its hourglass, wrote in the air with its quill, and refracted reality with its mirror. It didn't even look directly at the Night Mechs besieging it. Group A's 17 knights were locked in a bitter struggle. A warglaive fired its thermal spear at the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries, but mid-flight, the searing beam suddenly transformed into a flock of fluttering butterflies. Another attempted to fire its thermal cannon, but the melta beam split into dozens of separate streams as it neared the demon, instead striking allied units. The most bizarre incident occurred when an armiger knight finally managed to charge right in front of the demon. Just as the pilot raised his chain cleaver to strike, he suddenly realized his knight was melting. It was softening and deforming like a candle, its machine spirit emitting a trembling wail. The metal comprising the chassis lost its rigidity, the joints lost their structure, and within seconds, the entire knight melted into an indescribable puddle of metallic sludge. It's warping reality. A surviving pilot screamed in terror. This thing cannot be understood by common sense. One of the heads of the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries, the cackling one, turned toward the melting night. Truth. It spoke with a chorus of 1,000 voices. Truth is relative. You believe metal is solid, while I believe it is liquid. Who is right and who is wrong? Both are part of the truth. The pilot let out one final scream inside his cockpit before dissolving, along with his knight, into a puddle of silver-gray substance. Scoria Kane's mechanical eye rapidly scanned the battlefield, hundreds of data streams cascading across his visual interface. Analysis result: the blue demon excels in reality warping and knowledge-based attacks, its physical defense is relatively weak. The red demon excels in melee combat and warp disruption, it possesses extreme resistance to energy weapons. His mechanical hands blurred across the control console. Skitarii arrays, redistribute firepower. Lost cannon turrets, focus fire on the blue target. Melta turrets, focus fire on the red target. Combat servitor units advance to the 200-meter mark and establish a defensive line to prevent lesser demons from interfering with the artillery positions. The orders were given, and the forces of the Adeptus Mechanicus began to operate with ruthless efficiency. The Skitarii calibrated the turrets, while the tech priests loaded specially purified ammunition into the breeches. The combat servitors, lobotomized cyborgs implanted with control chips, marched forward in perfect lockstep. They fired their lost guns simultaneously, forming a dense, intercepting net of fire. 6 lost cannon turrets charged up at once. The focusing crystals atop the turrets began to glow, and the smell of ozone in the air grew heavy. These were no ordinary lost cannons, they were reinforced models, their barrels etched full of holy runes of purification. For the Omnisia. Open fire. 6 thick laser beams ripped across the battlefield, striking the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries with pinpoint accuracy. This time, the reality warping did not take effect. The laser beams pierced the protective force field surrounding the demon and struck its body. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. The Lord of Bizarre Mysteries let out a piercing shriek that was an equal mix of agony and fury. Knowledge, tainted knowledge. One of its arms, the one holding the grimoire, began to disintegrate, turning into a flurry of fluttering paper scraps and digits. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Its remaining 8 arms pointed simultaneously at the lost cannon array. Space began to warp. The ground around the turrets bulged upward, forming small hills made entirely of stacked books and scrolls. The books flipped open on their own. The text on the pages floated into the air, restructuring and transforming until they became chains forged purely of knowledge. Warning. Systems under attack by unknown format data stream. The control consoles of the lost cannon turrets began flashing errors. Logic circuits overloading. Immediate shutdown recommended. Scoria's mechanical eye flashed a violent red. Initiate anti-psionic protocols. Switch to offline mode. But it was too late. The control system of one lost cannon turret completely collapsed. The barrel began to swivel uncontrollably, firing directly into the Allied lines. A single sweep of the laser beam vaporized over 20 Skitarii. Heavy casualties. Scoria assessed the situation calmly. But the attack was effective, continue firing at all costs. Holy shit. They're going absolutely nuts over there. Tax Bro looked toward the center of the industrial zone. Even from several kilometers away, he could clearly see the sky-piercing psychic glow and the flashes of explosions. Paul, should we go join the fun? Paul had just sawed a horror in half with his chain's word. Hearing this, he shook his head. No. He flicked the blue blood off the teeth of his blade and looked toward the center of the battlefield, his eyes grave. That psychic array is undeniably powerful. Paul could clearly feel the psychic fluctuations VRMMO was emitting. It had already crossed the threshold of the master tier. Under the Imperial Psyker rating system, it was at least a gamma level, if not higher. The combined power of over 200 Psykers, stabilized by around 100 auxiliary Psykers, this force was more than enough to change the tide of a battle. But it still wasn't enough. Not against 2 demons infinitely close to the level of greater demons. She won't last much longer. Paul said quietly. In this era, these people's understanding of chaos demons is far too shallow. The Emperor forbade mankind from understanding the warp, much less understanding warp demons. Though I have no idea why this planet is so bizarre. To have a family with such powerful psychers and a family with so many nightmares existing completely out in the open. But in the Warhammer universe, psychic power was a double-edged sword. Using psychic power was like tap dancing in a minefield. The slightest misstep would draw the gaze of the warp. Riley's method of forcibly aggregating the psychic power of hundreds of people might unleash terrifying destructive force in the short term, but in the warp, it lit them up like a lighthouse. What's more? Paul cast his gaze toward the ruins of Sector 7. Demons were still pouring out of the warp rift there in an endless stream. Although the 2 demon lords were temporarily pinned down, the rift itself had not been closed. There has to be something beneath Sector 7. Paul narrowed his eyes. Normally, a warp rift of this scale would require at least a greater demon to sustain. That blue bird head and red hound head, even though they're close to the greater demon tier right now, they still don't qualify. He remembered the intel he had gathered earlier. 80 years ago, the Iron Hands Legion conducted an orbital bombardment here, causing the entirety of administrative Sector 7 to collapse and plummet. Millions of people died. In the Warhammer universe, an event involving mass death on that scale was inherently a breeding ground for warp activity. If someone back then, say, from the House of Aller, had performed some kind of ritual before dying, or if there was already some special structure down there to begin with. Paul. Watch out. Have you been loyal today? Shout snapped Paul back to reality. A flesh hound had somehow slipped behind him, opening its razor-toothed maw to bite at his neck. Paul didn't even turn around. He thrust his left hand backward, perfectly impaling the flesh hound's head with his chain's word. The teeth of the blade whirred into motion. The high-speed screech of grinding metal and bone filled the air. The flesh hound's entire head was instantly shredded into flying gore. The corpse slumped to the side. Paul looked around. The players were utilizing the knowledge they had gained from playing games against these demonic units to form squads and hunt down these lesser demons. 1,000 players with Type 3 physical augmentations, armed with lost guns, heavy stubbers, and rocket launchers, dealing with these isolated, lesser demons wasn't too difficult. Combat stats. Taxbro yelled excitedly in the regional channel. 2 hours into the battle, we've already killed over 900 demons. That's a salvage value of over 300,000 Imperial coins. Only 300,000. Did White Scar's speed today, replied, those night mechs getting ripped apart over there are probably worth millions each, right? Yeah, but you have to actually survive to collect it. Listening to the chatter in the channel, Paul smiled. The players' mindset was great. They were treating this like grinding a massive raid. This relaxed mentality actually made them far more efficient on the battlefield. There was no fear, no hesitation, only a pure thirst for loot. He looked at the demon lords in the distance, at the night mechs locked in bitter combat, and at Riley Conmo hovering in the air, bleeding from all 7 orifices. This war had only just begun. Inside the command vehicle, Governor Harrington lowered his binoculars. His face was completely devoid of emotion. There was no heartache for the catastrophic PDF casualties, nor any fear of the rampaging demons. Record this. He instructed his adjutant. The 4 major factions of Aurelian have united to resist a warp heresy invasion. The battle is deadlocked. Our casualties are, let's say, 300,000. 300,000. The adjutant froze for a moment. But Governor, actual PDF losses have already exceeded 350,000, and the local guard forces have lost at least 100,000. Then write 350,000. Harrington waved his hand impatiently. It's not like Terra is going to send anyone here to audit the numbers. He picked up his wine glass and took a sip. The important thing is that once this war is over, the 4 major factions will be severely crippled, and when that time comes, this planet will finally return to the true control of the Imperium. Which is to say, my control. Harrington looked out the window at the burning battlefield, a faint smirk curling the corners of his mouth. Fight. The more brutal, the better. Once you've all beaten each other half to death, the Imperium will step in to clean up the mess. The sector governor's palace had already replied to his distress signal. He already knew exactly which reinforcement legion was descending upon Aurelian 4. A great pre-march was soon to arrive. These warp heretics would shatter like glass before a grand Astartes legion. He drained the wine in his glass in one gulp. In the end, the glory of the Imperium would still be guarded by them, the men of Terra. Next goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Psionic Detonation and Heavy Artillery Cleansing. Center of the Industrial Zone battlefield. 20 night mechs were still fighting fiercely. Half an hour ago, there were 33. Landon Aiton sat inside the cockpit of the Dominus-class Castellan Iron Guard. The wailing of the machine spirit transmitted directly into his brain through his neural interface. It was the trembling of deep-seated terror. The machine spirit is displeased. The mechanical voice of the tech priest in the co-pilot seat trembled. The cyborg was desperately manipulating the control console, trying to stabilize the erratic data streams. Warp entity interference intensity has reached 400% of the machine spirit's maximum tolerance. I know. Landon gritted his teeth and pushed the control stick. The 18-meter-tall titan of steel sidestepped, the slaughterer of Fury's great axe grazing right past its ion shield. The skull strung upon the axe blade let out ear-piercing shrieks. The sound instantly caused 3 separate electrical sparks to explode from the dashboard inside the cockpit. Tertiary energy bay damaged. Right leg servomotor efficiency dropped by 40%. Shut up. Keep it steady. Landon stared at the red demon on the holographic screen. The 16-meter-tall Slaughterer of Fury was currently standing atop the wreckage of 3 night mechs. They were the Paladin Ironblood Guardian, the Warglaive Unyielding Will, and another Warglaive, Oath of Vigilance, all hacked to pieces within the span of 2 minutes. Their ion shields had been as fragile as soap bubbles before that axe blade. Once the ion shield shattered, what followed was pure butchery. This defies science. Landon muttered. He was an elite nurtured by House Aitons, studying night mech operation, tactics, and mechanical principles since childhood. Not a single technical manual inherited from the Great Crusade era, locked away in the family vaults, had ever recorded this kind of attack method. My lord, this is not science. The tech priest's voice carried a hint of dread. This is the malice of the warp. This warp entity seems to abhor thought, abhor precision, abhor all orderly mechanical creations. Its very existence is a blasphemy against the machine spirit. The Slaughterer of Fury seemed to hear their conversation. It turned its head, 3 blood-red eyes locking onto Iron Guard. The demon whispered. Its voice bypassed all soundproofing equipment, echoing directly inside the cockpit. I am going to dig you out of there. It stepped forward. 30 meters with a single stride, cracking the earth beneath its hooves. Landon reacted with extreme speed. The thermal cannon on Iron Guard's left arm charged up, and the disruption field on its right arm power sword flared to maximum. But the demon didn't even try to block. It simply opened its maw and unleashed a silent roar. Roar. There was no sound, but there was a physical impact. The intensity of its cornate aura of slaughter spiked instantaneously. Inside the cockpit, Landon felt as if his brain had been struck by a sledgehammer. Warm liquid gushed from his nose. Even more terrifying was the feedback from his neural interface. The machine spirit was screaming. It wasn't an alarm for a mechanical failure, but a form of biological terror. Iron Guard's movements froze. The disruption field of the power sword flickered erratically, and the charge progress bar of the thermal cannon began to reverse. No. Landon watched the red demon drawing closer on the holographic screen, watched it raise its great axe. Initiating emergency ejection protocol. The tech priest's voice was stuttering. No. Landon roared. A knight of House Aitons never turns his back to the enemy. But before he could finish his sentence, the sound of tearing metal suddenly erupted from the roof of the cockpit. A hand covered in red scales and burning with fury ripped through 20 centimeters of composite armor, tearing open the roof of Iron Guard's cockpit like peeling back the lid of a tin can. Landon looked up. He saw the canine face of the Slaughterer of Fury, its grin splitting all the way to its ears, and 3 eyes overflowing with pure lust for slaughter. Found you. The demon said. Then it reached its other hand in, reaching for Landon. Right at that moment. By the bloodline of Psychers. By the souls of 300 Psychers. In the name of the Emperor and mankind. Riley Conmo's voice echoed across the battlefield. Landon snapped his head to the side. Through the viewing port on the side of the cockpit, he saw the position where Riley was hovering in the sky erupt with unprecedented psychic brilliance. That light was no longer pale gold. It was a blinding white, as if trying to purify the entire world. The blood seeping from Riley's 7 orifices was no longer red, but burned with white gold flames. Her body was disintegrating. Starting from her fingertips, her skin, muscle, and bone were turning into motes of light inch by inch. But the expression on her face was peaceful. She even wore a faint smile. Psionic detonation. Scoria Kane's mechanical voice shrieked over the command channel. It was the first time Landon had ever heard the cyborg emit such a humanly terrified sound. She ignited her own psychic essence. And the essence of those 300 Psychers. All units. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The blast radius of that thing will be at least 5 kilometers. The yield is equivalent to. Scoria didn't finish. Riley Conmo cast one final look at the battlefield, at the night mechs fighting bitterly, at the soldiers slaughtering and being slaughtered by demons, at the 2 demon lords deep in the industrial zone. Her lips moved slightly. Then, she transformed into pure light. With Riley's original position as the epicenter, a halo of white light expanded outward at the speed of light. Wherever the halo passed, space itself began to be purified. The warp corruption particles floating in the air, the reality warping fields woven by the Tsienchen demon. The residual ripples of the cornate slaughter aura, all vaporized the instant they touched the halo. When the white halo expanded to a radius of 300 meters, it began to collapse inward. All the warp energy purified by the halo was forcibly compressed back toward the epicenter. Compressed to its absolute limit, and then... boom. A sphere of white light expanded outward from Riley's position, its diameter reaching a full kilometer in a tenth of a second. Inside the sphere of light, the temperature instantly spiked to a degree that could melt anything. Everything caught within its radius, demons, humans, machines, ruins, was instantaneously broken down into fundamental particles. The Lord of Bizarre Mysteries reacted the fastest. The moment Riley ignited herself, the Tsienchen demon realized what was about to happen. Its 9 arms waved frantically. The grimoire flipped to a specific page, the scepter pointed at the sky, the dagger sliced open a warp rift, the hourglass inverted, the quill scribbled madly, and the mirror refracted reality. It was trying to run. But it was too late. The yield of the psionic detonation far exceeded its calculations. The moment the edge of the white sphere touched its body, the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries let out a shriek mixed with agony, fury, and utter disbelief. This was not in the calculations. Of its 3 heads, the one calculating frantically suddenly exploded, turning into a blizzard of flying digits and formulas. The cackling head's laughter stopped abruptly, its mouth tearing open impossibly wide without emitting a single sound. The slumbering head finally awoke, but it only had time to open its eyes before it was swallowed by the white light. 6 of the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries' 9 arms vaporized instantly. The remaining 3 barely managed to construct a reality-warping shield. But the shield only held for 0.3 seconds. Then, its colossal body was engulfed by the white light. The Slaughterer of Fury's reaction was entirely different. When the white sphere expanded, not only did the cornate demon not retreat, it roared at the sky. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. It raised its great axe and cleaved forward, directly attacking the sphere of light. The hundreds of skulls strung on the axe blade burned simultaneously, unleashing dark red blood flames that clashed against the white sphere. The moment the 2 powers collided, the shockwave hurled everything within a 1-kilometer radius into the air, including the night mechs that hadn't retreated in time. Landon's iron guard was pushed back over 200 meters by the shockwave, plowing 2 deep trenches in the ground. The tear in the cockpit roof was ripped even wider, but the red demon's hand had already withdrawn. It was forced to commit all its strength to countering the psionic detonation. An opening. Landon coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his eyes lit up. He saw it. At the center where the white light clashed with the blood flames, the Slaughterer of Fury's body was disintegrating. It was slow, but it was definitely happening. Its skin split open, revealing the burning muscle beneath. The muscle fibers snapped one by one, and cracks began to appear on its bones. It's wounded. Landon roared into the command channel. Cans. Do it now. In the command vehicle, Ken's Aitons gripped the armrest so tightly his fingernails dug into the metal. His faceplate display showed the real-time battlefield data. Riley Conmo's life signs had vanished. The array of 300 psychers had been completely annihilated. But the effect of the psionic detonation far exceeded expectations. One demon's energy signature had dropped by 47%, the other by 33%. And both were temporarily pinned in place. Heavy artillery array. Kansas' voice was hoarse with excitement. All units. Saturation bombardment. Target, center of the industrial zone. Blow those 2 bastards back to the warp. The order was given. 30 kilometers away, at the artillery positions of the Joint Command. 62 heavy artillery pieces adjusted their firing angles simultaneously. The calibers of these guns ranged from 150 mm to 380 mm. There were towed pieces, self-propelled pieces, standard Imperial models, and ancient relics dug up from lost technological ruins. But right now, they all pointed in the exact same direction. The loaders shoved specially modified purification shells into the breeches. Open fire. Thud. 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 The rhythm of the bombardment was even denser than the first time. Volcano cannons, earthshaker cannons, siege cannons, a myriad of shells tore through the sky, leaving twisted contrails in the highly unstable air caused by the psionic detonation. Then, they plummeted. Center of the industrial zone. The center of the industrial zone could no longer be called ground. The psionic detonation had leveled everything within an 800-meter radius. The extreme heat had melted the earth into glass-like crystallization. The Lord of Bizarre Mysteries was half-kneeling on the crystallized ground. Blue pus oozed from the stumps of its 6 severed arms. It wasn't blood, but congealed warp knowledge. The Slaughterer of Fury stood beside it, leaning on its great axe planted in the ground. The blood flames burning around its body had dimmed significantly. The dense barrage of artillery shells arrived. The first 380mm siege shell scored a direct hit on the back of the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries. The purification payload packed inside the shell activated upon impact, releasing a pale gold purification field. Arfk. The Lord of Bizarre Mysteries had never let out such an agonizing shriek. A 3-meter-wide crater was blown into its back. The edges of the crater weren't flesh and blood, but disintegrating digits, shattered formulas, and charred pages. The second shell, the third, the fourth. Shells rained down like a monsoon. The flashes of explosions linked into a solid sheet of fire. Shockwaves layered upon shockwaves. Purification fields layered upon purification fields. The two demons were drowned in artillery fire. They tried to resist. The Lord of Bizarre Mysteries used its 3 remaining arms to construct a shield, but the shield shattered upon taking the 3rd hit. The Slaughterer of Fury tried to use its blood flames to defend itself, but before the purification fields, the blood flames melted away as rapidly as snow dropped in boiling water. They began to fall back. It's working. Keep firing. Don't stop. Cans roared over the command channel, his voice distorted by sheer ecstasy. Blow them into dust. Blow them back to whatever hellhole they came from. The bombardment lasted for 3 full minutes. Over 300 shells of various calibers were dumped onto the center of the industrial zone. When the final shell fell, the ground there had been blasted into a massive crater 20 meters deep. Acrid smoke, dust, psionic residue, warp corruption particles. All these substances mixed together to form a fog so thick you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. The battlefield suddenly went quiet. The surviving night mechs, 15 left from Groups B and C, 6 left from Group A, stood at the edge of the crater, their ion shields fully deployed, their weapon systems locked onto the center of the dense fog. The Skitarii and tech priests of the Mechanicus peeked out from behind cover. Scoria Kane's mechanical eye rapidly scanned the data streams. Bizarre Hisman led the remnants of the decapitation strike force out of the underground tunnel exit, his purple robes covered in dust, his eyes glued to the thick fog. Cans jumped down from his command vehicle and walked to the front line, the servomotors of his power armor emitting a faint hum. Everyone. Everyone who was still able to stand. They were all waiting. Waiting for the fog to clear, waiting to see the corpses of the 2 demon lords. It's over. Bizarre muttered, his voice dry. It should be over, right? Energy scans indicate warp corruption concentration has dropped by 89%. Scoria reported. The energy signatures of the 2 demon lords are so weak they're nearly undetectable. We won. Landon's voice echoed from the cockpit of Iron Guard, trembling with the relief of a survivor. I think we won. Cans took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He raised his hand, preparing to order recon units into the fog for confirmation. But right at that moment, high up in the warehouse district, the cross-legged figure of Paul suddenly went rigid. His eyes snapped open. Deep within his pupils, the pale gold of the wisdom trait was operating at maximum capacity. Something's wrong. Paul whispered. His psychic perception punched through 10 kilometers of distance, pierced the dense fog, and reached deep into the bottom of the crater blasted open by the artillery. There, he saw 2 sources of malice. Chapter 104, Descent of the Iron Hands. The smoke and dust slowly settled. The scene at the bottom of the colossal crater in the center of the industrial zone finally became clear to all the survivors. And every single survivor drew a sharp, collective breath. At the bottom of the crater, the 2 demons were still standing. The Lord of Bizarre Mysteries had lost 6 of its arms. Of the remaining 3, the 2 holding the scepter and the dagger had been snapped in half. Of its 3 heads, 1 was completely gone, 1 only had half a jaw left, and while the 3rd was relatively intact, its left eye had been blown out, leaving a gaping hole oozing blue pus. No, ledge. It spoke using its remaining head, every syllable sounding like grinding gears. Will not perish. The Slaughterer of Fury was in even worse shape. Its 16-meter-tall body was covered in cracks, like a terracotta warrior on the verge of shattering. Its left arm was completely gone from the elbow down. While its right arm was still intact, 3 of the fingers gripping its great axe had been severed. The blood flames surrounding its body had shrunk to a paper-thin layer, barely enough to cover its skin. But its 3 eyes still burned with pure, unadulterated lust for slaughter. Blood. It growled, its voice hoarse. Not enough. Cans Aiton stood at the edge of the crater. Beneath his faceplate, his face was completely drained of color. How is this possible? He muttered. His voice broadcasted through his external Vox speakers, carrying a distinct tremble. The psionic detonation of 300 psychers, over 300 purification shells. Data confirmed. Scoria Kane's mechanical voice chimed in. Although the energy levels of the 2 warp entities have dropped by 87.3%, their core existence remains unbroken. What does that mean? Bizarre Hisman hissed, his purple robe soaked in sweat and clinging to his body. It means, Landon Aitons's voice echoed from the cockpit of Iron Guard, carrying a calmness laced with despair, they are immortal, at least on Aurelian 4, with our current means, we cannot kill them. Those words sounded like a final death knell. The surviving soldiers on the battlefield heard it. The PDF conscripts still fighting lesser demons, the battered local guard troops, the night pilots with damaged mechs and depleted ammunition. In that moment, morale completely collapsed. We can't kill them. A PDF soldier threw down his lost gun and burst into tears, clutching his head. "We can't kill them, we're all going to die, we're all going to die here." His sobbing spread like an infectious disease. The first soldier turned and ran. Then a second, then a third. No retreating. "Commissars! Open fire!" Cans roared over the channel, but even the commissars themselves were backing away. They saw it. At the bottom of the crater, the surviving head of the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries was slowly turning. Its one good eye swept across the battlefield, across the broken soldiers, the surviving night mechs, the mechanicus positions. Fear. It spoke, its voice carrying a morbid sense of delight. Is also a form of knowledge. Collect, must collect. It raised its one remaining intact arm, the one holding the quill. The tip of the quill traced a stroke through the empty air. With every stroke, a fleeing soldier would suddenly freeze. Blue liquid mixed with brain matter would pour from their orifices before they collapsed, dead. The eyes of the dead were locked wide open, their pupils reflecting rapidly flashing digits. In the fraction of a second before they died, they were forcibly injected with an amount of knowledge that exceeded the processing limit of the human brain. It is collecting data on the fear of death. Scoria's mechanical eye flashed frantically. All units. Do not listen to its voice. But it was too late. Across the battlefield, dozens more soldiers dropped dead in the exact same manner. The slaughterer of fury began to move. It took a step, dragging its broken body as it slowly climbed up the edge of the crater. With every step, the cracks on its body widened, but its speed was actually increasing. Blood. It repeated the word, raising its chipped great axe with its right arm. Need more. A damaged warglaive knight attempted to intercept it. The pilot was a young man, only 25 years old, a scion of a branch family of House Aidens. The servomotors in his mech's left leg had failed, forcing it to limp forward, but he still raised his chain cleaver. For the house. 4. The great axe swung down. There was no technique, no flair. Just the simplest, most brutal chopping motion. But this strike carried the fury of a cornate demon, and the purest thirst for slaughter. The warglaive's ion shield popped like a soap bubble. The chain cleaver was snapped in half. And the mech itself, from head to toe, was neatly cleaved in two. The promethium fuel tank detonated. The fireball swallowed the cockpit, and swallowed the young man's unfinished oath. Retreat. Cans heard himself speak, his voice so dry it didn't even sound like his own. All units, commence orderly retreat. He knew what those words meant. It meant that in this war that had lasted for dozens of days, they had lost. It meant that the hundreds of thousands of troops and hundreds of precious machines the four major factions had invested were all wasted. It meant that Aru City would likely fall. But what else could they do? They couldn't kill them. They really couldn't kill them. Bizarre Hisman had collapsed beside the command vehicle, his purple robes covered in dirt, his eyes hollow. Scoria Kane's mechanical arms hung limply at his sides. The cyborg seemed to be calculating the retreat route that offered the highest probability of survival for their units. Landon Aiton sat in the cockpit of Iron Guard, watching the red demon drawing closer step by step on his screen. His hand hovered over the emergency ejection button, but he couldn't bring himself to press it. A knight of House Aitons could die in battle, but could never. What is that? Suddenly, a voice crackled over the channel. It was a squad leader still on the front line. Cans looked up at the sky. The gray, overcast sky of Aurelian 4 was currently being torn open. It was as if a pair of invisible, gargantuan hands were ripping the firmament apart down the middle. Behind the rift was the presence of something heavy and freezing cold, the energy turbulence generated by the friction between a warship's void shields and the material universe. Then, the prow emerged. It was a warship so massive it defied imagination. The hull was over 20 kilometers long, colored in dark gray, and covered in overlapping layers of armor plating. Every single plate was etched with intricate mechanical patterns and holy runes. The prow was shaped like a massive fist, the classic design of Imperial warships. But this ship's fist was even larger, its edges sharp and defined, as if ready to smash a world to pieces at any moment. Along both sides of the hull, an incredibly dense array of turrets deployed. Macro cannons, lance batteries, torpedo tubes, the charging glow of those muzzles formed a cold, sweeping sea of stars. A Gloriana class. For the first time, Scoria Kane's mechanical voice displayed a distinct emotional fluctuation, a tremor of awe mixed with sheer terror. The battleship. Fist of Iron. He recognized this ship. 80 years ago, this was the exact ship that led the fleet to Aurelian 4, using orbital bombardment to wipe the Blaek house off the map. And now, it has returned. As the Fist of Iron fully translated from the warp, more silhouettes appeared behind the torn sky. Battle barges, strike cruisers, frigates, destroyers, a total of 37 warships forming an expeditionary fleet formation. They didn't open fire immediately. They simply hovered there. The battlefield suddenly went dead silent. Even the horrors and bloodletters chasing down soldiers stopped in their tracks. They looked up at the sky, letting out low, uneasy growls. The remaining head of the Lord of Bizarre Mystery spun wildly, calculating. It was desperately trying to calculate these newly introduced variables. The Slaughterer of Fury simply roared at the heavens, raising its great axe and issuing a bellow of challenge. Suddenly drop pods descended. Thousands of flaming meteors tore through the atmosphere, dragging long contrails behind them as they smashed toward the battlefield at a near vertical angle. Drop pods. Cans shrieked hoarsely. All units. Take cover. But the target of those drop pods wasn't them. The vast majority of the drop pods smashed precisely into the center of the industrial zone, forming a perimeter around the two demon lords and landing in the most densely populated clusters of lesser demons. Boom. 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 The impact sounded like war drums. The instant the drop pods cratered into the ground, their doors blew open. These were the pinnacle of assault drop pod design, capable of deploying their payload in 0.3 seconds. A legion of giants stepped out. Silver-gray power armor, their left pauldrons etched with the emblem of a clenched fist, the Iron Hands. Standing at an average height of 2.3 meters and weighing over half a ton, every step they took made the ground tremble slightly. Bolters, chain swords, meltaguns, plasma cannons, their weapons glinted with a cold metallic luster under the dim sky of Aurelian 4. Their numbers exceeded 5,000. 5,000 Adeptus Astartes. Soldiers of the Iron Hands Legion. The Emperor's Angels of Death. The moment they stepped out of the drop pods, they formed combat formations. In the front rank, 300 warriors raised their bolters simultaneously. Bang. 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 The roar of .75 caliber mass-reactive bolts firing in perfect unison sounded like a chorus of death. In front of them, hundreds of lesser demons were instantly torn to shreds. The geometric shields of the horrors. They couldn't last 0.5 seconds against saturation bolter fire. The berserk charges of the bloodletters. Compared to the neural reaction speeds of the Astartes, they looked like they were moving in slow motion. The snapping jaws of the flesh hounds. They couldn't even scratch the ceramite coating of the power armor. Slaughter. This was true slaughter. 5,000 Astartes operated like a single, precise, hyper-efficient killing machine, beginning to purge the battlefield. They divided into dozens of squads, each with clearly defined objective zones. Heavy weapon squads provided suppression, assault squads handled the purges, and tactical squads flanked and divided the enemy. Did the demons fight back? Yes. But it was useless. A bloodletter had finally managed to charge right in front of an Iron Hands warrior and swung its great axe down. The Iron Hands warrior didn't even bother to dodge, he simply raised his left arm. Clang. The great axe struck the vambrace of the power armor, kicking up a shower of sparks and leaving a white scratch on the ceramite. That was it. Then, the Iron Hands warrior threw a right cross. It wasn't an ordinary punch. The servomotors in the power armor fired at maximum output, driving the fist at speeds exceeding 200 km per hour. The knuckles were wreathed in a pale blue disruption field, a power fist. The bloodletter's chest was punched clean through. The Iron Hands warrior pulled his fist back, flicked the demon blood and gore off his gauntlet, and kept walking, firing a short burst from his bolter to kill another horror 30 meters away. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. Cold, ruthless mechanization. This was the Iron Hands. High up in the warehouse district, the players were utterly dumbfounded. Have you been loyal today? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Drop pods. Astartes, those are actual space marines. Tax bro, 5,000. 5,000 space marines. The scale. The sheer flex. Did White Scar's speed today, that power armor, those are the Iron Hands, right? That clenched fist on the left shoulder, it absolutely has to be. God-tier mechanic, a Gloriana-class battleship, the Fist of Iron. That's the flagship of Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands. The Primarch is here. The Primarch came personally. Execute war criminal weasels, so we're getting a live, front-row seat to Space Marines fighting demons before the Horus Heresy. This ticket paid for itself. Slaanesh's Chosen failed the selection again, not gonna lie, these Iron Hands look completely devoid of emotion, but their fighting style is cool as hell. Iced Old Man Yellow's Golden Radish, if only I could screen record this. If I posted this on the forums, I'd become famous instantly. Paul stood in front of the players, not participating in the chaotic celebration in the channel. He quietly observed the battlefield, watching the hyper-efficient slaughter of the Iron Hands warriors, and staring at the Gloriana-class battleship hovering in the sky. From that warship, he felt an immense, freezing cold willpower, a presence harboring the explosive force of a volcano, casting its gaze down and sweeping across the entire battlefield. That was the willpower of the Iron Hands Primarch. Next goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The Power of a Primarch, 1. Paul closed his eyes, operating his wisdom trait at maximum capacity to carefully brush against that willpower. He saw him. Ferrus Manus. Primarch of the Iron Hands, the 10th son of the Emperor, and one of the most supreme tacticians and technological masters of the Great Crusade. At this moment, he was standing on the bridge of the Fist of Iron, looking down at the battlefield through the observation port. His massive frame, standing over 3 meters tall, was encased in a custom-forged suit of Terminator power armor. The armor was far thicker and heavier than standard Astartes plate, its surface studded with various ports and weapon hardpoints. His hands were encased in living necrodermis, his iconic hands of iron. His face was resolute, as if chiseled from stone. He had short black hair, and his gray eyes were like two freezing gemstones, completely devoid of emotion. But Paul could sense that beneath that icy exterior, the Primarch's will was rapidly analyzing the battlefield. Warp corruption level, high. 2 powerful heretical warp entities. Energy levels reduced by 87.3% due to previous combat, but core integrity remains intact. Local resistance forces, joint army of the 4 major factions. Casualties exceed 70%. Morale collapsed. However, they resisted for 28 days. His willpower continued its scan. Battlefield perimeter, Northeast Warehouse District, presence of an unidentified armed force. Approximately 1,000 personnel. Mixed equipment. However, combat efficiency is anomalously high. Casualty ratio against heretics is far below average. Energy signature, faint, pure psychic fluctuations detected. Identity, unknown. Threat level, low. Status, pending observation. Paul realized his probe was on the verge of being locked onto, and he immediately retracted his perception. Although the psychic perception of the Iron Hands Primarch wasn't as hyper-attuned as the psychic Primarch Magnus, it was still vastly superior to any mortals. In that split second, Ferrus had nearly locked onto him. Everyone, Paul ordered over the chapter channel. Conceal your psychic presence. Keep a low profile. Pretend we're just a voluntary planetary militia resisting the demons. Tax bro, understood. Acting mode activated. God-tier mechanic, the Primarch descended personally. This means the Imperium places far more importance on Aurelian 4 than we anticipated. Have you been loyal today, or maybe the planetary governor's distress signal finally got processed? After all, 2 demons pushing the greater demon tier is enough to threaten the safety of the entire sector. Paul nodded. He looked toward the center of the battlefield. There, 5,000 Iron Hands had already purged all the lesser demons near the industrial zone and completely surrounded the 2 demon lords. Now, it was time for the main event. At the edge of the crater, Ken's Aitons and the other survivors stared blankly at the scene. The demons they had fought for 28 days, sacrificing hundreds of thousands of men without making a dent, were now being reaped like weeds before these silver-gray giants. These are the Emperor's angels. This is the true power of the Imperium. What? Bizarre muttered. What exactly have we been fighting for all this time? Right at that moment. The largest drop pod, a custom-built vessel over 15 meters in diameter, its surface etched with intricate mechanical patterns, slowly opened its doors. Smoke billowed outward. A silhouette stepped out from the smoke. Standing over 3 meters tall in Terminator power armor painted in silver gray, his left arm was a complete mechanical construct, and his right hand gripped a colossal power hammer. It was Ferrus Manus's iconic weapon, Forge Breaker. The moment he stepped out of the drop pod, the very atmospheric pressure of the battlefield seemed to shift. Ferrus Manus surveyed the battlefield. His gray eyes swept over the surviving soldiers of the 4 major factions, over the burning wreckage, over the ground carpeted in corpses, and finally, settled on the 2 demons at the bottom of the crater. His face betrayed absolutely no emotion. Then, he spoke. His voice boomed through the external vox speakers of his power armor, easily drowning out every other sound on the battlefield, the explosions, the gunfire, the roars of the demons. I am Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, 10th son of the Emperor. By the decree of the Master of Mankind, I have come to purge the heresy in this place. He paused, looking at the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries and the Slaughterer of Fury. You. Forgebreaker lifted, pointing directly at the 2 demons. You have 30 seconds to leave your final words or, you can simply die. The Slaughterer of Fury's response was a thunderous roar. Dragging its broken body, it charged at Ferrus. It raised its great axe high, the blood flames surrounding it flaring up like a dying star's final burst. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Ferrus didn't move. He didn't even look at the cornate demon. His gaze remained fixed on the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries, as if waiting for something. 5 meters. The great axe swung down. In the split second before the blade could touch Ferris's helmet, the Primarch moved. Forgebreaker swung outward at a speed the naked eye could barely track. An upward diagonal strike, precise to the millimeter. Clang. The deafening crash of metal slamming into metal instantly ruptured the eardrums of everyone within 100 meters. The Slaughterer of Fury's great axe snapped in half right down the middle. The entire weapon was severed. The disruption field wreathed around the head of Forgebreaker shattered the molecular structure of the axe blade upon impact. Then, the hammer head kept moving. It smashed into the demon's chest. There was no explosion. Just a muffled, sickening sound of internal crumbling. The Slaughterer of Fury's 16-meter-tall body froze completely. It looked down at its own chest. A massive hole, 2 meters in diameter, had appeared there. Its very existence had been erased from the rules of the material universe by the disruption field. No, it let out a final, gurgling roar. The blood god will not. It never finished the sentence. The colossal body began to disintegrate. Starting from the hole in its chest, the collapse rapidly spread across its entire form. 3 seconds later, the cornate demon that had driven the 4 major factions to despair turned into a puddle of dark red ash, scattering into the wind. The physical form of the Slaughterer of Fury dissipated, vanished back to the warp. Ferris withdrew Forgebreaker. He turned to the Lord of Bizarre Mysteries. 20 seconds. You have 20 seconds left. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Power of a Primarch, 2. The Lord of Bizarre Mysteries' surviving head spun frantically. It was calculating the probability of escape, calculating the possibility of a counterattack, calculating every conceivable variable. But every single calculation pointed to the exact same word, death. Knowledge. It said with its final voice. Will not perish. I will return. Then, its remaining 3 arms raised simultaneously. The scepter, the dagger, and the quill, the 3 artifacts detonated all at once. It was performing a sacrifice. Sacrificing every last drop of its remaining power to forcibly tear open a rift leading to the deepest depths of the warp. But Ferris had predicted this. All artillery units, Ferris didn't even look at the demon. He issued a comm order over the Vox channel. Coordinates, warp rift generation point. Saturation bombardment. The fleet in the sky responded. The shipborne lance batteries fired. 300 high-energy lance beams lanced down from the sky, focusing perfectly on the nascent warp rift. The fabric of space was forcibly stabilized. The rift was welded shut before it could even fully open. The Lord of Bizarre Mysteries unleashed a shriek of utter despair. Ferris gripped Forgebreaker and swung again. The hammer head swept through the demon's remaining body. The disruption field completely eradicated its anchor to the material universe, banishing it back to the warp. Once the hammer passed, all that remained at the bottom of the crater was a deep indentation and the rapidly dissipating stench of the warp in the air. 2 demons. 2 demons that had engaged the hundreds of thousands of troops of the 4 major factions in a grueling 28-day war, demanding a catastrophic price and still surviving. In the 3rd minute after the descent of the Iron Hands Primarch, they were completely purged. The battlefield fell into absolute silence. Ferris Manus stood in place, resting Forgebreaker at his side as his grey eyes swept across the field. He saw the awe, the terror, the ecstasy, and the sheer breakdown on the faces of the surviving soldiers. He saw the surviving night mechs, and he saw the positions of the Mechanicus. Finally, he looked toward Kens Aitons. Commander of this sector, the Primarch's voice remained as cold as ice. Report the situation. Kens jolted violently. He practically scrambled over, dropping to one knee before Ferris. And my lord. I am Kens Aitons, representative of the Aitons Night House, and temporary commander of the joint forces of the 4 factions. He babbled incoherently. We resisted for 28 days, we lost so many. Data. Ferris cut him off. I want data, not your feelings. Kens choked on his words. It was Scoria Kane who stepped forward in time, his mechanical eye projecting a holographic battle report. Operational cycle, 28 days. Forces engaged, Planetary Defense Force, 450,000. Local Guard Forces, 300,000. Night Mechs, 51. Psychers, 300. Various auxiliary units. Casualties, PDF losses, approximate 400,000. Local Guard Forces losses, approximate 180,000. Night Mechs destroyed, 31. Psychers, 100% Kia. Results, approximate 12,000 lesser demon entities killed. 2 near greater demon entities severely wounded, their energy levels reduced by 87.3%. Ferris quietly observed the data. Acceptable efficiency. Just 2 words. Now. Ferris turned around, looking deep into the industrial zone at the rift that was still bleeding warp energy. Purge the remaining lesser heretics and establish purification positions. He commanded, his voice spreading across the battlefield and transmitting to the fleet channels. The Iron Hands Legion will garrison this location until the purification is entirely complete. As for you. He looked at Cans, at Bizarre, at all the survivors. Assist in the cleanup operations. Await further judgment. Ferris didn't specify what that judgment would be. But everyone understood. Aurelian 4, this planet practically controlled by the 4 major factions for the past 80 years, was, from this day forth, truly returning to the rule of the Imperium. And the fate of local warlords like them. Cans lowered his head, cold sweat soaking the inner lining of his power armor. Ferris did not look at them again. Up on the high ground of the warehouse district, the players watched the retreating back of the Primarch, and the channel exploded once more. Tax bro, that's it. 2 swings. Just 2 freaking swings. Did White Scar's speed today, what did you expect? You think a Primarch is like you, needing 300 rounds of bitter combat just to kill a demon. God-tier mechanic, efficiency. That is efficiency. The combat philosophy of the Iron Hands. Achieving maximum results with minimal motion. Have you been loyal today? So, shouldn't we start thinking about how to strike up a conversation with the Primarch? God-tier mechanic, no need to rush. Didn't the Iron Hands Primarch just say it? They're garrisoning this planet for a while. He looked at Paul. Paul nodded, issuing an order in the regional channel. Everyone, fall back. The setting sun over the red blaze wasteland stretched the shadows of the convoy long across the earth. 50 transport trucks drove slowly into the perimeter cordon of the Crimson Dawn base. On the walls, the searchlights of the watchtowers had already flicked on ahead of time. Beams of light cut through the dusk, sweeping in alternating patterns across the path of the convoy. Cogboy stood beside the 9-meter-tall alloy gates, the data cables of his mechanical arm jacked into the access control system. This was a security apparatus he had upgraded just 3 days ago. Now, the status of every single sensor along the entire wall fed back into his visual interface in real time. Biosignature scan complete. Player ID verification approved. Cogboy's mechanical voice sounded in the control channel, open the gates. Amidst the grinding roar of interlocking gears, the 20-ton alloy gates slowly swung inward. Behind the gates, over 3,000 players and local residents had already packed both sides of the central thoroughfare. Cheers washed over them like a tidal wave. Tax bro. White Scars. You're back. Holy shit, I heard you guys saw the Primarch. What do the Iron Hands look like? Are they just covered in iron lumps like in the game? Tax bro was the first to hop out of the truck, his 2-meter-tall frame standing out starkly amidst the crowd. He grinned from ear to ear, stomping his left leg, which he had just patched up in the truck with a medkit, against the ground. Damn it, you guys didn't see it. That Ferris Manus guy, 2 swings. Just 2 freaking swings. He waved his arms wildly to demonstrate. The first swing, he snapped that red hound head demon's axe right in half. The second swing, he just blasted a hole straight through the thing's chest. 3 seconds. From entering the stage to clocking out, 3 seconds. Bullshit. Knight at Old Yellow's pit, jeered from the crowd, there you go again, tax bro. Last time you said you could punch a Lehman Russ tank into scrap. This time it's real. Paul can testify. Tax bro spun around, pointing at the third truck. Paul was just stepping out of the vehicle. His 3-meter Astartes physique stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, even among the players. He hadn't removed his power armor. The dark gray surface of the armor was still coated in the dust of the industrial zone, dotted with a few dried splotches of blue blood left behind by a horror that had tried to ambush him. Tax bro isn't lying. Paul's voice echoed through his power armor's vox speakers, carrying a resonant boom. The Iron Hands Primarch, Ferris Manus, ended the battle in 3 minutes. 5,000 Astartes purged the entire industrial zone in 28 minutes. He paused, flipping his faceplate up to reveal a face made even more resolute by his genetic augmentations. Our previous estimates of Astartes' combat prowess were far too conservative. The crowd went silent for a second. And then an even more massive wave of noise erupted. 5,000 Space Marines. Holy shit, if this was a game, that lineup would be the ultimate end of expansion raid. Next goal equals 250 Power Stones. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Crimson Dawn's Choice, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 250 Power Stones. The Primarch personally led the charge. What did our little Aurelian 4 ever do to deserve such an honor? Wait, what about the 4 major factions? Weren't they just fighting over there? Fighting. They pissed their pants in sheer terror. White Scars hopped out of another truck, moving so fast he was practically a blur. You guys should have seen the commander of the 4 major factions. He kneeled before the Primarch with absolutely textbook posture. I bet the inner lining of his power armor was completely soaked in sweat. The players roared with laughter. But Cogboy, Schrödinger Bro, and Blood Angel standing at the gates were not laughing. The three exchanged a look. Paul. Schrödinger Bro stepped forward. The conference room is ready. 6th floor. Paul nodded. Meeting in 10 minutes. Tax Bro, White Scars. You two come as well. He looked back at the players who were still excitedly discussing the battle. Everyone else, back to your posts. Medical team, prioritize the lightly wounded. Logistics team, tally the equipment degradation. Intel team, I want the compiled battlefield observation report in 1 hour. The orders were concise and clear. After this period of development, the players had become increasingly proficient. They were feeling more and more like actual soldiers. Many had even remarked that this game was making up for the regret of never having served in the military in real life. This was the efficiency Crimson Dawn had forged over the past month. 5,000 players and 22,000 native residents, operating under a strict chapter system and contribution framework, had become a highly precise machine. 10 minutes later. 6th floor conference room. All 23 seats were filled. The newly promoted female player supervisors were also present. The medical report compiled by Studying Med is Worse Than Falling to Chaos was already bound and placed on the table. The education progress chart from Teaching Nurgle How to Read in the Warp showed that over the past half-month, another 1,800 native residents had completed the basic literacy classes. The resource inventory from The Most Incorruptible Logistics King of the Imperium was 30 pages thick. And the player in charge of internal base security, Slaanesh just wants to slack off today, who had picked her ID purely as a meme, was responsible for reporting on the disciplinary actions taken over the past week. Paul sat at the head of the table. He had unequipped his power armor and was wearing a basic black combat suit. Even so, his Astartes physique made the chair look slightly too small for him. Let's begin. He spoke, his voice calm. Topic 1, Battlefield Observation Report. Tax Bro, you start. Tax Bro cleared his throat. Our 1,000 men fought guerrilla warfare in the warehouse district on the northeast flank of the industrial zone for 3.5 hours. Combat stats, 1,237 lesser demons killed. This includes 804 Tsench horrors, 329 Khorne bloodletters, and 104 other entities such as fleshhounds. Total salvage value, 415,000 Imperial coins. He pulled up a holographic projection, displaying a battlefield map covered in dense annotations. The focus is here. The combat doctrine of the Iron Hands Legion. The image zoomed in. It was footage captured by the players using binoculars and recording devices. Although blurry, the general outlines were clear. 5,000 Astartes, divided into 50 centuries. Each century was subdivided into 10 tactical squads, 10 men per squad. Their coordination was like a machine. TL/N, a century was a fundamental military unit within a Roman legion. Tax Bro rapped his knuckles on the table. I'm not using a metaphor. It was literally like a freaking machine. I watched one squad clear out a 3-story manufactorum in 4 freaking seconds. Second 1, breaching team blew the wall. Second 2, assault team breached. Second 3, heavy weapons provided suppression. Second 4, cleanup team executed the survivors. 0 verbal communication the entire time. Purely hand signals and pre-established tactical protocols. 22 horrors inside the manufactorum. Total wipeout. Sharp intakes of breath echoed around the conference room. Their equipment level is also higher than we estimated, White Scars added. Standard Mark IV Maximus pattern power armor, but heavily modified. I saw at least 3 non-standard weapons. One was a shoulder-mounted plasma cannon with complex cooling coils wrapped around the barrel. One was a multi-barrel bolter with a fire rate triple that of the standard model and their power swords. When activated, the disruption field is pale blue, not the standard green. Cogboy's mechanical eye immediately began to flash. A pale blue disruption field. That indicates a far more stable energy output. The purity requirements for the rare crystals needed for that are at least 3 times the Imperial standard. They either have an exclusive supply chain, or they know how to forge them themselves. They know how to forge them themselves. Paul confirmed Cogboy's hypothesis. Ferrus Manus was one of the best technological primarchs of the Great Crusade era. The Iron Hands Legion is renowned for its mechanical augmentations and weapon research and development. They very likely have fully operational manufacturing lines right there on their warships. He pulled up another piece of footage. It was the scene of the Fist of Iron launching its drop pods. Thousands of flaming meteors streaked across the sky, perfectly aligned in a formation so flawless it was suffocating. Topic 2, Pre-March Combat Assessment. Paul paused the footage on the exact moment Ferrus stepped out of his drop pod. I attempted to use my psychic perception to brush against his willpower, and I failed. I only managed to intercept a few fragmented pieces of data. He shared some of the content. Ferris possesses a crystal-clear understanding of the current state of Aurelian 4. He knows the 4 major factions are the actual rulers of the planet. He knows Governor Harrington is a figurehead. He knows the extent of the corruption in the industrial zone. He chose to descend personally at this exact moment, and it wasn't just to purge the demons. The energy levels of those 2 demons had already been whittled down by 87%, any random company could have finished the job. Schrödinger bro frowned. Are you saying he came to steal the kill? No, he came to re-establish imperial rule. Paul switched the image to the scene of Kent's Aitons kneeling before the Primarch. The wealth, military forces, and technology the 4 major factions accumulated over the past 80 years are now all spoils of war for the Imperium. When Ferris told them to await further judgment, he wasn't just being polite. I estimate that within the next month, the Aitons Knight House, the Hisman Merchant Guild, the Conmo Psyker Dynasty, and the Order of the Omniscient Mind will all face a massive reshuffling. Blood Angel looked thoughtful. Then where does that leave us? That brings us to topic 3. Paul looked at everyone. The Iron Hands Legion will garrison this planet until the warp rift in the industrial zone, and whatever is beneath it, is completely purged. I estimate this will take anywhere from 30 to 60 days. During this time, any large-scale military operation will draw their attention. He pulled up the holographic map of their base. The Crimson Dawn base now covered over 5 square kilometers. The walls, barracks, farmlands, manufactorums, training grounds, all densely annotated on the map. We have 22,000 people and 5,000 players. The average player augmentation level, Type 3 physique completion at 72%, 537 official psychers, 909 semi-mechanized cyborgs. Equipment, 5,700 LOS guns, 284 heavy stubbers, 320 rocket launchers, 150 transport trucks, 12 rocket artillery trucks, and 5 light tanks. The data looked decent on paper. But how long would this force last against a single century of Iron Hands? Paul asked and answered his own question. Based on our observations today, in a pitched battle, we would be entirely annihilated within 10 minutes. The average neural reaction speed of an Astartes is 3 times ours. The armor plating on their power armor is completely immune to direct LOS gun fire. And a single shot from a bolter could blow a hole straight through our walls. If you factor in their heavy weapons and tactical coordination, we wouldn't even last 5 minutes. Taxbro opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. He had seen how those silver-gray giants fought with his own eyes. It wasn't a battle. It was an assembly line. Input target, output corpse. Therefore, topic 4, strategic realignment. Paul's finger drew a circle on the holographic map. From this moment on, Crimson Dawn enters a period of dormancy. All external expansion plans are suspended. Base construction will pivot entirely toward internal fortification. We will focus on 3 things. First, dig deep. Cogboy, I want you to expand the subterranean bunker system to hold 30,000 people within 30 days. The defensive rating must be up to standard to withstand orbital bombardment. Cogboy's mechanical fingers blurred across his console. Budget. Whatever Imperial coins you need, requisition them directly. Understood. Second, stockpile food. Logistics King, our food reserves need to be increased to feed 50,000 people for half a year, continue expanding the potato fields, and try introducing other crops. Medical resources, water purification systems, and energy reserves, double all of them to wartime standards. The slightly chubby Logistics King nodded. I'm currently working with a few players who studied agriculture to develop localized planting methods. The background radiation of Aurelian IV's soil is high, but the modified seeds from the shop are extremely adaptable. We might be able to grow corn and wheat. Third, keep our heads down. Paul then looked at Blood Angel. How is the progress on your end? Blood Angel stood up. A faint, pale gold light seemed to flow around him. He was the man in charge of Crimson Dawn's ideological work and underground operations. Over the past half-month, we've dispatched 4 undercover squads in 4 separate waves. He pulled up 4 dossiers, each stamped with a crimson codename. First wave, codename King Cobra. Team leader, Crimson King Cobra. 5-man squad. Disguised as vagrant psychers, they infiltrated the middle hive of Aru City 14 days ago. Current feedback, they are attempting to establish an intelligence network. Second wave, codename Storm. Team leader, Crimson Storm. 6-man squad. Disguised as merchants, they entered the middle hive 11 days ago. Deep utilized his position to forge trade permits for them. Current feedback, they have secured a foothold in the 4th trade district of the middle hive and are gathering data on the resource flow of the 4 major factions. Third wave, codename Ame Peak. Team leader, Crimson Ame Peak. Foreman Squad. They successfully acquired the identities of Mechanicus apprentices and infiltrated the Aru City branch of the Order of the Omniscient Mind. Current feedback, they have acquired low-level clearance and are attempting to access the maintenance logs for the Skitari's war gear. Fourth Wave, Codename Waiter. Team Leader, Crimson Waiter. 7-Man Squad. Disguised as food and beverage suppliers, they bypassed security 5 days ago using deep connections and entered the Upper Hive's aristocratic service chain. Current feedback, they have planted listening devices in 3 banquet halls in the Upper Hive. Blood Angel paused, then added, 4 squads, 22 personnel in total. Each operative is carrying an operational fund of 500,000 Imperial coins. All squads transmit a message over the regional channel at pre-arranged times every 48 hours, which is received by a dedicated handler. The conference room was completely silent. This was Crimson Dawn's true trump card. As everyone knows, intelligence is the greatest weapon in war. They have 3 core objectives. Blood Angel continued, first, ascertain the Iron Hands Legion's garrison plans and departure date. Second, monitor the judgment of the 4 major factions. Specifically, which industries will be seized by the Imperium, and which will be left untouched. Third. He looked at Paul. Paul finished his sentence. Third, assess Ferrus Manus's attitude toward the native powers of Aurelian IV. Will he purge all the local factions like he purged the Blaek House 80 years ago? Or will he leave some collaborators in place? Schrödinger bro looked thoughtful. If it's the latter, then we must become one of those collaborators. But the prerequisite is that he has to know we exist. Paul knocked on the table. And right now, in his assessment, there's a high probability we are simply filed away as an unidentified armed force. Threat level, low. Those words woke everyone up. Although the 4 major factions were about to be purged, at least in the eyes of the Primarch, they were a problem that required handling. But what about Crimson Dawn? They might just be a footnote in a report, or perhaps entirely unnoticed. Therefore, topic 5, and our final topic. Paul stood up, his 3-meter-tall frame casting a long shadow under the conference room lights. We need an opportunity to make our debut. An opportunity that will make the Iron Hands notice us, but without viewing us as a direct threat. He looked at everyone in the room. Brothers, right now, we are dancing in a minefield. If we dance well, after the Iron Hands leave, we can become the new masters of Aurelian IV, and truly build the paradise we want. If we don't dance well. He didn't finish. But everyone understood. Tax Bro grinned. What's there to be afraid of? Worst case scenario, we delete our accounts and start over. We players can just respawn anyway. But the native residents can't. Paul paused. We aren't just players anymore. We are the hope of 22,000 living, breathing people. We can respawn. They cannot. If we lose, we can just go back to the real world and keep working our day jobs. If they lose, they die. The conference room fell silent. Outside the window, the sky had grown completely dark. Aurelian Ivy's 2 moons rose into the sky. The red and white light filtered through the glass, casting overlapping shadows on the conference table. Meeting adjourned. Paul said, return to your posts. Execute the plan. Let's see how Ferrus intends to play this game of chess. The command team stood up and left. In the end, only Paul, Schrödinger bro, and Blood Angel remained. Paul. Schrödinger bro suddenly spoke, his voice very soft. If Ferrus really does notice us, what do you think he'll choose to do? Paul looked out the window, gazing at the fist of iron faintly visible in the night sky. The 20-kilometer-long warship looked like a floating mountain, cold, silent, and suffocating. I don't know. He spoke the truth. But I do know one thing. In the Warhammer universe, weakness is not an obstacle to survival. Arrogance is. Are the Iron Hands arrogant? Perhaps. But at the very least, they are willing to fight to purge the demons, rather than sitting in the rear treating human lives like numbers, like the parasites of the Imperium do. Paul turned around, looking at Schrödinger bro and Blood Angel. Therefore, what we must do is prove that we are neither heretics requiring purification nor insects to be casually crushed. We must prove that Crimson Dawn can be the Imperium's alternative choice on Aurelian IV. Blood Angel smiled. Like Pavel Korchagin. Exactly. Paul smiled as well. In the darkest of eras, we will be the most stubborn spark of fire. Next goal equals 500 power stones. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Iron Hand's True Purpose. The players were still excitedly discussing everything they had seen and heard today. The natives were lining up for dinner. They were given extra rations today, with everyone receiving an additional half potato and a block of synthetic protein. Over on the Aurelian Youth League's training grounds, their slogans still rang loud and clear. Labor for survival. Dignity through struggle. For the Crimson Dawn. For a better tomorrow. Zeke stood by the window in the sixth-floor corridor, watching it all unfold. He was reminded of a certain someone's words. Someone has to hold up a torch in the dark. At the same time, in the upper hive of Aru City, at the Aru Group headquarters. Bizur Hisman slumped in his gilded chair, his purple robes a mess and his eyes unfocused. A recently delivered imperial document lay before him. The wax seal on the document bore the clenched fist insignia of the Iron Hands Legion. The contents of the document were incredibly simple, consisting of only 3 lines of text. Effective immediately, all Promethium mineral exports from Aurelian IV are under the temporary control of the Iron Hands Legion. All local armed forces are required to report their formations, equipment, and personnel rosters to the Legion High Command within 15 days. Violators will be punished under the charge of treason. With trembling hands, Bizur picked up the wine glass beside him and downed it in one gulp. The liquor was fire, but it couldn't suppress the chill deep within his heart. He knew that the 80-year rule of the 4 great factions keeping each other in check was over. Even with backing from powerful figures, it was completely useless now. Aboard the Fist of Iron, on the bridge. There were none of the gorgeous decorations typically found on a Gloriana-class battleship here. There were no golden reliefs, no grand murals singing praises of the Emperor's deeds. There were only cold metal pipelines, flickering data streams, and 372 real-time tactical interfaces suspended above the holographic projection table. Ferrus Manus stood before the main control console. His 3.7-meter-tall frame was encased in a specialized suit of Terminator power armor. The surface of this armor, known as the Medusan carapace, was covered in interfaces, data slots, and weapon hardpoints, a purely functional design. His hands, sheathed in living metal, were currently interfaced with the ship's main cogitator. Precision probes at his fingertips read the data stream at a frequency of 700 times per second, feeding every detail of the entire battleship, the entire fleet, and the entire surface battlefield of Aurelian IV directly into the Primarch's brain. Father. 4th Company Captain Karen Santos stood 3 meters away. Even at 2.6 meters tall, this Iron Hands warrior still appeared dwarfed in front of Ferrus. His voice emanated through his power armor's external vox speakers, carrying the characteristic, nearly mechanical flat tone of the Iron Hands. Purge Progress Report for Industrial Zone Sector 7. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Companies have completed the purge of a 3-kilometer radius around the warp rift. Confirmed kills of minor warp entities total 9,437. Among these, 7,904 were of the blue variant, 1,429 of the red variant, and 104 other mutated units. The Mechanicus Purification Squad has arrived at the rift's core region. Karen called up a holographic image displaying the depths of the Sector 7 ruins. The underground structures that collapsed under orbital bombardment 80 years ago had now twisted into some kind of warped, anomalous space. The walls were fluid, the ground undulated, and strings of numbers that glowed without any light source floated aimlessly in the air. High concentrations of warp corruption detected. Source confirmed. The image magnified. In the deepest part of the ruins stood an altar constructed from human skulls, mechanical parts, and some sort of blue crystal. Suspended in the center of the altar was a tome. It was a tome stitched together from countless pieces of human skin. Every page turned on its own, and the text upon them wasn't written in ink, but seared into the flesh like burned scars. The Legacy of House Aller. Ferrus's cybernetic eyes flickered with a cold blue light. He recognized that script. 80 years ago, when the Iron Hands Legion purged Blaek House, he had seen something very similar in the archives of Dawn City. It was some sort of pre-human civilization psychic code. By stringing together specific numerical combinations, it could rip open a temporary gateway between the material universe and the warp. The god they worshipped. Ferrus's voice echoed across the bridge, every word striking like a forging hammer against steel. Was called the dream of the compassionate father, claiming to hail from a realm of love and acceptance deep within the warp. Fascinating. The corners of the Primarch's mouth pulled back into an entirely emotionless arc compassion. In the warp. Karen remained silent. As a veteran with over 150 years of service, he had seen far too many fools bewitched by the warp. Those idiots always believed they could find warmth, wisdom, power, or love in the swirling madness of chaos. And then they all mutated into warp-corrupted heretics. House Aller held a massive sacrificial ritual on the eve of Blaek House's destruction. Karen continued his report. According to fragmented records we seized, they attempted to use the life energy of Sector 7's 5 million residents to forcefully drag this so-called compassionate father into the material universe, but when the ritual reached its 3rd phase, our orbital bombardment rained down. Conclusion: the ritual was incomplete, but a warp rift was still torn open. For 80 years, the rift remained in a dormant state, right up until it was recently reactivated by an external force. Ferrus tapped his fingers against the control console. A cascade of data popped up. The rift stability sat at 37%, with the warp corruption spreading at a rate of 0.3 kilometers per day. Its estimated time for a complete natural closure was 942 years. The tactical overlay proposed several treatment protocols: direct detonation using heavy melta charges, ritual sealing via a psyker array, or employing Mechanicus holy relics for containment. Tell the Mechanicus personnel. Ferris selected the third option. They have 3 months to complete the foundational sealing and suppress the rift's activity to under 5%. In 3 months, I will inspect it personally. If they fail. He left the sentence hanging, but Karen understood completely. The Iron Hand's Primarch's tolerance for failure was about the same as the Emperor's tolerance for heresy, absolutely zero. Understood. Karen logged the command into the tactical datanet, then pulled up the second report. Comprehensive data regarding the current state of Aurelian IV has been compiled from the planetary governor's estate, the archives of the 4 major factions, and the local Mechanicus branch. The holographic interface unfurled, and dense blocks of text, charts, and video feeds began to scroll past. Ferris's mechanical eye scanned the information at speeds incomprehensible to a mortal human. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ha. The Primarch let out a laugh. A cold laugh, brimming with absolute sarcasm. 80 years ago, under my father's orders, I led the Legion to conquer this world. Ferris's voice was soft, yet every Iron Hand's warrior present could hear his words with crystal clarity. Back then, the Mars representative, that fabricator general named Kelbier, stated during the battle debriefing that Aurelian Ivy's promethium veins held significant research value. The Mechanicus volunteered to shoulder the administrative duties to provide logistical support for the Imperium's Great Crusade. He paused. Father agreed. And then, 80 years passed. Ferris swiped his fingers across the holographic interface, summoning 4 distinct dossiers. First was the Aiton's Night House, functioning nominally as an independent local militia, yet in reality, their night walkers were sourced entirely from Mechanicus armories, with their maintenance crews consisting 100% of tech priests. Next came the Hisman Merchant Guild. Outwardly a commercial syndicate, it actually controlled 87% of Aurelian Ivy's mineral exports, and every trade route required clearance from the Mechanicus shipping divisions. Then there was the Conmo Psyker dynasty. Following the Iron Hand's purge 80 years ago, the Mechanicus bailed out these Psyker descendants from the Black Ship's quotas to strictly monitor planetary psychic activity. Finally, the Order of the Omniscient Mind operated as the direct Mechanicus branch on Aurelian IV, led by Aukis Kane, who reported straight to the Fabricator General of Mars. 4 great factions. Ferris's cold smile twisted into undisguised mockery. No. There is only one faction. The Mechanicus turned this entire planet into their personal mining pit, weapons testing ground, and psychic observation post. Karen stood there quietly. As Iron Hands, their feelings toward the Mechanicus were highly complicated. The Legion itself was heavily mechanized, with many of its warriors undergoing Mechanicus augmentations, leading to intimately close technological cooperation between both sides. But politics was a completely different matter. Mars had constantly sought to expand its sphere of influence, absorbing more worlds into its Mechanicus protectorates to secure vast resources and a louder voice in imperial affairs. Aurelian IV was a textbook example. And now, their management has run into a catastrophic problem. Ferris closed the dossier interface and pulled up the casualty report for the Industrial Zone campaign. 300,000 local PDF casualties. 31 out of 51 night suits destroyed. A complete wipeout of 300 psychers, and those are just the direct combat losses. The indirect losses are simply incalculable. With the planetary defense forces reduced to a void, if they face a foreign invasion within the next 5 years, the probability of the world falling exceeds 70%. The Primarch turned his back, gazing out the bridge's massive observation port. Outside the armaglass, Aurelian IV slowly rotated. On its gray surface, the scorched earth of the industrial zone stood out like a hideous, gaping scar. The Mechanicus failed to fulfill their administrative duties, allowing this world to suffer a warp threat and severely crippling its defensive capabilities. Ferris punctuated every single word. In accordance with Article 73 of the Great Crusade War Zone Management Regulations, when local administrative bodies display gross negligence that endangers a world's security, frontline Legion commanders are authorized to temporarily assume executive and military command until the crisis is resolved and a new governing body is established. Karen's eyes widened fractionally. He understood. His Primarch father's arrival here was only superficially about purging demons. The true objective was the planet itself. Father will not object. Ferris seemed to be muttering to himself, yet simultaneously declaring it to all his subordinates. Mars will undoubtedly protest, but the facts are right in front of them. They screwed up. 80 years ago, they took custody of this world from me and my Legion. 80 years later, their utter incompetence nearly saw this world swallowed whole by the warp. So now, I am taking it back. Chapter 109, Presumptuous Fool. The bridge of the Fist of Iron was wrapped in silence so absolute it felt solid. Ferrus Manus stood before the master console, the silver-gray fingers of his left hand spread wide, streams of data flooding his neural interface from the ship's central machine spirit. His gray pupils reflected the 371 tactical markers scrolling across the hololithic display. Every military unit on Aurelian 4 worth marking. Karen. The Primarch's voice was cold iron. 4th Company Captain Karen Santos stepped forward, his power armor's servos emitting the faintest hum. Father. 3 orders. Ferris's cybernetic eyes flickered with blue light. First, have Planetary Governor Harrington, along with every senior figure from the 4 major factions, report to the bridge of the Fist of Iron within 24 hours. I mean the ones who actually hold power. Not the puppets propped up for show. Second, notify Mechanicus representative Akis Kane that I require complete transfer records for every gram of promethium extracted from Aurelian 4 over the past 80 years. From extraction to export. Every single gram accounted for. Third. Ferris dragged a finger across the hololithic map, letting it rest on a region in the northeast of the Red Blaze wasteland, flagged as an area of unknown armed activity. Send 7th Tactical Squad to reconnoiter this zone. Establish an observation post 100 kilometers out. High precision auspex only. No direct contact. He paused, then added. That force of 1,000, their combat data is interesting. Average kill efficiency is 6.7 times that of the local PDF. Their tactical coordination shows signs of a standard template, but they don't follow doctrine cleanly. More importantly. Ferris pulled up a grainy piece of footage. Players fighting in the warehouse district. Tax Bro blasted a timid fiend apart with his modified shotgun, then spun around and holstered the weapon with a theatrical flourish as he turned away. They're enjoying it. Ferris said it flatly. Normal human beings encountering warp-born abominations experience fear, revulsion, physiological distress. These ones don't. That isn't what disciplined soldiers look like. That's. He trailed off. The behavior resisted easy categorization. Karen offered, anomalous. Yes. Anomalous. Ferris nodded. Find out why. If it's some new form of combat stimulant or cognitive conditioning, I want samples. If it's something else. He left the rest unspoken. But Karen understood, if that force had any connection to the warp, the purification protocols would activate immediately. Understood. The 4th captain turned, his armored footfalls ringing crisp against the metal decking. 24 hours later. The pressure seal on the Fist of Iron's bridge hissed open. Governor Harrington led the procession. The slightly portly middle-aged man had made an effort today, his most formal imperial bureaucrat's uniform, a deep blue robe trimmed in gold, the double-headed aquila on his chest polished to a gleam, even a splash of cologne imported from some agri-world. His face wore the standard-issue smile of a career politician. Pre-march, my lord. What an honor it is to see you once AG. Harrington's voice died in his throat. Ferrus Manus hadn't even looked at him. The Primarch stood with his back to the entrance, eyes fixed on the hololithic projection of Aurelian 4 floating above the master console. It was divided into 17 overlapping layers: mineral distribution, population density, military deployment, warp contamination spread models. Planetary Governor Harrington of Aurelian 4. Ferrus still didn't turn. His voice came through the bridge's Vox system, cold. Imperial Year 946.M30, you were appointed Planetary Governor of Aurelian 4 for a 30-year term. Your principal duties: ensure taxation, maintain basic order, and when necessary coordinate local factions in support of Imperial strategic objectives. Harrington's smile calcified on his face. Yes, my lord, I have always. Over the past 25 years, every annual report you submitted to the Terran Tax Authority listed Aurelian IV's annual promethium yield as a stable 56.8 billion tons. The hololithic display shifted. A cascade of figures refreshed like a breaking dam. Actual data: average annual production over the past 30 years, 80.9 billion tons. Peak year, 102.3 billion tons. Of the discrepancy, approximately 60% flowed through black markets to other forge worlds. 35% was absorbed internally by the 4 major factions. The remaining 0.5%. He paused. Vanished. Ferrus finally turned. His 3.7-meter frame threw a crushing shadow under the bridge's harsh white illumination. Every scar and gouge on the Medusan carapace read like a silent indictment. The vanished portion, according to Legion investigation, corresponds rather neatly to your personal asset holdings, Governor. Harrington's face drained of color in an instant. I can explain. Those were strategic reserves. In case of external invasion. Strategic reserves. Ferrus smiled. It was a smile with no warmth in it whatsoever. You embezzled Promethium, converted it to Imperial coins, and called it invasion preparedness. Remarkably novel tactical thinking, Governor. He raised his hand and tapped the air. Another data set snapped into view. Imperial Year 946.M30 through 973.M30, Aurelian 4 transmitted 17 distress signals to the Sector Governor's office, citing severe local faction fragmentation, restricted gubernatorial authority, and requesting Imperial military intervention. During that same period, you personally signed over 40 private agreements with the 4 major factions: mineral revenue sharing, tax concessions, military transit rights. The Primarch's voice sharpened like a blade. You were using Imperial authority to extract personal profit, Harrington. You took their bribes, let them grow fat, then wept to terror about losing control, all to squeeze more resources and privileges from the Imperium. Harrington's knees buckled. He barely stayed upright. My lord. I had no choice. Those entrenched powers are too strong. I was only one man. Enough. Ferris cut him off. His gray eyes were two cold gemstones. The Emperor gave you authority. He gave you a position. He gave you 30 years. You did not use them to serve humanity. You did not use them to strengthen the planet's defenses. You did not use them to uphold the imperial truth. You used them to play politics. Ferris waved a hand. Karen. Strip Harrington of all titles and offices. Have him transported to the Adeptus Arbites. Tell the tribunal, the arbiter, I want to see the full interrogation record and a formal sentencing recommendation. Understood. 2 Iron Hands warriors stepped forward, their power armor servos rumbling low. Harrington finally broke. No. You can't do this. I am an imperially appointed planetary governor. I have connections. I have friends on Terra, MMPH. A gauntlet hand clamped over his mouth. The sounds that escaped were muffled and unintelligible. The small eyes that had once gleamed with shrewd calculation held nothing now but despair and disbelief. He had thought the Primarch was his savior, here to help him crush the entrenched factions and restore his control over the planet. The Primarch had crushed him first. Presumptuous fool. Ferris watched the men being dragged away and said those words quietly. Next goal equals 500 power stones. Chapter 110, Ferris Manus concedes ground. Akil Hisman. Grieve Aidens. Akis Kane. Garrison Kanmo. These 4 were the power behind Aurelian IV's throne. Behind them stood their subordinates, Bizur Hisman, Kens Aidens, Scoria Kane, and others. 23 people in a single line. Under the gaze of dozens of Iron Hands warriors, and Ferris Manus himself. Several of them had begun to tremble. Ferris spoke, his voice filling the silent bridge. You held the line against Warpborn incursion for 28 days. Casualties, approximately 400,000 PDF, approximately 180,000 local household guard, 31 knight armors destroyed, all psychers killed in action. He paused, letting his gaze move slowly across each face. From a purely military standpoint, your performance was adequate. The faction leaders let their shoulders relax, fractionally. The next second. From an administrative standpoint, your performance was a catastrophe. The hololithic display shifted to an 80-year timeline. Imperial Year 894.M30, when the Iron Hands Legion departed, Aurelian 4 had a population of 32 billion. A complete planetary defense grid. 27 standard hive cities. 23 operational orbital defense platforms. 80 years later, population has fallen to 23.5 billion. PDF equipment has regressed 2 full generations. Only 9 orbital platforms remain functional. Ferris dragged his finger along the timeline, pausing at several key points. And during that same period, the collective private assets of the 4 major factions grew by 22,400%. Knight armor count went from 0 to 51, all retired patterns sourced from Mechanicus armories. The Psyker families went from exiled descendants to a dynasty with a stranglehold on the education sector. The Merchant Guild controls 87% of mineral exports. His voice dropped steadily colder. Mars swore to my father that they would steward this world properly. That they would provide stable logistical support for the Great Crusade. And the result? He looked directly at Akis Kane. Does the Mechanicus have anything to say for itself? The heavily augmented figure was silent for 3 full seconds. Then he did something no one in the room had anticipated. He said nothing aloud. Instead, through an encrypted data link, he transmitted a private message directly to Ferris's personal interface. Ferris's eyes instantly flared with blinding blue light. Every person on the bridge felt the sudden surge of psychic pressure, the residual force of fury being forcibly suppressed and contained. For the first time, an expression appeared on Ferris Manus's face. A cold, contemptuous smirk. Heh. He let out a single, mirthless laugh. Mars. the Mechanicus. The Fabricator General. Ferris drew a slow breath, then turned his gaze back to the assembled faction leaders and delivered his verdict. In recognition of your contributions during the campaign against the warp incursion, and the objective fact that over the past 80 years you have, broadly maintained baseline planetary order, your factions will not be dissolved. Akil Hisman, Grieve Aitons, and Garrison Conmo all exhaled. Ferris's next words froze them where they stood. However, allowing conditions to deteriorate to the point where a warp corruption outbreak became possible constitutes a grave dereliction of duty. Penalties, as follows: House Aitons, the Hisman Merchant Guild, the Conmo Psyker Dynasty, and the Aurelian branch of the Order of the Omniscient Mind, each will forfeit 60% of total assets, to be remitted to the Departamento Munitorum. The Munitorum Commissariat will coordinate the transfer with each of you directly. Any objections? Akil Hisman's lips were trembling. 60%. That was virtually the entire accumulated wealth of 80 years, the marrow of everything they had built. What remained would barely keep the lights on. The so-called four great powers of Aurelian IV would be great in name only. But did he dare object? He glanced at the two Iron Hands warriors standing nearby. At the muzzles of their bolt guns. No objection. Akil bowed his head. Grieve followed. House Aitons accepts the judgment. Garrison Conmo murmured, the Conmo dynasty accepts. Akis Kane's mechanical voice was steady, the Order of the Omniscient Mind accepts. Good. Ferris turned back to the Master Console. Then until the Munitorum Commissariat arrives, continue to fulfill your responsibilities. Assist the Legion in clearing residual contamination from the industrial zones and maintaining basic order in the hive cities. Dismissed. After the four factions were escorted from the bridge, Karen moved to stand beside Ferris. Father, the Mechanicus matter. They've already reported events here to both the Terran Council and to Father. They made their own form of reparation to the Imperium through other channels. Father agreed to it. I cannot override that decision. Ferris said it flatly, his gray eyes reflecting the Martian cog and skull sigil on the hololithic display. And the message Akis Kane just transmitted also mentioned, if we purge the four factions entirely, we would also be purging the Mechanicus's 80-year-old network of proxies on Aurelian IV. In which case, the Iron Hands Legion's logistics priority in the Segmentum Obscurus may be subject to temporary downward adjustment due to administrative reallocation. Karen's gauntlet fist tightened. They dare. Of course they dare. Ferris's smile was without warmth. Mars has always sought to expand its influence within the legions. We're heavily mechanized, we depend on their technical support. That's our vulnerability and they know it. Then the 60% seizure. Is the Mechanicus's concession to us? Ferris said it simply. I ran the numbers and agreed. Leaving them 40% is a message to Mars, this is a warning, nothing more. They've been picking too much fruit from this orchard. Don't push it further. If they truly back me into a corner, I'll go directly to Father and petition to have every Mechanicus branch in the Segmentum Obscurus and the fringe sectors designated as pending review for administrative negligence. At that point, what they lose will be far more than money and resources. He paused, then added. And that 60% in seized assets, I'll have the Munitorum convert all of it into material. Tanks, dreadnoughts, ammunition, medical supplies. Fed directly into the Legion. Bypassing Mars's distribution system entirely. Karen understood. This had been a political gambit from the start. On the surface, the Primarch had retreated a step. In reality, he had used the seized assets to deepen the Legion's independence, and sent Mars a warning. Don't push your luck. What about the unknown armed force? Karen asked. 7th Tactical Squad has already deployed. Ferris looked toward the hololithic map, a single green icon moving steadily across the wasteland. 1 Rhino carrier, 10 warriors, full Auspex suite. Let them look. Ferris murmured, something thoughtful in his expression. I have a feeling about that group. They're not simple. They may prove useful. The red blaze wasteland. Dusk. The Rhino transport rolled at a steady 80 km per hour, 6 pairs of wide tracks pressing deep furrows into the sand. The hull bore the Iron Hand standard livery, dark gray, the Legion's clenched fist emblem acid etched into the flank. Inside, 7th Squad leader Sergis was reviewing Auspex data. His voice came through his armor's built-in vox, as calm as a weather report. Surface scan confirmed significant artificial structures in the area. Wall height, 9 meters. Thickness of 5 meters. Is this reading correct? The warrior in the co-pilot's seat recalibrated the Auspex. Confirmed, squad leader. Outer layer is stone construction. Interior has an alloy reinforcement layer. Furthermore, the wall cross-section shows a double-layer design with a cavity in the middle, likely filled with some form of impact buffering material. Sergis raised an eyebrow. On a fringe world, any force capable of raising a 9-meter double-layer curtain wall should have a file somewhere in the Imperial archives. But the data repository for Aurelian 4 had the Red Blaze Wasteland flagged as irradiated wasteland, no significant settlements. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, the Primarch wants to see you. The Bridge of the Fist of Iron. The data streams flickering across the holographic display froze for a single frame. Scan signals relayed from the Rhino APC were flooding the command console in encrypted bursts. Ferrus Manus closed the fingers of his left hand ever so slightly, the data interface at each fingertip pulsing with a faint blue glow. Father. Karen Santos stood 3 meters away, the visor of his power armor mirroring the scan readout in real time. Squad 7 has detected an artificial structure 62 kilometers northeast of the Red Blaze Wasteland. The projection expanded. A cross-section of 9-meter-high double-layered walls rotated in the air before them, the alloy-reinforced inner strata rendered in pale crimson heat signatures. More telling was what lay within. A grid-pattern road system. Clearly delineated sectors, barracks, farmland, an industrial zone. At the center, a 7-story structure whose antenna array had been arranged with obvious computational precision. This is not a bandit camp. Ferrus Manus's gray pupils contracted slightly. Bandits don't build double-layered walls. They don't engineer clean water pipeline systems. They don't attempt to cultivate crops in an irradiated wasteland. He pulled up historical data for comparison. In the official archives of Aurelian 4, the Red Blaze Wasteland's last recorded entry was 80 years old. Dawn City 7th Administrative District struck down and crash-landed, causing large-scale irradiation. Radiation contamination classified at level 7. Settlement not recommended. 8 decades of Mechanicus observation logs showed nothing in this region but mutant predators and scavenger activity. So either the records were falsified. His fingers drummed across the console as he called up the asset registers of the 4 major factions. Or, this was really built within the last 3 years. 3 years. Ferrus let the words fall like iron. 3 years to raise a base capable of housing at least 20,000 people. On an irradiated wasteland. The servos in Karen Santos's power armor hummed softly. How many resources would that require? The 4th company captain asked. Calculating. Ferrus's mechanical eye flickered blue, and a data cascade spilled outward. Vast quantities of steel, stone, and alloy. Life support, 3 or more large-scale water purification units, atmospheric filtration systems, radiation shielding layers. Agricultural systems, soil reclamation agents, rad-resistant crop seed stock, irrigation. Power systems, generator arrays, estimated daily consumption, 2 tons. The Primarch paused for 1 full second. Where did they get the promethium? Every promethium vein on Aurelian 4 was controlled by the 4 major factions. Every gram traded on the black market was on record. Not a single major promethium transaction had been traced to the Red Blaze Wasteland in 3 years. Smuggling. Theft. Or. Ferrus recalled the combat methods of the unit he'd observed on the industrial district battlefield. Efficient. Brutally so. But their equipment was a patchwork, certain weapons clearly self-fabricated or modified. They have the technical capability. The Primarch rendered his judgment. They can manufacture and modify their own equipment. They solved the problem of surviving in an irradiated zone. And they built a fortress of this scale. I want to know who leads this force, what their ideology is, and what their ultimate objective is. And if they resist. Assess the threat level. If they open fire first, return fire is authorized. But take prisoners where possible. Ferrus paused, then added, the leader especially. I want them alive. The Rhino is moving. Atop one of the watchtowers on the Crimson Dawn base wall, have you been loyal today? Pressed a pair of binoculars to his visor, his voice cutting through the area channel. Speeds up to 120, coming straight at us. The channel erupted. Tax bro, holy sh*t. They're actually coming. How many? Did White Scars speed today? 1. Just 1 Rhino. But these are Astartes. 1 vehicle means at least 10 Space Marines. God tier mechanic, standard Rhino capacity is 12. That's a full tactical squad. If those are Iron Hands veterans inside, those 12 alone could rout our regiments in a straight fight. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, then what do we do? Fight or run? Schrodinger's loyalist, run where exactly? You think your legs outpace Astartes? You think your 2 feet are faster than a power armor thruster? The channel devolved into chaos. Paul's voice cut through it all, as calm as a man deciding what to have for dinner. Everyone. Quiet. The channel went dead silent. Paul stood at the window of the 6th floor conference room, watching the plume of dust rising above the distant wasteland. First, keep all weapon systems on the walls on standby, no charging, no aiming. Next, Tax Bro, lead 300 men to form a line at the city gates. Wear your work overalls and don't bring any heavy weaponry, just sling your lost guns behind your backs. Meanwhile, White Scars, take the mobile unit and stand by on both sides of the wall to cover our retreat if things go sideways. Schrodinger Bro and Blood Angel, organize the residents to stay clear, keep the elderly, women, and children out of their line of sight. Finally, he turned to Cogboy at his side. Crimson Dawn's chief technical officer was at that moment calibrating his right arm, a model upgraded just 3 days prior, its surface laced with precision hydraulic tubing and sensor arrays, the hand itself a biomimetic 5-fingered structure with precision tools that could spring from each fingertip. Your turn, Paul said. Remember, you are the founder of the Crimson Dawn Shelter. A hobbyist who loves mechanical modification. Years ago, unable to endure the oppression of the 4 major factions, you led 800 workers who were equally exploited into the wasteland. You built this base with your own hands. Cogboy nodded, his eyes pulsing blue. Scripts memorized. We are loyal subjects of the Imperium. We simply couldn't stomach the corruption of the local powers, and wanted to build a better life with our own hands. Exactly. Paul lowered his voice. My condition isn't suited for a face-to-face meeting. During the battle in the industrial district, he had used his wisdom trait to suppress his psychic resonance to its absolute minimum, sinking like a stone to the bottom of a deep ocean, and that was the only reason Ferris's sensors hadn't detected him. But close-range contact with Astartes, especially the Iron Hands with their advanced mechadendrite sensor suites, was far too great a risk. The Astartes surgical modifications. The 5 traits. His identity as a champion, any one of those exposed, and he'd be classified as a non-standard human variant, and dragged into a laboratory for dissection. I'm counting on you. Paul clapped Cogboy on the shoulder, metal rang against metal at the prosthetic joint with a sharp clang. If we can earn the Primarch's recognition, even just his tacit tolerance, we move from underground to above ground. As a recognized organization of loyal Imperial citizens, we develop openly. We absorb the power vacuum left by the 4 factions. And if we fail, then we execute the evacuation protocol. Abandon the base. Take the core personnel underground. Paul looked out the window. But I think we have a shot. The Rhino decelerated 3 kilometers from the wall. Sergi sat in the driver's seat as detailed scan data populated his visor display. Confirmed, 9-meter height, 5-meter thickness, double-layer construction. Outer stone layer at 1.2 meters. Inner alloy plating at 0.3 meters. Sandwich layer fill material, some kind of high molecular shock-absorbing compound. No database match. 32 watchtowers distributed across 8 vectors. Each equipped with 1 heavy bolter emplacement and 1 rocket launch position. Northeast and southwest corner towers show signs of modification. Equipment consistent with a laser anti-air array has been installed. Main gate, alloy blast door. Actuation system, hydraulic combined with gear drive. Structural design, remarkably sophisticated. Doesn't look locally fabricated. The co-pilot added, life sign sweep registers approximately 27,000 individuals inside the wall. Of those, approximately 3,000 show abnormally enhanced vital readings, muscle density and skeletal strength exceeding standard human baseline by 40 to 120%. Psyker count. Sergis asked. Faint psychic fluctuations detected at 537 source points. Official level or above, 27. That number silenced every Iron Hands warrior in the vehicle. On an Imperium fringe world, a settlement of 20-odd thousand had over 500 psychers. The standard ratio should have been 1 in 10,000, or lower. 537 meant either this settlement was specifically collecting psychers, or they were producing them wholesale. Continue scanning. Sergis packaged the data and uplinked it to the Fist of Iron, then pushed the control yoke forward. The Rhino rolled on, coming to a complete stop 1 kilometer from the wall. At this distance, those on the wall could make out the vehicle's details with the naked eye, while remaining on the outer edge of effective range for most conventional weapons. The door opened. Sergi stepped out first. 2.3 meters tall. Silver gray Mark IV Maximus power armor. The Iron Hands gauntlet insignia etched into his left pauldron. His hands rested naturally at his sides, bolter mag locked behind his hip, no aggressive posture assumed. But an Astartes needed no aggressive posture. Even from this distance, the players on the wall could feel the weight of his presence. Not psychic force. Something older and colder than that, the natural gravity of a battle-hardened veteran, the stillness that settles into a man who has killed, and killed, and killed again. At the gate, 300 players had already formed up. They wore matching gray work uniforms, fabricated by the logistics department from shop-bought fabric, rough and cut but functional. Laser rifles slung across their backs. Hands at their sides. No movements that could be misread. Cogboy stood at the head of the formation. He wore no armor, just a plain mechanic's coverall, but his highly sophisticated, cybernetic right arm drew the eye immediately, its surface polished to a mirror sheen, the hydraulic tubing pulsing with a faint blue glow in the dying light. Sergius's gaze fixed on it. Structural complexity rating, A-. Material strength rating, B+. Integration rating, A, not Mechanicus standard issue. But by no means a crude field build either. I am Sergius. Squad 7 Commander, Iron Hands Legion. The Astartes' voice came through his Vox amplifier, flat and mechanical as a servitor's broadcast. Acting on the orders of Primarch VRMMO, I am here to investigate this region. Declare your identity and the purpose behind this settlement's creation. Cogboy drew a slow breath. Following the script he had rehearsed countless times, he opened with as level a tone as he could manage. My lord, I am Cage Lawrence, a mechanical engineering hobbyist. This is the Crimson Dawn Shelter. Established 3 years ago. The founders, myself among them, were 827 workers. We were all once laborers in Dawn City's middle hive. Unable to bear the exploitation and oppression of the 4 major factions, we fled here. He turned slightly, gesturing toward the wall behind him. Over 3 years, with our own hands, we built this home from nothing. Cleared wasteland. Built housing. Established clean water systems. Learned mechanical engineering to defend ourselves. We have never raised a hand against the Imperium. We have never participated in any anti-imperial action. We only wanted to live. To live with dignity. On Sergius's visor, the real-time voice analysis data ticked steadily. Voice print variation, normal. No deception markers detected. Emotional index, tense but stable. Keyword frequency, Imperium, 7 instances, live, 5 instances, dignity, 3 instances. His gaze dropped to the mechadendrite arm. Who performed your modification? I did it myself. Cogboy raised his right arm. The mechanical fingers flexed open, closed into a fist, and cycled through a series of precision gestures. I've been interested in machinery since I was young. When we fled, I brought a few tools and some books. Over the years, through self-study and a certain stroke of fortune, I developed a foundation in mechanical modification. A stroke of fortune. About a year ago, we discovered the ruins of a collapsed civilization deep in the wasteland. There were some fragmentary technical documents inside. Cogboy lied without so much as a flicker. This was the background story Paul had designed, constructed to account for the player's anomalous technical knowledge. We studied what we could and applied it to improving our lives. The filtration modules in our water system. Soil radiation purification techniques. And this arm. Sergius fell silent for a moment, as though receiving an inbound transmission. Then, in a voice like cold iron. Come with us. The Primarch wants to see you. Next goal equals 500 power stones. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, The Imperium Needs Such Talent, 1. The Fist of Iron, Bridge. VRMMO watched the live feed streaming across the holographic projector. Cogboy stood beside the Orion dropship, his head tilted back as he conversed with Sergius. Despite the massive height difference, the cyborg showed absolutely zero fear. Instead, a fanatical undertone bled into his voice as he enthusiastically explained technical details. His understanding of mechanics runs deep, Karen evaluated from the side. Though some of his terminology is non-standard, the core principles are perfectly sound. And that heavily modified prosthetic limb of his, the level of integration is incredibly high. It's not something a mere amateur could throw together. Relics of civilization. Ferris pulled up the historical archives of Aurelian IV. During the reign of Blaek House, this planet did experience a period of technological prosperity. The Blaek House funded a massive amount of scientific research projects. Some even delved into forbidden territory, such as House Aller's psychic research. The orbital bombardment 80 years ago wiped out most of the surface facilities, but it's entirely possible that some underground labs or data vaults survived the purge. It's highly probable. The Primarch made his final judgment. If it's exactly as he claims, that they scavenged technology from the ruins and used it to build a survival settlement, then the value of this faction goes far beyond being just an unidentified armed group. He looked at Karen. Prepare for an audience. I'm going to interrogate him myself. Father, this could be a trap. If it were a trap, they would have made their move the day I arrived. They wouldn't have waited until the battle ended to expose the coordinates of their stronghold. Ferris closed the fingers of his living metal left hand, streams of data converging instantly at his fingertips. Furthermore, did you notice? He pulled up a topographic scan of their defensive walls, heavily magnifying a specific sector. Their architectural layout, the division of functional zones, even the width of their roads, everything is strictly designed around the principle of maximum efficiency. This wasn't built haphazardly. There's a comprehensive master blueprint behind it all. More importantly, over 20,000 people surviving in an irradiated wasteland for 3 years. 0 records of rebellion. 0 massive disease outbreaks. A food self-sufficiency rate sitting comfortably over 80%. The Primarch's grey eyes narrowed slightly. Their management level is 100 times better than that idiot Harrington's. They seem to be quite gifted in this area. 1 hour later. The Orion dropship glided smoothly into the hangar bay of the Fist of Iron. When Cogboy stepped off the transport, his legs felt like absolute jelly. It wasn't fear, it was pure, unadulterated excitement. Before his eyes stretched a massive expanse larger than 5 football fields. Above him was a 30-meter-high vaulted ceiling. Parked neatly along both sides were Thunderhawk gunships, Storm Raven gunships, and various models of Astartes drop pods. Tech priests of the Mechanicus led servitors in routine equipment maintenance. Squads of Astartes marched past in tight formation, the heavy thud of their power armor echoing rhythmically against the metal decking. This way. Sergius led the path, passing through 3 heavy airlock blast doors before entering a wide, sprawling corridor. The walls were cold alloy, illuminated by stark white fluorescent tubes. There was absolutely 0 decoration. The only visuals were Legion insignias and various technical specification charts etched directly into the heavy plating. It was purely functional design at its finest. Cogboy's mechanical eye scanned frantically, data cascading down his vision like a waterfall. He greedily analyzed the layout of the power conduits, calculated the stress distribution of the structural support nodes, and mapped the airflow models of the environmental control systems. We've arrived. Sergius stopped in front of a towering, 10-meter-tall alloy bulkhead. The immense doors slid apart silently. The very second Cogboy stepped inside, he physically felt the oppressive weight of a supreme will. It was like walking directly into the shadow of a colossal mountain. The mountain didn't move, but you inherently knew just how crushingly heavy it was. Ferrus Manus stood before the primary command console, his broad back facing the entrance. A towering frame well over 3 meters tall, clad in the Medusan carapace, bearing hands of silver-gray living metal. He didn't bother turning around, but Cogboy knew the Primarch was watching him through the hundreds of visual sensors scattered across the bridge. Cage Lawrence. Ferris's voice echoed from every direction, as if the entire starship itself was speaking. Your base sanctuary is, quite interesting. Cogboy took a deep, steadying breath, strictly sticking to the script they had meticulously rehearsed. Lord Primarch, the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary was simply an act of desperation by struggling survivors. We never intended to oppose the Imperium. On the contrary, we have always hoped to finally earn the Imperium's recognition. Recognition. The Primarch finally turned around. His grey pupils were like 2 freezing gemstones. His heavy gaze landed squarely on Cogboy's mechanical prosthetic. Modifying the human body with non-standard technology. Establishing an armed stronghold without Imperial authorization. Harboring and training a massive number of psychers. According to Imperial law, every single one of these actions is enough to warrant a swift visit from the Adeptus Arbites. Cogboy's heart skipped a terrifying beat. But he ruthlessly forced himself to stay perfectly calm. My lord, we did it merely to survive. The 4 major factions controlled everything. The workers in the Underhive toiled for 18 hours a day, only earning enough cheap nutrient paste to barely stave off starvation. Rebels were thrown alive into the plasma reactors. Runners were hunted down and slaughtered for sport. He lifted his head, his mechanical eye staring directly at the towering Primarch. It was an incredibly risky, brazen move, but he desperately needed to demonstrate pure candor. We chose a third option: leave, head out into the deadly wastelands, and build a place of our own. A place where hard work translates to food and warmth. Where genuine effort earns respect. Where children can actually learn to read, and the elderly can live out their final years in peace. We taught our people solidarity and mutual aid in strict accordance with the Imperial truth. We studied mechanical knowledge straight from standard technical manuals, and we drilled our self-defense forces using approved militia field protocols. Everything we've done was for the hope that one day, we could live openly in the light of the Imperium, rather than scurrying in the dark underground like rats. The entire bridge descended into a heavy silence. Only the tactical data streams on the main console continued to refresh without a sound. Ferris observed the cyborg. He carefully watched the light in his eyes, a volatile, potent mixture of fanatical devotion and genuine idealism. He had seen that exact same light before. He saw it in the eyes of certain tech priests, in the eyes of those rare individuals who truly believed in the overarching creed of bettering humanity through technology. How many active warriors do you have? 5,000 capable of holding a gun. Equipment status. Jury-rigged Loss guns, heavily modified vehicles, and a handful of salvaged heavy weapons. 0 tanks. 0 mechs. 0 air support. Food reserves. Enough to feed over 20,000 people for exactly 4 months. Source of technology. civilizational ruins, and self-study. Ferris took a single, earth-shaking step forward. His massive frame cast an imposing shadow entirely over Cogboy. If everything you say is true, I will grant you a rare opportunity. The Primarch's voice was completely steady, yet every single word struck like a heavy forging hammer against steel. An opportunity to serve the Imperium. Use your technology, your managerial expertise, and assist the Legion in restoring the post-war order of Aurelian IV. In exchange, the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary will be granted official legal status. You may retain your armaments, and you may continue to develop and expand within designated sectors. Cogboy's heart hammered wildly in his chest like an overloaded engine. He fought tooth and nail to keep his expression completely neutral. My lord, what exactly is required of us? Chapter 113, the Imperium needs such talent, too. 3 things. Ferris slowly raised 3 fingers on his mechanical left hand. First, provide all civilizational technological data you currently possess. Specifically, anything regarding radiation purification, soil amelioration, and high-yield crop cultivation. Second, assist the Legion in thoroughly reorganizing local order. The destroyed PDF needs to be rebuilt from the ground up. The Hive City's infrastructure and civilian livelihood must be restored immediately. Your administrative experience will be incredibly useful here. Third, the Primarch's piercing gray pupils contracted slightly. When necessary, you will act as the Legion's eyes and ears on the ground. Monitor the movements of all remnant local factions. Report any and all anomalies directly to us. Cogboy remained completely silent for several tense seconds. Then he dropped to one knee. This was the etiquette the players had agreed upon beforehand. It showed respect without completely surrendering their dignity. The Crimson Dawn Sanctuary is willing to serve the Imperium. Good. Ferris turned back around, his gaze returning to the main console. Tomorrow, I will dispatch a technical team to your location to evaluate the reality of your situation. If everything proves true, you will get what you desire. He paused, then added a warning. But remember this well. You only get one chance. If I discover that you are deceiving me, or that you harbor ties to the warp. The Primarch left the threat hanging. But Cogboy understood perfectly. He stood up, bowed deeply, and followed Sergius off the bridge. The exact second he stepped through the airlock blast doors, he realized his heavy work overalls were completely drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. The Iron Hands Primarch, Ferris Manus, was surprisingly reasonable to talk to. He hadn't even brought up the topic of vassalage before the Primarch had straight up offered them an opportunity. The whole encounter felt slightly surreal. Crimson Dawn Base, 6th floor conference room. Paul remained silent for a long time after listening to Cogboy's debriefing. He's giving us a legal identity, but he also wants us to be his informants. He analyzed the situation. It's both an opportunity and a shackle. From here on out, every single move we make will be under the watchful eyes of the Iron Hands. But at least we can finally move from the underground to the surface. Blood Angel's second emperor chimed in. With a legal identity, we can openly recruit personnel, expand our production lines, and even, gradually infiltrate the power vacuum left by the 4 major factions. The main problem is the technical data Ferris demanded. Cogboy frowned deeply. Where the hell are we supposed to find relics of a past civilization? All our tech was either bought directly from the system shop or cobbled together based on our own real-world knowledge. We make it up. Paul said calmly. We rebrand the basic technical manuals we bought from the shop. We delete the sensitive content, inject a bunch of corrupted data, and package them as fragmented ancient technological texts. For the radiation purification tech, we'll claim it's a filtration module schematic we salvaged from some abandoned laboratory. For soil amelioration, we'll say we learned it from an old agricultural digest. High-yield crop cultivation, that one's even easier to fake. We'll just say it's the result of years of grueling trial and error. He looked around at the group. The key point here is to give the Iron Hands the distinct impression that our technology is useful, but highly uncodified and desperately in need of further research. That way, they'll see our inherent value without feeling like we're a threat to their absolute technological monopoly. Tax Bro flashed a wide grin. So, in plain English, we need to flex our competence while simultaneously playing the village idiot. Exactly. Paul nodded. Starting today, Crimson Dawn officially enters its second phase, developing legally and accumulating strength strictly within the framework of the Imperium. He turned his gaze toward the window. Brothers. Paul said softly. Starting today, we are going to dance the most dangerous waltz imaginable, right in the shadow of a giant. If we dance well, Aurelian IV will become our undisputed stage. If we miss a step. He didn't need to finish the sentence. But everyone in the room understood perfectly. In the dim light of the conference room, over 20 pairs of eyes gleamed with fierce determination. At the exact same time, on the bridge of the Fist of Iron, Ferrus Manus stared at the holographic projection of the Crimson Dawn base. Deep within his grey pupils, tactical data streams scrolled silently. "Father, do you truly believe them?" Karen asked. "Whether I believe them or not is entirely irrelevant," the Primarch replied coolly. "What matters is that they are useful. Under the scrutiny of my will, I sensed absolutely zero chaotic taint within their base. Even their unsanctioned psychers remain uncorrupted by the warp. They are certainly hiding things from the Legion. Their arsenal, for instance. They possess artillery, rocket launchers, and even a few light tanks. However, none of that matters. No matter how much conventional weaponry they hoard, we would only need to deploy a single combat squad to slaughter them down to the last man. The galaxy is vast. I do not care why they exist or what their ultimate ambitions entail. As long as they do not fall to heresy and are willing to submit to Imperial command, they are an asset to the Imperium. Aurelian 4 desperately needs to be rebuilt. I have already crippled the local Mechanicus presence. Those 4 so-called major factions exist in name only, and Harrington is rotting in an arbitrator cell. The planetary surface requires a fresh force to fill this sudden power vacuum and maintain basic order. He pulled up Cogboy's biometric scanning data. That Cage Lawrence, his cybernetic modifications are highly advanced, his managerial competence has been thoroughly proven, and he possesses ideals. Ideals. Yes. The kind of idealism that actually believes the world can be changed through sheer effort. Might will touch the collective minds of the populace surviving within that Crimson Dawn base. Compared to the hive dwellers of Aurelian 4, they harbor significantly more positive, fundamentally different emotions. I have only ever witnessed such emotions on highly prosperous worlds. Yet now, I see them blooming among a ragged group in a radioactive wasteland. This alone proves that their administrators are anything but ordinary. This is precisely why I am giving him a chance, even knowing he is hiding things from me. The Imperium is infested with far too many parasites. How can we possibly revitalize the Imperium, revitalize the human race, if we are constantly forced to work alongside leeches and worms? To rebuild the great Imperium and the human species, talents like these are well worth the effort to cultivate. A faint, rare smile tugged at the corners of Ferrus's mouth. People like him are exceptionally rare in this universe. They are either well-disguised fools, or they are genuine prodigies. We will find out exactly which category he, or rather, they, belong to tomorrow. Besides, they are weak enough that this is merely a low-risk experiment. The Primarch terminated the holographic projection and turned, walking deeper into the vast bridge. If they are truly talented, I will give them the ultimate opportunity to burn themselves out for the revitalization of the Imperium. And if they turn out to be fools? His voice echoed down the long metal corridors, gradually fading away. Then they will be burned to ash and scattered into the void. Within the chaotic depths of the warp, Lucian watched the Primarch aboard the Fist of Iron and chuckled softly. Long before Ferrus Manus had even made planetary landfall, he had already utilized substantial energy to completely scrub and shield any anomalous traces that could jeopardize Crimson Dawn, including Helovia, Paul, and all their extra-universal items. Perhaps if the Emperor himself or the 4 Chaos Gods directly descended, they might have noticed something amiss. But throwing up a veil and gently guiding the Iron Hands Primarch, one notoriously unversed in psychic sorcery, into passively accepting the abnormalities of Crimson Dawn was more than easy enough. He shifted his gaze back to the base below. The settlement was practically radiating waves of positivity, hope, camaraderie, joy, and a myriad of other benevolent emotions. As Lucian absorbed these pure feelings, a wave of profound comfort washed over him. Indeed, Lucian was now fully capable of absorbing the raw emotional resonance of the Warhammer universe's native inhabitants. Because the ruinous powers despised such positive emotions, combined with the fact that Lucian's own personal strength had grown recently, his emotional siphoning went completely unnoticed by the Dark Gods. Of course, he still didn't dare touch the extreme emotions of pure rage, utter stagnation, raw lust, or obsessive greed. That directly infringed upon their domains and authorities. The 4 gods were simply far too sensitive to those specific extremes. Even though they currently remained in a state of relative slumber, their cosmic maneuvering had already long since begun. Next goal equals 500 power stones. Chapter 114, The Armory, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 500 power stones. At 6:47 a.m., the alloy gates of the Crimson Dawn base slowly ground open amidst the low hum of heavy hydraulic systems. Cogboy stood just inside the threshold. His mechanical right arm was hardwired into the gate control console, streams of data scrolling rapidly across his visual interface. Behind him stood Tax Bro, Schrodinger Bro, and Blood Angel's second emperor. The 3 of them wore standard work overalls, their faces bearing exactly the right amount of respectful deference. It was the hard-earned result of rehearsing until 2 in the morning. They're here. Cogboy's mechanical eye locked onto a line of dust kicking up 3 kilometers out. It was a convoy of 5 vehicles bearing the distinctive Iron Hands livery. 3 Rhino troop transports led the vanguard, flanking a heavily modified Orion reconnaissance vehicle in the center. Execute Plan A. Cogboy issued the command over the local network. Keep all weapon systems on strict radio silence. Watchtower personnel, keep your backs straight but don't stare directly at them. Residents, just go about your normal business. A uniform row of copy that instantly flooded the regional channel. Tax Bro flashed a nervous grin, complaining to White Scars in a private chat. Holy crap, look at this setup. It's like a VP coming down for a surprise inspection. White Scars shot back immediately. It is a VP inspecting us. The kind of VP who could smash us into meat patties with a single hammer swing. At exactly 7 a.m., the armored convoy halted 50 meters outside the main gates. The deployment hatch of the lead vehicle flipped open, and 10 Iron Hands warriors filed out in perfect unison. Their silver-gray Mark IV power armor gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the morning sun. The Iron Hands insignia on their left pauldrons flashed with a brilliant silver light. Their movements were entirely synchronized. Landing, turning, falling into formation, the entire process was executed without a single spoken command, exactly like a squad of unfeeling automatons. Leading them was Karen Santos. The 4th Company captain wore no helmet, exposing a stern, resolute face. High cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and an old, ragged scar running down his left cheek from his brow bone all the way to his jawline. It was the distinct mark of a power sword. The edges of the wound still bore the faint marks of meticulous suturing, making it blatantly obvious just how deep the original cut had been, so deep that not even the extraordinary regenerative abilities of an Astartes could fully repair it. I am Karen Santos, captain of the Iron Hands 4th Company. His voice boomed through the external voxcasters of his power armor. It was ice-cold and unyielding, though a careful listener could detect a faint rasp beneath the surface. It was the result of minor vocal cord damage from the long-term consumption of low sticks. Within the ranks of the Iron Hands, smoking was an incredibly common habit. Many veterans used the harsh tobacco to soothe the phantom pains caused by chronically overloaded neural interfaces. By the decree of the Primarch, we have come to receive your technical data and verify whether this base harbors any warp contamination or other severe violations. Cogboy stepped forward 3 paces, his mechanical right hand forming a flawless imperial salute across his chest. Palm flat, 4 fingers pressed tightly together, the universal etiquette for tech adepts greeting high-ranking military officers. Captain, I am Cage Lawrence, the administrator of the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary. He stepped aside to clear the main path. The data is fully prepared, and the entire base is completely open for your inspection. Please, conduct your tour as you see fit. Would you prefer to take the data first, or begin the comprehensive inspection? Karen's gray eyes swept past the open gates. Through the heavy entrance, he could see the meticulously aligned barracks flanking the central avenue. In the distance, silhouettes were already hard at work in the potato fields, while the rhythmic chants of the Youth Corps' morning drills drifted over from the training grounds further out. Spotlessly clean. Perfectly orderly. That was Karen's immediate first impression. As a seasoned veteran of hundreds of brutal campaigns, he had seen far too many so-called civilian strongholds. They were almost always either as utterly chaotic as refugee camps or as suffocatingly oppressive as slave plantations. But the base standing before him, it possessed a bizarre, thrumming vitality. Inspection first. Karen pulled his gaze back. My squad will split into 3 teams. We will independently audit your armory, your personnel archives, and your infrastructure. Please assign 3 guides. Understood. Cogboy turned around and gave Taxbro and the others a curt nod. Taxbro was in charge of the armory. They had drawn straws for it last night. In his own words, my skin is thick enough that I won't panic when they start asking tricky questions. Schrodinger Bro took point on the personnel archives. His natural calmness and highly methodical mind made him the perfect fit for handling endless paperwork. Blood Angel's 2nd Emperor was assigned to infrastructure. As their primary ideological worker, he knew exactly how to spin a tale of grueling hardship and perseverance to make it sound deeply moving without coming off as overly deliberate. The grand inspection commenced immediately. The armory. Taxbro led 3 Iron Hands Astartes down the central avenue toward the newly constructed equipment depot in the western sector. It was a single-story building covering roughly 2,000 square meters. The exterior walls were built from rammed earth mixed with industrial slag. It looked incredibly crude, but the entrance was sealed by a solid, 20-centimeter thick alloy blast door. Conditions are pretty tight around here, so we just had to cobble things together as best we could. Taxbro flashed a sheepish grin as he casually inserted a physical key to unlock the heavy door. The key was a complete prop, the actual security override was entirely controlled remotely by Cogboy's data link. Please don't laugh at our meager setup, my lords. The massive blast doors slowly ground open. The interior of the depot was vastly larger than its exterior suggested. They had clearly dug deep into the foundation to expand the subterranean space. The lighting came from an array of homemade fluorescent tubes, casting an even, glare-free glow across the room. The weapon racks were neatly divided into 3 primary rows. The first row housed lasguns. There were over 5,000 standard-issue pattern rifles. Every single stock was uniformly spray-painted with the Crimson Dawn insignia. The vast majority were in excellent condition, though roughly 300 of them bore severe scorch marks on their barrels, the telltale signs of intense overheating from when the players had mindlessly farmed demons. The second row contained heavy weapons. 84 heavy stubbers, strictly categorized and organized. 320 rocket launchers. 200 of them were standardized models redeemed straight from the system shop. The rest were literal pipe bombs slapped together by the various Mechanicus-playing gamers. They were welded from thick industrial steel pipes and loaded with a volatile mixture of black powder and promethium dust. Their actual explosive yield was entirely up to the whims of fate, but they were dirt cheap to mass produce. The third row held the big toys. 5 light tanks, haphazardly Frankensteined together from scrap armor plating and salvaged cannon barrels. Alongside them sat 12 mobile rocket artillery trucks. The chassis were heavily modified transport rovers, and the launch racks were literally just welded scaffolding pipes. These. The commanding Iron Hands Astartes stopped dead in front of one of the tanks. His armored palm slowly traced the welding seams along the side of the crude turret. Did you modify these yourselves? Yeah. Taxbro scratched his head, pushing his acting skills into absolute overdrive. We had a band of raiders try to hit us a while back. So, we just scrounged up some scrap metal from the local junkyard and slapped it all together blindly. I mean, it drives fine, but if you push it for 3 kilometers, you have to let it cool down for half an hour. The heat sinks are total garbage. The Astartes remained completely silent for several seconds. The Auspex scanners beneath his helmet clearly indicated that the internal transmission structure of this scrap metal tank had been highly optimized. Its sheer mechanical efficiency was practically on par with standard-issue models. The stress distribution along the turret's welding joints was perfectly uniform. This was blatantly the work of a seasoned expert. But he didn't call the bluff. Captain Karen had given explicit orders before they deployed. The objective is not to uncover where they source their weaponry, but to verify whether those weapons carry the taint of the warp. Scan it. The warrior raised his left arm. A small Auspex probe slid smoothly from beneath his vambrace, emitting a sweeping wave of pale blue light. The beam washed over every single weapon in the room, transmitting the telemetry data in real time to the analytics terminal aboard the Orion transport outside. 10 minutes later. Zero trace of warp contamination. The warrior retracted his scanner. Source of materials. We scavenged it all from the abandoned mines and the ruins of the old industrial sectors. Taxbro had memorized this script 100 times over. Aurelian 4 might not have much else, but we've got more than enough scrap iron to go around. Whenever we spot parts that still look somewhat functional, we just haul them back, patch them up, and keep using them. The warrior gave a curt nod and logged the entry on his data slate. Weapon sourcing, battlefield reclamation and indigenous manufacturing. Technological tier, basic to intermediate. Contamination status, clean. Taxbro let out a massive sigh of relief in his head. Next goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Does the Iron Hands Captain Smoke? The Personnel Archives. Schrödinger Bros battlefield was located on the 2nd floor of the central headquarters. The space had originally been a large conference room, but it had since been heavily retrofitted into a dedicated records repository. 30 heavy steel filing cabinets lined the walls. Every single drawer was meticulously labeled by category. Basic resident information. Skill registries. Medical histories. Contribution point ledgers. We operate on a strict registry management system. Schrödinger Bro pulled open one of the cabinets and extracted a thick stack of heavy ledgers. Every single person who enters this base must be thoroughly documented. That includes their full name, age, previous settlement of origin, and any specialized skills. Firstly, it drastically streamlines labor distribution. Secondly, in the event that someone goes missing or is kidnapped by slavers, we actually have a paper trail to follow. The commanding Iron Hands Astartes silently flipped through the heavy binders. The handwriting was exceptionally neat. The information was incredibly detailed. Even menial skills like proficient in potato cultivation or knows how to patch plumbing were dutifully logged. Even more remarkably, every single entry was stamped with a registration date and the direct signature of the processing clerk, creating a flawless, highly traceable chain of accountability. What about the psychers? The warrior asked the critical question. Schrödinger Bro's expression didn't change in the slightest. He calmly retrieved a highly specialized registry from a separate cabinet. The base currently houses 537 individuals with latent psychic potential. 27 of them have reached the official tier. Every single one is meticulously documented. He flipped the heavy registry open, exposing the detailed list of names. The warrior behind him took the book, the Auspex probe on his vambrace sweeping across the pages once more. The pages were bound from coarse, locally manufactured paper. The ink was a simple mixture of mineral pigments and animal fat. There was absolutely zero residual warp taint. Training methods for the psychers. Primarily deep meditation and rudimentary control exercises. Schrödinger bro had this specific alibi prepared for days. We managed to unearth some pre-civilization introductory psychic manuals from the ruins. The texts heavily prioritize absolute stability over raw destructive power. After all, an out-of-control psyker is vastly more terrifying than a horde of demons. We understand that reality perfectly. The warrior remained silent as he flipped through the entire registry, randomly pulling a few resident files to cross-reference. Verification passed. He logged the final entry into his data slate. Personnel management system, comprehensive. Psyker regulation, compliant with foundational safety protocols. Infrastructure. Blood Angel's second emperor led the final 3 warriors through absolutely every corner of the sprawling base. From the 2,000 acres of flourishing potato fields in the eastern sector, to the massive residential zone in the north, the dormitories housing 27,000 people were undeniably Spartan, yet spotlessly clean and orderly. Finally, they arrived at the massive training grounds in the southern sector. 5,000 members of the Aurelian Youth Corps were aggressively running formation drills, their unified chants shaking the very heavens. Labor earns survival. Struggle earns dignity. For the Crimson Dawn. For a better tomorrow. The Astartes watched the sea of residents. They were dressed in uniform gray overalls, their faces flushed with healthy color. They then looked at the impeccably maintained las guns in the hands of the militia. The same unspoken question lingered in the minds of every warrior present. Is this truly a survivor sanctuary built from scratch just within 3 years? Where is your water purification system? The lead warrior asked. Right this way. Blood Angel's second emperor led them behind the central headquarters, where 3 massive, heavy-duty water purification plants towered over the yard. Each unit stood over 5 meters tall. Their external housings were heavily modified from salvaged shipping containers, but the complex array of internal piping was routed with immaculate precision. The primary water source is the heavily irradiated river running through the Crimson Wasteland. We process it through a 3-stage filtration cycle. First stage, heavy sediment separation. Second stage, activated carbon absorption. Third stage, concentrated ultraviolet sterilization. Daily output is exactly 50 metric tons of purified water, more than enough to sustain the basic needs of 50,000 people. Blood Angel's second emperor slapped the heavy steel casing of one of the machines, letting it ring out with a solid, metallic clang. We had to figure all of this out through sheer trial and error. The schematics we salvaged from the ruins were heavily fragmented. We had to modify the design dozens of times before we finally got it right. The warrior's Auspex scanners indicated that the system's overall efficiency was approximately 15% lower than standard-issue Imperial patterns. However, considering this was entirely jury-rigged from scrap, it was nothing short of a mechanical miracle. Most importantly, the entire base was completely devoid of any signs of warp contamination. There were no hidden sacrificial altars. No twisted, blasphemous runes etched into the walls. The ambient psychic background radiation in the air was actually lower than what they had recorded back in Aru City. Infrastructure verification passed. The warrior logged his final assessment. Survival sustainment systems, comprehensive. Zero trace of contamination. At 10:20 a.m., the 3 inspection teams converged in front of the central headquarters. After reviewing the consolidated briefing, Karen turned his piercing gray eyes toward Cogboy. The data. Waiting in the 6th floor conference room. It is fully prepared. The entourage marched up the stairs. It was the exact same conference room from last night's frantic planning session, but today, 3 massive stacks of documents sat neatly perfectly aligned on the center table. Each stack was half a meter high. The pages were rough, locally sourced paper, bound together tightly with coarse hemp rope. The deliberate weathering made them look exactly like ancient texts excavated from a buried ruin. But what truly caught Karen's attention was the massive pile of items stacked on the other end of the table. 50 red and white hardpack cartons, printed with characters he didn't recognize. 30 heavy wooden crates. The lids were cleanly branded with the word vodka, a localized Gothic translation the players had carefully applied. And 50 sleek, metallic cylinders. The casings were meticulously etched with the fist of iron insignia, featuring a highly intricate pressure release mechanism at the top. What is this? Karen's brow furrowed slightly. Just a small token of our appreciation. Cogboy stepped up to the table. He respectfully picked up the topmost stack of technical data with both hands and offered it directly to Karen. Captain, this is the entirety of the relic data we have successfully compiled. It includes the radiation purification schematics, the soil ameliorant formulas, and the high-yield irrigation system blueprints. Everything is right here. Karen accepted the heavy stack and casually flipped through several pages. It was undeniably authentic technical data. Complex diagrams, mathematical formulas, and raw telemetry were all present. But exactly as Cogboy had promised, it was wildly disjointed. Critical components were glaringly absent. It looked exactly like shattered fragments violently torn from a vastly larger, highly complex technological codex. I will have the tech priests thoroughly evaluate the true value of this data. Karen passed the heavy stack to the warrior standing behind him, his gaze inevitably returning to the pile of gifts. And these are? Cogboy smiled. He picked up a carton of cigarettes, expertly tearing off the plastic seal and pulling out a single stick. He then picked up one of the metallic ignition devices. It was his personal masterpiece, rushed overnight. The casing was polished from scrap aluminum, housing a microplasma ignition module. Pressing the trigger released a stable arc of bright blue lightning. Click. The plasma arc instantly ignited the tip of the cigarette. Pale blue smoke began to curl lazily into the air. The smoke instantly diffused through the room, carrying a bizarrely rich, mellow aroma. It was a pack of cigarettes redeemed directly from the system shop. The nicotine levels had been painstakingly adjusted to perfectly accommodate the augmented physiology of humanity in the Warhammer universe. He walked up to Karen and respectfully offered the lit cigarette. This is a completely new hybrid strain we cultivated by splicing a local tobacco variant with a unique plant species we discovered. The taste is quite exquisite. Would you care to try it? Karen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The deeply ingrained instincts of a chain smoker had been violently awakened. He took the cigarette but didn't smoke it immediately. Instead, he meticulously inspected the craftsmanship. It was incredibly refined. The filter was made of an advanced cellulose material, and the tobacco was golden, uniform, and tightly packed. He finally raised it to his lips and took a deep, dragging hit. The exact second the smoke hit his throat, Karen's eyes widened fractionally. It lacked the harsh, abrasive burn of standard low sticks. Instead, it delivered a dense, incredibly rich, and velvety smooth sensation with a profoundly satisfying hint of sweetness. The smoke rolled deep into his enhanced lungs. When he finally exhaled, not even the heavy respiratory filters of his power armor could entirely mask the rich aroma. Hiss. Karen took another drag, this one significantly harder. The entire cigarette burned down at a visible rate, fine white ash fluttering gently to the floor. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation for 5 full seconds before slowly exhaling the thick plume of smoke. And then, the notoriously stoic, utterly humorless captain of the Iron Hands 4th Company let the corner of his mouth twitch upward into a distinct, unmistakable curve. Not bad. He clapped Cogboy on the shoulder. He restrained his strength admirably, but the impact still made Cogboy's mechanical prosthetic groan in protest. Good smoke. Cogboy tanked the crushing pressure on his shoulder, his smile completely unwavering. I'm glad it suits your tastes, Captain. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the massive pile of gifts on the table. These are provisions we have prepared specifically for the Legion. 50 cartons of tobacco, 30 crates of spirits, and 50 custom-built ignition modules. We manufactured the igniters ourselves. The insignias were etched to match the heraldry on your pauldron. It might not be perfectly standard, but it is a genuine token of our deepest respect. Karen stepped up to the table and picked up one of the igniters. The metallic casing was cold to the touch. The etched lines of the iron fist were sharp and aggressive. He pressed the release button on the top. A bright blue plasma arc snapped to life with a sharp crack, burning steadily and continuously. Very thoughtful. Karen pocketed the igniter, the harshness in his eyes softening marginally as he looked back at Cogboy. I will accept the data. As for the provisions, I will forward them to the Legion's logistics department. Cogboy immediately waved his hand toward the door. The players who had been waiting anxiously outside filed in instantly. Working in perfectly synchronized pairs, they began hauling the heavy crates and cartons out of the room. Within 5 minutes, every single item had been neatly loaded into the cargo bay of the Orion dropship. Karen stood beside the transport. He looked down at Cogboy and suddenly spoke. Your base. It is exceptionally well managed. Desperation is a wonderful teacher. Cogboy offered a bitter, self-deprecating smile. If we didn't manage it properly, all 20,000 of these people would have starved to death. Karen remained silent for several seconds. He suddenly recalled the Primarch's exact words on the bridge, the Imperium is infested with far too many parasites. How can we possibly revitalize the Imperium if we are constantly forced to work alongside leeches and worms? Perhaps these people, surviving entirely on their own out in this blasted wasteland, were the true foundational bedrock of the Imperium. The tech priests will evaluate the true worth of your data. Karen delivered his final piece of advice. If it proves useful, the Primarch will honor his promise. Chapter 116, Inspection Report. Karen turned and climbed into the transport, the heavy hatch ceiling shut behind him. Amidst the roaring of massive engines, the armored convoy turned around and drove away from the base. Cogboy stood atop the high wall, watching the fading trail of dust. He finally let out a long, shuddering sigh of relief. How did it go? Paul's voice drifted over from behind him. I think it went okay. Cogboy flexed his stiff mechanical arm. Karen's final words felt like a genuine acknowledgement. Blood Angel's second emperor stepped up onto the wall, watching the departing convoy. The Iron Hands might be heavily mechanized, but the warriors themselves aren't bad people. During the Horus Heresy, even after their Primarch fell and the Legion lost over half its strength, a significant number of loyalists still fought on until the bitter end. They just aren't very good at expressing themselves. Taxbro clambered up next, flashing a wide grin. Are those smokes really that good? I saw the Space Marine captain's eyes literally light up after taking a drag. It's the premium edition redeemed straight from the system shop. How could it not be amazing? Cogboy rolled his eyes. 1 carton costs 100 Imperial coins. 50 cartons cost us 5,000. Right now, we have half a foot firmly planted inside the Imperial system. Paul looked out toward the horizon, his gaze distant and profound. What happens next all depends on what kind of identity and opportunity the Primarch gives us to openly intervene in the affairs of Aurelian IV. At the exact same time, inside the Orion transport, Karen sat in the passenger seat, quietly playing with the custom mechanical igniter in his hands. Bright blue plasma arcs danced across his fingertips, illuminating the deep scar on his face. Captain, the Astartes driving the transport asked, is that base truly clean? At the very least, there is absolutely no warp contamination. Karen pocketed the igniter, pulled out the open pack of cigarettes Cogboy had given him, and lit another one. As for where they got their technology, or how they manufactured their weaponry, that is completely irrelevant. Why? Because what our father needs right now is a usable force. Karen exhaled a thick plume of smoke, looking out the armored window at the passing wasteland. Aurelian IV desperately needs to be rebuilt. The local Mechanicus has been drastically weakened, and the 4 major factions exist in name only. There absolutely must be a new local power to maintain basic order and prevent mass chaos during this power vacuum. He paused slightly. As it stands right now, Crimson Dawn is by far the most optimal choice. Are they trustworthy? Whether they are trustworthy or not depends entirely on how they are utilized. Karen crushed the cigarette butt. Our father will place them in the correct position, provide them with adequate resources, and closely observe their development. If they truly intend to serve the Imperium, then everyone benefits. If they harbor treasonous ambitions. He glanced up at the rearview mirror. Reflected in the glass were the towering, 9-meter-tall walls of the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary. The iron fist of our Legion can crush them at any time. Fist of iron, lower hangar corridor. Karen Santos marched down the alloy decking, the heavy thud of his power armor echoing rhythmically through the cavernous passageway. His left hand cradled the mechanical igniter, while his right hand held a half-empty bottle of freshly opened vodka. It was a sample Cogboy had forcefully shoved into his hands right before he boarded the transport. The clear liquid sloshed gently against the glass, refracting an amber glow under the harsh, stark white lighting of the corridor. The 4th Company captain took a deep breath, the lingering aroma of the specialized tobacco still resting pleasantly in his nasal cavity. He had lived for nearly 2 centuries. He had smoked standard low sticks mass-produced in Martian manufactorums, sampled private blends rolled by the high nobility of the Ultima Segmentum, and even experimented with highly stimulating spices harvested from Xeno's civilizations. But he had never found a single blend as dense, rich, and profoundly soothing as the cigarette he had just smoked. Karen stopped before the massive airlock doors leading to the bridge. The scanning array beside the bulkhead flashed crimson, rapidly verifying his power armor's heraldry, his facial biometrics, and finally, his unique genetic sequence. 3 seconds later, the 20-ton alloy doors slid open silently. The bridge was as freezing and imposing as always. Ferrus Manus stood before the primary command console, his broad back facing the entrance. Father. Karen stopped exactly 5 meters from the console and dropped to one knee. When addressing the Primarch, one must take a half-kneeling posture. It demonstrated absolute respect while allowing the warrior to immediately spring into action should a sudden threat arise. Ferrus didn't turn around. His mechanical eyes flared with blue light as he rapidly processed a massive data stream regarding the sealing progress of the warp rifts in the industrial sector. 3 seconds later, the final tactical interface closed. The Primarch slowly withdrew his left hand, the data link ports on his fingertips clicking softly as they disengaged. Speak. Ferris turned, his imposing gray eyes locking onto Karen. His gaze briefly swept over the bottle of alcohol in the captain's right hand, paused for a fraction of a second, and then shifted to the mechanical igniter in his left. The inspection of the Crimson Dawn base is complete. Karen placed both the igniter and the bottle on the floor beside him before beginning his report. This was another ingrained habit of the Iron Hands, always give reports with both hands completely empty to demonstrate absolute focus. First, the armory audit. 5,722 las guns. 84 heavy stubbers. 320 rocket launchers. 5 indigenous light tanks. 12 mobile rocket artillery units. All weaponry was either salvaged from battlefields or manufactured natively. Technological tier is rated between basic and intermediate. 0 traces of warp contamination. Second, personnel management. The total residential population is exactly 27,437 individuals. Every single resident is meticulously documented. There are 537 unsanctioned psychers. 27 of them have reached the official tier. Comprehensive control profiles have been established for all of them. Their primary training methodology is rooted in foundational meditation techniques salvaged from civilizational ruins. Third, infrastructure. The dual-layered defensive walls are structurally sound. The water purification systems output 50 metric tons daily. Food reserves are sufficient for 4 months of consumption. They possess 2,000 acres of agricultural land, currently cultivating a radiation-resistant potato strain. He paused before adding his final assessment. Their overall managerial competence far exceeds initial expectations. Goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 117, The Greedy Primarch. Ferris listened in absolute silence, his face completely devoid of expression. It was only after Karen had finished his report that the Primarch finally spoke. And their technical data? Waiting outside. Karen immediately hailed an Astartes to bring in the half-meter-tall stack of documents, presenting them to his father with both hands. The documents were bound tightly with coarse hemp rope, the paper itself thick and crude. It genuinely looked like an ancient relic excavated from a long-buried ruin. Ferris took the heavy stack. The fingers of his living metal left hand contracted slightly as the microdata ports on his fingertips automatically interfaced directly with the organic fibers of the paper. It was a unique ability of his. By utilizing microscopic material scanning, he could instantaneously extract the entirety of the information recorded on a physical medium in mere seconds. 3 seconds passed. Deep within the Primarch's gray pupils, cascades of data refreshed like a waterfall. Radiation purification schematics, rudimentary, but functionally viable. Soil ameliorant formulas, missing the synthesis methods for 3 critical chemical catalysts. High-yield irrigation system blueprints, the conduit routing leaves significant room for optimization. He lowered the stack of documents and looked at Karen. They are all fragments. But they are highly useful fragments. Karen raised his head. The tech priests have already evaluated them. They conclude that if these fragments can be fully codified, they could boost agricultural output on frontier worlds by a minimum of 10%. Ferris offered absolutely no confirmation or denial. His gaze dropped back down to the igniter and the bottle resting on the floor. He then slowly knelt down. The simple action made Karen's heart clench. The Primarch rarely ever displayed such a relaxed posture in front of his subordinates. Ferris picked up the mechanical igniter and pressed the trigger. The bright blue plasma arc snapped to life, burning steadily and continuously. An ingenious little trinket. The Primarch evaluated it, his tone completely neutral. The energy utilization efficiency is quite commendable. The structural design bears a faint resemblance to the early architectural styles of the Martian Mechanicum. He set the igniter down and picked up the bottle of vodka. The cap utilized a standard screw-top design. Ferris pinched it between the thumb and index finger of his living metal left hand and gave it a gentle twist. With a harsh screech of rending metal, the cap was instantly crushed and deformed, though the glass bottle beneath it remained perfectly intact. The Primarch brought the neck of the bottle to his nose and sniffed. A grain-fermented base spirit, infused with extracts from some local flora. He tilted his head back and took a generous swig. The instant the alcohol hit his throat, Ferris's eyebrows arched upward slightly. It entirely lacked the abrasive, violently harsh burn typical of standard imperial rotgut. Instead, it delivered a long, smooth, rolling warmth that cascaded down his throat, pooled in his stomach, and then gently radiated outward through his massive frame. Interesting. Ferris lowered the bottle. A full third of the liquid had already vanished. Is there more? He looked down at Karen. The 4th company captain immediately retrieved the open pack of cigarettes from his storage compartment, pulled out a single stick, and respectfully offered it with both hands. Ferris took it, rolling it under his nose to sample the scent. Tobacco leaf. Nicotine content, approximately 1.2 milligrams per gram. A full 80% lower than standard low sticks. Additives, glycerin, honey, and a type of. The Primarch's mechanical eyes flared bright blue as his internal systems rapidly broke down the chemical composition. Camphor? No, a structurally similar botanical extract possessing mild sedative properties. He looked at Karen. Light it. Karen hurriedly picked up the mechanical igniter from the floor, depressed the button, and presented the bright blue plasma arc. Ferris leaned down, bringing the tip of the cigarette directly to the electric fire. The tobacco ignited, and pale blue smoke began to spiral lazily upward, forming a bizarrely soothing haze under the harsh, stark white lighting of the bridge. The Primarch straightened up, the cigarette resting between his lips. He took a drag. He didn't take a tentative, experimental puff. He inhaled deeply with the practiced form of a true chain smoker. His massive chest expanded, fully utilizing his enhanced lung capacity as the dense smoke lingered in his alveoli for 3 full seconds. Then, he exhaled slowly. The resulting plume of smoke was so thick it was almost physical. It rolled and diffused through the air, carrying a profoundly rich aroma that temporarily completely overpowered the bridge's permanent stench of ozone and cold metal. Karen subconsciously held his breath. He saw Ferris's eyes narrow ever so slightly. It was a microscopically subtle shift in expression, but the fourth company captain had served under the Primarch for over a century. He instantly recognized the subtle tell of genuine relaxation. Not bad. Ferris exhaled the final wisp of smoke and casually pinched the burnt out but between the thumb and index finger of his living metal left hand. Fine ash fluttered down, creating a tiny gray-white patch on the gleaming alloy decking. The nicotine concentration is decidedly low, but the botanical additives create a potent synergistic effect. The actual stimulating effect is 25% higher than the raw chemical data suggests. The smoke particulate diameter is tightly controlled below 0.3 micrometers, placing an exceptionally minimal burden on power armor filtration systems. He paused slightly before adding. It's just too short. Karen. How many crates did they provide? Ferris asked. 50 crates in total, father. Karen replied instantly. Along with 30 crates of alcohol and 50 custom igniters. Ferris nodded slowly. He turned back to the main console, his living metal left hand dancing rapidly across the control interfaces. The holographic projection expanded once more, this time displaying a comprehensive administrative map of Aurelian 4. Make another trip tomorrow. Ferris dragged his finger across the map, coming to a dead stop over a specific sector in the northern hemisphere. Escort their administrator to the city of the Holy Anthem. Process their legal paperwork. The map zoomed in aggressively, displaying the intricate, three-dimensional schematic of a sprawling hive city. It was the Kent mining hive. The standard population census flashed at the bottom of the screen, 98,743,221. This miner hive city originally belonged to the Hisman Merchant Guild. It has since been absorbed into the 60% of assets legally confiscated by the Imperium. Ferris pulled up the detailed logistical data of the hive. The hive's defensive perimeter encompasses 3 massive promethium veins. Every single one boasts reserves easily exceeding 1 trillion tons. There are also 10 medium-yield veins and 23 minor veins. The supporting refineries, the logistical transport networks, the worker hab blocks, everything is already fully established and operational. He looked back at Karen. Effective immediately, the Kent mining hive is hereby designated as an explicit asset of the Iron Hands Legion. However, the Legion cannot afford to garrison warriors here. We require a highly competent local force to act as our proxy administrators. A faint, fleeting smile tugged at the corner of Ferris's mouth. Crimson Dawn is perfectly suited for the task. Karen instantly understood the brilliant play. It was a blatant promotion that masked absolute control. Giving Crimson Dawn a legal imperial identity and granting them administrative authority over an entire hive city sounded like an unimaginably massive favor. But in brutal reality, the entire output of the hive's mining veins belonged exclusively to the Legion. Crimson Dawn was merely acting as the middle management, receiving a fixed percentage cut for their labor. Furthermore, with the sheer administrative weight of an entire hive city chaining them down, Crimson Dawn would be inextricably bound to the Legion's war chariot. They would be forced to constantly invest vast amounts of manpower just to manage the city, maintain basic order, and suppress any inevitable backlash from displaced local factions. They simply wouldn't have the spare bandwidth to orchestrate any covert operations. Even better, the Kent mining hive was formerly the core asset of the Hisman Merchant Guild. Now that it had been seized and handed over to Crimson Dawn, even if the local Mechanicus factions harbored deep resentment, they would direct all their fury precisely at the new management. 3 birds with 1 stone. Karen murmured softly. A brilliant maneuver, father. Ferris neither confirmed nor denied the praise. He pulled up the tactical scans of the Crimson Dawn base once more. Staring at the vibrant oasis they had aggressively carved out of a lethally irradiated wasteland, a deeply complex emotion flashed deep within his grey pupils. The Imperium is infested with far too many parasites. The Primarch suddenly spoke. His voice was unusually soft, sounding more like he was simply talking to himself. Corrupt politicians like Harrington. Entrenched local warlords like the 4 major factions. Greedy fabricator generals of the Mechanicus who care only for stripping planets bare. They occupy vital positions and consume endless resources, yet they utterly fail to fulfill their fundamental duties. He looked at Karen. Crimson Dawn has conclusively proven one thing. If you simply give ordinary humans an opportunity, they can perform 10 times better than those bloated parasites. Karen listened in absolute silence. He knew perfectly well that his father rarely ever spoke like this. Most of the time, Ferrus Manus was exactly like an unfeeling machine, discussing nothing but raw efficiency, tactical data, and logical outcomes. He almost never displayed genuine personal emotion. But on incredibly rare occasions, the Primarch revealed his other side, the stubborn idealist who still inherently believed that humanity can become better through sheer, unyielding effort. When you arrive tomorrow. Ferrus withdrew his gaze, his tone instantly reverting to cold, professional business. First, finalize all the paperwork. Ensure the Departamento Munitorum issues the formal documentation. Second, explicitly inform Cage Lawrence that he may have administrative control over the Kent mining hive. However, for the first operational year, 80% of all mineral output goes directly to the Legion. He retains 20% purely for the hive's operating expenses. Starting the second year, the revenue split will be adjusted entirely based on their managerial performance. Third. The Primarch paused, looking down at the open pack of cigarettes resting on the floor. Ask them if they can drastically increase the dosage and physically lengthen the cigarette. The current specifications are simply not enough to satisfy. Understood. Karen was just about to rise and excuse himself when Ferrus's voice echoed out once more. Oh, and one more thing. The Primarch turned back around, his grey eyes locking intensely onto Karen. Of those 50 crates of tobacco, deliver exactly 35 to my personal quarters. As for the alcohol, I require 10 crates. The face hidden beneath Karen's helmet instantly tightened. His original plan had been to dutifully present his father with 15 crates of tobacco and 5 crates of alcohol, while privately divvying up the remaining spoils among himself, his fellow captains, and the brothers of his own company. He had personally tasted that alcohol. It was undeniably spectacular. Pairing it with a drag from one of those cigarettes was an incredibly rare luxury in this bleak universe. But now. 35 crates of tobacco. 10 crates of alcohol. The 4th company captain rapidly calculated the devastating math in his head. 50 minus 35 leaves 15. 30 minus 10 leaves 20. Which explicitly meant he only had 15 crates of tobacco and 20 crates of booze left to split with the entire Legion. My precious. But outwardly, Karen's voice didn't waver in the slightest. By your will, father. He bent down, carefully retrieved the open pack of cigarettes and the bottle of vodka, and gently placed them into the storage compartment beside the main console. His movements were flawlessly meticulous, completely masking the fact that his heart was currently bleeding out. Ferrus watched his actions closely. The faintest hint of a smile seemed to ghost across his lips before instantly vanishing. Karen couldn't be certain if it was just a trick of the light. Go. The Primarch waved a heavy hand dismissively. Deploy early tomorrow morning. By your command. Karen saluted sharply, spun on his heel, and marched briskly off the bridge. The exact second the heavy airlock doors sealed shut behind him, the 4th company captain took a massive, shuddering breath and slowly exhaled. He subconsciously patted the storage compartment on his waist, where 2 sample packs of cigarettes Cogboy had secretly slipped him still rested safely. I honestly never expected father to actually enjoy them this much. It seems I need to figure out a way to secure a significantly larger supply. As Karen marched toward the hangar bays, his tactical mind immediately began calculating a new logistical strategy. Tomorrow, I need to sit down and have a very serious discussion with this Cage Lawrence. The supply of tobacco and alcohol absolutely must be established as a long-term, high-priority cooperative project. Price is completely irrelevant. The Legion possesses vast reserves of Imperial coins. If necessary, we can easily barter with raw ore, or even military armaments. The only critical factor is sheer volume. He vividly recalled the expression on his father's face after taking that drag, and the Primarch's distinct complaint that it was simply too short. Perhaps I should directly suggest they manufacture an extended variant specifically for Astartes' physiology. Say, roughly 3 times the standard length. The more Karen thought about it, the more highly feasible the tactical adjustment seemed. He subconsciously accelerated his pace, the servos in his power armor letting out a brisk, eager hum. Meanwhile, back on the bridge, Ferrus Manus stood before the primary console. He had already pulled up the live tactical feed of the Crimson Dawn base once more. He silently watched the native residents toiling in the fields. He watched the youth corps screaming their marching chants on the training grounds. He watched the heavily armed players patrolling the high walls. "I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me," the Primarch murmured softly, his living metal left hand clenching into a fist and slowly releasing. In the corner of the holographic projection, the intricate 3D model of the Kent mining hive rotated slowly in the air. That single hive city housed nearly 100 million souls. It possessed a fully integrated industrial complex, vast mineral wealth, and decades of deeply entrenched, violently conflicting local factions. It was a brutal test. It was also a monumental opportunity. If Crimson Dawn could successfully govern this hive city and conclusively prove that their administrative model was both scalable and replicable, Ferris would have absolutely zero reservations about granting them significantly more resources. Perhaps, sometime in the distant future, he might even formally integrate them into the Legion's auxiliary support structure. Outside the thick armorglass windows, the twin moons of Aurelian 4 had already reached their zenith. The stark red and pale white light filtered through the observation bays, spilling across the freezing metal decking of the bridge and washing over the silver-gray armor of the Primarch. Ferris Manus stood entirely motionless, like a silent god forged of living iron. At some unseen point, he had lit another cigarette. Bright blue plasma snapped across his metallic fingertips as pale smoke drifted slowly upward, curling lazily through the moonlight before finally dissipating into the bridge's atmospheric cyclers. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Primarch's Reward, Hive Administrative Authority. At exactly 7:20 a.m., the piercing shriek of heavy engines tore through the sky above the Crimson Dawn base. It was the distinct, high-frequency whine of gunship plasma thrusters. "They're here." Atop the perimeter watchtower, "Have you been loyal today?" abruptly raised his binoculars. In the hazy gray morning sky, a Thunderhawk gunship was diving at a steep 45-degree angle. The blue plasma jets violently expelling from its thrusters tore a highly visible streak through the morning mist. The gunship bore the stark silver-gray livery of the Iron Hands. The twin-linked heavy bolters underslung on both wings were clearly visible. Even though the massive barrels were angled downward, their sheer, suffocating oppressive weight could be felt from miles away. Holy crap, they brought out a gunship this time. Tax Bro typed rapidly into the regional channel. Yesterday was an Orion, today is a Thunderhawk. What's next? Are they going to park a Gloriana-class battleship directly on our faces tomorrow? Did White Scar speed today? This flex just upgraded from a routine managerial inspection to a full-blown warlord tour. God-tier mechanic, a Thunderhawk has a massive transport capacity, but judging by its descent angle and thruster output, there are probably only 4 or 5 Astartes inside. They deliberately left plenty of payload clearance. What does that mean? It means they're planning on taking people with them. The channel instantly fell dead silent. At 7:25 a.m., the gunship hovered directly over the wasteland, 300 meters outside the base perimeter. The heavy landing gear deployed. The massive downdraft kicked up a localized sandstorm, violently blasting outward to form a 50-meter impact crater of displaced dust. The assault ramp was lowered. Karen Santos was the first to step out. The 4th Company captain was once again helmetless, his deeply scarred face fully exposed to the morning light. He wore his standard Mark IV power armor, but oddly enough, there was a brand new storage pouch clamped directly to the waist belt beneath his left pauldron. Cage Lawrence. Karen's voice boomed through his external voxcasters. It was marginally softer than yesterday. The Primarch decrees. Come forth and receive his mandate. He pronounced the last few words with extreme awkwardness, making it glaringly obvious that he had just learned the specific archaic phrasing. Cogboy, who had been waiting anxiously at the gates, immediately jogged forward. He stopped exactly 20 meters from the gunship and threw up a flawless sign of the Aquila. My lord, I am here. 2 things. Karen held up 2 fingers, his mechanical hand gleaming coldly in the morning sun. First, the Primarch formally acknowledges the technical data you provided. Though heavily fragmented, it does possess some inherent value. Cogboy's heart skipped a beat. Second. Karen paused, his piercing gray eyes locking dead onto Cogboy. Effective today, the Kent Hive is hereby classified as a direct asset of the Iron Hands Legion. He activated his tactical holographic projector, displaying the spinning 3D model of a massive hive city. It was a standardized mining hive. The overall structure was conical, its exterior heavily scarred with colossal mining conduits, refinery smokestacks, and a suffocatingly dense cluster of hablock windows. The data tags explicitly listed its metrics: a population of 98,740,000, 3 massive promethium veins, 10 medium-yield veins, and 23 minor veins. Its annual output was followed by such a long string of zeros that it made Cogboy's mechanical eye spin. The Primarch has decided to temporarily entrust the administrative authority of the Kent mining hive to the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary. Karen's words struck Cogboy's heart like a forging hammer. For the first operational year, 80% of all mineral output goes directly to the Legion. You retain 20% solely for the hive's operating expenses. Starting the second year, the revenue split will be adjusted based entirely on your managerial performance. Cogboy nearly screamed I accept right then and there, but he brutally suppressed the urge. Pushing his acting skills into absolute overdrive, he plastered a deeply hesitant expression across his face. My lord, we are just a tiny survivor sanctuary. Managing a hive city of nearly 100 million people, this is a command, not a negotiation. Karen cut him off, though his tone carried a remarkably rare trace of patience. The Primarch specifically recognized your administrative capabilities. If you can successfully manage over 20,000 souls out in this barren wasteland, managing 90 million in a hive is simply a matter of scaling up your operations. Furthermore, the fourth company captain suddenly lowered his voice. The conspiratorial gesture looked bizarrely comical on his heavily scarred face. Those cigarettes of yours, the Primarch smoked one. He said it was quite good. Cogboy's eyes lit up instantly. But it was too short. Karen seamlessly mimicked Ferris's exact tone. The Primarch's exact words were, the current specifications are simply not enough to satisfy. He wishes to know if you can drastically increase the dosage. He paused for a heartbeat, hastily adding, and as a personal suggestion of my own. Could you manufacture an extended variant? Say, roughly 3 times the standard length. Cogboy nearly burst out laughing. He forcibly held it in, nodding with absolute, grim solemnity. Captain, the requests made by you and the Primarch, we can absolutely fulfill them. However, he shifted his expression into one of deep logistical distress. We haven't been able to cultivate the raw materials on a massive agricultural scale just yet. Our current stockpile is heavily limited. We can only supply another 100 cartons of tobacco and 100 crates of alcohol at this very moment. We will need to wait until our raw material harvests stabilize before we can provide further shipments. Karen's eyes visibly lit up. 100 cartons of tobacco and 100 crates of alcohol. That was vastly more than he had initially anticipated. But the fourth company captain maintained his stoic, aloof facade, merely giving a curt nod. Acceptable. He clapped Cogboy on the shoulder. This time, he controlled his superhuman strength perfectly, entirely avoiding making the mechanical prosthetic groan in protest. Very good. Return to your base and make your arrangements. Then, board the gunship with me. We are heading to the City of the Holy Anthem to formally process your legal paperwork. Once that is finalized, you will officially be the lawful administrators of the Kent Hive. Cogboy bowed repeatedly in gratitude. As he turned to leave, his hand casually slipped into his coat pocket. He smoothly extracted 2 pre-prepared packs of cigarettes and pressed them directly into Karen's palm. Captain, just a little something to help you relax on the trip. Karen offered a knowing smile. With lightning-fast Astartes reflexes, his mechanical hand snatched the packs. The cigarettes vanished into the new storage pouch on his waist with such incredibly fluid motion that it was glaringly obvious this wasn't his first time doing this. Go quickly and return promptly. Yes, my lord. Cogboy jogged back toward the base. The absolute second he crossed the threshold of the gates, the respectful deference melted from his face entirely, replaced by completely uncontrollable excitement. The regional channel had already completely exploded. Holy shit. The Kent mining hive. Over 90 million people. Didn't we get our very first pot of gold by literally stealing ore from the Aru industrial zone? Getting to manage a hive like that. I wouldn't trade it even if they offered us the Aru hive outright. +1 to the guy above. Mining hives are the absolute meta. Where there's ore, there's money. Where there's money, there's gear. And once we have the gear, we can steamroll absolutely everything. Isn't an 80-20 split a little brutal, though? We only get 20% for the first year. Be grateful, brother. Without the iron hands fully backing us, we wouldn't even be able to touch the front doors of a hive. Our only other option would be to conquer it by force, and then immediately get exterminated by an Imperial fleet. We're currently in the late peak of the Great Crusade era. Even the 4 Chaos Gods are forced to lie low and scheme quietly in the warp right now. Has anyone who openly rebelled actually met a good end? Exactly. Even the Supreme Orc Overlord of the Eleanor Crusade, Erlak Urg, in 000.m31, was utterly eradicated. 20%. That's more than enough. The sheer astronomical volume of that ore is enough to arm every single one of us to the teeth. If we run short, we'll just go raid whatever is left of the 4 major factions. Agreed. We take the guns, and we take the administrative pens. We are taking it all. Next goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 119, Crimson Dawn will do it better than anyone else. Cogboy didn't even check the chat channel. He sprinted straight toward the subterranean bunker beneath the central headquarters. The sixth-floor conference room was merely a decoy. The true command center had long since been relocated 15 meters underground. The bunker was reinforced with a 3-meter-thick layer of specialized stealth alloy plating purchased from the system shop, capable of blocking the vast majority of active scans. Paul, Schrödinger Bro, Tax Bro, White Scars, Blood Angel, the most incorruptible logistics king of the Imperium, every single senior core member was present. Do you all know the situation? Cogboy asked the moment he burst through the door. We know. Paul sat at the head of the table, a wide grin plastered across his face. The Kent Hive is genuinely a phenomenal choice. A population of just over 90 million. Given our current numbers and administrative structure, managing them is more than well within our capabilities. It's not overly bloated, and it perfectly aligns with our immediate strategic goals. Tax Bro flashed a wicked grin. Who would have guessed that the hyperlogical Iron Hands Primarch, Ferrus Manus, is actually a massive chain smoker? His fourth company captain, too. Cigarette diplomacy. Absolutely brilliant. White Scars chuckled darkly. I told you all from the start. The tough guys of the Warhammer universe cannot resist 3 fundamental things: tobacco, alcohol, and bolters. We firmly grasped the first 2, which means we've effectively seized their stomachs. Blood Angel's second emperor remained highly analytical. But this also means we are officially chained to the Iron Hands war chariot. From this moment on, every single move we make will be under their direct scrutiny. Let them scrutinize. Paul stood up, his towering 3-meter frame nearly scraping the bunker ceiling. In this golden era of the Imperium, we were always going to have to develop within the Imperial framework. Having a Primarch as direct backing and securing an official legal identity is an unimaginable opportunity. We cannot stop the overarching schemes of the ruinous powers. War Master Horus will inevitably fall to corruption and launch his grand heresy. Therefore, we must violently accelerate our growth during this brief window of relative peace. He looked directly at Cogboy. The requests made by Captain Karen and the Primarch, we accept them with absolute pleasure. Go prepare yourself and head out to process the paperwork. Take 10 cartons of tobacco and 2 crates of alcohol with you. Didn't you see our esteemed captain brought an entirely new storage pouch today? The sharp observation drew a collective roar of laughter from the Crimson Dawn High Command. Paul's eyes flashed with fierce calculation. Tell Captain Karen that we are absolutely loyal to the Imperium. Assure him that we will redouble our efforts to provide even more high-quality tobacco and alcohol for the Legion and the Imperium as a whole. Make him realize that Crimson Dawn isn't just an exceptionally capable administrative body. We are also a premium supplier. Everyone in the room shared a deeply knowing smile. 20 minutes later, Cogboy had changed into a much more presentable mechanic's uniform. It was still made of coarse fabric, but it was spotlessly clean and meticulously ironed. His mechanical right arm had been specially polished. The blue luminescent glow of the hydraulic conduits stood out starkly in the dim lighting. He carried 2 heavy crates of alcohol and 10 cartons of tobacco as he marched out of the base. The crates were solid wood, the words, Crimson Dawn Special Supply, branded into the surface with high Gothic lettering, the rushed result of the logistics department pulling an all-nighter. Beside the gunship, Karen was already growing slightly impatient. He was currently conversing with 3 other Iron Hands Astartes. Seeing Cogboy arrive, the 4th company captain waved him over. Hurry up. The arrangements at the City of the Holy Anthem have already been finalized. Yes, right away. Cogboy jogged forward, hastily loading the 2 crates of alcohol and the tobacco into the Thunderhawk's cargo bay before scrambling up the boarding ramp. The absolute second the heavy hatch sealed shut, the whine of the plasma thrusters spiked violently. The sheer G-force of the immediate liftoff nearly slammed Cogboy to his knees. A split second later, the gunship pulled its nose up aggressively, rocketing straight into the sky at a brutal 70-degree angle. First time flying in a gunship. The Iron Hands warrior in the pilot's seat glanced back over his shoulder at Cogboy. He wasn't wearing a helmet. He had a remarkably young face, looking no older than 30. Of course, attempting to judge an Astarte's actual age by their physical appearance was a completely futile endeavor. Why yes, my lord. Cogboy desperately braced himself against the bulkheads. The gunship was currently executing rapid tactical evasions. The fluctuating G-forces were violently churning his stomach. Don't call me lord. A warrior sitting nearby flashed a wide grin, exposing perfectly white teeth. I am Woolson, sergeant of the 4th Company's 3rd Tactical Squad. I managed to snag one of those cigarettes you provided yesterday. The flavor was absolutely incredible. Another warrior sitting next to him leaned in eagerly. I am Calvin. Do you have any more of that alcohol from yesterday? I only got to take a single sip before the captain snatched the entire bottle away. The 3rd warrior remained completely silent, simply staring intently at Cogboy with wide, expectant eyes. Karen, sitting in the co-pilot seat, coughed loudly. Maintain military decorum. But his tone lacked any real reprimand. The space marines of this era were not the dogmatic, ultra-rigid zealots of the 40K millennium. Though heavily augmented, they were still fundamentally human beings with distinct, independent personalities. Cogboy instantly grasped the situation. He plastered a bright, deeply respectful smile across his face and swiftly, tactfully moved the 10 cartons of tobacco directly to Karen's side. Karen maintained his stern facade, but offered a very subtle, approving nod. Cogboy then rapidly pried open the 2 wooden crates of alcohol he had brought aboard. Honored sergeants, this is our newly distilled, heavily aged variant of vodka. To properly express our immense gratitude for your efforts in purging warp heresy and fighting to secure the lives of everyone on Aurelian 4, I specifically brought this batch up for all of you to sample. The bottles were thick glass. The amber liquid within refracted the gunship's interior lighting with an incredibly alluring glow. Woolson's Adam's apple bobbed aggressively. He looked pleadingly at Karen. Captain. Karen kept his face completely blank, remaining utterly silent for 3 agonizing seconds. Finally, he gave a curt nod. Since Mr. Cage explicitly brought it for everyone to sample, then sample it. But do not overindulge. We have critical duties to perform. Understood. The 3 warriors instantly lit up with unbridled joy. Cogboy handed each of them a bottle and popped one open for himself, raising it first toward Karen. Captain, allow me to toast you first. Thank you, and thank the Primarch, for granting Crimson Dawn this incredible opportunity. With that, he tilted his head back and took a massive swig. The alcohol was premium vodka redeemed directly from the system shop. At a staggering 65% ABV, it burned like a plasma cutter down his throat, but the aftertaste was profoundly rich and lingering. Seeing Cogboy's sheer enthusiasm, Karen grabbed a bottle for himself. He took a heavy swig, closed his eyes to savor the burn for several seconds, and then slowly exhaled a long, deeply satisfied breath. Excellent vintage. The 4th company captain gave his final verdict, a look of pure contentment washing over his heavily scarred face. It is even richer than yesterday's. Woolson and Calvin were already thoroughly enjoying themselves. They clinked their massive bottles together and chugged half the contents in a single, uninterrupted go. Incredible. Woolson wiped his mouth with the back of his gauntlet. How in the Emperor's name do you brew this? Compared to this, the watered-down swill our Legion's logistics department issues us is basically radioactive bilge water. Cogboy had rehearsed this specific lie dozens of times. We use a highly radiation-resistant grain native exclusively to the wastelands, combined with an ancient distillation technique we managed to extract from civilizational ruins. The fermentation cycle must be absolutely precise, the temperatures tightly controlled. We even infuse it with several specific medicinal herbs to enhance the aroma, followed by multiple exhaustive purification cycles. It's an incredibly tedious process. That's precisely why our production volume has remained so painfully low. But for the sake of the Legion, no matter how tedious the process, we will absolutely find a way to scale it up. It was a brilliantly delivered line. Karen looked at him, genuine appreciation bleeding into his piercing gray eyes. That base of yours, it is truly exceptional. He paused, unusually talkative. I have served alongside my father for over a century. I have fought in hundreds, perhaps thousands of campaigns, and I have witnessed countless worlds. I've seen worlds transformed into living hells by corrupt politicians. I've seen worlds strip-mined into dead rocks by the Mechanicus. I've seen worlds fractured into bloody splinters by warring local factions, but to see ordinary humans like yourselves, relying entirely on your own 2 hands to build a thriving sanctuary in a blasted wasteland, while maintaining such flawless order and genuine hope. The 4th company captain slowly shook his head. It is exceedingly rare. Woolson chimed in immediately. It truly is. We all saw it with our own eyes. The Imperial citizens living within your sanctuary seemed genuinely happy. They weren't suffering under oppressive tyranny. Every single person earned their keep through honest labor. We have seen far too much darkness in this galaxy. Calvin's voice dropped significantly. There are planetary governors who treat their own citizens worse than livestock. There are psyker dynasties that use commoners for grotesque experiments. There are warlords who have transformed their entire worlds into massive, bloody gladiatorial arenas. He took another heavy swig of alcohol. But we sincerely hope that people like you, people who still harbor genuine light in their hearts, continue to multiply. Only then will the Imperium truly become a better place. Cogboy's heart shuddered violently. These Iron Hands Astartes were completely fundamentally different from the deeply ingrained stereotype of hyperlogical cyborgs endlessly chanting the flesh is weak. They still retained their humanity. They still possessed complex emotions. They still felt genuine sorrow over the tragic fates of ordinary people. It finally clicked in his mind. This was the tail end of the M30 era. The Horus heresy had not yet exploded into a galaxy-spanning nightmare. Ferrus Manus was still alive. The Iron Hands Legion had not yet suffered the unfathomable despair of watching their beloved Primarch father beheaded, nor had they experienced the sheer indignity of his severed hands being taken as macabre trophies by the War Master. They had not yet plummeted into the depths of unyielding, mechanized paranoia. Right now, they were still the Emperor's angels of death. They were angels, not unfeeling machines. Honored lords. Cogboy raised his bottle once more, his voice significantly more earnest. I, Cage Lawrence, had no grand, sweeping ambitions. Back when I led my fellow people to escape the Underhive, we simply wanted to survive, but after we survived, I couldn't stop asking myself, why must we be forced to hide in the dark like rats? Why are ordinary people entirely forbidden from living with basic dignity? So, we built our sanctuary. We reclaimed the wasteland, we reverse-engineered technology, and we trained our own militia. We never intended to oppose the Imperium. On the contrary, we have always desperately hoped that the Imperium would finally look down and see us. That they would grant us a single opportunity to definitively prove that ordinary humans can actively contribute to the grand renaissance of humanity. He looked directly at Karen. And now, that exact opportunity has arrived. The Kent Hive holds over 90 million people. I fully intend to govern it using the exact same principles I used to build the Crimson Dawn. Labor guarantees survival. Genuine effort earns respect. Children receive an education, and the elderly are cared for in their final years. I am going to transform that hive into a shining model for Aurelian IV. A model for the entire Imperium. A place where everyone can actually enjoy their lives. Karen listened in absolute silence. He slowly raised his massive bottle and clinked it firmly against Cogboy's. Do it well. I believe in you. Woolson threw his heavy arm around Cogboy's shoulder. The sheer weight of the power armor nearly crushed the player's spine. Why so serious? We are all fighting for the future of the Imperium of Men, which makes us brothers. You've done an incredible job. We have seen it with our own eyes. From here on out, if you ever run into trouble on Aurelian IV, drop the name of the Iron Hands 4th Company. I'd like to see which blind fool dares to touch one of our brothers. Calvin eagerly leaned in. Exactly. We're relying entirely on you for our tobacco and alcohol supply from now on. Don't worry, we will absolutely pay market value. We won't take your hard work for free. Alternatively, if you ever need heavy gear, just let us know. The Legion's armories are packed with obsolete, decommissioned models. A few minor modifications and they'll be perfectly usable. Cogboy was so genuinely moved he almost shed a tear. He nodded repeatedly. Absolutely. Absolutely. The group toasted several more rounds, and the 2 crates of alcohol were rapidly emptied. The Astartes piloting the Thunderhawk hadn't spoken a single word, but he kept glancing backward, his eyes filled with profound, unspoken grievance. Karen noticed the pilot's expression and shouted with a laugh. What are you looking at? Focus on flying. We saved a bottle for you when we get back. Thank you, Captain. The pilot instantly beamed. The gunship tore through the cloud layer. Through the armor-glass observation window, Cogboy watched the terrain below shift rapidly from barren wasteland to sprawling mining sectors, then to massive industrial zones. Finally, a colossal hive city breached the horizon. The city of the Holy Anthem. The seat of Aurelian IV's planetary governor, and the largest hive city on the entire planet. The Thunderhawk began its descent, vectoring toward a landing pad in the upper spires explicitly marked with the Imperial Aquila. Karen stowed his empty bottle away and adjusted his power armor, instantly reverting back into the stern, unyielding captain of the 4th Company. We have arrived. He looked at Cogboy. Remember this well. When we meet the bureaucrats, speak little and nod often. I have already processed all the preliminary documentation. All you need to do is sign and stamp. Understood. Cogboy quickly smoothed out his uniform. The gunship touched down perfectly on the landing pad. The assault ramp lowered. Waiting outside were 3 officials dressed in the crisp uniforms of the Departamento Munitorum, flanked by 2 tech priests of the Mechanicus. The lead official was a slightly balding middle-aged man. His chest was adorned with medals, but his eyes were as ruthlessly calculating as a seasoned merchant's. Captain Karen. He practically jogged forward, his face plastered with a wide, obsequious smile. All the legal documents you requested are fully prepared. And this must be Mr. Cage Lawrence. I am. Cogboy stepped forward, offering a polite but distinctly unsubservient salute. Excellent, excellent. So young and yet so capable. The official handed over a thick stack of heavy parchment. This is the formal proxy mandate for the administration of the Kent Mining Hive, and this is the official legal authentication for the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary. Please review them. If everything is in order, simply sign at the bottom. Cogboy took the documents and scanned them rapidly. The terms were exactly as Karen had stated. There were absolutely no hidden traps. He took the provided autoquill and signed Cage Lawrence on every single designated line. Perfect. The official gathered the documents, his smile widening significantly. Effective immediately, the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary is a legally recognized civilian organization of the Imperium, and Mr. Cage Lawrence is the acting Hive Lord of the Kent Hive. The official appointment mandates will be fully distributed to all administrative departments within the Kent Hive within 3 working days. Additionally, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. The sector command of the Departamento Munitorum explicitly asked me to pass along a message: work hard, and do not disappoint the Imperium. Cogboy nodded heavily. Please relay to the sector command that Crimson Dawn remains absolutely loyal to the Imperium. We will redouble our efforts to serve both the Legion and the Imperium. The official departed, thoroughly satisfied. One of the Mechanicus tech priests stepped forward, handing Cogboy a heavy data slate. This contains the comprehensive logistical data for the Kent Hive. It includes population distribution metrics, industrial sector layouts, and all currently pending systemic issues. You have exactly half a month to prepare. You will formally assume administrative control in 15 days. Thank you. Cogboy took the data slate, its physical weight matched its administrative burden. Karen clapped him on the shoulder. Let's go. I will escort you back. You are going to be incredibly busy for the next half-month. The 2 men boarded the gunship once more. As the Thunderhawk lifted off, Cogboy looked down at the sprawling city of the Holy Anthem through the observation window. The hive was vastly larger and infinitely more complex than he had ever imagined, but it was also overflowing with unimaginable opportunity. The gunship breached the upper atmosphere, banking hard toward the red blaze wasteland. Karen sat in the co-pilot's seat and lit another cigarette. This time, he smoked it incredibly slowly, savoring every single drag. Cage. Karen suddenly broke the silence. I must make one thing absolutely clear. The Primarch granted you this opportunity because you possess genuine value. But he also did it because he wishes to see exactly what ordinary humans are truly capable of achieving. Karen slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. But if you botch this, or if I discover that you harbor treasonous intent. He turned his head, his piercing gray eyes radiating absolute zero. I will personally deploy the entire 4th Company and wipe Crimson Dawn off the galactic map. Cogboy met his intense gaze head-on, an unshakable light of absolute confidence burning in his eyes. Captain. He replied, his voice perfectly steady. Trust me. You will never get that opportunity. Because we at Crimson Dawn will do it better than anyone else in the galaxy. Karen stared at him for 3 agonizingly long seconds. And then, a genuine smile cracked across his heavily scarred face. You'd better. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, The Very First Player Hive Lord. Imperial Calendar 976.M30. The 976th year of the Great Crusade. Late autumn, bordering on the harsh winter. It had been exactly 3 days since Cogboy returned from the city of the Holy Anthem. Currently, they were traveling down the primary transit artery connecting the Crimson Wasteland to the Kent mining hive. At 11 a.m., a massive convoy of 64 heavy transport vehicles tore across the wasteland, kicking up a colossal, miles-long trail of dust. Leading the vanguard were 3 heavily modified civilian off-road rovers. The chassis had been reinforced with welded armor plating, and the doors proudly bore the brilliant Crimson Sun insignia of Crimson Dawn. Behind them trailed 60 heavy troop transports, each one carrying over a dozen players. The players were universally clad in standardized gray combat fatigues. Loss guns were slung tightly across their backs, and crude, homemade fragmentation grenades dangled securely from their tactical belts. Their faces were flushed with adrenaline, and the regional channel was blurring with rapid-fire messages. Tax bro, we're actually going to be government officials. A hive city of over 90 million people. If this were reality, we'd be running a megacity on par with New York or London. Did White Scars speed today, New York or London my ass? With that population scale, we're basically running an entire state. And it's a state sitting on a literal mountain of highly valuable ore. God-tier mechanic, to be strictly accurate, the Kent Hive's population sits at 98,740,000. Based on pre-war data, its annual promethium output is roughly 80 million metric tons. According to standard imperial exchange rates, 1 ton of refined promethium crystal sells for 1,200 imperial coins. Execute war criminal yellow weasel, holy shit. Doesn't that mean their annual gross is 96 billion imperial coins? Have you been loyal today? Calm down, calm down. The Legion takes 80% for the first year. We only get 20% of that. But even 20% is 19 billion, 200 million. Brothers, we are insanely rich. God-tier mechanic, according to my calculations, 19.2 billion imperial coins is enough to fully outfit and supply exactly 3,200 space marines. WTF. Slaanesh has chosen failed the selection again, money is irrelevant. I simply wish to wholeheartedly serve the people. Serious face. The chat erupted in collective laughter. Cogboy, sitting in the lead rover, wasn't laughing. Today, he was wearing a meticulously tailored, dark gray formal suit. It was the logistics department's finest work, sewn from premium fabric redeemed from the system shop and styled directly after the standard attire of mid-level imperial bureaucrats. He had explicitly ordered them to remove all the gaudy, impractical gold trim decorations, leaving only the Crimson Dawn insignia pinned securely over his left breast. 3 other men sat in the cabin with him. Canis Brown, senior inspector of the Departamento Munitorum at the planetary governor's estate in the city of the Holy Anthem. He was 45, slightly balding, with a perfectly round face and tiny, ruthlessly calculating eyes. He wore the standard deep blue uniform of the Departamento Munitorum. A silver double-headed eagle badge rested on his chest, and a heavily gold-plated Las pistol hung at his waist, a weapon clearly intended more for status than actual combat. The other 2 were his direct subordinates. Mason, a tall, excruciatingly thin archivist who perpetually looked like he had just swallowed a lemon. And Todd, a short, heavily overweight auditor with 3 gaudy gemstone rings squeezed onto his fat fingers. These 3 bureaucrats had been explicitly assigned by the Munitorum to assist Cogboy in assuming his new post. Nominally, it was administrative support. Practically, it was strict supervision. But politically, their presence served as a glaring, undeniable declaration to all local factions. This new Hive Lord was officially appointed by the Imperium. Governor Cage. Canis puffed lazily on a cigarette. It was the cigarette that Cogboy had tactfully handed him the moment he stepped into the vehicle. He narrowed his eyes, blowing a ring of smoke, his voice carrying the drawn-out, arrogant drawl typical of career bureaucrats. The situation within the Kent Hive is rather complex. Cogboy leaned in slightly, his posture perfectly respectful without being overly subservient. I humbly ask for the senior inspector's guidance. I wouldn't call it guidance. Canis flicked the ash. The rover's suspension system was phenomenal, the ash fell perfectly into the onboard ashtray. The Kent Hive was originally one of the absolute core assets of the Hisman Merchant Guild. The previous Hive Lord, Adela Hisman, is the Guildmaster's cousin. He ruled the Spire for 25 consecutive years. Because the 4 major factions completely failed in their regulatory duties and allowed a warp outbreak to occur, the Primarch forcefully confiscated 60% of their total assets. The Kent Hive was among the seized properties. He paused, his tiny eyes locking onto Cogboy. But you must understand, Governor, the Primarch confiscated physical assets, not the loyalty of the people. Adela spent 25 years heavily fortifying his influence in the Kent Hive. From the upper Spire magistrates, the nobility, and the local Mechanicus enclave, all the way down to the PDF commanders, the union bosses, and even the Underhive gang leaders, every single one of them is on his payroll. You are parachuting blindly into incredibly hostile territory. Cogboy nodded grimly. I understand. You absolutely do not. Canis shook his head dismissively, taking another deep drag. The cigarette was nearly down to the filter. He took one final, desperate hit before reluctantly crushing it out in the ashtray. Governing a hive city is not remotely as simple as managing 20,000 refugees out in the irradiated wastelands. There are deeply entrenched chains of absolute profit. There are violent factional rivalries. There are unspoken rules of engagement that have been cementing for decades. If you accidentally step on the wrong person's cheese, they will ensure you die an incredibly mysterious death. He looked at Cogboy, his gaze dripping with profound implication. That is precisely why the Munitorum dispatched us. Firstly, to legitimize your authority. And secondly, to teach you the actual rules of the game. Cogboy smiled warmly. He reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved 3 brand new packs of cigarettes, handing one directly to each man. The packaging was significantly more exquisite than the standard issue. The words, Crimson Dawn Special Reserve Cigarette, were hot-stamped onto the boxes in elegant Gothic script. You 3 lords have endured a long and exhausting journey on my behalf. Please, accept this small token of my immense gratitude. Canis took his pack, expertly tearing off the plastic wrap. He pulled out a single stick, rolled it under his nose, and his eyes instantly widened. This aroma, it's even richer than the last one. This is our heavily modified variant. Cogboy lowered his voice conspiratorially. It is infused with the extract of a highly rare plant native exclusively to the Red Blaze wasteland. It massively stimulates the mind and completely erases physical fatigue. We rarely ever smoke these ourselves. The production yield is agonizingly low. It was a half-truth. The cigarettes were indeed premium variants redeemed from the system shop, perfectly balanced for maximum effect. Canis eagerly lit the cigarette, took a massive drag, and closed his eyes to savor the sensation. After a long moment, he exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Incredible. Mason and Todd quickly lit theirs as well. The three bureaucrats puffed away contentedly, rapidly filling the armored cabin with dense, incredibly fragrant smoke. Governor Cage. A greasy smile spread across Todd's fat face, his gemstone rings glittering through the haze. Is the production yield of this tobacco truly that low? Agonizingly so. Cogboy's face twisted into an expression of deep logistical pain. The raw materials are incredibly scarce, and the extraction process is brutally complex. To be completely honest with you three lords, this specific blend is so exquisite that even the Space Marine lords of the Iron Hands demand it. We are currently funneling over half of our total production directly to the Legion. He paused slightly before dropping the hammer. Even the Primarch himself smoked it. He explicitly praised the quality, though his only complaint was that it was too short. We are currently researching an extended variant exclusively for his personal use. The Primarch smokes it. Canis' hand jerked violently, nearly dropping the precious cigarette. He does. Cogboy nodded, his expression completely natural. Captain Karen personally demanded several cartons specifically to present to the Primarch. How could we possibly dare to delay? We practically emptied our entire strategic reserve. That single statement instantly shattered the bureaucrats' condescension. A look of profound, terrified respect washed over their faces. Before this, they simply thought Cage Lawrence was a lucky wasteland warlord who had somehow managed to curry enough favor to get appointed as a hive lord. They had absolutely zero idea that his ties to the Legion ran this incredibly deep, deep enough that he was personally supplying the Primarch's vices. In the labyrinthine bureaucracy of the Imperium, what did that actually mean? It meant this man wasn't just some random parachuted official. He had serious backing from the very top. Canis instantly shifted his entire demeanor, his greasy smile transforming into one of genuine, enthusiastic camaraderie. Governor Cage, if you ever run into any administrative friction in the Kent Hive, please do not hesitate to contact me. The Munitorum still carry significant weight on Aurelian 4. Mason chimed in immediately. I am intimately familiar with the Hive's archives. I will personally compile a comprehensive dossier on the underlying backgrounds of every single high-ranking official in the Spire for you. Todd thumped his massive chest. Leave the auditing to me. If anyone is skimming off the top or cooking the books, I will gut them like a fish. Cogboy thanked them profusely, but his mind was perfectly clear. This was exactly how Imperial bureaucrats operated. They wouldn't lift a single finger unless they saw the absolute profit. A standard pack of cigarettes might not have been enough to buy their loyalty. But a pack of cigarettes explicitly favored by a Primarch. That carried more than enough political weight to buy a small army. The convoy pressed onward across the wasteland. The wasteland gradually receded, entirely replaced by a horrific landscape violently ravaged by centuries of unchecked industrial mining. Exposed strip mines scarred the earth like gaping wounds. Massive, abandoned refineries loomed over the scorched ground like skeletal titans. Streams of rusty, viscous runoff radiated the sharp, pungent stench of raw Prometheum waste. The Kent mining hive soon came into full view. From a distance, the hive city looked exactly like a colossal, inverted mountain of steel. Its sprawling base possessed a diameter exceeding 50 kilometers, heavily tapering upward until its central spire pierced the sky 3,000 meters above the ground. The hive's exterior was suffocatingly dense, thickly clustered with massive pipeline conduits, gargantuan atmospheric vents, landing pads, and heavy defense turrets, though the vast majority of the turrets currently sat completely empty. The outer perimeter of the hive should have been ringed by comprehensive fortification networks and sprawling PDF garrisons, but it was practically abandoned. During the desperate struggle against the demonic incursion, the four major factions had ruthlessly drafted every single deployable soldier and thrown them directly into the meat grinder of the industrial zone. The Kent Hive's garrison was no exception. 3 full PDF divisions, 48,000 men in total, had deployed. Almost none of them had returned. The convoy ground to a halt before the primary entrance of the hive city. A massive, 20-meter-tall alloy blast gate and a comprehensive security checkpoint dominated the approach. However, the gate currently hung half-open, and only a miserable handful of highly unmotivated guards manned the checkpoint. TSK, Canis clicked his tongue, his brow furrowing in deep disgust. It has deteriorated this badly. Cogboy remained silent, closely observing everything through the armored window. The immediate streets past the entrance were somewhat orderly, but gazing deeper into the hive revealed a much grimmer reality. Countless buildings sported shattered windows, and the vast majority of pedestrians shuffling through the streets were distinctly emaciated and sickly looking. Let's go. Canis pushed the rover door open and straightened his crisp uniform. Adela and the others should already be waiting. Sure enough, not long after the group passed through the blast gates, the synchronized echo of approaching footsteps rang out. A welcoming committee marched toward them. Leading the procession was an elderly man in his 60s. He wore the deep purple robes highly typical of imperial nobility, his chest adorned with numerous commendations. However, his complexion was utterly ashen, and his eyes were dull and defeated. This was the former hive lord, Adela Hisman. Trailing closely behind him were over 20 individuals, neatly divided into two distinct flanks. The left flank consisted of the hive's primary magistrates, 7 senior officials directly responsible for civil affairs, finance, planetary security, education, and various other administrative branches. These men were mostly in their 40s and 50s. They were impeccably dressed, but they couldn't mask their profound anxiety. Their eyes darted nervously, clearly sizing up Cogboy, their new overlord. The right flank was a much more eclectic mix. 5 Mechanicus tech priests, boasting varying degrees of cybernetic augmentation. The lead priest, possessing only a single organic eye, wore the distinct cogwheel insignia of the Order of the Omniscient Mind on his chest. 3 grim-faced arbitrators deployed from the City of the Holy Anthem, clad in stark dark blue carapace armor with heavy enforcer bolt pistols resting securely at their hips. Alongside them stood roughly 7 or 8 local nobles, dressed in incredibly opulent but laughably outdated fashions. These were clearly the entrenched local aristocrats. Bringing up the extreme rear was an honor guard of about 100 PDF troopers. They wore drab khaki uniforms and carried horribly obsolete Mark I Los guns. Senior Inspector. Adela approached Canis and forced a pained, incredibly strained smile. Welcome to the Kent Hive. He then turned his gaze toward Cogboy, his eyes swirling with deep complexity. And this must be Hive Lord Cage Lawrence. It is I. Cogboy stepped forward and delivered a flawless sign of the Aquila, striking his right fist cleanly against his left breast in the Universal Imperial Salute. Lord Adela, I have heard much about you. Adela's lips trembled slightly. He clearly wanted to say something else, but ultimately just gave a stiff nod. The governor's estate has already prepared a welcoming banquet. Please, this way. The massive entourage proceeded deeper into the hive. The interior of the Kent Hive was in drastically worse shape than its exterior suggested. The primary transit artery was reasonably wide, but well over half the storefronts lining it were permanently shuttered, their display windows caked in thick grime. Whenever pedestrians spotted the approaching procession, the vast majority immediately lowered their heads, quickened their pace, and scrambled out of sight, their eyes filled with deep apprehension. Occasional PDF patrols could be seen, but their formations were highly undisciplined and their morale was visibly abysmal. The situation is far worse than I originally anticipated, Cogboy muttered under his breath to Canis. Canis scoffed coldly. For the past 25 years, Adela's mind has been focused entirely on embezzling as much profit from the mines as humanly possible. The hive's basic infrastructure hasn't been updated in a decade. The PDF's equipment are 30-year-old antiques. And the livelihood of the citizens. So long as they aren't dropping dead in the streets, he considers it a resounding success. If only he hadn't been heavily backed by the Hisman Merchant Guild. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. However, do not underestimate him. The man is incredibly greedy, but his political grip is absolute iron. Every single faction in this hive is firmly under his thumb. Taking over will not be easy for you. Cogboy silently noted the crucial intelligence. After walking for roughly half an hour, they finally arrived at the Hive Lord's estate. It was an incredibly sprawling, palatial complex, blatantly boasting the distinct architectural style of the Blaic house, towering spires, highly intricate relief sculptures, and massive marble colonnades. The interior was spotlessly clean. A massive, sweeping banquet table dominated the grand dining hall. It was draped in a pristine white tablecloth, and heavy silver cutlery gleamed brilliantly under the massive crystal chandeliers. The feast had already been served: roasted rockram leg, baked escargot, creamy mushroom bisque, and a vibrant platter of assorted local fruits. While it certainly couldn't compare to the decadent feasts of the true upper spire nobility, in the post-war ruins of the Kent Hive, this was the absolute peak of luxury. Please, sit. Adela took the seat at the absolute head of the table, the designated seat of the Hive Lord. For now, he was still the nominal master of the estate. Canis did not stand on ceremony, immediately claiming the first seat on the left. Cogboy sat directly beside him. The rest of the entourage took their respective seats. The banquet formally began. The initial atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The only sounds were the scraping of silver cutlery against porcelain and the quiet, nervous chewing of food. But after a few rounds of the highly refined variant vodka Cogboy had brought, the atmosphere gradually began to thaw. Incredible. One of the local nobles raised his glass in sheer delight. Hive Lord Cage, where exactly did this come from? We distilled it ourselves after years of meticulous research. Cogboy raised his own glass to return the toast. Distilled from grain native exclusively to the wastelands, utilizing ancient, recovered techniques. I am deeply gratified that you enjoy it. Enjoy it. That's an understatement. The noble downed the entire glass in a single gulp, his fat face flushing a deep, satisfied red. I have tasted premium vintage imported directly from Mars, and compared to this, that stuff tastes like Grok's piss. The table erupted in genuine laughter. Adela's complexion worsened significantly. He had ruled the Kent Hive for 25 years and had never once produced a vintage of this caliber to entertain his guests. This new Hive Lord brings this out the absolute second he arrives. Is this a deliberate show of dominance? After 3 full rounds of drinks, Canis cleared his throat loudly. The entire dining hall instantly fell dead silent. The senior inspector set his glass down and drew a formal document from his coat. It was heavy parchment, heavily gilded along the edges, and sealed tightly with crimson wax stamped with the double-headed eagle of the Imperium. I will now read the formal decree of the Departamento Munitorum. He stood up, his voice booming with absolute, unchallengeable authority. Imperial Calendar 976.M30. Planet Aurelian 4. Regarding the transfer of administrative authority of the Kent Mining Hive. Following the direct proposal of His Excellency, Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands Legion, and subsequent review by the Sector Command of the Departamento Munitorum, it is hereby decreed. Article 1. Adela Hisman is formally stripped of his title as Hive Lord of the Kent Hive. He and his immediate family are mandated to evacuate the Hive City within exactly 15 days. Article 2. Cage Lawrence is hereby officially appointed as the Hive Lord of the Kent Hive, granted absolute authority over all civil administration and the extensive Prometheum mining operations. Article 3. The existing administrative hierarchy of the Hive shall temporarily remain in place. However, officials of all ranks are required to formally debrief the new Hive Lord within 30 days. The new Hive Lord retains absolute authority over their continued employment or termination. Article 4. Regarding the Hive's annual mineral output, for the first operational year, 80% shall be tied directly to the Iron Hands Legion, while 20% shall be retained strictly for the Hive's operating expenses. Beginning the second year, the revenue split will be subject to adjustment based on managerial performance. Article 5. This appointment is effective immediately. Next goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, what exactly are we doing all this for? After finishing the reading, Canis handed the heavy parchment to Cogboy. Hive Lord Cage, please sign. Cogboy took the pen, a refined steel autoquill meticulously etched with the Imperial Aquila, and signed Cage Lawrence at the very bottom of the document. Adela watched the entire scene unfold. Beneath the table, his hands clenched so tightly that his nails dug deeply into his own flesh. 25 years. He had spent 25 years meticulously managing this hive. He had embezzled unimaginable wealth and cultivated countless loyal cronies. He had fully expected to retire in absolute peace, perhaps even passing the throne directly to his son. Now, it was all completely ruined. And all because of a single warp contamination incident, but that wasn't even his fault. It was a Rue City that had screwed everything up. But the Primarch did not care about any of that. Confiscating 60% of his total assets, violently stripping him of his administrative authority, and forcing an eviction deadline. This was a deliberate move to uproot him entirely. Lord Adela, Canis looked directly at him, his tone completely flat. We expect your full cooperation regarding the administrative handover. Understood. Adela lowered his head, his voice painfully dry. Behind him, the senior magistrates discreetly exchanged glances. Some secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally getting a new master. Perhaps with this hyper-greedy Hive Lord gone, they could skim even more off the top for themselves. Others, however, were deeply anxious. A new official always brings sweeping fires of reform. Would those flames burn them to ashes? The local nobles, for the most part, simply gloated in silence. The Hisman family had ruthlessly monopolized the hive for 2.5 decades, hoarding astronomical profits and leaving the rest of them to fight over the meager scraps. They had been deeply dissatisfied for a very long time. Only the tech priest of the Mechanicus, Archon Land, remained entirely expressionless. The cogwheel insignia on his chest rotated faintly under the chandelier's light. His single mechanical eye swept over Cogboy, locking onto the heavy cybernetic prosthetic of his right arm. A microscopic, almost imperceptible flash of blue light scanned the limb. The banquet continued, but the atmosphere had fundamentally shifted. Adela felt like he was sitting on a bed of nails. After forcing himself to drink a few more obligatory toasts, he excused himself citing poor health and departed early. The exact second he left, the magistrates and nobles instantly swarmed Cogboy. They aggressively offered toasts, desperately pledged their undying loyalty, and eagerly handed over their calling cards. Cogboy refused absolutely no one. He drank their wine and accepted their flattery, but every single word he spoke left a massive margin of tactical ambiguity. Governing a hive city is a monumental task. I will heavily rely on the full support of everyone here. And countless other hollow, entirely perfunctory pleasantries followed. The banquet dragged on deep into the night. Canis and his 2 subordinates got completely smashed and had to be physically carried back to their guest quarters by the estate guards. Cogboy, however, remained entirely lucid. Feigning slight intoxication, he was escorted by his fellow players back to their temporarily assigned living quarters. The moment the heavy door clicked shut, the drunken flush vanished from his face entirely. So, what's the verdict? Tax Bro, Schrödinger Bro, and Blood Angel's second emperor were already waiting inside the room. Respectful on the surface, entirely treacherous underneath, Cogboy said as he sat down, hardwiring his mechanical prosthetic directly into the tabletop data slate to rapidly input the intelligence he had just gathered. Adela is deeply unwilling to let this go. He will absolutely pull some dirty tricks. Among the magistrates, the officials in charge of civil affairs and education seem relatively pragmatic. We can observe them. The finance minister and the security prefect are Adela's die-hard loyalists. They absolutely must be replaced. The local nobles are just weeds swaying in the wind. They will follow whoever holds the biggest stick. And that tech priest from the Mechanicus. I can't read him at all. He actively scanned my prosthetic arm. He was likely evaluating my technological tier. Schrödinger Bro nodded slowly. That is entirely normal. The Order of the Omniscient Mind is a highly specialized branch of the Mechanicus. Whenever they see non-standard cybernetic modifications, their immediate reaction is intense vigilance. They are terrified you might threaten their absolute technological monopoly. What about the PDF? Cogboy asked. Complete garbage, Tax Bro flashed a disgusted grimace. I personally went down to inspect their garrison. The 3,000 or so troopers left behind have absolute trash for equipment and negative morale. Most of them can't even march in a basic straight line. How the hell can they even call themselves an army? Blood Angel's second emperor looked highly thoughtful. But this is also a massive opportunity. If we can completely rebuild the PDF from the ground up and heavily indoctrinate them with Crimson Dawn's core ideology, this military force will be absolutely, fanatically loyal to us. The prerequisite for that is actual equipment, Cogboy said, pulling out a comprehensive inventory ledger of the Hive's central grain silos. The civil affairs magistrate had secretly slipped it to him during the banquet as a subtle pledge of allegiance. Food reserves are only enough to feed the 90 million citizens of this hive for exactly 2 months. That little? Tax Bro asked. Adela absolutely must have smuggled a massive bulk of the strategic reserves directly to the Hisman Merchant Guild before we arrived. Cogboy sneered coldly. But that doesn't matter. We have the mines. Starting tomorrow, we organize the able-bodied youth of the Underhive and send them straight into the mines. We violently restart full production first. He looked out the thick armaglass window. The Kent Hive was not remotely quiet at night. Faint, echoing gunshots and muffled explosions drifted up from the suffocating depths, the unmistakable sounds of Underhive gangs warring for territory, or perhaps mutated beasts aggressively raiding the lower hab blocks. This hive city was exactly like a terminally ill giant. It was still barely breathing on the surface, but its insides were completely riddled with rotting holes. Brothers, Cogboy said softly. Over the next half-month, we must accomplish 3 primary objectives. First, we completely stabilize the situation. We force Adela and his cronies out, but we don't push them too hard or too fast. Second, we aggressively restore production. The mines absolutely cannot stop. They are our fundamental lifeline, and they are our strict quota for the Legion. Third. He paused, a chilling light flashing in his eyes. We thoroughly map out the entire underworld. We figure out exactly who is useful, who needs to be thoroughly purged, and which factions absolutely must be eradicated. Like those vicious Underhive gangs. Or, whatever petty little schemes the Mechanicus and the remnants of the other 3 major factions are secretly brewing. Tax Bro violently cracked his knuckles. It's about damn time. This entire hive is a toxic cesspool. Just looking at it makes my trigger finger itch. Schrödinger Bro remained significantly calmer. But we must be incredibly mindful of our methods. We are now officially appointed Hive Lords of the Imperium. We have to follow the established rules, at least on the surface. Rules. Cogboy laughed. It was the distinct, entirely lawless laugh of an absolutely unhinged gamer. In the Warhammer universe, the absolute golden rule is that whoever has the biggest fist makes the laws. We have the full backing of the Iron Hands Legion. We have an army of 5,000 heavily augmented players. We have Paul, a literal Astartes tier champion. And very soon, we will have our very own indoctrinated PDF guard. As long as we don't cross the ultimate red lines, like openly rebelling against the Imperium or actively conspiring with chaos, the Primarch couldn't care less how we govern this hive. He stood up and walked directly over to the window. Outside, the flickering lights of the Kent Hive spread infinitely into the dark night, looking exactly like a desperately struggling sea of stars. In the far distance, a crimson moon was slowly cresting over the horizon. It was one of Aurelian Ivy's twin moons, its color as deeply terrifying as a literal blood moon. Starting today. Cogboy enunciated every single syllable. We are claiming the Kent hive. At the exact same time, deep within the upper spires, inside a hidden sanctum, Adela Hisman sat completely shrouded in the shadows. 5 figures stood before him. Security Prefect Kroger, 40 years old, bearing a vicious scar across his face, he was a ruthless enforcer Adela had personally elevated from the filth of the Underhive. Finance Minister Jeremy, 51 years old, a remarkably opulent and obese man. Alongside them stood 2 other administrative magistrates and the supreme commander of the PDF. The tech priest of the Mechanicus, Archon Land, stood silently, the cogwheel insignia on his chest rotating with a faint, eerie hum. And finally, a heavily cloaked figure whose face was entirely obscured. His voice was hoarse and grating. That new Hive Lord will not be easy to deal with. I know, Adela ground his teeth. But he can forget about taking what is mine so easily. What do you plan to do? The cloaked figure asked. Stall, Adela sneered coldly. A formal handover. Fine. But the Hive's ledgers are a chaotic mess, the warehouse inventories are completely untracked, and the PDF rosters are fundamentally broken. All of this requires a significant amount of time to properly sort out. Stall until when? Stall until the Primarch physically leaves Aurelian 4. A ruthless light flashed in Adela's eyes. The Iron Hands cannot garrison here forever. The absolute second they depart, which of those fat bureaucrats in the Departamento Munitorum is actually going to care about a hive city on some frontier fringe world? When that time comes. He didn't finish the sentence, but his implication was crystal clear. Archon Land's single mechanical eye flickered. The cult Mechanicus will not involve itself in this petty political squabble. I do not need your involvement. Adela shifted his gaze toward the cloaked figure. You handle the Underhive. I want to make sure this new Hive Lord intimately understands that the waters of the Kent Hive run incredibly deep. The cloaked figure chuckled darkly. And the price? The usual. Food and weaponry, Adela replied. Deal. The cloaked figure melted seamlessly back into the shadows. The PDF commander spoke up nervously. Governor, what should we? Go directly to the PDF garrisons and secure the loyalty of the officers, Adela ordered. Tell them that as long as they stand with me, the future rewards will be immense. Yes, my lord. The PDF commander bowed and departed. Adela shot Kroger a meaningful look. The scarred enforcer understood instantly, ushering the remaining 2 magistrates out of the room. Only Adela and Archon Land remained in the hidden sanctum. Muggos, Adela looked at the one-eyed priest. Are you truly not going to aid me? The cult Mechanicus serves only the machine god. Archon Land's voice was entirely synthesized and devoid of emotion. However, if you can conclusively prove that this new Hive Lord's technology is blasphemous to the Omnicia, the Order may intervene. With those parting words, he turned and marched out, the faint hum of rotating servos echoing through the hidden room. Adela sat alone in the darkness, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest of his chair. 1 tap. 2 taps. 3 taps. Then, he let out a chilling, venomous laugh. Cage Lawrence. Crimson Dawn. Let's see who has the last laugh. At the absolute zenith of the Hive City, on an observation deck, Cogboy stood leaning against the heavy railing, a cigarette pinched between his fingers. Behind him, Tax Bro, Schrodinger Bro, and Blood Angel stood in comfortable silence. Tell me. Cogboy suddenly broke the silence. We've been grinding and bleeding in this Warhammer universe for so long. What exactly are we doing all this for? Tax Bro let out a genuine laugh. For the absolute thrill of it. Not just the simple thrill of a good firefight, but the profound satisfaction of violently fighting for an ideal. That fiery passion we all had when we were young slowly died out after getting mercilessly beaten down by real-world society. But now, in this alien universe, we actually have the chance to reignite that burning passion and fight for something real. He pumped his fist enthusiastically. Watching the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary grow stronger every single day, seeing the genuine smiles on the faces of the Imperial citizens, how is that not the ultimate rush? I know my username literally translates to paying taxes to the Emperor, but after surviving everything we've been through, I honestly just want to say, Emperor, it's time you paid taxes to your own damn citizens. Tax Bro's expression softened slightly with pride. We have tangibly altered the destinies of so many people. We made sure they can actually afford to eat, and we revolutionized how they think. And they genuinely, sincerely thank us for it. Compared to the suffocating apathy of modern society where no one gives a shit about anyone else, this feeling is absolutely intoxicating. Schrodinger Bro chimed in smoothly. We are fighting to carve out a sliver of dawn in the suffocating darkness. We aren't doing this to inflate our own egos. We are doing this because our fundamental conscience demands it. Since we're here anyway, we might as well do something to make this absolute shithole of a universe just a little bit better. Cogboy took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaling a thick plume of pale blue smoke. The smoke drifted away into the howling night wind, blending seamlessly into the toxic smog choking the upper hive. "You are both absolutely right," he said. "But I think, above all else, the most important thing is..." He paused, staring out toward the horizon where the blood-red moon was steadily rising. "We have to decisively prove that humanity doesn't just have to live on its knees, groveling in the dirt, or being burned as literal fuel. We can actually live standing on our own 2 feet. Standing up, living with absolute dignity. They inherently possess the fundamental right to choose their own destinies. That is the exact path Crimson Dawn must walk." He took another drag, his eyes hardening with unshakable resolve. "And that is precisely why we had to conquer this hive city. Why, during the dying light of the Imperium's peak era, under the watchful gaze of the Chaos Gods, and right under the nose of a Primarch, we resolutely chose to enter the grand game." He crushed the cigarette butt and flicked it over the railing. The dying embers flared briefly in the dark before being swallowed by the abyss below. "Paul should be arriving soon. Let's go." Cogboy turned and strode purposefully toward the stairwell. "Tomorrow, the real work begins. The very first step in Crimson Dawn's grand reformation of this hive city is utterly purging these parasites. This hive is about to undergo a violent, sweeping revolution. Some will sink into eternal damnation to pay for their horrific sins, while others will finally witness the dawn and be reborn. Every single person will be held strictly accountable for their actions, and every single person will earn the fair, righteous compensation they bleed for. Crimson Dawn will forge this new reality. All glory belongs to the hard-working citizens of the Imperium. Chapter 122, We Strike First. Kent Hive, the Governor/Hive Lord's estate, 3 a.m. A freezing midnight rain drifted through the pitch-black sky. Fine as mist, the rain lashed relentlessly against the marble exterior of the sprawling palatial estate with a continuous, whispering rustle. Inside the master suite on the 3rd floor, a heavy fire roared violently in the hearth, hungrily consuming the stacked firewood. Cogboy slouched deep in an armchair next to the fire, the joint connections of his cybernetic arm radiating a faint, residual heat. He was still wearing the dark gray formal suit from earlier, but his collar was now completely unbuttoned. The heavy oak desk before him was buried under chaotic mounds of the hive's administrative files, mineral output manifests, PDF deployment rosters, and 3 thoroughly crushed, empty packs of cigarettes. Taxbro sat cross-legged on the plush carpet, methodically using a whetstone to sharpen the firing pin of his heavily modified combat shotgun. Schrödinger Bro stood silently by the armorglass window, his back to the room. His gaze pierced through the freezing rain, locking onto the sporadic, flickering lights deep within the suffocating darkness of the hive city. He held a lit cigarette loosely in his right hand, while his left gripped a crumpled manifest. 17 distinct names on the list had been violently circled in blood-red ink. Blood Angel's second emperor sat behind the desk, meticulously writing something into a thick, leather-bound ledger. The sharp scratch of his pen against the parchment was the only sound in the room. Occasionally, he would pause, looking up at the roaring fire, the dancing flames reflecting brightly in his eyes. The PDF deployment roster officially lists 62,000 active personnel. Even after deducting the 45,000 men deployed to the frontline meat grinder, we should theoretically have 17,000 left. In reality, the total number of soldiers we can actually muster right now is less than 3,000. Cogboy finally broke the heavy silence. And the armory inventory is even more absurd. On paper, we supposedly have a stockpile of 60,000 lost guns. We did a hard count. There are only 3,000 functional weapons left. The rest are either rusted scrap metal, or... He paused heavily. Or they never actually existed in the first place. The embezzlement, they've literally embezzled themselves into absolute insanity. Taxbro didn't even look up, continuing to rhythmically grind his firing pin. These parasites really will steal anything that isn't bolted down. It's not just embezzlement, Schrödinger Bro said as he turned around, the red-circled manifest in his hand glowing darkly in the firelight. I personally audited the logistical supply records for the past 15 years. Exactly 17 senior armory quartermasters died in highly accidental circumstances. Every single one of their replacements was a die-hard loyalist handpicked by Adela. Causes of death. Blood Angel's second emperor asked, pausing his pen. Mining accidents, caught in Underhive gang crossfire, sudden fatal illnesses, you name it, they died from it. Schrödinger Bro sneered coldly. But the miraculous coincidence is that within exactly 1 week of each quartermaster's death, their corresponding armory warehouse suffered a massive electrical fire due to aging wiring. Every single physical inventory record was completely reduced to ash. The room plunged back into a suffocating silence. The firewood in the hearth snapped and crackled violently, spitting out a flurry of bright embers. Cogboy rubbed his throbbing temples. Canis and the Munitorum bureaucrats are scheduled to return to the City of the Holy Anthem by noon tomorrow. He looked at the others. According to our original operational plan, once they are gone, We will formally summon every single senior hive official for an administrative assembly and purge them one by one. Adela is not just going to sit there and wait for the executioner's axe, Schrödinger bro said flatly. I know, Cogboy replied as he dug the final half-empty pack of cigarettes from his inner pocket, pulling out a stick and lighting it. He took a massive drag, letting the smoke cycle deeply through his lungs before slowly exhaling. Which is exactly why we must strike first, and strike fast. Before Adela even has time to formulate a cohesive counterattack, we brutally seize complete control of the PDF. Then, we lock down every single department head and subject them to extreme interrogation. And what exactly is our standard for interrogation? Blood Angel's second emperor asked. Are we judging them according to imperial law? Or by Crimson Dawn's rules? By the undeniable facts. Cogboy flicked his ash. Whoever embezzled funds, whoever orchestrated murders, whoever conspired with the underhive gangs to oppress the citizens. If they deserve the firing squad, we shoot them. If they deserve a cell, we lock them away. And what happens if our interrogations reveal that over half the administration is guilty of capital offenses? Tax Bro finally looked up, flashing a terrifyingly bright grin. Do we slaughter them all? Cogboy fell completely silent. That was exactly the agonizing dilemma giving him a migraine. The Kent Hive was a colossal metropolis of 90 million people, supported by an unimaginably massive, thoroughly rotten administrative bureaucracy. If they truly applied Crimson Dawn's strict moral standards to the investigation, the total number of officials from top to bottom who were actually fit to serve would likely be less than 30%. But if they executed 70% of the Hive's government overnight, the entire Hive city would instantly paralyze into absolute anarchy. Which is precisely why I said, Tax Bro violently racked the slide of his shotgun. The heavy metallic clack-clack of a live shell chambering echoed deafeningly in the quiet room. We publicly slaughter the loudest, most arrogant ones first. The rest will have the absolute fear of God put into them, and they will naturally fall perfectly in line. Blood Angel's second emperor sighed heavily, closing his thick ledger. Honestly, what we need right now isn't a better operational plan. What we need is... He paused, his gaze drifting out into the pitch-black, freezing rain. Someone who can actually hold the line and terrify them into submission. The exact second the words left his mouth, a hyper-faint metallic clink echoed from the heavy stone balcony outside. The sound was practically imperceptible, nearly entirely masked by the howling rain. But all four players inside the room instantly froze. Tax Bro's hand instantly clamped down over his shotgun grip. Schrödinger Bro's thumb instinctively flicked the safety off his lost pistol. Blood Angel's second emperor snapped his ledger shut and slowly rose to his feet. Cogboy violently crushed his cigarette. His cybernetic right eye whirred, instantly cycling into thermal infrared scanning mode. On his retinal HUD, just outside the heavy armor-glass balcony doors, a towering thermal silhouette stood completely motionless. The heat signature radiating along the edges of the silhouette was perfectly, impossibly uniform, a distinct thermal profile exclusively generated by the advanced environmental control systems of high-tier power armor. The heavy armor-glass doors were slowly pushed open. Freezing rain instantly slashed through the gap, immediately blooming into dark, wet stains across the outrageously expensive, hand-woven carpet. A colossal figure clad in dark gray power armor stepped into the room. The blazing sun insignia of Crimson Dawn was deeply etched into the center of the heavy ceramite chest plate. The helmet's visor hissed upward with a pneumatic seal, revealing Paul's face. Rainwater ran in steady streams off the curved ceramite of his enormous pauldrons, splashing heavily onto the carpet with rhythmic thuds. The power armor's flawless environmental sealing ensured not a single drop penetrated the undersuit. Brothers, Paul's voice reverberated through the power armor's external voxcasters, carrying a deep, intensely magnetic resonance. What is our tactical situation? Tax Bro broke into a massive grin and released his white-knuckled grip on the shotgun. Schrödinger Bro's thumb slipped off the safety, and he let out a long, quiet exhale. Blood Angel's second emperor sat back down, casually reopening his thick ledger. Cogboy stood up. The heavy hydraulic servos in his cybernetic arm hissed loudly as he released the built-up combat tension. Although Cogboy was currently the nominal supreme commander of the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary, handling all diplomatic negotiations and high-level administrative decisions, every single player fundamentally understood the truth: Paul was the true, absolute guardian deity of Crimson Dawn. An active Astartes tier physiological baseline, a champion possessing 5 terrifying core traits, a storm tier psyker, and possessing an absolute, limitless respawn authority. Stacking all these insane factors together made him an entirely unprecedented, godlike existence among the player base. But far more importantly, he was the only player who could never, ever log out. The other players could die, respawn, and still return to their normal lives in the real world. But Paul was fundamentally different. His identity as a champion completely bound his destiny to this grimdark universe. He couldn't go back, and he didn't need to. This universe was his eternal battlefield. Sit, Cogboy said, dragging a heavy oak armchair over and placing it directly beside the roaring fire. Paul walked over and sat down. Brief me. Even while sitting, his towering 3-meter frame dwarfed everyone else in the room. The sheer, unfathomable weight of the dense ceramite armor caused the solid wood chair legs to groan agonizingly, and that was with Paul actively utilizing his physical mastery to minimize his gravitational footprint. The situation is incredibly grim, Cogboy summarized with absolute brutal efficiency. The PDF rosters are functionally fake, the armories have been thoroughly stripped and embezzled, the entire administrative bureaucracy is rotting from the inside out, and Adela and his cronies are absolutely guaranteed to launch a violent counterattack. Our original plan was to wait until tomorrow after Canis and the other 2 officials from the City of the Holy Anthem left. Then, we would convene a meeting of all the senior Hive officials, arrest them one by one, and sentence them on the spot, Cogboy said, looking directly at Paul. What do you think? Paul remained silent for a few seconds. The fire in the hearth danced wildly within his dark golden pupils. When he finally spoke, his voice was as calm as if they were discussing what to eat for dinner. The plan is feasible, but it isn't ruthless enough. How so? Cogboy asked. Your chosen timing is flawed. Waiting for the officials from the City of the Holy Anthem to leave seems safe, but it actually gives Adela a massive buffer period. Paul's armored fingertips rhythmically tapped against the armrest, the heavy metal clacking dully against the solid wood. It's a pitch-black, stormy night, the perfect weather for murder and arson. Communications across the various Hive sectors are already severely degraded. The PDF garrisons are leaderless, the administrative officials are isolated in their own homes, and even the underhive gangs are cowering in their dens. He paused, lifting his gaze to meet Cogboy's. This is our heaven-sent opportunity. The room instantly fell dead silent. The only sounds were the howling rain, the crackling of the fire, and the rhythmic tapping of Paul's fingertips. You mean? Schrödinger bro asked tentatively. The moment dawn breaks, we immediately convene the new Hive Lord's inaugural General Assembly. Paul's voice dropped to a freezing temperature. While the rain is still pouring, we dispatch our forces right now to completely lock down every single exit in the Hive. From the absolute top to the absolute bottom, all senior officials, PDF commanders, Mechanicus representatives, and upper spire elites. We formally invite every single one of them to attend. All of them. Cogboy frowned deeply. Including Adela. Especially Adela, Paul replied. But Canis and his people are still. Invite them too, Paul cut him off, his tone brokering absolutely no argument. When they visited the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary, I scanned them using my wisdom trait. Canis Brown has been in office for 23 years. The total funds he has embezzled convert to at least 80 million imperial coins. His deputy, Mason, smuggled and sold restricted military supplies, directly causing 3 fully equipped PDF regiments from the City of the Holy Anthem to be entirely wiped out during a mutant suppression campaign due to severe equipment shortages. Todd is even more depraved. He has actively colluded with major human traffickers across multiple Hive cities, personally facilitating the disappearance of over 20,000 innocent civilians in just 5 years. With every sentence he spoke, the temperature in the room seemed to violently plummet. According to imperial law, the crimes these men have committed are enough to have them executed 10 times over. But according to Crimson Dawn's standards, skinning them alive by 1,000 cuts would still be far too merciful. Tax Bro's eyes lit up. So we kill them. We kill every single one of them. If we do not execute these absolute degenerates, we will never be able to appease the sheer fury of the citizens, Paul confirmed. But they are officials dispatched directly from the City of the Holy Anthem. If we kill them, won't that? It won't. Paul interrupted yet again. This time, he looked directly at the group, a chilling, highly calculative light flashing violently within his dark golden eyes. Let me ask you a very simple question. What is infinitely more secure, bribing a corrupt official, or physically replacing that official with one of our own? His words dragged the room into a profound silence. Schrödinger bro was the first to fully process the horrifying implication. You're saying, we replace them? Exactly. Paul stood up, the colossal servos of his power armor letting out a deep, thrumming hum. He strode over to the window, staring out at the storm-ravaged Hive City. Do not forget exactly how Deep Sea and his covert ops team successfully infiltrated Aru City. According to his latest intelligence report, he has already successfully breached their upper spires. The other infiltration squads are also making rapid progress. Therefore, we will execute the exact same strategy here. Our people will assume their identities and return to the City of the Holy Anthem in their place. A collective, sharp intake of cold air echoed through the room. But what about their memories? Blood Angel's second emperor asked hesitantly. Their memories are not a difficult problem to solve. Paul turned around, the violent flames of the hearth casting long, terrifying shadows across his face. My wisdom trait allows me to deeply read their fragmented memories and extract crucial information. Combine that with a few aggressive interrogation techniques beforehand to extract their detailed personal profiles, and it will be more than enough to flawlessly handle casual daily interactions. Tax Bro licked his lips, his eyes practically vibrating with absolute excitement. That's incredibly ruthless. I love it. Schrödinger Bro rapidly calculated the sheer logistical feasibility in his head. His deeply furrowed brow slowly smoothed out. The calculated success rate is easily above 80%. The absolute prerequisite, however, is that our initial lockdown operation cannot suffer a single flaw. Blood Angel's second emperor was already furiously scribbling down operational keypoints in his ledger. We will need at least 50 players to actively participate in the infiltration replacement plan. We must strictly prioritize players who possess real-world acting experience or high-tier veterans of espionage games. The primary targets slated for complete avatar reconstruction and replacement include the 3 Munitorum officials from the City of the Holy Anthem and key members of their guard detail, the former Hive Lord, the Security Prefect, the Finance Minister, the 3 Imperial Arbitrators permanently stationed in the Kent Hive, and a select handful of nobles who own crucial industrial assets within the Hive. Cogboy looked directly up at Paul, a heavy knot forming in his stomach. But we only have 1,000 men. We have to completely lock down every single exit to the entire Hive City, violently suppress the PDF garrisons, and ensure absolutely nothing goes wrong during the General Assembly. 1,000 men are 1,000 men. Paul's voice was an absolute fortress of unshakable confidence. We strike absolutely first, seizing the total initiative directly into our own hands. With me on the field, I am more than equivalent to 100,000 men. Tax Bro, you will immediately deploy 800 men, divided into 4 distinct combat detachments. Detachment 1 will violently lock down the primary Hive exits. Detachment 2 will aggressively seize control of the PDF garrisons. Remember this explicitly: if those PDF bastards are foolish enough to resist, you have total authorization to open fire. Do not even consider casualty rates. This operation has a 0% tolerance for failure. Detachment 3 will heavily quarantine the outer perimeter of the Mechanicus Enclave. Absolutely no one from their order is allowed to leave. Detachment 4 will remain on standby as a highly mobile rapid response reserve. Tax Bro shot to his feet, his spine snapping straight. Understood. As for the remaining 200 men, Paul continued, looking directly at Cogboy, break off exactly 30 of them. The second dawn breaks at 6 o'clock, they will personally deliver the invitations to every single senior official to attend the assembly. Their tone must be impeccably polite, but their attitude absolutely uncompromising. Inform them that this is the new Hive Lord's inaugural General Assembly, and any official who fails to attend will be violently charged with extreme dereliction of duty. The remaining 170 men will heavily fortify the assembly hall. The primary grand hall of the governor's estate is large enough to comfortably accommodate 200 people. Every single entrance and exit will be heavily guarded by our absolute best. He paused, a chilling, terrifyingly cold smile slowly curving his lips. I am going to personally transform that grand hall into the Supreme Inquisition Tribunal for the entire Kent Hive. And I will be the absolute inquisitor who violently judges every single one of their horrific sins. I will teach them the true meaning of the phrase, Inquisition, open up. The battle plan was flawlessly set. Tax Bro immediately stormed out of the room to rally the players. 800 heavily augmented players launching a perfectly synchronized, highly aggressive assault at this exact hour was more than enough to violently seize every critical logistical node before Adela even had a chance to react. Schrödinger Bro rapidly drafted the official notification hit list. There were 173 names in total. The targets included the former Hive Lord Adela Hisman, the 7 primary senior magistrates, 5 Mechanicus Magos, the 3 Munitorum officials from the City of the Holy Anthem, 3 Imperial Arbitrators, over 100 mid to high-level administrative officials, and 21 Upper Spire aristocrats and Merchant Guild representatives. Blood Angel's second emperor meticulously prepared his administrative paperwork, which was, in reality, a hyper-detailed, undeniable manifesto of their horrific crimes. Cross-referencing the massive logistical archives they had secretly compiled over the past few days, he had already fully formalized the comprehensive capital charges against the 17 most critical targets. Cogboy silently sat to the side, meticulously recalibrating the combat parameters of his 2 cybernetic arms and mechanical leg. Paul stood absolutely motionless before the armorglass window. The freezing storm outside continued to escalate in absolute violence. The distant, flickering lights of the Hive City blurred into hazy, dying halos against the sheer wall of relentless rain. He slowly closed his eyes. His wisdom trait expanded outwards in absolute, deafening silence. Faint, invisible ripples of dark golden psychic energy violently cascaded outwards with him at the absolute epicenter. The psychic wave effortlessly phased through the heavy ceramite walls, pierced straight through the torrential rain, and completely blanketed the entire governor's estate before rapidly expanding infinitely outwards into the sprawling hive. Through the psychic network, he instantly witnessed the players mobilizing. Tax Bro was already aggressively rallying his forces in the subterranean motor pool. 800 heavily armed players stood in perfectly silent, terrifyingly disciplined combat formations. The faint, high-pitched hum of 800 lost guns simultaneously charging their power packs merged into a single, utterly deafening mechanical roar. Chapter 123, Chapter 122, I Sentence You. Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 250 power stones. Inside the lavish mansions of the Upper Spire Noble District, some elites were partying through the night, some were desperately plotting how to curry favor with the new Hive Lord, and others were frantically liquidating their assets to flee. Deep in the suffocating depths of the Underhive, the staccato cracks of gang warfare occasionally echoed, only to be swallowed by the howling rain. Lurking in the absolute darkness were violent mutants and irradiated beasts. This was the Kent Hive, a perfect microcosm of the twisted, grimdark reality unique to the Warhammer universe. 98,740,000 human beings were crammed together like a swarm of insects inside this inverted steel mountain. Some lived their entire lives in the upper spires, drowning in absolute luxury and generational wealth, some struggled desperately to survive in the mid-hive, constantly oppressed and exploited, and others were reduced to rotting bones in the absolute depths, dying without even a grave. But very soon, a total, sweeping revolution was about to begin. Paul slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his dark golden pupils, the gradually lightening horizon outside the window was perfectly reflected. The rain was still falling. But the dawn was inevitably coming. At 6:10 a.m., the rain had not stopped, if anything, it had grown significantly heavier. The dreary, ashen morning light filtered through the thick clouds and torrential rain, shrouding the entire Hive City in an incredibly oppressive, freezing dampness. Outside the massive main gates of the governor's estate, exactly 100 players had completely assembled into perfectly disciplined ranks. They wore standardized dark gray combat fatigues with heavy waterproof cloaks draped over them, their lost guns slung across their backs, and their tactical belts loaded with stun grenades and close combat monomolecular knives. The squad leader was a player with the ID, Heresy Faces the Inquisition. Does everyone remember the plan? Heresy Faces the Inquisition asked, his gaze sweeping over his team. There are 173 names on this list. We are splitting into 6 detachments, each responsible for a specific sector. Keep your tone impeccably polite, but keep your attitude absolutely uncompromising. Just tell them that the new Hive Lord, Lord Cage, is urgently convening a general assembly regarding the future governance of the Hive, and all senior officials are strictly mandated to attend. And what if someone tries to make an excuse? One of the players asked. Then we assist them with their attendance by delivering 7 strikes a second, the squad leader replied, flashing a vicious grin as he patted the compliance enforcer baton, hanging from his belt, a premium item he had just exchanged from the sanctuary store. We'll let them personally experience what it means to be beaten so hard the heresy leaves their bodies and they start screaming, "Sir, I am a loyal." This particular baton wasn't just incredibly durable. Upon activation, it discharged a massive burst of high-voltage electricity capable of instantly paralyzing a fully grown man with Tier 3 genetic enhancements. Move out. The 10 detachments rapidly dispersed into the freezing rain. Upper Hive, Noble District, the Hisman family estate. Adela Hisman had just gotten out of bed and was enjoying a lavish breakfast, pan-seared rock-sheep chops, baked escargot, a platter of exotic fruits imported from an agri-world, and a steaming cup of stimulant-laced recaf. His head butler hurriedly rushed into the dining hall, his face completely pale. "My lord, people from the governor's estate are here." "Who?" Adela asked sharply. "The new Hive Lord's men. They said, they are here to invite you to a meeting." Adela's silver steak knife froze in midair. He looked up at the butler. "How many?" 10. "They are wearing gray combat uniforms and carrying heavy weaponry." "Let them in." A few moments later, Heresy Faces the Inquisition led 4 of his heavily armed squad members directly into the opulent dining hall. Freezing rainwater dripped steadily from their heavy cloaks, forming dark, wet puddles on the pristine marble floor. "Lord Adela," the Crimson Dawn messenger said, executing an absolutely flawless, textbook salute of the Imperial Aquila. "The new Hive Lord, Lord Cage, will be convening a general assembly of all senior Kent Hive officials in the main hall of the governor's estate at precisely 8 a.m. This is your official invitation." He pulled a heavy, gold-embossed parchment envelope from his inner coat and offered it forward with both hands. Adela didn't take it. He simply continued to slowly and methodically slice his lamb chop, the silver knife scraping sharply against the fine porcelain plate. "In such a rush? The future of the Hive City is at stake. The Lord Governor hopes to discuss his grand strategy with everyone as soon as possible," the player replied smoothly. "And what if I say I am feeling severely unwell?" The player's polite smile didn't waver in the slightest. "Then we would be incredibly regretful. However, the Lord Governor explicitly stated that this assembly is of the utmost importance. Anyone who is absent without a highly justifiable cause will be officially deemed as displaying extreme contempt toward the Imperium's newly appointed official, and actively refusing to cooperate with the governance of this Hive City. When that happens, the Lord Governor will be forced to submit a formal incident report directly to the Departamento Munitorum in the city of the Holy Anthem, and perfectly duplicate that exact report for the Iron Hands Legion. It was a soft, incredibly venomous threat. Adela's knife dug violently into his lamb chop, leaving a deep, vicious gouge in the meat. He slowly raised his eyes to look at the young messenger standing before him. There was absolutely zero fear or reverence in this subordinate's eyes, only a cold, incredibly terrifying, and perfectly calm scrutiny. "I understand," Adela said, finally putting down his silverware and picking up a silk napkin to wipe his mouth. "Tell Hive Lord Cage that I will attend on time." An incredibly wise decision. Heresy Faces the Inquisition bowed slightly before turning and marching out of the dining hall. The absolute second the heavy oak doors clicked shut, Adela's face violently contorted with pure, unfiltered rage. "Go get Kroger. Tell him to instantly contact PDF Commander Callan. I want 1,000 fully armed PDF troopers stationed immediately outside the governor's estate," he snarled at his trembling butler. "And quietly contact our people in the Underhive. Tell them to prepare for absolute war." At that exact same moment, highly similar scenes were violently playing out across the entire Hive city. Inside Finance Minister Jeremy's opulent mansion, the grossly obese official desperately tried to feign a sudden, agonizing stomachache to avoid the summons. In response, two heavily augmented players incredibly thoughtfully offered to physically carry him all the way to the assembly. Staring at the massive, terrifyingly bulging muscles on their cybernetic arms, Jeremy very wisely announced that his stomachache had miraculously cured itself. At the central PDF garrison, when Commander Callan and a handful of his senior officers were aggressively invited out of their barracks, over a dozen of his die-hard loyalist soldiers violently attempted to intervene. The players instantly drew their compliance batons and unleashed a blinding flurry of 7 strikes a second, effortlessly beating the resisting soldiers until they collapsed to the floor, violently twitching and screaming for mercy. The entire brutal suppression lasted less than 10 seconds, completely over before the rest of the garrison even realized what was happening. Deep inside the Mechanicus Enclave, Magos Archon Land stared silently at the heavily armed players standing before him. His single mechanical eye violently flickered and whirred for several seconds. Then, he gave a sharp, jerky nod. "I will attend." He didn't speak a single unnecessary word. However, the exact second the players stepped outside to wait for him, Archon Land immediately turned and marched deep into the heavily restricted heart of the Mechanicus Enclave. Hidden within a highly secured sanctum lay 3 massive, completely dormant combat servitors. These were heavy Mechanicus war machines, each one heavily armed with twin-linked loss cannons and massive hydraulic power fists. Archon Land rapidly initiated their awakening protocols. "Just in case," he whispered to the empty sanctum. 7:30 a.m. The freezing rain was still falling. The grand hall of the governor's estate was fully prepared. It was a magnificent space with vaulted ceilings over 10 meters high. The walls were heavily draped with ancient tapestries and murals dating back to the Blaek House era, depicting forgotten, esoteric religious rituals. A massive, elongated conference table sat directly in the center of the hall, large enough to comfortably seat 200 people. Each of the 4 main exits was heavily guarded by 4 players. Wearing pristine dark gray combat uniforms, their loss guns were slung firmly across their chests with their hands resting casually on the grips. Their eyes calmly swept over the senior officials as they continuously filed into the room. The atmosphere was incredibly eerie. The senior officials entered the hall in 2s and 3s, exchanging hushed whispers and nervous glances. Some were visibly sweating, some looked deeply confused, and others desperately feigned perfect composure. Canis, Mason, and Todd, the 3 Munitorum officials dispatched from the city of the Holy Anthem, were seated to the immediate right of the primary seat, the designated VIP section. Their faces were noticeably grim, clearly deeply unsettled by this sudden, mandatory General Assembly. Adela Hisman sat to the immediate left of the primary seat, heavily surrounded by his die-hard cronies. His expression remained totally calm, but beneath the heavy oak table, his hands were clenched into iron-tight fists. 7:50 a.m. Over 160 people were already seated in the grand hall. A dozen more were still on their way. 8 a.m. sharp. A heavy side door pushed open. Cogboy strode into the grand hall. He was wearing his immaculate dark gray formal suit, the blazing sun insignia of Crimson Dawn pinned proudly to his left breast. He walked directly to the primary seat but didn't immediately sit down. Instead, he leaned forward, planting both hands firmly on the tabletop, and let his gaze slowly sweep across the entire room. Over 100 pairs of eyes stared back at him. "Gentlemen," Cogboy spoke, his voice projecting through the hall's Vox amplification system, clear and absolutely calm. "I thank you all for braving the storm to attend this emergency assembly. I am Cage Lawrence, the new Hive Lord of the Kent Hive, officially appointed by the Departamento Munitorum. I have summoned you all here today because the current state of the Kent Hive has reached a critical juncture where absolute, sweeping change is mandatory. For the past 25 years, the administration of this hive city has suffered from catastrophic failures. The PDF deployment rosters are completely fabricated, the armory inventories are a chaotic mess, the fundamental infrastructure has fallen into severe disrepair, the citizens are entirely destitute, and the underhive gangs are allowed to run rampant. With every single sentence he spoke, the faces of certain individuals in the audience grew a fraction paler. Adela remained entirely expressionless, but his fists clenched even tighter beneath the table. But that ends now, Cogboy continued, his voice echoing powerfully. Crimson Dawn has arrived, and we are going to rectify these issues. Only then can we truly live up to the expectations of Lord Primarch Ferrus Manus. He stood up perfectly straight, his tone suddenly dropping into a terrifyingly sharp bark. Therefore, starting exactly today, the Kent Hive will undergo an absolute, uncompromising purge. Every single departmental ledger will be strictly audited. Every single official's assets will be forcefully redeclared. And all criminal activities, no matter who is involved, will be punished with extreme prejudice. A deathly silence suffocated the Grand Hall. The only sound was the howling rain faintly echoing from beyond the armor-glass windows. Then, Adela slowly rose to his feet. Lord Governor Cage, his voice was painfully dry, but he desperately struggled to maintain his composure. Reformation is an honorable pursuit, but is this not far too hasty? The administrative affairs of a hive city are incredibly complex. If we act too rashly, I fear it will trigger massive societal unrest and severely impact our mineral production quotas. And when that happens, the Legion. He was deliberately using the crushing pressure of the Legion as a political shield. But Cogboy just laughed, a smile completely devoid of warmth. An excellent reminder, Lord Adela, Cogboy said, locking eyes with him as the blue light of his cybernetic eye violently flickered. Which is exactly why our very first item on the agenda today is to clearly establish accountability. The exact second the words left his mouth, every single set of doors to the Grand Hall slammed violently shut with a deafening bang. A heavy side door slowly creaked open. Paul strode into the room. 3 meters of towering, Astartes tier muscle clad in dark gray power armor. The Crimson Dawn insignia on his massive ceramite chestplate seemed to literally burn under the harsh chandelier lights. Every single official in the room stared at this colossal, power-armored giant in absolute, unfiltered shock. The heraldry on his armor didn't match a single known Space Marine Legion. He was actually bearing the insignia of Crimson Dawn. How was that even possible? How could a frontier organization like Crimson Dawn possibly possess the technological capability to forge their own pattern of power armor? Archon Land, the resident Muggos of the Mechanicus, looked visibly shaken. Just a few days prior to Crimson Dawn's arrival, the cult Mechanicus had transmitted a comprehensive intelligence dossier on the organization directly to his databanks. Nowhere in that file did it state that the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary possessed the capability to independently manufacture Astartes-grade power armor. As a Muggos of the cult Mechanicus, his internal vigilance instantly spiked to maximum levels. They rejected any advanced technology not strictly ordained by the priesthood of Mars. Could the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary have unearthed a complete STC template? Archon Land thought to himself. It seems I must urgently establish a secure Vox link with the regional headquarters the moment this assembly concludes. Paul paid absolutely no attention to their horror. He marched directly up to the primary seat and stood like an immovable mountain right behind Cogboy. The pneumatic seals of his helmet hissed as his visor slid up, exposing his face. His dark golden pupils swept coldly over the entire room. He fully unleashed his wisdom trait. Faint, invisible ripples of dark golden psychic energy expanded outwards in absolute silence, completely blanketing the entire Grand Hall. In that exact moment, Paul saw their sins. He saw the bottomless, terrifying black hole of pure greed lurking deep within Adela Hisman's soul. He saw the thousands of innocent lives permanently stained onto Security Prefect Kroger's hands. He saw the horrific, staggering deficits deliberately hidden within Finance Minister Jeremy's ledgers. He saw the vile human trafficking transactions orchestrated between upper spire elites and underhive syndicates. He saw Muggos Archon Land's fanatical hatred for all non-standard cybernetic enhancements, along with the utterly inhumane, agonizing processes he inflicted upon innocent victims to lobotomize them into servitors. And he saw the equally deep, suffocating sins festering within the souls of Cannies, Mason, and Todd. The horrific crimes of every single administrative official and noble representative present were laid completely bare before him. Excellent. Paul slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, he looked directly down at Cogboy and gave a single, definitive nod. Cogboy understood instantly. He turned his attention back to the 100+ terrified, outraged faces staring up at him from the audience. His voice echoed with absolute clarity into every single corner of the Grand Hall. I now formally announce, the Grand Inquisition Tribunal of the Kent Hive has officially begun, Cogboy declared. First on the docket, Adela Hisman. Charges: embezzlement of imperial tithes, illicit trafficking of military munitions, conspiring with underhive syndicates, and the premeditated murder of key witnesses, totaling 27 absolute capital offenses. The evidence is undeniably conclusive. I sentence you. Adela's face instantly drained of all color, turning a horrifying, deathly white. Outside the armorglass windows, the freezing storm violently escalated. Next goal equals 500 power stones. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, Public Execution. Cogboy's icy voice slowly rang out. To Adela's ears, it sounded like a whisper straight from hell. According to the stipulations of Chapter 3, Article 7, Chapter 9, Article 12, and Chapter 11, Article 3 of the Imperial Frontier World Governance Act. He paused, his voice echoing loudly in the dead silent hall. You are sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. You. Adela violently vaulted out of his chair. His impeccably maintained, aristocratic face was now twisted into something resembling a crushed worm. Cage Lawrence. This is tyranny. Absolute, naked tyranny. I am the officially appointed Hive Lord, sanctioned by the Departamento Munitorum. Even if I step down, I still retain the legal status of a former imperial official. According to the Terran Codex of Administrative Procedures, any trial against me must be strictly overseen by the Sector Arbitrator Tribunal and fully approved by the Planetary Governor's Office. He roared, flecks of spit flying across the astronomically expensive cherrywood table. He grew increasingly hysterical, his trembling finger pointing directly at Cogboy. You are just some wasteland bumpkin who took office 3 days ago. Who gave you the supreme authority to unilaterally sentence me to death? This is a gross violation of the imperial truth. It is total insubordination. This is outright treason. The other senior officials in the Grand Hall sat completely paralyzed with fear, not even daring to breathe too loudly. They rapidly exchanged horrified glances, internally screaming their lungs out. Who the hell does things like this? The imperial bureaucracy had functioned for 800 years, and even during the most blood-soaked transfers of power, everyone still maintained the absolute bare minimum of superficial political theater. There wasn't a single world in the galaxy where politics worked like this. Even hardcore visual novel games didn't have plotlines this deranged. Weren't you supposed to completely strip him of his authority first, secretly launch an investigation, slowly compile undeniable evidence, and finally have the former Hive Lord suffer a sudden fatal illness or an accidental fall from a balcony in the dead of night? Who the hell hosts a massive General Assembly on their literal first day in office, reads out a grocery list of capital charges in front of everyone, and immediately issues a public death sentence? Exactly what kind of violently psychotic Hive Lord just crawled out of the barbaric wastelands? Guards. Guards. Seeing that Cogboy remained completely unfazed, Adela violently yanked a gold-plated Vox transmitter from his inner coat pocket. This was a highly encrypted device exclusively forged for the Hisman family, allowing him direct communication with the massive trump card he had stationed outside. He viciously slammed the emergency channel button and shrieked into the transmitter. Cal-An. Breach the doors, Anne. His voice abruptly cut off. Because at that exact second, the heavy side doors of the Grand Hall were violently pushed open. 6 heavily augmented players casually strolled in, dragging 5 humanoid creatures whose faces had been beaten so badly they resembled swollen pigs. The man being dragged at the very front was wearing the crisp uniform of a PDF Supreme Commander, but his face was so catastrophically swollen that his own mother wouldn't be able to identify him. His left eye socket was bruised completely black, his right cheek was grotesquely swollen, his nose was violently shattered and pushed to one side, and bloody foam constantly leaked from the corner of his mouth. It was exactly the PDF Commander Adela had staked his life on, Cal-An. Lord former Hive Lord. One of the players flashed a bright, sunny grin and heavily patted Cal-An on the shoulder, a casual gesture that caused the commander to violently gasp in sheer agony. We've officially invited the Lord Cal-An you were looking for. He wasn't very cooperative at first. Kept screaming about how he was Governor Adela's closest confidant and had highly important official business to attend to. Another player casually chimed in, his tone light and breezy. So we tried to be extremely reasonable with him. We politely explained that the new Hive Lord was holding a General Assembly and all senior officials were strictly required to attend. But he just wouldn't listen. The bastard even ordered his men to draw their weapons. The player gave a helpless shrug. So, we had no choice but to forcefully engage in some physical persuasion. Oh, and he pointed casually at the 5 paralyzed, mud-like officers currently bleeding out on the floor. These guys over here are his most loyal squad captains. We went ahead and invited them along too. Adela's hand froze completely stiff in midair. Only the faint, scratching static of dead air echoed from his Vox transmitter. The 1,000 heavily armed PDF troopers he had meticulously positioned right outside the governor's estate were obviously completely wiped out. He slowly, mechanically turned his head, his wide eyes scanning the perimeter of the Grand Hall. Over 100 players clad in dark gray combat uniforms had silently, invisibly occupied every single tactical vantage point in the room. The muzzles of their lost guns were casually lowered, but the energy indicator runes on every single weapon were glowing with a sickening pale green light. They were completely hot and ready to fire. The invisible targeting trajectories of every single gun were casually, yet perfectly, locked onto the vital organs of the 170+ officials present in the hall. Adela's legs turned to absolute jelly. With a heavy thud, he slid right out of his chair and collapsed hard onto the marble floor. A player standing directly behind him instantly slung his lost gun over his shoulder, stepped forward, and viciously clocked him right in the right eye socket. Adela let out an agonizing screech as his eye instantly swelled and bruised completely black. "Lord Adela," the player sneered, reaching down to grab the back of his expensive collar. He effortlessly hoisted the former Hive Lord up like a pathetic, wet chicken and slammed him back into his chair. The player leaned in, whispering softly into Adela's ear. The volume was low, but more than loud enough for the first few rows of officials to hear crystal clear. "Sit nicely like a good boy. Because if I have to throw another punch." He flashed a terrifyingly bright smile, casually feinting a closed fist directly toward Adela's crotch. "It'll be aimed right at that third leg of yours." Adela convulsed violently, a dark, wet stain instantly blooming across his crotch. The sharp, unmistakable stench of urine rapidly permeated the immediate air. Cogboy didn't even bat an eyelid, looking as if he couldn't smell a damn thing. He just calmly continued to scroll through the holographic files in his hand, the blue light of his cybernetic eye flashing with cold, robotic stability. Next on the docket, Kroger Erland, Hive Security Prefect. The exact second he read that name out loud, the scarred, middle-aged man sitting directly next to Adela violently flinched. "You have held your office for exactly 14 years. During that time, you have personally overseen 5,742 criminal cases. Exactly 4,103 of those cases were hastily closed, with the official ledgers marking them as either lacking sufficient evidence, or stating the suspect simply disappeared." Cogboy effortlessly swiped his hand, projecting several heavily scanned case files into the air. "However, according to the highly confidential syndicate transaction ledgers we recently acquired, exactly 3,844 of those exact suspects miraculously appeared on black market human trafficking manifests shortly after their disappearances." He slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto Kroger like a targeting laser. "Every single one of these individuals was officially detained within your precinct fortress right before they were violently sold off. Would you care to explain?" Kroger's lips trembled violently. He desperately wanted to say something to save his own life, but after glancing at Adela, who was literally pissing his pants beside him, and then looking at the hundreds of lethal lost gun muzzles pointed in his general direction, he couldn't squeeze out a single syllable. Silence is an admission of guilt. Cogboy casually checked off a digital box on the holographic file. Charges: conspiring with underhive syndicates, mass human trafficking, extreme dereliction of duty, premeditated murder, and torture, totaling 19 absolute capital offenses. You are sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. Kroger utterly collapsed into his chair, his eyes completely hollow and dead. The trial continued. Cogboy's voice remained flat and utterly devoid of emotion. Finance Minister Jeremy. Embezzlement of hive taxation funds totaling 84 million imperial coins. This directly caused 3 primary water purification plants to shut down due to lack of operational funding, triggering a mass cholera outbreak in the underhive that resulted in 47,000 civilian deaths. Death sentence. Civil Affairs Minister Rodriguez. Gross misappropriation of disaster relief grain. Diverted high-nutrient paste meant for starving refugees and illegally sold it to black market merchants in neighboring hive cities for a personal profit of 32 million. Death sentence. Education Minister Sarah. Total monopolization of the hive educational system, illegally pricing academy enrollment quotas. Over a period of 25 years, accepted bribes totaling 50 million imperial coins. Death sentence. Name after name was read out. Crime after crime was publicly declared. Evidence after undeniable evidence was openly projected. After every single name, Cogboy would calmly deliver the exact same 2 words. Death sentence. The atmosphere in the grand hall gradually morphed from terrified shock into an absolute, suffocating silence. The last traces of color completely drained from the officials' faces. They finally realized the horrifying truth. This wasn't a standard political power struggle. This wasn't a bureaucratic reshuffle. This wasn't even the classic case of a new official ruthlessly asserting his dominance. This was a total, unmitigated extermination. This was a literal firing squad purge, reading straight down a hit list. When Cogboy finally read the name Canis Brown, a violent commotion erupted in the grand hall once again. The 3 Munitorum officials seated in the VIP section had originally been watching the proceedings with the detached amusement of theatergoers. They fundamentally believed that as high-level inspectors directly dispatched by a superior administrative body, this supposedly insane Lord Governor Cage wouldn't dare touch a single hair on their heads. But now, Canis' name had just been called. Cage. Are you completely out of your mind? Canis violently vaulted to his feet, his slightly balding, round face flushing bright red with a mixture of absolute rage and terror. I am a senior inspector of the Departamento Munitorum from the City of the Holy Anthem. I am an official of the Imperium directly subordinate to the Sector Munitorum Command. He pointed a violently trembling finger at Cogboy. Do you have any idea where I come from? I hail directly from the Corofin sector. My official writ of appointment bears the personal signature of the sector governor. It possesses a highly classified registration designation from the Secretariat of the Senatorum Imperialis on Holy Terra itself. As he grew increasingly hysterical, his hand instinctively snapped down toward the gold-plated Los pistol holstered at his waist. Although the weapon was purely decorative, in that terrifying moment, he desperately needed anything that could provide him with a shred of security. Click, click, click. 10 Los guns were simultaneously raised in perfect synchronization. The energy indicator runes on the weapons violently flashed from pale green to blinding, lethal red. 10 perfectly steady targeting lasers instantly locked onto Canis' chest, forehead, and throat. Canis froze completely solid. Moving with excruciating slowness, he carefully released his grip on his pistol and slowly sat back down. Lord Governor Cage. His tone instantly softened, dropping into a desperate, pathetic plea. Didn't we have a wonderful conversation just a few days ago? I even explicitly promised to personally resolve all the political troubles plaguing your hive city. Did you forget? Cogboy looked at him, his gaze entirely devoid of emotion. Canis Brown, Senior Inspector of the Corofin Sector Departamento Munitorum. Term of office, 23 years. He smoothly swiped his hand, projecting a new set of highly classified files into the air. Total personally embezzled funds convert to roughly 480 million imperial coins, of which 340 million were directly extorted from the native aristocratic houses of Aurelian IV. Deputy Mason. Illicit smuggling and black market distribution of highly restricted military supplies. His actions directly caused a fully equipped PDF regiment from the City of the Holy Anthem to be entirely wiped out during a mutant suppression campaign due to severe equipment shortages, resulting in 32,000 military casualties. Todd. Active, long-term collusion with major human trafficking syndicates across multiple hive cities. Over the past 15 years, you personally facilitated the disappearance of exactly 50,437 innocent civilians. Their final destinations were either brutal slave labor mines on frontier fringe worlds or the private gladiatorial arenas of twisted noble houses. Cogboy finished reading and slowly raised his head. Do the three of you possess any formal objections to these charges? Canis opened his mouth, desperately wanting to scream that it was all a complete fabrication. But staring into Cogboy's freezing cybernetic eye, and then glancing nervously at the 10 lethal Los guns still aimed directly at his head, he couldn't force a single syllable past his lips. Mason had completely collapsed into his chair, his naturally sour face now as pale as a sheet of paper. Todd's hands were trembling so violently that the light reflecting off his 3 massive gemstone rings danced erratically across the vaulted ceiling. Excellent. Cogboy snapped the heavy holographic ledger shut, the sharp clack echoing deafeningly in the dead-silent hall. He slowly swept his gaze across the room, taking in the sea of terrifyingly pale faces, a cold, mocking smile slowly curving his lips. Does anyone present have any formal objections to the horrific crimes I have just read? I am completely innocent. Lord Governor. I was forced to do it. Adela forced me to do all of it. Those ledgers were left behind by the previous finance minister. I only just took over the position. I had absolutely no idea there were massive deficits. Human trafficking. I swear to the Emperor I knew absolutely nothing about it. It must have been my subordinates operating entirely behind my back. A massive, chaotic explosion of weeping, desperate pleading, and frantic justifications instantly erupted throughout the hall. These 100-plus individuals, who just moments ago had maintained the dignified, arrogant facade of untouchable imperial elites, were now displaying absolute, pathetic ugliness. Some violently threw themselves to the marble floor, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Some clung desperately to the thick wooden legs of the conference table, sobbing uncontrollably. Others wildly pointed fingers at their own colleagues, screaming, it was him. He orchestrated the whole thing. The grand hall instantly devolved into a chaotic mess that rivaled the absolute worst of the underhive meat markets. That was the exact moment Paul, who had been standing silently behind Cogboy, finally spoke. He quietly uttered a single word. Quiet. The volume wasn't loud. But the absolute second that word left his lips. Boom. A storm-tier psychic shockwave violently detonated from Paul's body like a physical tsunami. Blinding, pale golden psychic ripples violently swept across the entire grand hall, compressing the air with such terrifying force that the massive armor-glass windows groaned agonizingly. With the sole exception of the players, every single person in the room, Adela, Canis, Kroger, Jeremy, the nobles, the merchants, the mechanicus magos, was violently slammed down into their seats by the sheer, crushing weight of the psychic pressure. Their bodies were forcibly pinned flat against their chairs, their limbs locked perfectly in place as if gripped by invisible, unyielding iron vices. They couldn't move a single finger. Breathing became incredibly difficult, their eyes violently bloodshot, their eardrums stinging with agonizing pressure. The terrifying psychic suppression lasted for exactly 3 seconds. During those 3 seconds, Paul slowly stepped forward, stopping right beside Cogboy. His dark golden pupils, burning like twin miniature suns, stared coldly down at the suffocating, paralyzed sinners. "Tell me," Paul's voice was incredibly soft, yet it seemed to echo directly within the deepest recesses of their souls. "These horrific sins, did you commit them?" He fully unleashed his wisdom trait. Faint, invisible threads of pale golden psychic energy extended silently from Paul's eyes, violently piercing directly into the deepest subconscious depths of every single person present. This wasn't torture. It wasn't an interrogation. It was the absolute, undeniable manifestation of pure truth. Before the absolute power of the wisdom trait, lies were completely meaningless, and sophistry was utterly void. Their souls would confess the truth themselves. Yes. Adela's lips moved completely out of his control, painfully squeezing out that single, damning word. Yes. Tears streamed violently down Kroger's scarred face, but his mouth remained terrifyingly honest. Yes. Canis, Mason, Todd, one by one, like perfectly manipulated marionettes, they confessed their horrific crimes in painfully dry, robotic voices. 170 individuals. Not a single exception. The crushing psychic pressure instantly vanished. The officials completely collapsed in their chairs, violently gasping for air as if they had just been dragged out of the ocean after nearly drowning. Paul slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to look at Cogboy with a faint, chilling smile. It appears, what these gentlemen say and what they truly hold in their hearts are slightly misaligned. It was a gentle smile. But to the utterly terrified officials, it was infinitely more horrifying than the deafening roar of a cornate bloodthirster. Lord Governor Cage. Tax Bro suddenly stepped forward, his face plastered with an expression that screamed, "I have an absolutely brilliant idea. My lords, considering the sheer, unfathomable severity of their crimes, wouldn't a standard firing squad be letting them off far too easily?" Cogboy raised a perfectly synchronized eyebrow, seamlessly playing along. "Oh. And what do you propose?" "I've been researching the Imperium's penal codex recently," Tax Bro said, aggressively rubbing his hands together, a terrifyingly sadistic grin spreading across his face. "And I discovered a highly specific form of execution that is absolutely perfect for irredeemable, unpardonable degenerate scum like them." He slowly enunciated his final words. "Execution by cannon fire. TL/N. Usually 2 chapters are of 2,500 words combined, but since this single chapter is of 3,000 words, I will upload only 1 chapter today only. Goal equals 500 power stones." Chapter 125, Chapter 124, The Astartes Legion of Crimson Dawn. The Grand Hall instantly fell dead silent, even the faint sound of breathing ceased completely. Executed, by cannon fire. That was the ultimate capital punishment, a horrifying extremity reserved exclusively by the Imperium for the absolute worst traitors and vile heretics. It involved strapping the condemned directly onto a macro-cannon shell, or shoving them straight into the massive firing chamber before discharging the planetary weapon. Not a single trace of bone or ash would remain, even their very souls would be violently shattered by the sheer concussive shockwave. This proposal. Cogboy stroked his chin, the blue light of his cybernetic eye flashing rapidly as if he were running a series of complex tactical calculations. Then, he smiled, flashing an exceptionally radiant grin. "Is absolutely fantastic in my eyes." He looked down at the 170 deathly pale faces in the audience, announcing in a terrifyingly cheerful tone, "Then it is officially decided. Your sins are simply too heinous, a standard execution is vastly insufficient to properly punish your horrific atrocities. Therefore, by the supreme authority of the New Kent Hive Lord, Cage Lawrence, and the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary." He paused, his voice suddenly dropping into a vicious, unyielding bark. "Every single one of you absolute parasites is hereby sentenced to a public execution. At exactly noon, 3 days from now in the central plaza of the Mid-Hive. We will formally invite every single citizen of the Hive City to attend and witness your ends, serving as an absolute warning to all. No. No. You can't. I am an Imperial official." Adela slumped deep into his chair, a fresh, significantly larger wet stain violently blooming across his crotch. His eyes lost entirely focus as he desperately muttered, "The Hisman Merchant Guild will never let you get away with this. The Cult Mechanicus. The Conmo Psyker Dynasty. The Aiton's Night House." He suddenly snapped his head up, absolute, cornered madness erupting in his eyes. "Cage Lawrence. Do you honestly believe that slaughtering us will magically grant you control over the Kent hive? You are wrong. You are so completely, catastrophically wrong. The four great factions have dominated Aurelian 4 for 80 years. Our roots have deeply penetrated every single bloody corner of every hive city on this planet. You execute us today, and by tomorrow, no, by tonight, countless blades will thrust out from the shadows. The underhive syndicates will violently riot. The mid-hive labor unions will launch a total strike. The other hive cities will immediately blockade all resource supply lines. You will violently transform this entire hive into a literal hell. And you, all of you, will die far more horrifically than any of us. Cogboy and the others didn't even bother to respond to his hysterical threats, seemingly entirely unbothered. The grand hall returned to a suffocating, deathly silence. Adela remained violently paralyzed in his seat, his eyes turning completely hollow, looking exactly like a pathetic invertebrate whose spine had just been brutally extracted. All right then, Cogboy casually clapped his hands together, his voice returning to its usual, robotic calmness. This assembly is officially concluded. I cordially invite all of you to rest in the subterranean dungeons of the governor's estate for the next 3 days. See you in the central plaza at noon. The players instantly surged forward, working in heavily armed pairs to violently drag the paralyzed, sobbing officials out of the grand hall. Right before Canis was brutally dragged through the heavy oak doors, he thrashed wildly, screaming one final, desperate threat. Cage. The Sector Munitorum Command will never let you live this down. Cogboy didn't even turn his head. Rest assured, the 3 esteemed Lord Inspectors will be returning to the City of the Holy Anthem perfectly safe and sound. After all. He paused, an incredibly profound, terrifyingly dark smile curving his lips. The administrative work must continue. Once the Grand Hall was completely purged of the parasitic officials, only the core leadership of Crimson Dawn remained. Adela's hysterical threats weren't completely empty, Blood Angel's second emperor said, his brow deeply furrowed as he carefully closed his ledger. The 4 massive factions have operated on Aurelian 4 for 80 years. They absolutely have deep cover assets buried all throughout the Kent hive. Over the next 3 days, underhive gang riots, mid-hive union strikes, and heavy resource blockades from the neighboring cities. All of these are highly probable scenarios. Paul didn't say a word. He strode over to the armaglass window, silently staring out at the storm-ravaged hive city. Deep within his dark golden pupils, invisible streams of data constantly cascaded. With his wisdom trait fully unleashed, he could literally perceive the raw, emotional state of the entire metropolis, a chaotic, polluted undercurrent overflowing with pure hatred and bottomless greed. 3 days, Paul suddenly spoke, his voice incredibly soft, yet it instantly commanded the absolute silence of everyone in the room. We only have exactly 3 days. Within these 3 days, we must perfectly execute 4 distinct objectives. He slowly turned around, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group. First, we publicly execute these parasites. I want all 98,740,000 citizens to witness their brutal end, serving as absolute, undeniable proof of Crimson Dawn's ironclad resolve to reform this world. Second, we launch a total audit of the hive's grain reserves. Every single ounce of supplies embezzled by the Hisman Syndicate will be reclaimed. The absolute second. The public execution concludes 3 days from now. We immediately initiate the first massive wave of disaster relief grain distribution. Third, the total reconstruction of the PDF. We will aggressively recruit fresh blood from the young, able-bodied populace of the hive. We will personally teach them what it truly means to fight for a cause, forging a disciplined, heavily armed PDF regiment that belongs exclusively to us. And fourth. He paused, locking eyes with Cogboy. Establish an immediate Vox link with Captain Karen Santos. Inform him that the extended and enhanced variants of Crimson Dawn's premium cigarettes and alcohol have successfully completed their inaugural production run. Furthermore, subtly mention that we require a detachment of technical advisors to assist with the Promethium mining operations here in the Kent hive. Cogboy understood the tactical implications instantly. Deepening the political bindings. Utilizing premium vices to heavily reinforce their personal relationship, trading highly lucrative mining concessions for advanced Legion technical support, and actively proving their strategic worth through incredibly efficient governance. Paul was violently chaining Crimson Dawn and the Iron Hands Legion together onto the exact same indestructible warship. Understood, Cogboy gave a heavy, firm nod. Meanwhile, the localized regional chat channel had already completely exploded with frantic player activity. Have you been loyal today? Execution by cannon fire. Holy shit. Cannon execution. That is so fucking Warhammer. I'm literally crying right now. Execute war criminal Oldman Huang, tax bro is an absolute legend. This proposal perfectly captures the pure essence of Khorne. Even though we don't worship the blood god, the sheer ritualistic spectacle is absolutely maxed out. God tier mechanic, a public execution by cannon fire will generate a massive deterrent effect. The Hive's crime rate is projected to plummet by over 70% within the next month. However, it is also highly likely to trigger violent, desperate counterattacks from certain criminal syndicates. Execute war criminal Yellow Weasel, counterattacks. Bring it on. My lost gun has been thirsty for blood for days. It's the perfect opportunity to power level the new recruits. Slaanesh's chosen still wasn't chosen today. Honestly, watching those corrupt Imperial elites literally piss their pants is infinitely more satisfying than pulling an ultra-rare in a gacha game. Is this what serving the people feels like? I absolutely love it. Iced Old Man Huang's Golden Radish. So, are we basically playing a Hive city management simulator with a bonus anti-corruption DLC right now? The content in this game is ridiculously packed. Paul closed the chat channel and looked out the window. The heavy rain had gradually lightened into a drizzle. On the distant horizon, a very faint sliver of morning light finally pierced through the thick, suffocating clouds. As the sun slowly rose, the rain came to a complete stop, leaving the cold morning air feeling exceptionally crisp and clear. Brothers, Paul said softly, his voice carrying an unyielding, ironclad resolve. The revolution has officially begun. The 98,740,000 citizens of this Hive city will bear absolute witness to true justice, to divine retribution, and to Crimson Dawn. Inside the governor's estate. The storm had completely passed. Tax Bro and Schrodinger Bro walked shoulder to shoulder down one of the estate's grand corridors. Their heavy combat boots splashed softly against the puddles of accumulated rainwater, echoing with rhythmic splashes. Right, Schrodinger, Tax Bro suddenly remembered something, turning his head to look at his companion. Didn't Paul say we were going to use the Avatar Reconstruction Service to completely replace those parasites and steal their identities? But if we're throwing a massive public execution by cannon fire with the entire Hive city watching, how the hell are we supposed to replace them? We can't exactly pull off a live magic trick in front of millions of people. Schrodinger Bro chuckled, a profound, highly calculative smile curving his lips. Tax Bro, you are an absolute beast on the battlefield, but when it comes to politics, you're still a bit green. The public execution is purely for the ultimate deterrent effect. We need all 98 million Imperial citizens to unequivocally understand that their dawn has arrived, and the rotting parasites of the old era are finally facing their absolute reckoning. But, who strictly mandated that my execution list has to be completely authentic? Tax Bro's eyes widened drastically. You mean? Exactly, Schrodinger Bro nodded, his smile dripping with cunning strategy. We will only officially publish a select portion of the names, specifically the ones with the absolute worst reputations among the populace. The ones who have generated the most visceral public outrage, like those sociopathic magistrates under Adela who treated human life like dirt, or the noble representatives running the human trafficking rings. When the citizens see those names on the execution roster, they will literally cheer in the streets. As for those 3 Munitorum officials from the City of the Holy Anthem, they won't appear on the public roster at all. Once the execution is over, we will release an official statement claiming that Inspector Canis and his team had an urgent administrative emergency and departed for the City of the Holy Anthem 2 days prior. In reality, players will be wearing their exact faces, carrying flawless handover reports, and casually walking right back into the Munitorum headquarters completely undetected. Tax Bro was completely dumbfounded. It took him several seconds to finally choke out a response. But what about Adela? He's the former Hive Lord. Literally everyone in the Hive city recognizes his face. That's simple, Schrodinger Bro said, holding up 2 fingers. First, at the actual execution site, every single condemned prisoner will be heavily hooded. The masses will only see a line of unidentifiable bodies in prison garbs being dragged up to the artillery batteries. Second, once our reconstructed Adela returns to the Hisman Merchant Guild, he will quietly inform his inner circle that Crimson Dawn didn't want to completely burn bridges with the guild. He will claim the so-called execution was purely a political theater to appease the masses, and that he was secretly spared in a backroom deal. This completely prevents the Hisman Merchant Guild from growing suspicious, while perfectly achieving the maximum deterrent effect among the populace. 2 birds, 1 massive stone. Tax Bro sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, staring at Schrodinger Bro as if he were looking at some highly dangerous, exotic bioweapon. Schrodinger, you are an absolute fucking genius. No, you're a political demon. Schrodinger Bro just shrugged, his tone as casual as if they were discussing what to have for dinner. As for the muggos of the cult Mechanicus, Paul and Cogboy should have a reliable method to handle them. The cybernetic augmentations of the Mechanicus are certainly a massive headache, but their brains are still fundamentally biological tissue. Combining Paul's terrifying psychic prowess with Cogboy's advanced mechanical expertise, completely brainwashing and controlling a few tech priests shouldn't be too difficult. Tax Bro violently scratched his head, his thick fingers messing up his short hair. Whatever. I'm not going to overthink it, it's just giving me a massive headache. I'll just stick to the actual fighting. I'll leave all this twisted political scheming to you cultured intellectuals. Schrodinger Bro chuckled in amusement, heavily patting Tax Bro on the shoulder. By the way, have you been furiously hoarding Imperial coins lately? What's the matter, have you finally decided which gene seed you want to implant? Tax Bro chuckled mischievously, a rare look of smug satisfaction appearing on his rugged face. Pretty much. You want to take a guess? Schrodinger Bro gave him a deadpan side eye. Do I really even need to guess? With your exact personality, the absolute meathead among meatheads, straightforward to a fault, you're absolutely guaranteed to pick the most stubborn, hard-headed gene seed available. Imperial fists. Tax Bro's smug expression instantly froze solid. After a few seconds, he curled his lip in disappointment. Boring. You guessed it immediately. Schrodinger Bro turned and continued walking down the corridor, his voice echoing through the damp air. If you personally love the Imperial fists, then go ahead and choose them. But remember this, you cannot forcefully restrict the gene seed choices of the other players in your Crimson Fists detachment. We are players. We are not the mindless vassals of any single Space Marine Legion. Crimson Dawn strictly requires tactical diversity. We need the unyielding defense of the Imperial Fists, the blinding speed of the White Scars, the ferocity of the Space Wolves, and maybe even. If some of us truly want to implant the gene seed of the Thousand Suns or the World Eaters, as long as they can absolutely control their power and not fall to chaos, it isn't entirely out of the question. Combining completely different gene seeds and overlapping highly distinct combat styles might actually trigger a far more potent chemical reaction, granting us overwhelmingly superior combat effectiveness. Tax Bro hurried to catch up, his voice booming gruffly. I know. Why the hell would I ever restrict them? Am I really that kind of guy? Everyone can choose whatever the hell they want. Before he could even finish his sentence. Boom. Word count. Next goal equals 750 power stones. Chapter 126, Chapter 125, the Mechanicus Combat Servitors, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 500 power stones. A massive explosion violently detonated from the direction of the governor's estate's main gates. It wasn't the sound of artillery fire, but the terrifying, deafening crash of something incredibly heavy violently smashing against the reinforced alloy doors. Immediately following the blast, the frantic, concentrated crackle of lost gunfire, the agonizing screech of tearing metal, and the shouts of players all violently mixed together, completely shattering the morning silence. Enemy attack. Tax Bro's expression instantly changed. He violently whipped his thick arm back, the modified combat shotgun slung over his shoulder instantly falling right into his grip. Schrodinger Bro's reaction was equally instantaneous. His right hand immediately snapped down to the lost pistol holstered at his waist while his left hand rapidly flicked open the regional chat channel. All units. Focus on the main gates of the governor's estate. What the hell is the situation? The regional channel instantly exploded. Have you been loyal today? Holy shit. 3 massive iron bastards. They just charged straight out from the street corner. Execute war criminal Yellow Weasel, their combat servitors. Mechanicus war machines. They're heavily equipped with twin-linked loss cannons and power fists. Did White Scars speed today? We're currently engaging them. Our loss guns can't even scratch their heavy armor. God-tier mechanic, target profiles visually confirmed. Designation, Standard Combat Servitor. Height, 3.2 meters. Weight, 4.8 tons. Outer carapace composed of heavy ceramite steel composite plating. Loss guns will require sustained, concentrated crossfire on a single specific point to achieve armor penetration. Tax Bro and Schrodinger Bro were already sprinting frantically toward the main gates. Their speed was absolutely terrifying. The sheer explosive muscle power granted by their Tier 3 genetic enhancements allowed them to clear over 100 meters in mere seconds. The chaotic scene violently unfolding outside the gates instantly crashed into their field of vision. 3 massive, silver-gray combat servitors were aggressively advancing in a tight, triangular spearhead formation. They looked like grossly enlarged, humanoid mechs, but their movements were rigid, highly mechanical, and clearly dictated by pre-programmed combat cogitators rather than human pilots. Every single servitor possessed a massive hydraulic power fist for a right arm. When those thick metal fingers clenched shut, they could effortlessly crush solid rockcrete into dust. Their left arms had been entirely replaced by twin-linked loss cannons, the heavy barrels currently violently discharging lethal, crimson energy beams. Boom, 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 boom. The thick laser beams viciously swept across the ground, violently plowing deep, scorched black trenches directly into the stone pavement. Over 20 players were heavily utilizing the surrounding rubble as cover, desperately returning fire. The concentrated volleys of loss fire slammed violently against the servitor's heavy ceramite plating, sparking brightly but leaving behind nothing more than faint, superficial white scorch marks. Fuck me. Tax Bro cursed, executing a flawless combat roll directly behind a low rockcrete wall before aggressively shoving the barrel of his shotgun over the barricade. Everyone. Stop trying to brute force them with loss guns. Pull out your rocket launchers. Blow these iron bastards to hell. His booming roar instantly echoed across the regional Vox channel, reaching every single player in the vicinity. In an absolute instant, at least 10 players simultaneously pulled heavy missile launchers directly from their inventory slots. These were the heavy-duty anti-armor variants they had previously purchased from the Sanctuary store, the absolute perfect countermeasure against heavy mechanized targets. Loaded. Target lock achieved. Open fire. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10 armor-piercing rockets violently erupted from their tubes, leaving thick trails of white exhaust smoke as they screamed toward the 3 combat servitors from multiple intersecting angles. The servitors' tactical auspex sensors instantly registered the incoming projectiles. Their combat subroutines reacted flawlessly. 2 of the heavy war machines rapidly elevated their left arms, violently pivoting their loss cannons to intercept the threat. Bang, bang, bang. 3 highly concentrated laser beams perfectly intercepted 3 of the incoming rockets, detonating them violently in midair. But the remaining 7 rockets slammed squarely into the servitor's heavy armored chassis. Boom. A series of absolutely deafening explosions rapidly chained together into a single, terrifying roar. A violently expanding cloud of hellish fire, thick black smoke, and jagged shrapnel instantly swallowed the entire street corner where the 3 servitors stood. The massive concussive shockwave instantly shattered every single armorglass window within a 50-meter radius, sending a torrential downpour of pulverized rockcrete and choking dust raining down upon the battlefield. The players threw themselves flat against the ground, waiting for the violently churning aftershocks to completely subside. A few seconds later, the thick smoke and dust gradually began to clear. The 3 heavy combat servitors had been violently reduced to completely unrecognizable piles of twisted, burning slag. The servitor originally positioned in the absolute center had taken 3 direct hits. Its entire upper torso had been completely blown away, leaving only a pair of massive mechanical legs standing uselessly in the street, sputtering angry blue electrical arcs and thick black smoke from the jagged, molten stump. The servitor on the left had completely lost an arm and exactly half of its central chassis. Its complex internal cabling was violently exposed, wildly discharging crackling electricity into the damp air. The servitor on the right was in slightly better condition, but its heavy chest plating had been violently blown open, revealing a completely melted, slagged power core inside. Target neutralized. "Have you been loyal today?" shouted, vaulting excitedly from behind his cover and aggressively pumping his fist in the air. But Taxbro didn't relax his vigilance for a single second. Keeping his combat shotgun raised firmly against his shoulder, he slowly advanced toward the burning wreckage, his eyes sweeping the surrounding streets with extreme caution. Schrödinger Bro followed closely behind him. The muzzle of his lost pistol was slightly lowered, but his index finger remained perfectly hovered over the trigger guard. "Something is seriously wrong," Taxbro said, crouching down next to the smoldering remains of one of the servitors and using the hot barrel of his shotgun to poke at the twisted metal. "These 3 things, this doesn't feel like a premeditated, active offensive assault." Schrödinger Bro frowned. "What do you mean?" "Just look at their movement vectors," Taxbro said, pointing directly at the violently crushed tread marks left behind by the servitor's massive feet. They emerged straight out from that street corner and charged in a perfectly straight line directly toward the governor's estate main gates. The absolute second they encountered resistance, they opened fire. But they didn't employ a single tactical maneuver. They didn't seek cover, they didn't attempt to flank, and they didn't even prioritize high-value targets. He stood up, casually dusting off his hands. "These are just a bunch of heavily armed, mindless brutes executing a hyper-basic, advance and fire macro. This absolutely wasn't a coordinated, conscious assault." Schrödinger Bro's gaze instantly hardened. "Are you saying, this was?" "This was most likely a deadman switch left behind by one of the Mechanicus tech priests we just arrested," a calm, perfectly even voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Taxbro and Schrödinger Bro simultaneously spun around. Paul and Cogboy were already standing just inside the massive main gates of the governor's estate. Paul was still fully clad in his imposing dark gray power armor. His visor was retracted, and his dark golden pupils were currently sweeping over the heavily cratered battlefield. Cogboy was already crouching beside one of the ruined servitors. A highly specialized data spike had seamlessly extended from his cybernetic right arm and was securely jacked directly into the machine's primary diagnostic port. "What is the verdict?" Paul asked. "It's an incredibly crude, rudimentary pre-programmed subroutine," Cogboy replied. The blue light of his cybernetic eye violently flickered as massive streams of encrypted data rapidly scrolled across his visual interface. Activation parameters: detect the opening of the governor's estate main gates without an accompanying, heavily encrypted Mechanicus identification signal. Operational directive: advance directly to the main gates and violently terminate all non-Mechanicus armed units. It possesses absolutely 0 withdrawal protocols, 0 tactical logic, and 0 friend or foe identification systems outside of its cult parameters. If a friendly Skitarii patrol had walked past them right now, it would have opened fire on them too. Paul stepped forward and crouched down, using his heavily armored fingers to casually tap the violently twisted ceramite plating. The impact let out a series of deep, muffled thuds. He looked up at Cogboy, a faint smile curling the corner of his mouth. These wrecks will serve as perfect teaching materials for your Crimson Machina. The blue light of Cogboy's cybernetic eye flashed rapidly, massive streams of data scrolling wildly across his visual interface. He crouched beside another servitor, the highly specialized data spike extended from his right arm already buried deep within its internal mechanical structure. Indeed, it's a standard cult mechanicus combat servitor architecture, but the programming logic is so profoundly rudimentary it looks like the work of a mere initiate. The control system is an Anvil 3 pattern from 300 years ago that hasn't received a single update. The power core output is only running at 72% of standard optimal values, clearly indicating a severe, long-term lack of holy maintenance. He pulled out the data spike, its tip dripping with coolant fluid and melted insulation. Paul stood up, his towering 3-meter frame casting a long, imposing shadow in the morning light. And what does that tell us? It tells us that the Order of the Omniscient Mind's control over the Kent Hive is far looser than we originally anticipated, Cogboy replied. Schrödinger bro walked over, holding a cracked data slate he had scavenged from the wreckage of one of the servitors. Or rather, they don't take this hive city seriously at all. The tech priests stationed here possess highly limited expertise, and the resources they can freely mobilize are equally scarce. Look here, the activation protocols for these 3 servitors were pre-programmed exactly 3 hours ago. That perfectly coincides with the exact time we dispatched our invitation squads. The operator's encrypted designation almost certainly points directly to Muggo's Archon land. He tapped the slate, projecting the last few system logs into the air. Which means... Taxbro leaned in, casually resting his heavy combat shotgun over his shoulder, the barrel still actively radiating heat from the recent firefight. That old bastard was ready to violently flip the table the absolute second we handed him our invitation. Paul nodded, turning to look at Blood Angel's second emperor. Blood Angel, take a squad and transport these mechanical remains back to the sanctuary. And while you're at it, we are going to need some heavy reinforcements from the base. Relying solely on our current 1,000 men to fully control a hive city of nearly 100 million people is stretching our logistical capabilities far too thin. Blood Angel's second emperor instantly grasped his intent. Understood. Exactly how many personnel do you need me to bring back? As many as possible. Ideally, I want you to bring a massive wave of the native populace who have already completely absorbed your ideological education and become true citizens of Crimson Dawn, Paul said, slightly lowering his voice as his dark golden gaze swept the perimeter. Tell the players back at the sanctuary that the Kent Hive desperately needs manpower. Not just combat personnel, but highly skilled administrative talents, technicians, educators, Medicae personnel. Anyone possessing a specialized skill should be strictly prioritized for deployment. Additionally, bring Hilovia along. Her psychic aptitude might prove exponentially more useful in a densely populated environment like this hive. Blood Angel's second emperor gave a heavy, determined nod and immediately turned to coordinate the logistics. Hold on a second, Cogboy called out, stopping him in his tracks as he pulled a compact data wafer from his robes. Take this directly to the players in the sanctuary's engineering department. It contains a highly compressed summary of the technical archives forcefully extracted from the Kent Hive's Cult Mechanicus branch. While the vast majority of it is laughably obsolete, some of the fundamental STC blueprints and maintenance litanies will be incredibly helpful in rapidly rebuilding the hive's ruined industrial infrastructure. Blood Angel's second emperor took the data wafer, carefully securing it in an inner pocket. Understood. I am moving out immediately. Watching Blood Angel's second emperor lead a group of players to heavily load the ruined servitors onto a transport crawler, Paul turned back to the remaining core members. Merely seizing control of the upper spire elites is far from enough. Within the next 3 days, we must perfectly execute 2 primary objectives. First, the absolute, unyielding purge of every single core member affiliated with the Hisman Merchant Guild. Out of the millions living in the upper spires, the core operatives of the Hisman Syndicate currently control every single critical node of this hive city, whether it be administration, education, the economy, or public propaganda. Every single one of them must be purged. Their roots trace too deeply back to Aru City, or even the Hisman Guild itself. It is fundamentally impossible for them to ever truly serve our cause. Second, simultaneously with this massive purge, we will rapidly insert our people from the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary to take their places. Administrative bureaus, the Syndicate's private mining operations, manufactorums, logistical warehouses, heavy transport convoys, every single critical node will be completely replaced by our own people. Taxbro flashed a fierce, toothy grin. Understood. Paul, this kind of wet work is exactly what I do best. Schrödinger bro, however, frowned slightly. Paul, the Hisman Merchant Guild has firmly entrenched itself in this hive for years. Their core membership in the upper spires alone numbers in the thousands. Launching a total purge and mass replacement operation within a strict 3-day window, isn't that moving a bit too aggressively? That is exactly the point. It has to be aggressive. Paul's voice was absolute iron. With Adela securely in our custody, the Hisman Merchant Guild in this hive is currently leaderless and paralyzed by total chaos. If we strike right now, they won't have the time to organize any form of effective resistance. Once the public execution concludes in 3 days, the entire hive city will undeniably realize that the Hisman Guild has been utterly annihilated. All those opportunistic fence-sitters will naturally flock to our banner. Furthermore, we simply do not have the luxury of time. Primarch handed this hive city over to us strictly to see raw output and ruthless efficiency. If we can't even clean out a single parasitic merchant guild, why the hell would he ever trust us to successfully manage 98 million imperial citizens? The group remained silent for a few seconds before unanimously nodding in absolute agreement. Cogboy's cybernetic limbs let out a faint hiss of pressurized hydraulics. I concur. However, a purge of this magnitude demands absolute speed and terrifying precision. The Hisman Guild's assets are deeply embedded across every single stratum of this hive, with some reaching deep into the underhive. We will require a highly detailed manifest of names and their exact operational coordinates. Already fully prepared. Schrödinger Bro seamlessly pulled up a massive holographic hit list. It was densely packed with thousands of names, each meticulously annotated with their specific title, primary operational location, and highly probable defensive capabilities. I wasn't just sitting around twiddling my thumbs earlier. When Paul unleashed his wisdom trait to forcefully rip through Adela's memories, he actively transmitted a raw data dump directly to me. I have already memorized the entire organizational structure. Tax Bro leaned in, squinting at the endless scrolling text, and let out a low whistle. Schrödinger, you are an absolute fucking psycho. That amount of pure data processing would have driven me insane. I merely executed what was required of me, Schrödinger Bro replied coolly. Paul patted Schrödinger Bro on the shoulder before turning his intense gaze back to the group. Then the tactical directives are firmly set. Tax Bro, you will personally lead the players of the Crimson Fists to execute the purges throughout the upper spires. As for the mid-hive and under-hive sectors, we will completely lock them down until the absolute second blood angel returns with the heavy reinforcements. Remember this explicitly: if you encounter any armed resistance, you have total authorization to shoot to kill. These parasites who gleefully gorge themselves on the blood of innocent imperial citizens are infinitely more detestable than the ruinous powers of chaos. Understood. Schrödinger Bro, you will deploy your Crimson Spirit Psyker detachment to provide comprehensive intelligence oversight and localized psychic suppression. Copy that. Cogboy, you will remain entrenched within the governor's estate to coordinate the macro-logistics of the entire operation. Furthermore, establishing immediate Vox contact with Captain Karen Santos is entirely in your hands. Rest assured. Paul took a deep, steadying breath, his dark golden pupils sweeping fiercely over every single face. The revolution has officially begun. Starting today, the massive gears of this hive city will forcefully rotate to the exact rhythm of our vision. Next goal equals 750 power stones. Chapter 127, Chapter 126, Raid. While intense preparations were actively underway in the upper spires, deep within the underhive, things were also moving. It was dark and suffocatingly damp, the air thick with the pungent stench of rotting garbage and toxic chemical waste. This was the absolute lowest stratum of the Kent hive, buried over 5 kilometers vertically beneath the surface, a wretched abyss that had never seen a single ray of sunlight. Shadows writhed within a highly concealed subterranean tunnel. Over 1,000 gang members were currently massed together. They wore heavily patched, makeshift armor, their faces smeared with terrifying war paint, and the weapons gripped in their hands were a chaotic mess of lethal scrap. Improvised shotguns, black powder rifles, and even brutal machetes jury-rigged from heavy industrial cutters. These weapons were pathetic junk in the eyes of the upper spire PDF, but down here in the underhive, this was the exact kind of firepower required to conquer and rule. Standing at the very front of the massive horde was a man draped in a heavy black cloak. The thick hood was pulled extremely low, completely obscuring the upper half of his face, revealing only a jagged scar running across his jawline. A massive, heavily muscled brute with a venomous scorpion tattooed across his face leaned in close behind him, lowering his voice. "Boss, where exactly are we heading? Mustering this many, are we finally going to war with the Bloodfang Syndicate?" The cloaked man didn't even turn his head, his voice echoing coldly from beneath his hood. "This isn't a gang war." "Then what?" "We are going to get rich." Those simple words instantly caused the eyes of the gang members behind him to gleam with terrifying, predatory light. In the underhive, getting rich meant many things. It could mean hijacking a supply convoy, seizing a small processing manufactorum, or perhaps, taking over a rival territory that had suddenly been left completely empty. The cloaked man slowly raised his head, staring directly down the end of the tunnel. A massive, heavily rusted industrial freight elevator sat waiting, its thick steel cables hanging vertically, reflecting a greasy, sickly sheen in the dim lighting. "The elevator will arrive in exactly 3 minutes," he said softly, his voice echoing eerily through the damp tunnel. Remember this explicitly, once we get up there, everything proceeds strictly according to the plan. No unauthorized actions, no looting supplies outside of our designated targets, and absolutely no massacring the civilian populace. Our objective this time is crystal clear. We grab the goods, and we immediately bolt. Someone in the back muttered quietly, "Boss, that's way too many damn rules. Isn't the underhive way to just kill everyone after we're done looting?" The cloaked man spun around, his eyes flashing with lethal intent from within the shadows of his hood. The underhive is the underhive. This operation takes place in the lower hive. Furthermore, this is the direct will of the Lord Governor. The absolute second the words, Lord Governor, were spoken, all the chaotic grumbling was instantly silenced. In the twisted, isolated worldview of the underhive gangs, the Hive Lord was the literal sky above their heads, the absolute law, a terrifying, godlike entity they could never hope to defy. Even if they had never actually seen the governor's face in their entire miserable lives. Ding! The sharp chime of the elevator arriving echoed through the tunnel. The massive steel platform slowly ground to a heavy halt. The heavy security gates retracted, revealing a completely empty transport cage lit only by a few flickering lumen globes. It was incredibly obvious that someone was actively coordinating from above and had specifically cleared out the elevator for them. Enter in batches. 50 men per trip, the cloaked man ordered, stepping directly onto the metal grating first. The gang members rapidly filed in behind him. The massive elevator began its agonizing ascent, the thick steel cables groaning and screeching as if they were going to snap at any second. But in this rotting hive city, sounds like that were completely normal. Everything in the underhive was barely holding together, the fact that it functioned at all was a holy miracle. 10 minutes later. The lower hive, industrial sector, inside a massive synthetic nutrient processing manufactorum. The air quality was significantly better than the underhive. At the very least, it lacked that pungent, suffocating stench of rotting corpses, replaced instead by the heavy, metallic tang of machine oil and the faint scent of chemical additives. The heavy elevator gates rumbled open once again. The cloaked man was the absolute first to step out. He took a deep breath. This was the air of the lower hive, cleaner than the abyss below, but absolutely incomparable to the mid-hive, let alone the heavily purified, multi-filtered, sweet air enjoyed by the upper spire elites. Someone was already waiting for them in the massive, open clearing of the manufactorum floor. It was a detail of over 20 heavily armed men wearing the dark uniforms of the hive enforcers. Their leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a vicious knife scar across his face, a standard-issue Lost pistol securely holstered at his waist. Seeing the cloaked man step out, the enforcer captain immediately stepped forward, sharply lowering his voice. "How many men did you bring?" 1,200. "That's enough." The captain gave a firm nod and pulled a cracked data slate from his vest, seamlessly projecting a heavily detailed structural schematic of the manufactorum sector. The primary warehouses are located in Sector B, Vaults 7 through 12. Inside, you'll find the Hisman Merchant Guild's heavily stockpiled reserves for the past 6 months. It's mostly raw synthetic nutrient paste ingredients, semi-processed mineral ores, and a massive cache of high-end luxury goods smuggled in from neighboring hive cities. The governor's absolute order is to loot as much as you can possibly carry. Whatever you can't carry, you destroy on the spot. We are absolutely not leaving a single scrap for those wasteland bumpkins. He drew several rapid, glowing circles around specific vault coordinates on the map. The cloaked man took the data slate, his eyes quickly sweeping over the schematics. What about logistical transport? There are 5 heavily armored cargo crawlers still operational within the manufactorum bays. Furthermore, the captain pointed directly toward the pitch-black depths of the factory floor. There is a highly concealed smuggling tunnel back there that connects directly to the abandoned mining shafts of the underhive. Everything you manage to loot gets funneled straight down that exact route. Understood. The cloaked man securely shoved the data slate into his inner coat, turning back to face the massive horde of gang members constantly pouring out of the transport elevator. He took a deep, heavy breath, his voice suddenly exploding in volume, echoing through the massive, empty expanse of the lower hive manufactorum. Brothers. Exactly 1,200 pairs of predatory eyes locked instantly onto him. Do you see that sector over there? He roared, pointing his blade directly toward the Sector B warehouses. There is food in there. There is raw ore. There are high-end luxury goods that we haven't even dreamed of seeing in our entire miserable lives. Today, the Lord Governor has granted us the ultimate opportunity to get rich. Loot as much as you can physically carry. Whatever you can't carry, you smash. You burn it to ash. We are absolutely not leaving a single fucking bolt for those wasteland bastards who stole the governor's throne. The breathing of the gang members instantly became heavy and ragged, their eyes flashing with a terrifying, bloodshot frenzy. In the depths of the underhive, raw food and solid ore were the absolute hardest forms of currency. Luxury goods were mythical treasures they had only ever heard of in drunken legends. But remember this explicitly. The cloaked man's tone abruptly shifted, dropping into a terrifyingly cold growl. We only hit the warehouses. No raiding the civilian habitation blocks. No one leaves their designated squads. And absolutely no internal infighting. If anyone dares to break these rules, I will personally sever your head and mount it on the elevator gates, so every single rat in the underhive can clearly see the absolute price of disobedience. After a brief, suffocating silence, a deafening roar of absolute fanaticism exploded. We're getting rich. Loot everything. For the Lord Governor. The cloaked man swung his blade forward. Move out. A massive, suffocating tide of gang members surged toward the Sector B warehouses like a breached dam of toxic sewage. Watching this chaotic scene unfold, a faint, mocking sneer curled the corner of the enforcer captain's mouth. He turned to the squad members behind him. Notify the soldiers stationed at the other checkpoints. Tell them to prepare for extraction. The absolute second these underhive rats finish hauling this loot downstairs, our primary objective is officially complete. One of his subordinates shifted nervously. Captain, are we absolutely sure about this? If the new Hive Lord's people launch a formal investigation. Investigate. The captain let out a sharp, derisive scoff. By the time the new governor even figures out how to find the underhive, these goods will have already changed hands at least a dozen times on the black market. The underhive is a literal meat grinder. If you send 100 fully armed PDF troopers down there, you'd be lucky if 10 of them make it back alive. Who the hell is going to investigate? He patted his subordinate on the shoulder. Relax. Governor Adela has been entrenching his power for years. He has endless contingencies securely in place. Did those wasteland bumpkins honestly believe that just anyone can waltz in and seize absolute control of a hive city? Absolutely childish. Goal equals 750 power stones. Chapter 128, Chapter 127, Purging the filth from every stratum of the hive. Simultaneously, inside the governor's estate. The grand conference room where they had arrested the upper spire elites earlier that morning had now been fully converted into a temporary command center. Nearly 100 players were completely crammed into the room. Sitting in front of every single person were massive, teetering mountains of physical parchment files, cracked data slates, and actively scrolling holographic projectors. The air was suffocatingly thick with pure anxiety and absolute psychological collapse. I can't fucking take this anymore. I speak for the Emperor's dick, slammed a heavy data slate down onto his desk with a deafening crack. What the hell even is this garbage? The filtration membranes at Water Purification Plant 9 are degrading, and they need a budget approval to replace them. Why the hell does the governor's office need to personally authorize this? Beside him, execute war criminal old man weakly lifted his head, the dark bags under his eyes practically sagging to his chin. Count your blessings. I just finished explicitly authorizing a deployment request for a sanitation crew to unclog a public latrine in Sector C of the lower hive. He rubbed his face aggressively, his expression completely devoid of the will to live. I genuinely want to know. A toilet gets clogged, and they have to escalate it directly to the Lord Governor. Is the entire administrative framework of this hive city made of wet toilet paper? Why does every single pathetic little issue get punted straight to the top? Because Adela spent the last 2 decades hoarding every single ounce of administrative authority, Schrödinger bro said, not even looking up from his massive stack of ledgers. According to the financial archives, over the past 25 years, the autonomous approval jurisdictions of every single mid-level and low-level official in the Kent hive were systematically stripped away. It eventually reached the point where they literally needed the governor's personal wax seal just to requisition a new damn pen. He seamlessly projected a complex bureaucratic flowchart into the air. Adela did this for 2 distinct reasons. First, to centralize his power to facilitate mass embezzlement. If every single imperial coin had to pass directly through his hands, he could skim off the top of everything. Second, it was a brutal control mechanism to prevent subordinate officials from cultivating their own independent power bases. The more absolutely centralized the authority, the more unshakable his personal rule became. I'm not the regent, I'm just passing by. Gilliman was completely paralyzed in his chair, his eyes hollow and dead. So now, absolute karma is biting us directly in the ass. Every single piece of administrative garbage is being dumped right onto our heads. He pointed a trembling finger at the Everest-sized mountain of files burying his desk. It's only been half a day, and I've already processed over 300 individual reports. Everything from factory workers actively protesting diluted nutrient paste rations, to some obscure noble lady throwing a hysterical fit over. He buried his face in his hands. I want to pilot a massive mech. I want to engage in high-speed vehicular combat. I want to butcher mutants with a chains word. I don't want to deal with this bureaucratic nightmare. A collective wail of pure agony echoed throughout the command center. Right at that exact moment, the heavy double doors pushed open, and Paul and Cogboy strode into the room. Seeing the sheer, unmitigated despair unfolding before him, Paul paused, genuinely taken aback. What the hell happened in here? I speak for the Emperor's Dick, slowly raised his head, his eyes screaming absolute defeat. Paul, we were so catastrophically wrong. We honestly thought that managing a hive city just meant arresting the corrupt elites, swapping in our own guys, handing out some free food to buy loyalty, and calling it a day. He gestured desperately at the suffocating piles of paperwork. Now we realize the horrifying truth. Actively managing a hive city of 98 million people means forcefully processing tens of thousands of absolutely mind-numbing, trivial bullshit reports every single day. It means drowning in an endless, suffocating ocean of requisitions, incident reports, civilian complaints, and petty disputes. It means having to carefully prioritize whether to suppress a labor strike in a manufactorum or deploy an engineering detail to fix a highly explosive sewage leak. He tore at his own hair. This is honestly infinitely more exhausting than fighting a war against the ruinous powers. Seriously. At least war is straightforward. You aim, you pull the trigger, and it's over. This bureaucratic hell is like being slowly executed with a blunt butter knife. Paul remained silent for several seconds before slowly walking to the front of the command center. He swept his gaze over the utterly exhausted faces of the players and finally spoke. Brothers. This is reality. Tearing down a rotting, corrupt system is easy. Constructing a brand new order, one built on genuine equality, freedom, and prosperity, is infinitely harder. If we chose to manage this hive city the exact same way Adela did, if we chose to exploit and ignore the populace, then yes, our jobs would be incredibly easy. He casually picked up a file from the nearest stack. The header read, Orphanage in Lower Hive Sector D experiencing severe ration shortage. 37 children facing imminent starvation. Look at this, Paul said, holding up the file. During Adela's reign, a report like this would have been instantly thrown into the incinerator. Because an orphanage possesses zero exploitable profit margins, absolutely no one in the upper spires gave a single damn whether those children lived or died. But today, this report was placed directly on our desks. Paul's voice was incredibly calm, yet it commanded absolute silence from everyone in the room. If we choose to simply ignore this, then absolutely nothing will have changed. Everything will remain exactly as rotten as it was before. Therefore, we absolutely must intervene. We must show the citizens of this hive exactly how the dawn differs from the darkness that ruled them before. He gently placed the report back onto the desk. Yes. These tasks are incredibly tedious. They are mind-numbingly frustrating. But it is precisely these trivial, frustrating details that form the absolute foundation of life for 98 million human beings. If the water purification plant fails, they die of dehydration. If the sanitation grid collapses, horrific plagues will spread. If the orphanage runs out of food, those children will absolutely starve to death. Paul paused, his intense gaze locking onto every single face in the room. Why exactly did we come to the Kent Hive? Was it solely to expand our territory? Was it purely to secure massive logistical resources? Yes, those strategic objectives are vital, and we absolutely need them. But more importantly, we came here to unequivocally prove a point. We came here to prove that even in the suffocating darkness of the grimdark Warhammer universe, humanity can actually live with genuine dignity. They do not have to spend their entire lives desperately clinging to survival under the crushing weight of absolute oppression and systemic corruption. And that dignity, fundamentally starts with these exact, frustratingly trivial details. It has been long enough. Even the most oblivious players among us should have realized the undeniable truth by now. We must remember this explicitly, we are not dealing with lines of mindless NPC code. These are people. Every single one of them is a living, breathing human being. I am incredibly sorry. Paul's visor hissed open. He slowly bowed toward the assembled players, executing a deep, solemn salute of genuine respect, his voice dropping into a quiet murmur. I know full well that forcing all of these crushing responsibilities onto your shoulders is fundamentally unfair to you. You could easily treat this entire universe as nothing more than a sandbox game. You could completely ignore the lore, act with absolute impunity, and do whatever the hell you want. You could experience every single extreme taboo you wouldn't dare commit in reality. Even if this entire world burns to ash, what does it truly matter to you? It wouldn't affect your real lives in the slightest. But I want to ask you this. This universe is already fundamentally broken and rotting to its core. Do we really want to actively carve even more agonizing scars into this already dying world? The conference room fell into a dead silence. After a long moment, Execute War Criminal Oldman let out a heavy sigh and picked his data slate back up. All right, Paul, since you put it that way. I'll keep processing them. You make a solid point. Honestly, this work is kind of interesting anyway, it's basically fulfilling my real-world dream of becoming a civil servant. He continued to aggressively tap at his virtual keyboard, muttering under his breath, but Paul, we seriously need to recruit some massive manpower. Relying solely on our few hundred to process the administrative affairs of an entire hive city is completely impossible. We'll literally drop dead from exhaustion before we even make a dent. We are already actively recruiting, Cogboy said, projecting a holographic display detailing the hive city's administrative academies. There are 3 primary academies in the upper spires of the Kent hive, graduating thousands annually, and over 20 academies in the mid-hive producing tens of thousands of graduates every year. However, during Adela's reign, these highly educated graduates were either entirely monopolized by the Merchant Guild, or they were completely blacklisted for actively refusing to engage in their corruption, forcing them to take up grueling factory labor or other menial physical jobs just to survive. I have already dispatched personnel to officially contact the academy directors. We initiate massive public recruitment starting tomorrow. Schrödinger Bro added, furthermore, the highly classified archives we seized from Adela's estate reveal that over the past 2 decades, more than 1,000 mid to low-level administrative officials were systematically marginalized or completely dismissed for actively refusing to cooperate with his embezzlement. A significant portion of these individuals possess genuine administrative talent. I have already compiled a comprehensive manifest. I will personally summon them and conduct one-on-one interviews to gradually reintegrate them back into our governance framework, directly relieving the players of their bureaucratic torment. Paul gave a firm nod, looking around the room at his exhausted troops. So, just hold out a little longer. The absolute second our own administrative framework is completely established, you will be entirely liberated from this. He paused, a faint, genuinely warm smile finally curling his lips. Of course, before that happens, I have some excellent news to share with everyone. Every single player snapped their heads up. We just received a sitrep from Tax Bro. The operation is proceeding flawlessly. As of exactly 1 hour ago, they have seized control of over 70% of the Hisman Merchant Guild's industrial nodes in the upper spires. And Paul's smile grew profoundly subtle. While actively purging the guild's primary headquarters, they discovered a highly concealed secret vault. Holy shit. How much cash are we talking? Gold bars. Jewelry. Rare mineral ores. Paul, stop keeping us in suspense. Paul slowly held up a single finger. The exact figures are still being actively tallied, but preliminary conservative estimates place the total value at no less than 500 million imperial coins. HSSSS. A collective, deafening gasp of inhaled air echoed throughout the entire room. 500 million. What kind of absurd concept was that? Previously, when the players had desperately risked their lives to raid the industrial zones, their total gross profit was barely over 1.5 million. Later, after 5 grueling days of continuous, backbreaking mining, they had only scraped together a little over 10 million. 500 million, even though they weren't exactly sure how the conversion rate translated into the system's unique currency, it was undeniably an astronomically massive fortune. Of course, we absolutely cannot dump this entire fortune into our own pockets, Paul warned, immediately throwing a bucket of ice water over their raging excitement. Rebuilding the hive city requires massive funding. Drastically improving the citizens' quality of life requires funding. Equipping and strictly training our newly established PDF regiments requires heavy funding. He turned his gaze to Cogboy. Cogboy, you and Schrödinger Bro need to sit down and draft a comprehensive allocation framework. The fundamental principle is this: 1/3 will be immediately injected into the hive's infrastructural reconstruction and restoring the heavy mineral manufacturums to full operational capacity. 1/3 will be strictly reserved as the chapter's long-term development fund. And the final third will be fairly distributed among all the players of Crimson Dawn based entirely on their individual contribution metrics. Understood, Cogboy replied, the blue light of his cybernetic eye already rapidly flashing as he began running complex logistical calculations. Paul gave the room one final, sweeping look. Alright, let's get back to work. We started out with absolutely nothing, captured and used as literal lab rats by the Aru group. But the absolute darkest, most grueling days are already behind us. Moving forward, the grand gears of Crimson Dawn are only going to spin faster and smoother. Someone once boldly claimed we would fight our way straight to Holy Terra itself. Well, for Crimson Dawn, that is absolutely not an impossibility. As long as we are willing to put in the grueling effort, the citizens of the Imperium will absolutely live to see their dawn. We are going to demonstrate to every single soul in this grimdark universe exactly how true steel is forged. And when the day finally arrives, I absolutely believe that every single one of your names will echo across the entire cosmos. You will be draped in the glorious laurels of the dawn. You are not the personal champions of some distant master, you are the true champions of the Imperial citizens. I eagerly await, and firmly believe in, the day when every single one of you ascends to a level of power rivaling that of the Imperial Primarchs. He turned and strode out of the command center, with Cogboy closely following right behind him. Inside the conference room, under the invisible, highly uplifting influence of Paul subtly deploying fractions of his hope and pioneering traits, the 100+ players, who had just been crying out for their mothers in absolute despair, were now overflowing with burning, unyielding morale. Out in the quiet corridor, Paul suddenly stopped in his tracks, lowering his voice. The Underhive, has there been any noticeable movement down there? Cogboy effortlessly pulled up a highly classified surveillance report. Exactly 3 hours ago, several massive storage vaults in the 9th industrial sector of the lower hive were raided by an Underhive gang. The total estimated value of the plundered assets sits at roughly 3 million, predominantly consisting of synthetic rations and raw mineral ore. Paul's eyes narrowed dangerously. Who did it? Based on the forensic evidence left at the scene, it was the Poison Scorpion Syndicate, one of the most massive and deeply entrenched factions in the Underhive, Cogboy reported. However, the anomaly is, their raiding methodology was incredibly restrained. They strictly looted the designated supplies. They didn't slaughter any civilians, and they didn't sabotage any surrounding factory infrastructure. Furthermore, their extraction route was flawlessly concealed. They funneled directly back into the Underhive through an abandoned subterranean mining shaft. The lower hive enforcers pursued them straight to the entrance but immediately aborted the chase. Their official report claimed that the Underhive's topography is far too chaotic, and aggressively breaching it posed a catastrophic tactical risk. Paul remained silent for several seconds. Is this one of Adela's hidden contingencies? Highly probable. Cogboy instantly projected a secondary intelligence dossier. Deep Sea recently transmitted an encrypted brief from Aru City stating that the Hisman Merchant Guild possesses a highly specific tradition. Every single hive lord placed in charge of a critical hive city will always covertly sponsor a major Underhive gang to serve as a disposable tool for manufacturing absolute chaos whenever tactically necessary. The Poison Scorpion Syndicate is almost certainly their designated proxy here in the Kent Hive. Paul nodded, his gaze turning absolutely frigid. Let them loot. Those supplies were entirely embezzled by Adela to begin with, they were completely dirty money anyway. Once the public execution concludes in 3 days and the entire hive undeniably realizes that Adela is utterly finished, these parasitic gangs will naturally lose all their backing and amount to absolutely nothing. He paused, shifting his gaze out the armaglass window. However, the second we free up our logistical bandwidth, we are absolutely settling the score with the Underhive. Paul's voice was incredibly soft, yet it carried an unyielding, ironclad resolve. The light of our dawn will pierce through every single stratum of this hive city, completely purging all the rotting filth and corruption that hides within. Goal equals 750 power stones. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, Hope. 3 days slipped by in a flash. For the Imperial citizens residing in the upper, middle, and lower strata of the Kent Hive, the sheer volume of radical changes that occurred within these 72 hours completely eclipsed the combined events of the past 25 years. Day 1. 6 a.m. Blood Angel's Second Emperor's heavily armed convoy finally arrived at the primary gates of the Hive City. 2,000 fully augmented players and exactly 5,000 perfectly disciplined members of the Aurelian Youth Vanguard rapidly disembarked from the massive transport crawlers, forming up into flawless tactical ranks. These Youth Vanguard members were between the ages of 22 and 29. They all wore standardized dark gray utility fatigues, the blazing sun insignia of Crimson Dawn proudly displayed on their left shoulders. Their eyes possessed a rare, untainted clarity that was almost entirely extinct in this grimdark era. It was the pure, undeniable light of human dignity earned through honest, unexploited labor. Brothers and sisters, Blood Angel's Second Emperor stood firmly at the front of the massive formation, his voice echoing powerfully through a localized voxcaster. Beneath our very feet lies a city where 98,740,000 people are currently suffocating under a rotting, parasitic regime. The vast majority of them, from the exact second they are born until the miserable day they die, have never eaten a single full meal, have never tasted a single drop of unpolluted water, and have never once been treated as actual human beings. He paused, his intense gaze sweeping over the sea of young, determined faces. But now, Crimson Dawn has arrived. And our objective is absolutely not to dispense pathetic charity or hollow pity. We are here to grant them a genuine opportunity. The opportunity to seize control of their own destinies with their own two hands. And you, all of you, are the very first spark bearers. The members of the Youth Vanguard stood perfectly straight, their spines like solid iron. The vast majority of them hailed directly from the Crimson Dawn sanctuary out in the Red Blaze wasteland. They had personally witnessed the miraculous cultivation of untainted potatoes in irradiated soil. They had personally seen Tax Bro shatter the skulls of their oppressors with his bare hands. They had personally witnessed Crimson Dawn construct absolute, unyielding order atop the ashes of a ruined world. They believed in this cause with absolute, unshakable fanaticism. Because they were the very first generation to actively benefit from it. Tactical assignments will now be distributed. Schrödinger Bro stepped forward, projecting a massive, highly detailed holographic schematic of the Hive City's administrative sectors. Vanguard Detachments 1 through 5, you will actively coordinate with the Astartes units to seize absolute control of every single administrative bureau across all strata. Detachments 6 through 10, immediately deploy to the industrial sectors and heavily assist in restoring mass manufacture and production. Detachments 11 through 15. He pointed his finger directly at the dense residential sectors of the mid and lower hive. Time to check some water meters. The target manifests have already been securely transmitted to your squad leaders' data slates. Every single residence, storefront, and logistical warehouse flagged as belonging to a core member of the Hisman Merchant Guild will be raided and audited. Schrödinger Bro's tone suddenly dropped to a terrifying chill. Remember our primary directive: if they fully cooperate, detain them for extensive interrogation. If they resist, execute them on the spot. 2 p.m. Midhive, Residential Sector 1. This district was originally the primary residential hub for the mid-level management personnel of the Hisman Merchant Guild. Relatively clean, orderly apartment complexes lined the streets, featuring highly rudimentary artificial foliage and even localized mini water purification stations. But right now, 12 heavy armored troop transports, painted dark gray and bearing the blazing sun of Crimson Dawn, were parked right in the middle of the street. Bang. 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 Violent, deafening knocks echoed down the entire block. Open up. Water meter inspection. A player with the ID, "Did you check your water meter today?" swung his hydraulic power fist directly into the heavy alloy door of a luxury apartment. The reinforced door instantly gave way, ripping right off its hinges and flying across the room to smash heavily into the living room wall with a deafening crash. Inside, a grossly obese man wearing expensive silk pajamas was desperately, frantically shoveling massive stacks of parchment files into a burning fireplace. Seeing the heavily armed player breach his home, his face turned the color of dead ash. Who the hell are you people? I am a Tier 3 director of the Hisman Merchant Guild. I possess absolute, sacred property rights explicitly granted by imperial law. Property rights? Did you check your water meter today? Let out a vicious sneer. He reached into his tactical vest and pulled out a heavy parchment warrant, stamped with the unmistakable wax seal of the governor's office. In accordance with Chapter 7, Article 3 of the Imperial State of Emergency Governance Act, any individual suspected of active participation in mass embezzlement, conspiring with underhive criminal syndicates, or deliberately endangering the public security of the hive city, shall have all assets immediately seized and their personal liberty indefinitely suspended. He glanced casually at the smoldering files in the fireplace and scoffed. Destroying criminal evidence. That just added another capital charge to your list. Take him away. 2 members of the youth vanguard instantly stepped forward, efficiently wrenching the fat man's arms behind his back and slapping heavy iron cuffs on his wrists. No. You can't do this to me. I demand to see Governor Adela. I demand to. Adela. The player aggressively patted the fat man's terrified, sweaty cheek, flashing a terrifyingly bright smile. Oh, don't you worry. You'll get to see him in exactly 3 days. At the Central Plaza. Together. Identical, highly coordinated raids were erupting across every single stratum of the hive city simultaneously. Taxbro personally commanded the vanguard, leading 800 fully augmented players of the Crimson Fists. They divided into exactly 40 elite strike teams, heavily reinforced by 2,000 members of the youth vanguard, systematically purging their way straight down Schrödinger Bro's meticulous hit list. There were exactly 11,437 names on that manifest. By midnight of the first day, they had successfully apprehended 11,120 targets. 209 individuals who attempted to resist were instantly executed on the spot. The remaining 108 managed to desperately flee into the absolute depths of the underhive. Taxbro aggressively cursed them out in the regional Vox channel, vowing to exterminate those rats the absolute second the public execution concluded. It was highly notable that the enforcer captain who had actively orchestrated the Poison Scorpion Syndicate's warehouse raid in the lower hive, along with the 20-odd corrupt enforcers under his command, were dragged out of an illegal subterranean brothel. At the time of the breach, they had been aggressively celebrating their successful operation, completely blackout drunk. When Taxbro kicked down the door, the captain actually attempted to draw his Lost pistol. Taxbro responded by smashing the butt of his shotgun directly into the man's face, instantly shattering every single tooth in his mouth. Drag him out, Taxbro ordered, spitting on the paralyzed, bleeding heap of flesh on the floor. Fucking parasite. Day 2. 10 a.m. A massive, heavily rusted industrial mining elevator slowly ground its way upward, screeching and groaning in absolute agony. Over 30 exhausted miners were completely crammed inside the cage. They wore heavy, oil-stained hazard suits, their faces completely covered in thick layers of toxic grime and pure exhaustion. A brutal, non-stop 12-hour shift deep within the subterranean veins had left every single one of them incapable of standing up straight. But today, something felt entirely different. The massive elevator ground to a halt, and the heavy gates retracted. Foreman Jack, entirely out of habit, was the first to step out, preparing to collect the crew's daily meager wages. Then, he completely froze. At the payroll distribution window, the massive queue of waiting miners was actively whispering among themselves. Their faces were an incredibly complex mix of pure confusion and, was that genuine hope? What the hell is going on here? Jack muttered, aggressively squeezing his way to the front of the window and sliding his battered identification tag through the slot. The clerk behind the thick armorglass was a young man in his early 20s, wearing a crisp dark gray uniform with the blazing sun insignia pinned proudly to his chest. He took the tag, seamlessly scanned it into his cogitator terminal, and immediately began physically counting out stacks of currency. But the final amount was completely wrong. Hold on a second, kid. Did you miscount? Jack stared at the massive stack of Imperial coins sitting on the counter, his voice trembling. I logged exactly 320 hours last month. According to the guild standard base rate, that should be exactly 5,400 coins. You just counted out, that's almost 10,000. The young clerk looked up, flashing a warm, entirely genuine smile. I didn't miscount a single coin, Uncle Jack. He tapped his cogitator screen, pulling up a highly detailed breakdown of the ledger. You officially logged 320 hours of labor last month. Your base salary remains at exactly 5,400 coins. However, in accordance with the brand new Provisional Labor Security Regulations of the Kent Hive personally decreed by Lord Governor Cage, subterranean mining is now officially classified as a high-risk occupation. This legally entitles you to an immediate 30% hazard pay bonus, which equals exactly 2,220 coins. Furthermore, your crew exceeded the mandated extraction quota by exactly 15% last month. That instantly triggers a 10% performance bonus, equaling 1,140 coins. Bringing your grand total to exactly 8,760 coins. Jack's hands were shaking. He had broken his back in this subterranean hell for exactly 20 years. He had never once received a single coin of hazard pay, let alone a performance bonus. During Adela's reign, a miner was incredibly lucky just to receive their base wages on time. No one dared to even dream of absurd luxuries like this. Is this truly a new regulation set by the Lord Governor? It is, the young clerk nodded, seamlessly passing a printed pamphlet through the window. Furthermore, this sum is only calculated based on the obsolete wages from Adela's era last month. Starting next week, the baseline wages of every single miner will be heavily adjusted upward in accordance with the Lord Governor's strict directives. Across the board, every single occupational wage will increase. Subterranean operations will be strictly mandated to provide comprehensive safety equipment, and the structural integrity of the mining shafts will be systematically reinforced. He paused, adding with a profound smile, also, tomorrow morning at precisely 8 a.m., a massive public tribunal will be held in the central plaza to execute Adela and his parasitic cronies. It will be broadcast live across every single holographic screen in the mid and lower hive. If you have the time, you should absolutely tune in. Jack accepted the pamphlet and his wages, his calloused hands still trembling. As he stepped away from the window, the other miners instantly swarmed him. Jack, did they really pay out more? How much did you get? Was that kid telling the truth? Are they seriously reducing our hours? Jack looked down at the nearly 10,000 Imperial coins clutched tightly in his hand, and then looked at the bold text printed across the pamphlet. Labor creates absolute value. True dignity is born from struggle. Suddenly, his eyes felt incredibly hot. Let's go, he took a deep, heavy breath, looking directly at his brothers. Tomorrow, we're all watching that execution. Lower Hive, or Processing Manufactorum 6. This massive facility originally belonged to the Hisman Merchant Guild's mining division. Its primary function was to crush raw, subterranean ore into standardized mineral blocks before shipping them upward to the mid-hive refineries. Over 1,800 laborers worked in this facility. The vast majority were native Lower Hive citizens, while a small fraction were bankrupt mid-hive citizens who had been sold into indentured servitude to pay off their debts. To describe their working conditions as hellish would be an incredibly polite understatement. They worked grueling, back-breaking 16-hour shifts. Their daily compensation consisted of exactly 3 tubes of the absolute lowest-grade synthetic nutrient paste, the kind that actively caused severe intestinal ulcers if consumed for too long. Work-related injuries. If you died, your corpse was dragged outside to wait for the Corpse Guild recycling wagons. If you miraculously survived, you considered yourself incredibly lucky. But today, the atmosphere inside the manufactorum was fundamentally different. At 7 a.m. sharp, a group of young men and women wearing crisp gray utility fatigues and Crimson Dawn insignias marched directly onto the factory floor. They didn't carry a single weapon, they were only equipped with data slates and complex surveying instruments. Their leader was a young man who looked barely 20 years old. His face still carried the faint traces of youthful innocence, but his eyes were filled with an absolute, ironclad resolve. He immediately sought out the manufacturum's head overseer, a heavily scarred, middle-aged brute casually swinging a high-voltage shock baton. "We are the Aurelian Youth Vanguard. Acting upon the explicit, supreme authority of the new Hive Lord, Lord Cage, we are officially seizing total operational control of this facility," the young man declared, holding up his official credentials. Effective immediately, the production schedule, the laborers' compensation framework, and all structural safety protocols are entirely under our jurisdiction. The overseer froze for a second before letting out a sharp, mocking bark of laughter. "You pathetic little brats haven't even finished growing hair on your balls, and you think you can just waltz in and seize my factory?" He sparked his shock baton. "Get the hell out of my sight before the words even left his mouth. A massive hand casually reached out from the side and firmly gripped the sparking shock baton. It was a hand encased entirely in a heavy hydraulic power fist. The metal fingers merely twitched, and the heavy shock baton was instantly crushed into useless, sparking slag. The overseer snapped his head around in pure, unfiltered terror. Did White Scar's speed today, stood directly behind him, a chilling, highly dangerous smile plastered across his face. "Before you what?" 3 minutes later. The head overseer and his 30-plus brutal taskmasters were heavily bound together with plasteel zip ties and dragged out of the manufactorum like a string of dead fish. The Youth Vanguard instantly initiated total operational takeover. The very first thing they did was assemble all 1,800 terrified laborers in the central clearing of the factory floor. "Brothers and sisters," the young Vanguard leader stood atop a rusted ore crate, his voice amplified by a localized voxcaster. "Effective today, this manufactorum is no longer the private property of the Hisman Merchant Guild. It officially belongs to every single one of you who bleeds and sweats within these walls. The new Hive Lord, Lord Cage, and the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary have decreed a fundamentally new operational doctrine." He raised his data slate, the terms explicitly displayed for all to see. "First, the daily operational shift is hereby permanently reduced to 10 hours, from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., which includes a mandatory, heavily protected 2-hour resting and meal period. Second, total restructuring of the compensation framework. The absolute baseline daily wage is now 1,000 imperial coins. Furthermore, for every single standardized ton of processed ore, you will receive an immediate piece rate bonus of 100 imperial coins. Third, this manufactorum will immediately establish a localized Mecha station. All minor injuries will be treated entirely free of charge. Severe, life-threatening trauma will be immediately evacuated to the Upper Spire Mecha facilities, with all associated expenses completely subsidized by the governor's office. Fourth. He read through exactly 12 radical, completely paradigm-shifting regulations. With every single point he announced, the eyes of the exhausted laborers burned a fraction brighter. When he finally announced that the top 10 most productive workers every single month would automatically qualify for immediate promotion into active managerial roles, the crowd began to stir. Is this actually real?" an incredibly frail, elderly laborer asked, his voice trembling. "It is absolute reality," the young man said, hopping down from the ore crate and walking directly up to the old man. "And it's not just this single facility. Every single subterranean mine, manufactorum, and logistical convoy across the entire Kent Hive is currently implementing these exact same operational standards." He paused, significantly raising his voice. "Because the Lord Governor and the Crimson Dawn firmly believe that honest labor demands genuine dignity, and grueling sacrifice demands just reward. Every single one of you who actively builds this world with your bare hands absolutely deserves a better life." The massive crowd remained dead silent for several agonizing seconds. And then they completely erupted into a deafening, thunderous roar of cheering that had been suppressed for an entire lifetime. That exact same afternoon, the manufactorum's raw output miraculously surged by exactly 30%. It wasn't driven by the violent crack of a whip or the agonizing spark of a shock baton. It was driven by absolute, unadulterated hope. Highly similar, localized miracles were quietly unfolding in every single corner of the Hive City. In the public soup kitchens of Mid-Hive Sector C, the disgustingly watered-down, tasteless gruel historically served to the absolute poorest citizens was suddenly completely replaced by dense, highly caloric synthetic nutrient paste. The taste was still objectively atrocious, but it actually filled their hollow stomachs. Inside the Administrative Services Bureau of Mid-Hive Sector B, the notoriously arrogant, permanently dismissive clerks were completely gone. In their place sat a group of young men and women wearing impeccably clean uniforms. They might have been slightly inexperienced with the complex bureaucratic protocols, but they actually possessed the genuine patience to listen to civilian grievances, rather than instantly dismissing them with a cold, robotic, that violates standard procedure. Deep within the darkest slums of Lower Hive Sector F, a highly coordinated medical task force composed of Youth Vanguard members and fully augmented players was actively going door to door, freely distributing basic Mecha supplies. It wasn't much, just fundamental broad-spectrum antibiotics and standard analgesics, but for people who had literally never seen a legitimate Imperial Mecha stim in their entire lives, it was a wholly, undeniable miracle. What exactly is their end goal here? In the dark, narrow alleyways, people constantly whispered. They're just buying our loyalty, someone scoffed coldly. They are exactly the same as the old bastards. They feed us a little sweet honey now, and the absolute second their rule is consolidated, they'll go right back to ruthlessly bleeding us dry. But another person hesitated. My nephew was actively recruited by the youth vanguard to act as a localized guide. He said these Crimson Dawn people, they feel completely different. Different how? They said. The person lowered their voice to a breathless whisper. They said they are going to establish a brand new order. A world where every single person has enough to eat, and every single person lives with genuine dignity. A brief, suffocating silence followed. Then, a harsh laugh, a twisted mix of deep mockery and profound, agonizing bitterness. Keep dreaming. There is absolutely no such thing as dignity in a hive city. You either eat the weak, or you get eaten. I learned that agonizing lesson the day my father was crushed in the manufacturing gears, and the guild didn't pay out a single damn coin in compensation. But the person who had spoken earlier slowly looked across the street. That storefront used to be a notorious Hisman Merchant Guild debt collection node. 2 massive, scarred enforcers had stood guard at that exact door 24/7. But now, the brutes were completely gone. The heavy guild insignia had been pried off the wall, replaced by a simple, hand-painted wooden sign. Kent Hive Lower Stratum Community Service Node, Sector 3. Through the cracked armaglass window, they could clearly see several young men and women meticulously organizing massive stacks of books. These were private, heavily hoarded collections confiscated from the corrupt elites, now completely repurposed to establish a public reading zone. Although the vast majority of the texts were mind-numbingly dry technical manuals and highly standardized imperial propaganda, at least, someone was genuinely trying to do something. Maybe. The person whispered softly. Maybe this time, things really are different. TL/N. Word count, 3459, which is quite a lot since one chapter is usually of around 1300 words, so more than 2 chapter, but still only 1. Anyway, Power Stone goal is 250. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, The Appreciation of Gabriel Santa. Cogboy stood before 2 massive, fully loaded logistical crawlers, giving a highly satisfied nod. Loaded into the heavy cargo bays were exactly 500 cartons of the extended variant premium cigarettes. Each individual cigarette measured exactly 25 centimeters in length. They were meticulously rolled using highly specialized tobacco leaves cultivated exclusively within the sanctuary's irradiated botanical grox pens, intricately blended with exactly 7 distinct aromatic psychoherbs. At least, that was the official lore they were feeding the Legion. In reality, the players just threw extra Imperial coins at the system store to forcibly customize the dimensions. Cogboy muttered. Sitting adjacent to the tobacco were exactly 1,000 heavy crates of Primarch Reserve vodka. The alcohol content was a terrifying 75% by volume. Every single heavy, hand-blown armaglass bottle contained exactly 1 full liter and featured the unyielding gauntlet insignia of the Iron Hands Legion deeply acid-etched into the glass. This level of gift-giving. Cogboy mumbled under his breath, seamlessly switching the optics of his cybernetic eye to thermal infrared mode to actively confirm the integrity of the vacuum-sealed cargo. Should definitely be enough, right? A player standing directly behind him leaned in close, his voice dropping to a cautious whisper. Does this technically classify as outright bribery? Bribery. Cogboy threw him a sharp, highly disdainful side-eye. This is classified as a humble, deeply loyal contribution strictly supporting the glorious logistics of the Imperial Great Crusade. Do you understand? Understood. Absolutely understood. The player immediately shot him a massive thumbs up. The heavy transport convoy slowly rumbled deeper into the industrial zone, eventually reaching a massive, heavily fortified temporary landing pad. An elite detachment of the Iron Hands Legion was permanently garrisoned here, strictly tasked with actively overseeing the cult Mechanicus as they labored to seal the localized warp breach and suppressing any residual warp entities that managed to claw their way through. The Astartes commanding this detachment was the legendary first captain, Gabriel Santa. According to the official historical canon of the Warhammer universe, this exact captain was tragically destined to be slaughtered by Julius Caesaron, first captain of the Emperor's Children, during the catastrophic dropsite massacre on Istvan V. But right now, he was very much alive and incredibly well, standing perfectly still at the perimeter of the landing pad, his piercing gaze actively observing a sentinel walker undergoing routine field maintenance. Report, Lord Captain. A massive Iron Hands legionary rapidly approached. The diplomatic representative from the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary has officially arrived. He is accompanied by a significantly massive logistical payload. Gabriel Santa slowly turned his head. He was noticeably taller and significantly broader than Captain Karen. This was the highly exclusive privilege of the first captain, granting him access to the absolute apex of Astartes' genetic augmentation and cybernetic enhancement. Exactly 7 golden campaign honor rings were deeply etched into his heavy ceramite pauldron, undeniable proof that he had actively participated in 7 cataclysmic, theater-level campaigns and achieved overwhelming strategic victories. His face was completely devoid of any scarring, a highly unusual, almost anomalous trait among the Iron Hands, who typically wore their battle damage like sacred metals. This was because Lucian Sanctus' personal combat doctrine was absolute: the greatest warrior is not the one who survives 1,000 wounds, but the one who flawlessly executes the enemy without ever taking a single scratch. Bring him forward. Moments later, Cogboy stood directly before Lucian Sanctus, executing a flawless, deeply respectful sign of the Aquila. Lord Captain. I am Cage Lawrence, the official diplomatic representative of the Crimson Dawn Sanctuary. Acting upon the explicit logistical request of Captain Karen, I have arrived to formally deliver the provisions personally requisitioned by the Lord Primarch. Gabriel silently analyzed him. His cold gaze lingered specifically on Cogboy's cybernetic eye and fully augmented right arm for several heavy seconds before he finally nodded. So, you are Cage. The primary logistical supplier of the stimulants currently plaguing my legion. Cogboy flashed a subtle, highly respectful smile, opting entirely against denying the claim. In this exact situation, false humility was pure hypocrisy. He slowly reached into his inner pocket and extracted a completely custom, heavy-duty pack of the extended cigarettes. The casing was forged from solid, brushed gunmetal, the surface intricately acid-etched with highly complex interlocking cogwheels and stylized flame motifs, the absolute peak, sleep-deprived craftsmanship of the Crimson Machina's dedicated tech otakus. He smoothly slid a single, massive cigarette from the casing and offered it to Gabriel. Karen gifted me a single pack a few days ago, Gabriel said, taking the heavy cigarette and casually holding it beneath his nose, inhaling the rich aroma. He endlessly praised them, claiming they heighten mental acuity and actually provide a fractional boost to baseline neural reaction times. He locked eyes with Cogboy. I personally field-tested them. They are undeniably exceptional. However, they are fundamentally flawed by their pathetic length. A single stick barely survives a full minute of combustion. For commanders like us, who routinely engage in multi-hour tactical cogitation, they are vastly insufficient. Cogboy produced a heavy, brass-plated promethium lighter and seamlessly ignited the tip. Which is exactly why we synthesized this highly specialized, extended variant. Gabriel took a deep, heavy drag. Exactly 1 centimeter of the densely packed tobacco instantly incinerated. The thick, highly concentrated smoke was rapidly drawn into his heavily augmented respiratory system, flawlessly filtered, and absorbed into his bloodstream. The very next second, the first captain's eyes widened by a microscopic fraction. He explicitly felt a highly localized, distinct stimulation. Was this a genuine harmonic resonance at the neural synaptic level? His transhuman reaction conduits genuinely felt a fraction more hyperactive. His tactical cogitation became terrifyingly clear. He could actively feel the massive, heavily compressed archives of decades of combat data accelerating through his localized cerebral cortex at a rate exactly 3% faster than his baseline. 3% might seem fundamentally irrelevant to a mortal, but for an Astartes, that was a terrifying, absolute qualitative leap in combat efficiency. Exceptional. Gabriel slowly exhaled a massive, thick plume of smoke. The heavy vapor stubbornly refused to dissipate, forming perfect, dense rings in the cold air. He lowered the cigarette, which had barely burned through a fifth of its total mass, and looked directly at Cogboy. What exactly did you synthesize into this compound? A highly proprietary blend of heavily irradiated localized flora, cross-pollinated with a completely undocumented botanical dust we recently discovered within the deep wastes. It possesses the unique property of fractionally hyperstimulating synaptic transmission efficiency. Cogboy lied with absolute, robotic perfection, not a single facial muscle twitching. You have my absolute guarantee, Lord Captain. We ran this exact compound through 300 rigorous, highly exhaustive clinical trials. It is fundamentally safe, completely non-addictive, and possesses absolutely zero degenerative side effects. Gabriel stared directly into Cogboy's eyes for exactly 3 seconds. Then, he suddenly smiled. The corners of his mouth genuinely curled upward in a highly uncharacteristic expression of profound appreciation. Cage. He reached out and clapped Cogboy on the shoulder, a casual gesture that felt to Cogboy exactly like being gently tapped by a 50-ton industrial hydraulic press. Do you currently possess a massive surplus of this specific variant? I am fully authorized to purchase it using Imperial Tithe credits. Name your price. Cogboy instantly forced an expression of deep, painful regret onto his face. Lord Captain, I must humbly apologize. Every single microgram of our highly refined, proprietary raw materials was completely exhausted to synthesize the cargo contained within those 2 transports. He gestured respectfully toward the heavy crawlers. Every single crate was explicitly requisitioned by the Lord Primarch himself. I absolutely must secure a formal audience with him and successfully finalize this massive logistical transfer before I can even begin to allocate any remaining microfractions. He paused, instantly pivoting, his smile turning incredibly genuine and accommodating. However, the second the next harvest cycle of our secure botanical groxpens reaches full maturity, you have my absolute, ironclad guarantee that a highly substantial, first captain exclusive quota will be strictly reserved for you. As the first captain, you absolutely deserve unrestricted access to the apex of our production. Hearing that the entire payload was explicitly demanded by his gene father, Gabriel instantly nodded. Excellent. I will hold you to that. He sharply gestured to a nearby legionary. Establish an immediate Vox link with Karen. Inform him the requested logistical payload has arrived. He turned his piercing gaze back to Cogboy. Cage. You are highly competent. You are infinitely superior to the pathetic, groveling bureaucratic parasites that infest the hive worlds. At the very least, you possess the tactical awareness to understand that the absolute peak of tribute must flow directly to the Primarch, rather than skimming the cream off the top for your own pathetic greed. Cogboy executed a deep, highly respectful bow. It is merely our fundamental duty, Lord Captain. Exactly half an hour later, the heavy, roaring thrusters of Captain Karen's Thunderhawk gunship breached the cloud cover and slammed down onto the landing pad. The massive fourth captain practically vaulted out of the assault ramp. He briefly smashed his gauntlet against Gabriel's in a heavy, ritualistic greeting, before immediately throwing a massive, crushing arm around Cogboy's neck, the sheer familiarity making it look like they were blood brothers who had fought together for decades. Cage, you absolute madman. You actually forged it. The Lord Primarch literally just casually mentioned the other day that your cigarettes would be tactically superior if they were significantly longer, and you actually managed to perfectly synthesize them in mere days. Cogboy was currently being choked out by the massive, ceramite-clad arm, barely managing to wheeze out a desperate, strained laugh. Captain Karen, please, my spine. I am merely a fragile mortal. I cannot withstand this level of affection. Oh, right. My apologies. Karen instantly released him, though the massive, booming grin never left his face. Move out. Move out. The Gene Father is waiting for you. The heavy Thunderhawk gunship fired its primary thrusters, rapidly tearing straight up through the heavy, polluted atmosphere, accelerating continuously until it reached high orbit, aiming directly for the colossal, awe-inspiring silhouette of the Gloriana-class battleship, the Fist of Iron. Inside the cabin, Karen lowered his voice and asked, Cage, it seems you've rounded up all those parasites from Adela's crew. And you're holding a public execution. Cogboy was secretly startled. They had only released the news a day ago, yet the Legion was already fully aware of their operations. Yes. Cogboy nodded, giving a highly summarized overview of the trial plan. Naturally, he didn't breathe a single word about the mass infiltration and identity replacement operation. Karen grinned after hearing the explanation. Execution by cannon fire. I like it. That is exactly how it should be done. Let those scum sucking the blood of the Imperium know that retribution isn't absent, it was just waiting for the right time. Go bold and do it with absolute confidence. The Gene Father fundamentally does not care about these trivial details, he only cares about results. As long as the mineral output doesn't drop and the ore quality doesn't degrade, even if you hanged every single noble in the hive city from the street lamps, the Gene Father would only remark that overall efficiency has improved. Cogboy breathed a heavy sigh of relief. This was exactly as he had anticipated. The Iron Hands, and especially Ferrus Manus, were among the most ruthlessly pragmatic and efficiency-obsessed of all the 20 Primarchs. Morality. Justice. Those concepts were fundamentally irrelevant within the cold, unyielding framework of the imperial truth. The only things that truly mattered were absolute order and raw, industrial output. The Thunderhawk gunship touched down in the massive hangar bay of the Fist of Iron. Cogboy once again found himself face-to-face with Ferrus Manus. The Primarch stood before the bridge's massive armor-glass observation deck, his back to the entrance, gazing silently out at the ash-green sphere of Aurelian IV. In his hand, he held one of the extended cigarettes they had previously delivered, already burned down by a third. The thick smoke swirled around the Primarch, but strangely, it didn't dissipate into the ambient air. Instead, it formed slowly rotating, highly localized vortexes, the undeniable result of the Primarch's terrifying, unconscious biological force field manipulating his immediate surroundings. Lord Primarch, Cogboy bowed deeply. Ferrus didn't turn around. He simply raised a massive hand, gesturing for him to dispense with the formalities. Cage Lawrence. The Primarch's voice was a low, steady, mechanical rumble. According to Legion intelligence, Karen reports that you stabilized the entire Kent Hive's operational order in a mere 2 days, and have already projected an immediate increase in raw ore production. Yes, my lord. Furthermore, you intend to hold a massive public execution tomorrow for over 200 officials, including the former Hive Lord, and subsequently execute the 197 most severe offenders. Yes, my lord. 13 of whom will face a standard firing squad, while the remaining 184 will be executed by cannon fire. Ferris finally turned around. His eyes were a freezing, metallic silver gray, completely devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Why execute them by cannon fire? Cogboy was fully prepared for this exact question. Absolute deterrence, Lord Primarch. The Kent Hive has been ruthlessly dominated by the Hisman Merchant Guild for exactly 80 years. Their corruption has penetrated every single stratum of the city. A standard execution is vastly insufficient to strike genuine terror into the hearts of the residual elements currently observing us from the shadows, actively plotting their counterattacks. And pure terror, in certain situations, is infinitely more effective than the law. Ferris stared directly into him for several heavy seconds. Then, the Primarch gave a slow, deliberate nod. Acceptable. He only spoke a single word, but the weight behind it was absolute. How you choose to administrate your hive city is entirely your concern, I will not interfere. Ferris strode over to his command throne and sat down, the cigarette in his hand having burned completely to the filter. I monitor exactly 3 metrics, monthly raw mineral output, or refinement purity, and the punctuality of your logistical shipments to my legion's vaults. As long as those 3 metrics meet operational standards, you could terraform the entire hive into a paradise pleasure world and I wouldn't ask a single damn question. But if your numbers drop. The Primarch raised his gaze, a lethal, freezing light flashing within his silver-gray pupils. I will replace you. Understood, Cogboy bowed profoundly. Upon leaving the bridge, Captain Karen personally escorted him back to the hangar bay. See? What did I tell you? The 4th captain laughed, slapping him on the back. The Gene Father fundamentally does not care about your methods, only your absolute results. These are the Legion's strict, standardized tolerance parameters for refined promethium ore. Align your production with these exact metrics, and you will have absolutely zero problems. He seamlessly pressed a highly classified data wafer into Cogboy's palm. Cogboy accepted the data wafer, profusely expressing his gratitude. Right before boarding the Thunderhawk, he quickly glanced left and right to ensure the immediate vicinity was completely clear. Then, mimicking reaching into his heavy coat pockets, but actually pulling directly from his system inventory, he withdrew 2 full cartons of the extended variant cigarettes and shoved them directly into Karen's hands. Lord Captain Karen. Just a small token of my personal appreciation. Karen's eyes instantly lit up. He rapidly stuffed the cartons directly into his power armor's tactical storage compartments. My brother. You are far too generous. Rest assured, I will personally deploy with a squad of my brothers tomorrow to actively oversee the public execution. I absolutely guarantee that no one will dare to cause a single riot. Then I will leave that heavy responsibility in your capable hands, Lord Captain. The Thunderhawk gunship fired its thrusters and departed from the Fist of Iron. Sitting securely in the passenger cabin, Cogboy stared out the viewport at the rapidly shrinking silhouette of the Gloriana-class battleship and let out a long, heavy exhale. I just hope everything proceeds flawlessly. Day 3, Standard Terran Time, 7:30 a.m., Kent Hive, Mid-Hive Central Plaza. The massive public execution was scheduled to begin in exactly 30 minutes. This colossal plaza, originally designed to accommodate 500,000 citizens, was currently overflowing with over 800,000 people. The local Mid-Hive residents had arrived hours early to secure vantage points. Those who lived further out were densely packed beneath the hundreds of massive public holographic displays scattered throughout the upper strata. Although the lower Hive citizens were strictly prohibited from ascending, highly localized, temporary projection arrays had been meticulously rigged in every single subterranean habitation zone. They all wanted to bear witness to this monumental event. To see if the new Hive Lord and this so-called Crimson Dawn sanctuary were truly as miraculous as the rumors claimed. To see if the rotting, aristocratic elites who had ridden on their backs for decades were actually going to face genuine justice. To see if this absolute hell of a world was genuinely capable of change. A massive, 10-meter-tall execution platform had been erected in the absolute center of the plaza. Upon the reinforced stage sat exactly 197 heavy metal chairs, perfectly aligned in disciplined rows, the designated seats for the condemned sinners awaiting their ultimate judgment. To the immediate left of the platform lay exactly 54 pitch-black artillery emplacements. They weren't legitimate macrocannons, a single shot from a true macrocannon would erase half the Hive city from existence. Instead, they were heavily modified, large-caliber execution bombardments repurposed from the Hive's internal defense grid. The artillery shells were entirely custom-made, packed with exactly 500 kilograms of highly volatile explosives, more than enough to vaporize anyone strapped to them without leaving a single trace of bone or ash. The massive muzzles were elevated at a steep angle, aimed directly into the upper atmospheric smog to prevent collateral damage. Securing the perimeter of the colossal plaza were 2,000 fully augmented players and 3,000 disciplined members of the Aurelian Youth Vanguard. Clad entirely in their standardized gray fatigues and heavily armed with Las guns, they formed an unyielding, living barricade to completely prevent the terrifyingly dense crowd from collapsing into a catastrophic stampede. Another big chapter, 3030 words. Goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 131, Chapter 130, Piss Off. Cogboy stood in the heavily fortified staging area right behind the execution platform, looking down at the absolute, suffocating sea of humanity. The cigarette clamp between his fingertips had already burned down to the filter. Paul's voice drifted from behind. Which number is that? The low hum of power armor servos sounded exceptionally clear within the confined space. Without turning around, Cogboy stubbed the cigarette butt into a portable ashtray. The 7th. Taxbro walked over with a grin, tossing a thick arm around Cogboy's shoulders. I recall you haven't augmented your lungs yet. Smoking that much, watch out for complications. Is that red heart of yours about to leap right out of your throat? Cogboy finally turned around, ignoring Taxbro, his voice slightly dry. Over 800,000 people are watching live. Back in reality, holding a 10,000-person concert requires half a year of rehearsals. Now we're live streaming the trial of over 200 people and announcing a new policy. And they aren't just an audience. This is the future of 98 million people. A single word from us could decide whether they spend the next few decades struggling in a cesspool or catching a glimmer of light. Blood Angel's second emperor put down the speech script in his hand. He walked over to Cogboy, patting the chief technical officer's mechanical arm. Do you still remember the 7th workshop? When we first arrived, we didn't even have a decent weapon. Aru's lackeys killed 2 of us, and we didn't even dare to make a move. I remember, Cogboy nodded. Back then we only had 5,000 people, facing an entire planet's system of oppression. Blood Angel's second emperor looked through the glass at the Hive residents in tattered overalls out on the plaza. Now we have Gene Seed, power armor, the Primarch's authorization, and... He turned his head to look at Paul. We have conviction. Paul stood in the deep shadows. Stepping forward, the Dawn insignia on his dark gray power armor gleamed with a faint crimson light under the backstage illumination. He remained silent, but within his dark gold eyes, something began to spin. The patterns of the 5 traits, hope, compassion, resolve, pioneering, and wisdom, swirled deep within his pupils, intertwining and restructuring before finally condensing into the phantom image of a 5-pointed star. The phantom slowly drifted out of his eyes, floating in midair, each point radiating light of a different texture, pale gold, bright green, deep crimson, azure blue, and silvery white. Take it, Paul said softly. The 5-pointed star transformed into a streak of flowing light, sinking into Cogboy's chest. A gentle, warm current spread throughout his entire body along his blood circulation. Cogboy's mechanical prosthetic eye interface flashed with lines of game system data. High-dimensional psychic imprint connection detected. Synchronizing. Synchronization complete. Trait granted, trait resonance. Duration, estimated 2 hours. Effects, linguistic charisma plus 300%, logical clarity plus 200%, emotional transmission efficiency plus 500%, authority amplification plus 400%. This is... Cogboy was stunned. One of the privileges of a chosen one. Paul smiled, a transcendent tranquility in his expression. I can temporarily lend traits to a designated person. However, there is a time limit. He walked up to Cogboy, his 3-meter-tall frame requiring him to tilt his head slightly to look the technical chief in the eyes. The path of our Crimson Dawn is magnificent. Go. Let this Hive City hear the speech of their new Dawn governor. Standard Terra time, 8 a.m. 800,000 pairs of eyes stared at the judgment platform in the central plaza. Numerous screens across the Hive City displayed the exact same broadcast. Factories on various levels of the Hive ground to a temporary halt, and the mining elevators stopped running. Cogboy walked up to the judgment platform. He had changed out of his dark gray formal suit, donning a custom-made ceremonial uniform with a deep crimson base. Perfectly embroidered in gold thread over his left breast was the insignia of the Crimson Dawn, a sun rising from a gear and stalks of wheat. This design was the work of Schrödinger Bro. He said the gear represented industry and labor, the wheat symbolized agriculture and survival, and the sun signified hope and the future. The symbolism was incredibly straightforward, but in a universe where hope was constantly twisted and abused by chaos cults, straightforwardness actually brought about more trust. Cogboy stepped up to the podium in the center of the judgment platform. He slowly scanned the entire area. With the trait's empowerment, the expressions of everyone within the wave of noise generated by 800,000 people were vividly displayed on his visual interface. On their faces were anxiety, skepticism, numbness, scattered curiosity, and a massive amount of mockery over what kind of fucking formalism was being played out this time. Then, Cogboy spoke. His voice boomed through the loudspeaker arrays scattered across the plaza, calm yet carrying an unyielding resolve. Citizens of the Imperium. Citizens of Aurelian IV. Good morning. An opening statement simplified to the absolute limit. There was no tedious nonsense, no endless praise for the emperor and the primarch, because he knew all too well that the oppressed hive citizens had long grown sick of those high-sounding words. I am Cage Lawrence, the new governor of Kent Hive, appointed by the Imperial Departamento Munitorum and recognized by the Iron Hands Legion. He paused, letting the information sink into the crowd. Gathering everyone here today is not for a celebration, not for conscription, and not to collect new taxes. Today, we are here to do only one thing. Cogboy raised his right hand. Judgment. Judgment for those hive magistrates who forgot their original purpose. Judgment for those parasites who betrayed the trust of the Imperium citizens. The magistrates of our Imperium were meant to be guardians, protectors of the people's rights in their sector, the mortal extensions of the Emperor's will. But some, the moment they pinned on the magistrate's badge, forgot all of this. They moved into upper hive palaces, drank fine wines shipped from agri-worlds, dined on delicacies ordinary people wouldn't even smell in a lifetime, and draped themselves in silk that could feed a whole hablock for a year. They started to think they were something special. Cogboy tilted his head slightly. But I want to ask, what makes them so special? Is it embezzling disaster relief funds, leaving tens of thousands of children to starve to death during a cholera epidemic? Is that what makes them special? Is it smuggling munitions to underhive gangs, forcing the enforcers and criminals to slaughter each other with the exact same batch of weapons? Is it putting a price tag on school admissions, trapping the children of the poor in an eternal abyss of illiteracy? 3 consecutive questions. No roaring, no furious rebukes, just a calm recitation. Yet it was exactly this calmness that made every charge feel all the more chillingly real. The whispering from the crowd below gradually died away. These maggots have failed the imperial citizens who fed them, and they have failed the emperor who granted them their authority. Cogboy's mechanical prosthetic eye swept toward the flanks of the judgment platform. There, over 200 prisoners wearing black hoods were being escorted up, heavily guarded by a squad personally led by Tax Bro. For such people, imperial law has clear stipulations. Lex Administratum Terran, Chapter 7, Article 4, any official who embezzles an amount exceeding 100,000 imperial coins, resulting in civilian deaths, may be sentenced to capital punishment. Provisional Regulations for Frontier World Governance during the Great Crusade, Article 9, collusion with criminal syndicates to endanger public security is punishable by death. The Imperial Truth Code of Conduct. He recited 7 decrees. Every single one was completely accurate, every single one directly corresponded to the crimes of those standing on the platform. This wasn't some impromptu performance. It was the result of Schrödinger Bro and 50 players from Crimson Spirit pulling an all-nighter, extracting, compiling, and cross-referencing information from the Imperium's ocean of legal documents. What they wanted was a trial utterly unimpeachable on a legal level. Even if the laws themselves stemmed from a rotting system. So today, we stand here to execute the will of the Imperium. Cogboy's voice finally swelled with a hint of emotion, carrying a deep, profound sorrow. Not for revenge, and not to establish dominance. It is to serve as a warning. A warning to all who hold power now, and to all who might gain power in the future. Remember the fate of these exploiters. Remember, the authority of the Imperium stems from the support of the citizens across its countless worlds, and it requires the constant protection of those citizens' rights. Anyone who betrays this principle. He took a deep breath. Under the empowerment of the traits, his voice rang like a massive bell, echoing into every corner of the plaza. Will be executed without mercy. Purge all parasites of the Imperium. The instant his words fell, the first genuine wave of uproar erupted from the crowd. The eyes of many changed, from numb mockery to sheer shock. From weary apathy to a scrutinizing gaze that realized this time, things really seemed different. Trait resonance was doing its work. But more importantly, every single word Cogboy spoke pierced right into the deepest scars of this hive city. Those children who starved to death, those workers who were sold off like cattle, those youths who could never afford an education. Everyone knew someone like that. Or they were those people themselves. Wait. A sharp voice exploded from the southeast corner of the plaza. The crowd was split apart as a group of 100 people forcefully pushed their way to the front. They wore luxurious silk robes in the signature purple and gold colors of the Hisman Merchant Guild. Intricate family crests, a star encircled by a gear, were embroidered on their cuffs and collars. Leading them was a tall, thin man around 60 years old. He had a hooked nose, thin lips, and eyes filled with the arrogance cultivated from a long life in high positions. He leaned heavily on a sapphire-inlaid scepter, the head carved into the shape of an aquila. It was a common ornament for imperial nobility, but the aquila's eyes had been replaced with the diamond-shaped coat of arms of the Hisman family. It was a blatant transgression. But clearly, they were used to it. Governor Cage. The tall, thin man stopped 10 meters away from the judgment platform, slamming his scepter heavily into the ground. I am Archimedes Hisman, Vice President of the Aurelian IV Hisman Merchant Guild. Representing the guild headquarters, Hisman Hive, and Aru City, I am raising a formal objection to the proceedings of this trial. Cogboy's mechanical prosthetic eye instantly retrieved the newcomer's data. Archimedes Hisman, Adela's cousin, and the fifth-ranking authority figure within the guild. He was in charge of mining and special human resource trading, which, simply put, meant human trafficking. A piece of trash with no less blood on his hands than Adela. According to the Planetary Privilege Act and the Commercial Guild's Autonomy Charter, Archimedes' voice boomed, deliberately making sure the entire plaza heard him. The right to judge members of the Hisman family, regardless of whether they hold public office, belongs to the family's internal arbitration tribunal and the Planetary Governor's Joint Council. You, a governor born from wasteland refugees, have no right to publicly judge Adela Hisman or any members of his family. He paused, a cold sneer curling the corners of his mouth. Furthermore, you have absolutely no right to use execution by artillery, a capital punishment reserved for heretics and traitors. I demand that you halt this trial immediately, hand over all Hisman family members to the guild's custody, and await the joint investigation team dispatched by the Adeptus Arbites of the City of the Holy Anthem and the Sector Governor's Office. Cogboy ignored his spiel, because he spotted a familiar ID among the 100-person entourage behind Archimedes. That ID belonged to a completely bald guy in purple robes, standing toward the left in the front section of the group. Crimson Deep Sea. At this moment, Deep Sea slightly raised his right hand, making a gesture against the side of his leg. 3 fingers curled, while his index finger tapped his thigh twice. This was a prearranged secret signal within the Crimson Dawn. It meant, the enemy is bluffing. They have no actual backup. Proceed with extreme prejudice. Cogboy's heart settled. But before he could even open his mouth, another voice echoed from the other side of the plaza. The voice wasn't loud, yet it was deafening to many. Are you done talking? If you're done, you can piss off. Karen Santos walked out from the crowd. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, The Crimson Dawn's New Hive Policies. The captain of the Iron Hands 4th Company wasn't wearing his full set of power armor today, opting instead for a lightweight carapace armor. But his height of over 2 meters and the oppressive aura unique to augmented warriors left the many civilians present feeling absolutely terrified. 10 Iron Hands Astartes fanned out behind him. Their hands rested casually on the grips of their bolters. Archimedes' face instantly drained of color. Sea Captain Karen, Your Excellency. What? What are you doing here? He barely maintained his composure, the scepter in his hand trembling slightly. This is our hive's internal affairs. The Legion has never interfered in planetary governance. I don't interfere with governance, Karen said, walking up to Archimedes and looking down at the tall, spindly noble. But I do interfere with acts that waste my time. Lord Ferrus Manus's orders to me were to oversee the smooth progression of the Kent Hive Judgment Assembly and ensure the work of the new governor, Cage Lawrence, is not disturbed. He paused, his eyes locking onto Archimedes. Are you currently causing a disturbance? I was simply proposing a reasonable legal procedure. Reasonable. Karen chuckled. Archimedes Hisman, Karen exhaled a smoke ring, do I need to remind you who Kent Hive belongs to right now? Archimedes shuddered violently. The Primarch didn't slaughter you all to the last man. He only confiscated 60% of your assets because you're still useful. But that doesn't mean you get to keep bargaining. Karen clamped his low stick between his teeth, freeing up both hands to pat Archimedes on the shoulder. Archimedes' body buckled under the immense, crushing pressure. Right now, you have 2 choices. First, take your people, roll back to the audience stands, and quietly watch the trial to the end. Afterward, I will report to my Gene Father that the Hisman Merchant Guild displayed a cooperative attitude. Karen leaned in closer, dropping his voice so only those immediately around them could hear. Second, I arrest all 100 of you under the pretense of obstructing Legion duties and being suspected warp corruption sympathizers, and drag you up to the Fist of Iron. We'll let the apothecary check if there's anything in your heads that shouldn't be there. Archimedes' lips were quivering. He knew this wasn't a bluff. Getting slapped with the label of suspected warp corruption meant that even if it was ultimately cleared up as a misunderstanding, a person would basically be ruined. Astartes' examination certainly didn't bother with gentle anesthesia. Understood, Captain. The scepter thumped against the ground once more, but this time, it lacked any imposing aura. Archimedes turned around, waved off the Merchant Guild's entourage, and pushed his way back into the crowd, completely disgraced. Before turning around, Crimson Deep Sea flashed another hand signal to Cogboy, a thumbs up. The halftime farce was over. Cogboy looked back out at the audience. The confrontation just now had made many in the audience realize a simple truth. It seemed the new governor genuinely had powerful backers. Resume the trial. Cogboy's voice rang out once more. He didn't offer a single comment on the interruption, acting as if it was merely irrelevant static. This kind of outright dismissal was far more effective than any rebuttal. Following investigations, Adela Hisman and the other 214 individuals have been found guilty of 27 felonies, including embezzlement, murder, human trafficking, colluding with criminal syndicates, and endangering public security. The evidence is conclusive, and the accused have confessed to their crimes. In accordance with the relevant imperial laws, and under the emergency governance authorization of Kent Hive. He paused. The entire plaza was dead silent. I sentence all defendants to death. It was to be expected. But his next words left everyone stunned. The method of execution will be the phosphex cannon penalty. Following a brief moment of deathly stillness, an absolute uproar broke out. Even Karen raised an eyebrow. The phosphex cannon execution was not something found in the Imperium's standard catalogue of punishments. In reality, it was designed by a certain Paradox Interactive grand strategy war criminal among the players. The mechanism was simple: coat the prisoner in highly reactive phosphex-based incendiary agents, stuff them into a specially modified artillery barrel, and fire them high into the sky using a low-pressure propellant. During the ascent, air friction would ignite the phosphex, turning the prisoner into a human-sized fireball. After reaching the apex of their trajectory, the burning remains would plummet toward a designated drop zone, usually burning to a crisp before ever hitting the ground. If there were any leftover scraps, a loss-gun blast could finish the job. The true cruelty of this punishment was that the prisoner remained fully conscious the entire time. They would personally watch themselves turn into a blazing torch, burning in midair for 20 to 30 seconds before finally dying in excruciating agony. More importantly, it produced an intense visual impact. The psychological deterrence of watching a screaming fireball ascend into the sky was entirely different from a simple artillery explosion. Governor Cage, Karen's voice transmitted through the vox bead, "This punishment, did you come up with it yourself?" "I drew some inspiration from certain imperial punishments and developed it from there," Cogboy replied calmly. "We need a deterrence effect, Captain. The Underhive crowds are far too used to standard executions by hanging or a bolter to the head." "Logical." Karen fell silent for a moment before replying with a single word. Up on the judgment platform, the black-hooded prisoners began to struggle violently. But the players' strength enhancements weren't just for show. The condemned were held down firmly in their execution chairs. "Execute them in batches," Cogboy ordered. First batch, 13 prisoners by firing squad. This had been decided beforehand. The crimes of those 13 were relatively light, mainly embezzlement and dereliction of duty. They didn't have direct blood on their hands, but they had stolen way too much. Paul had insisted on differentiated sentencing. Even if they were all facing the death penalty, the execution methods had to vary. The 13 individuals were dragged to the execution area on the side of the judgment platform and lined up in a row. The executioners were 13 Youth League members handpicked by Blood Angel's second emperor. This was Paul's explicit request: let the natives participate in the trials, rather than having the players do all the dirty work. Raise weapons. 13 loss guns were lifted. Take aim. The muzzles aimed squarely at the backs of their heads. Fire. 13 beams of light flashed simultaneously. 13 corpses slumped to the ground. Clean and efficient. The audience below was completely silent. Second through fifth batches, phosphex cannon execution, Cogboy's voice echoed out again. 47 individuals per batch, at 5-minute intervals. Begin. The first execution cannon was wheeled forward. It was modified from a Hive defense cannon, its caliber 30 centimeters and its barrel shortened to 5 meters, outfitted with a specialized internal restraint mechanism. When the players stuffed the first prisoner inside, the man's screams echoed through the black hood, hoarse and filled with despair. Loaded. Fire. Boom. A deafening artillery blast rang out. A human silhouette shot from the muzzle. The initial velocity wasn't very fast, the naked eye could clearly track its outline. The phosphex slowly ignited, flaring with a blinding white light. The human body transformed into a fireball, continuing to ascend, dragging a sickly pale trail across the sky. Screams drifted down from high above, but they were quickly drowned out by the crackle of the blaze. The fireball reached its apex and began to plummet. By the time it hit the ground, only a pile of charred, shattered bones remained, still smoking faintly. The entire plaza was dead silent. There was only the sound of heavy breathing and the suppressed dry heaving of a few individuals. Second shot. Third shot. Fourth shot. With every boom of the cannon, a fireball soared into the sky. 47 burning points of light successively illuminated the heavens, resembling an inverted meteor shower. By the time the fifth batch was fired, the fireballs in the sky hadn't even all fallen yet. Cogboy stood on the judgment platform, watching the scene unfold. His heart was pounding violently. When the final fireball crashed to the earth, the plaza was thick with the pungent stench of burning phosphex. Many people were on their knees vomiting, while even more stood frozen in place with hollow eyes. Captain Karen finished his third cigarette, crushed the butt under his boot, and gave Cogboy a nod. Cogboy took a deep breath. He spoke again, his voice much softer now. It carried a kind of, almost compassionate gentleness. At this moment, the 5 major traits were fully activated. Citizens of the Imperium. What you just witnessed was the end of the old governors. It is the end of corruption, oppression, and injustice. But the end is not the goal. He spread his arms, his dark red ceremonial uniform fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. From today onward, Kent Hive will welcome a new beginning. In the name of the governor, I decree the following. First, a 10-hour workday will be implemented across the entire hive. Daily labor shall not exceed 10 hours, with at least 1 rest day per week. Employers who violate this will face a 10-fold fine and mandatory penal labor. Second, the establishment of public schools at all levels. Children and adolescents between the ages of 6 and 16 are mandated to receive basic education. Tuition will be completely free, and textbooks will be provided by the governor's office. Third, the reconstruction of the medical system. At least 1 public hospital will be established in every administrative district. Basic medical services will be free, and medicines will be supplied at cost. Fourth, the comprehensive repair of the hive's infrastructure. Water purification systems, ventilation ducts, lighting networks, public transportation. We will take 3 years to restore this hive city to a baseline where people can breathe normally and drink clean water. Fifth, the initiation of the hive greening project. At least 100 public parks will be opened in the upper and middle hives, and vertical farms will be established in the lower and under hives. The goal is to ensure that within 5 years, every hive resident can eat fresh vegetables once a week. He announced 12 new policies in one breath. Every single one was specific, every single one had quantifiable metrics, and every single one directly addressed the most fundamental survival issues of this hive city. The crowd below transitioned from shock and fear, to bewilderment, then to utter disbelief, and finally to a cautious, fragile hope, like someone timidly reaching out to touch a flame. I know all of this will be very difficult to implement right now, but we are going to overcome these difficulties. We will make the radiation, the pollution, and the hardships bow before us. All of this requires manpower. It requires all of us to work together, to put in the labor together. Cogboy's voice echoed across the plaza. We need miners, laborers, teachers, doctors, engineers, cleaners, administrators. We need everyone who is willing to create value with their own 2 hands. And what you will receive in return will not just be wages and food. He paused, enunciating each word clearly. You will receive dignity. Labor in exchange for survival, effort in exchange for respect. We are forever a community bound by a shared destiny. This is the promise of the Crimson Dawn. The Judgment Assembly concludes here. Those interested in signing up to participate in the hive's reconstruction may proceed to the newly established labor service centers in each administrative district to register. Starting tomorrow, we will organize training and job assignments in batches. Dismissed. Having said his piece, he turned and walked off the judgment platform. There were no superfluous movements, no melodramatic farewells. Yet below the stage, the 800,000 people did not immediately disperse. They stood there, staring at the residual scorch marks on the judgment platform, staring at the faint smoke that had yet to dissipate in the sky. Staring at the departing figures clad in dark red ceremonial uniforms. After a long while, someone whispered, "Is what he said really true?" No one answered. But many people began to move their feet, not heading home but walking toward those buildings that had just hung up the Labor Service Center signs. They wanted to try. Even if it was just to give it a try. As soon as Cogboy walked through the door, he slumped against the wall, tugging at his collar to let in some air. "How are you holding up?" Paul asked. Cogboy offered a bitter smile. "If I had to hold out any longer, I feel like I really would have cracked." Taxbro handed him a bottle of water. Cogboy took it and chugged a huge mouthful. "Deep Sea managed to slip into the Hisman Merchant Guild's entourage," he said, wiping his mouth. "Looks like there's a breakthrough on the Aru Hive side of things." Schrödinger Bro smiled, having already received reports from the players. Captain Karen was a huge help. Archimedes and his gang are currently slinking onto their transports with their tails between their legs, heading back to Aru City. Without him holding down the fort, that bastard wouldn't have backed down so easily. Blood Angel's second emperor snapped his notebook shut. "It seems the Legion's stance is quite clear. As long as we guarantee the Promethium output, they will support us in purging the old power structures." Paul walked over to the window, watching the crowd gradually dispersing across the plaza. Their footsteps were a bit lighter than they had been 3 days ago. "This is only the beginning," he said softly. Paul simultaneously checked the regional channel. The players were spamming the chat like crazy. "Have you been loyal today? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. The Phosphex cannon execution." My hands were shaking the whole time. But why do I also feel like this is exactly how it should be? Speaking of the Emperor's cock, just now, when the new policies were announced, an old man next to me started crying. Like, actually bawling. He said that in his entire life, he'd never heard the word dignity associated with the poor. Paul closed the channel. He turned around, looking at the players in the room who hailed from another world. Brothers, we have taken the first step. But what comes next is the true challenge of seizing control over Aurelian 4. Goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 133, Chapter 132, Sanguinius. Standard Terra Calendar 976.m30. The 15th day since the Kent Hive Judgment Assembly. 6:30 a.m. At the entrance of the former Scorpion Gang hideout in Underhive Sector F8, a brand new alloy plaque now hung. Kent Hive Underhive 7th Enforcer Station. Beneath the plaque, a line of small text was engraved in Low Gothic. Labor creates peace, order guards dignity. Supervised by the Crimson Dawn Governor's Office. 4 Youth League members in gray uniforms stood on guard duty at the entrance. Their average age was no more than 25, but their eyes held a firmness rarely seen among Underhive residents. The holsters of their standard-issue Loss pistols were unsnapped, their hands resting constantly 3 centimeters from the grips. This was the quick response posture, personally taught to them by Tax Bro Morning. Jack, one of the youths on duty, called out to an old miner walking past. Jack paused. He had worked in this sector for 27 years. Ever since then, he had watched the Scorpion Gang extort protection fees, kidnap young girls, and toss disobedient workers into the slag heaps with broken legs. And now, those scumbags had either been executed by firing squad in the plaza or were rotting away in some deep mine shaft down in the Underhive. Morning, Jack nodded, a bit stiffly. He subconsciously patted the newly issued work badge tucked inside his jacket. It listed his new job, 7th Mining Sector Safety Supervisor. Monthly base salary, 12,000 Aurelian coins. 3 meals a day provided. 1 day off per week. Heading to work, the youth asked with a smile. The 7th Mining Sector elevator was just overhauled yesterday, it's running a lot smoother now. Why yes, Jack hurried his steps. Only after putting some distance between them did he dare to glance back. The alloy plaque at the Enforcer Station entrance gleamed coldly under the dim Underhive lighting. He suddenly recalled the words spoken 15 days ago by the governor in the dark red ceremonial uniform, standing on the judgment platform announcing the new policies. From today onward, every level, every sector of Kent Hive will have forces dedicated to guarding order. These forces belong to no family, no merchant guild, no gang. They belong solely to all the laboring imperial citizens on this land. At the time, Jack thought it was just empty talk. Now. He patted his work badge again, then patted the basic literacy manual he had just received from the community service center, free of charge, and it even came with a complimentary pencil. Maybe. Jack muttered softly to himself, his steps toward the elevator becoming a little lighter. At the same time, the Middle Hive Sector B Administrative Center. This 6-story building was originally the Middle Hive office of the Hisman Merchant Guild. The decor was luxurious, the marble floors polished to a mirror shine, but only Upper Hive nobles and guild executives had the right to enter. Now, a new plaque hung over the main entrance. Kent Hive Middle Hive 2nd Administrative Sector Civic Affairs Hall. The hall was bustling with noise and activity. All 20 service windows were open, with long queues in front of each one. Youth League members in gray uniforms sat behind the windows, patiently handling a variety of matters. You wish to apply to open a small food processing factory? Here is the application form. You need to fill in the estimated number of employees, product categories, and hygiene standards. Child school registration. Please present your identification and proof of residence. We will arrange placement at the nearest public school. Filing a claim for work-related injury compensation. Please describe how the accident occurred. We have a medical evaluation team that will verify it. A rest area was set up in the corner of the hall, providing free purified water. Although it was only basic filtration, to the residents of the Middle Hive, it was already a luxury. An old worker in his 50s, sporting a scar across his face, sat on a bench in the rest area. He cupped a glass of water in his hands, his gaze somewhat distant. 3 months ago, he lost an arm in a mine collapse. The overseer from Adela's era simply tossed him 200 Aurelian coins and told him to take it or leave it. Yesterday, community workers proactively visited his home and brought him to a newly established public hospital to be fitted with a basic prosthetic limb. Although it was a crude mechanical arm, it could at least grip things. Today, he came here to apply for a workplace injury pension. The young woman behind the window finished reviewing his documents, looked up, and smiled. Mr. Barnes, according to the Kent Hive Worker Rights Protection Regulations, your situation meets the criteria for a Class 3 workplace injury. The total pension amount is 100,000 Aurelian coins, to be dispersed over 36 months. You will also receive an additional monthly stipend of 300 coins for prosthetic maintenance. Furthermore, if you are willing, you can enroll in the prosthetic operation training course starting next month. Upon graduation, you will be given priority placement for a mining safety supervisor position. The old worker opened his mouth, but his throat felt as if something was blocking it. This was the first time in his life someone had respectfully called him Mr. The first time someone had told him he had rights. Thank you. He stood up, bowed deeply, and wiped the corner of his eye with his mechanical arm as he turned to leave. The young woman watched his retreating figure, then looked down and checked off a box on the registration form before tapping her data slate to pull up the next applicant's file. Her name was Leah. She had graduated from the Administrative Academy 5 months ago. Because she refused to pay the employment fee to the Hisman Merchant Guild, she could only work as a bookkeeper in a Middle Hive textile factory for a monthly salary of 800 coins. A week ago, the Crimson Dawn publicly recruited administrative personnel, and she applied with the mindset of just giving it a try. The day before yesterday, she received her acceptance notice. Before starting the job, she underwent a 2-day crash course. Her instructor was a member of the Crimson Dawn named Blood Angel's second emperor. He was incredibly handsome, and his speeches were highly infectious, saying things like, "We are making history." At the time, Leah thought he was exaggerating, assuming they were just motivational words. But now, watching the old worker leave, she suddenly began to understand what making history meant. Upper Hive, Governor's Office, 9 a.m. Inside the top-floor conference room of the former Adela Governor's Office, now renamed the Crimson Dawn Governor's Office, the atmosphere was completely different from half a month ago. Back then, the room had been packed with players sporting bitter expressions, mountains of documents piled in front of everyone. The air had been thick with the despair of, "I'd rather go back to the real world and be a corporate slave than deal with this bullshit." And now. "Tax bro, stop grabbing. That chocolate cookie is mine." "Bullshit. It doesn't have your name written on it." "Holy crap, Schrodinger bro, when did you sneakily upgrade your neural reflexes? That hand speed just now." "Cog bro, don't just stand there watching, judge this fairly." Around the long conference table, over 120 core Crimson Dawn players sat. On the table sat a Warhammer Universe Limited Edition snack pack, redeemed from the system store, costing a whopping 500 Imperial coins. "Tax bro and, did White Scars speed today? We're currently engaged in a friendly negotiation over the last chocolate cookie." Schrodinger bro was slowly sipping black tea. Blood Angel's second emperor was writing something down in his notebook, while the blue light of Cogboy's mechanical prosthetic eye flickered, as if he was processing something. Paul sat at the head of the table. Watching the scene, a smile curled the corners of his mouth. Half a month. Counting from the day of the execution, a full 15 standard days. The colossal machine that was Kent Hive, which had been stalled for 25 years, was finally beginning to turn its gears once more under the almost maddening push of the players. "All right, everyone settle down." Paul tapped on the table. The sound wasn't loud, but the conference room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked toward him. "The meeting officially begins." Paul brought up a holographic projection displaying a 3-dimensional model of Kent Hive. Every level and sector was highlighted in different colors, with data streams scrolling down the side. First item on the agenda, a summary of the progress over these past 15 days. He paused and began reading the data. Administrative system reconstruction completion rate, 87%. Across all levels and sectors, we have established a total of 1,327 enforcer stations and 121 enforcer bureaus, all staffed by Aurelian Youth League members. So far, we have processed over 14,000 criminal cases and over 52,000 administrative violations. We executed 31,433 Underhive Gang Corps members and diehards by firing squad, and arrested over 53,000 individuals, of which 21,900 were sent to the mining sectors for penal labor after their trials. The civic affairs centers in every administrative district are fully operational, staffed by a total of 83,000 Youth League members and academy graduates, processing an average of over 150,000 civic applications daily. We have built 147 public schools and enrolled over 190,000 school-age children. The curriculum utilizes standard Imperial Basic Primer supplemented with materials compiled by the Crimson Dawn. The first phase of the medical system's construction is complete, with 38 public hospitals and 1,120 community health clinics established, cumulatively treating over 2.3 million patients. With every statistic read, the players' expressions grew a degree prouder. Behind these numbers were the results of their sleepless, relentless efforts over the past half-month. Even though the majority of the concrete work was carried out by the Youth League and native officials, the direction was set by them, the framework was built by them, and whenever they encountered tough obstacles, it was they who took the lead to crush them. Of course, there are also quite a few problems, Paul continued, changing the subject. The 4 major factions have secretly cut off all supply lines to Kent Hive. Food, medicine, industrial consumables, even water purification units, they're withholding shipments across the board. They want to use a resource blockade to force our submission. Tax Bro sneered. Force our submission, my ass. We have potatoes. With the system store around, we can exchange for anything. Correct, Paul nodded. The potato planting area at the Crimson Dawn base has already expanded to 8,800 square kilometers. We expect another harvest in half a month, which will resolve 35% of the hive's food shortage. Furthermore, Kent Hive itself has massive promethium mines. Through Captain Karen's connections, we've traded ore with other hives for basic supplies. Even though the prices were suppressed by 30%, it's at least enough to keep us afloat. He brought up another set of data. Most importantly, after improving the labor conditions, the ore output hasn't dropped, it has actually increased. The output for the first 15 days of this month grew by 62% compared to the same period during Adela's era, and refinement purity increased by 17%. Captain Karen passed along a message yesterday, saying Primarch Ferris Manus is satisfied with our management efficiency. A collective sigh of relief swept through the conference room. The Primarch's attitude was the key. As long as the Iron Hands Legion didn't intervene, no matter how much the four major factions jumped around, they couldn't turn the sky upside down. Second item, Paul said, turning off the holographic projection and looking at the crowd. Rewards for players who performed exceptionally over these 15 days. He smiled. Those 500 million Aquila coins, with the assistance of the Iron Hands Legion, they've basically all been converted into hard currency like ore and rare metals, which we then exchanged through the system store. Total exchanged amount, 213 million Imperial coins. As his words fell, sounds of sharp inhales echoed throughout the conference room. Even though they were mentally prepared, this number still far exceeded everyone's expectations. According to the previously decided distribution plan, 1/3 will be invested in the hive's reconstruction, 1/3 goes to the chapter's funds, and 1/3 will be distributed among all the players, Paul continued. The hive reconstruction funds will primarily be used for infrastructure, medical care, education, food procurement, and rebuilding the PDF defense forces. The chapter's current fund balance, 87 million Imperial coins. He paused, his gaze sweeping across every single face. I propose we take out 60 million to strengthen our armed forces. Of that, 42 million will be used to sponsor 7 players to undergo the complete Astartes augmentation surgery. Note that this is a sponsorship, not a free handout. The players who accept this sponsorship will need to pay it back in installments from their future mission earnings after becoming Astartes, interest-free, of course. The remaining 18 million will be used to purchase heavy equipment. A sharp glint flashed in Paul's eyes. It's about time our Crimson Dawn got its own heavy firepower. Thunderhawk gunships, land raiders, even Imperial Knights, the store has them all. They're just expensive. But the cost isn't the issue is whether it's worth it. He looked at the crowd. What are your thoughts? After a brief silence, the crowd spoke up. I agree. Taxbro was the first to raise his hand, grinning widely. We should have done this ages ago. I've been going crazy wanting to pilot a mech. Don't forget, we were all tricked into coming here by the mech gimmick in the first place. I want to pilot a Titan. White Scars rolled his eyes. The cheapest Titan in the store costs an 8-figure sum of Imperial coins. You can't even afford a dreadnought, and those cost nearly 20 million. What about you, Cogbro? Paul looked at Cogboy. Cogboy's prosthetic eye flickered with blue light. From a technical standpoint, we need heavy vehicles to maintain our deterrence over the hive, especially since the 4 major factions might bite back in desperation. From an economic standpoint, 18 million is enough to purchase 6 Land Raiders or 6 Thunderhawk gunships. They're standard stock from the store, so their performance isn't as outstanding as the Mechanicus modified versions, but they win in cost effectiveness. He pulled up a list. I recommend buying 3 Land Raiders and 2 Thunderhawk gunships first to form our initial armored detachment, leaving 3 million to purchase the corresponding ammunition and maintenance equipment. Schrödinger Bro nodded. I second that. The significance of heavy equipment isn't just firepower, but psychological deterrence. When the 4 major factions know we have tanks patrolling near the hive, their intimidation tactics will be dialed back significantly. Blood Angel's second emperor put down his pen. I have no objections. But the selection of the 7 players receiving the sponsorship must be strictly fair and transparent. We can't let a rift form within the chapter over this. The player managing logistics, the most incorruptible logistics king of the Imperium, spoke up. Our personnel in the logistics department might need to apply for a portion of the funds to purchase various machines for repairing the hive's infrastructure. This includes defensive turrets, basic concrete road construction, bridges, mechanical maintenance, and so on. Paul nodded. That will be allocated from the hive reconstruction funds. You guys just focus on development without worrying about the budget. The most incorruptible logistics king of the Imperium nodded in acknowledgement. Female player representatives like, studying med is worse than falling to chaos, and, teaching Nurgle how to read in the warp, chimed in one after another to offer their own opinions. They weren't particularly enthusiastic about combat, so they didn't care much about the 7 Astartes quotas. However, they were exceptionally adamant about certain other aspects. They didn't have any selfish motives, it was primarily for the sake of the Crimson Dawn's public image and grooming standards. Paul listened to everyone's statements, nodding frequently. This was exactly what he wanted to see, debates with a unified goal, individuality that still submitted to the bigger picture. All right, he finalized the decision. The selection of those 7 players will use a combination of base contribution rankings and a public vote in the regional channel. The contribution data will be tallied by designated personnel and will be publicly searchable. The voting will take place in the regional channel, with 1 vote per player, lasting for 24 hours. This will ensure it remains open, fair, and just. He looked over at Schrödinger bro, you're in charge of drafting the specific scoring criteria. Post it on the channel before tonight. Understood. Cog bro, you're responsible for purchasing the heavy equipment and setting up the subsequent maintenance team. Copy that. Tax bro, White Scars, you two continue to handle the Hive security purge, especially those gang remnants hiding deep in the Underhive. I don't want to hear any news of a gang resurgence next month. Don't worry, Paul. Consider it done. The meeting continued for another hour, discussing specific matters like trade details, food stockpile plans, and the expansion plan for the Youth League. Finally, Paul stood up. Brothers, we spent 15 days forcing this Hive city to begin its transformation. But this is only the beginning. He looked out the window. Under the dome's filtration layer, the upper Hive sky presented an almost surreal azure blue. The 4 major factions won't just let this go, the Imperial bureaucratic system won't remain silent forever, and even on the Legion's side, there might be unexpected variables. But no matter what, we've taken the first step. The road ahead, we walk together. All the players stood up, their gazes unwavering. At the same time, in low orbit, on the bridge of the Fist of Iron, Ferrus Manus stood before the holographic star map, the starlight reflecting in his silver-gray pupils. The bridge doors slid open, and First Captain Gabriel Sanctus strode in, his power armor thudding heavily against the metal deck. Father. He stopped 5 meters behind the Primarch and bowed. Urgent orders from the Departamento Munitorum. Ferrus didn't turn around. Read it. Gabriel pulled up a data slate. Ordering the 10th Legion, the Iron Hands, to proceed to the cruise blind zone in the Segmentum Obscurus within 30 days, Standard Terra Calendar 976.m30, to execute an expeditionary exploration and conquest mission. Target System, Provisional Designation Sector K, 77 through K, 83. Estimated to contain 3 to 5 uncontacted human civilization worlds and multiple colonizable planets. Mission Priority, Alpha Level. Ferrus's brow furrowed slightly. The cruise blind zone was located on the edge of the Segmentum Obscurus, over 150 light-years from the Aurelian system, infamous for exceptionally frequent warp storms and unknown threats. Why would the bureaucrats sitting in their offices on Terra suddenly dump this kind of high-risk mission on the 10th Legion, who had just completed a suppression campaign against warp heretics? The reasoning, the Primarch's voice was icy. The Order's addendum explains, the warp storms in that region have recently weakened abnormally, creating a window of opportunity lasting approximately 3 years. It is a precious chance for the Imperium's expansion. And the only Legion currently idle and in pristine condition is the 10th. Gabriel paused before continuing. Furthermore, the Departamento Munitorum has specified that the garrison duties for Aurelian 4 will be taken over by the 9th Legion, who have completed their previous phase of crusading and are currently en route to refit and resupply. Ferrus slowly turned around. The 9th Legion. The Blood Angels. Gabriel nodded. Yes, Father. Primarch Sanguinius and his legion are expected to arrive in the Aurelian system within 10 standard days. The bridge fell into a brief silence. Ferrus walked over to the command throne, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, the metal-on-metal impact producing a rhythmic clinking sound. A coincidence? Or? He recalled the look in the eyes of that Hive governor named Cage Lawrence 16 days ago, as he stood before him and calmly uttered the words, Phosphex cannon penalty. He recalled the data reports from the past half-month, showing that Kent Hive's output hadn't decreased, but actually increased. He recalled Karen's private report stating that although those Crimson Dawn people acted radically, their efficiency was undeniably high. The 9th Legion, the Blood Angels. A legion renowned for valuing honor and humanitarianism. If they saw the reforms currently taking place in Kent Hive, how would they react? Father. Gabriel asked tentatively. Ferrus raised his head, an imperceptible flash of complexity glinting deep within his silver-gray pupils. Reply to the Departamento Munitorum. His voice returned to its usual icy composure. The 10th Legion accepts the directive. Once the 9th Legion's relief forces arrive to take over the garrison, we will immediately depart for the cruise blind zone. Yes, my lord. Gabriel bowed, turning and leaving the bridge. Ferris looked back at the holographic star map, his gaze landing on the location of the Aurelian system. Sanguinius. Another big one, 3,556 words. Chapter 134, Chapter 133, The Variable Brought by the Blood Angels, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 250 power stones. Late night, in the top-floor training room of the governor's office. The lights were off. The only illumination was the moonlight filtering through the domed skylight, thin to the sheerest gauze after passing through multiple filtration layers. In the center of the room, Paul sat cross-legged. His dark gray power armor was mounted on a steel rack nearby, and he wore only a simple training suit. If a psyker was present, they would witness an astonishing sight. Centered around Paul, countless pale gold spiral patterns emerged in the air. Those patterns weren't static, they slowly rotated, like some kind of living breath. With every inhale and exhale, the spirals tightened a fraction, and the psychic density in the air spiked. This was spiral power. Unlike psychic energy, which originated from the warp, this was something of a far deeper nature. It stemmed from life's inherent yearning to shatter limitations. It had taken Paul a full month and a half, with the assistance of the wisdom trait, just to brush against the edges of this power. Now, he could clearly feel the pulsation of the spiral within his body. It pumped from his heart, circulating through his 19 augmented organs, growing stronger with every cycle. Amplifying power armor by 20%. Still not enough. Paul opened his eyes, his dark gold pupils gleaming faintly in the darkness. He had tried infusing the spiral power into his power armor's servo systems. The results were staggering. Joint response speed increased by 22%, peak output jumped by 19.3%, and the energy shield recharge rate even saw a 27% boost. It was practically like strapping a Titan engine onto a Lehman Russ tank. But the problem was that, currently, only he could harness this power. Taxbro had spent 10 days trying, and all he managed was to channel the spiral power into his firearm, increasing the lasgun's rate of fire and lethality by 5%. Even that was enough to have Taxbro bragging in the regional channel for 3 days straight about how he was a special ability user now. As for the other players, most of them couldn't even sense the spiral power, let alone use it. It seems, the identity of a chosen one brings more than just traits. Paul muttered to himself. Just as he was about to continue experimenting with combining spiral power and psychic energy, the training room door slid open. Cogboy stood in the doorway, his dark gray formal jacket draped over his arm. His expression was grim. Paul, Cogboy's voice was dry, we've got bad news. Paul slowly exhaled, and the spiral power churning within him receded like the tide. The pale gold patterns in the air gradually dissipated, the final traces of light sinking deep into his pupils. He stood up, grabbed a training towel from the rack, and wiped his sweat. Speak. Cogboy walked into the training room, the door silently closing behind him. He stopped in front of Paul, pulled a cigarette from his jacket, lit it, and took a deep drag before finally speaking. The iron hands are leaving. Paul's hand paused mid-wipe. When? 10 days, at most. Cogboy exhaled a smoke ring, the vapor twisting into eerie shapes under the moonlight. Captain Karen just sent me a message. It's a direct transfer order from the Departamento Munitorum. Paul tossed the towel back onto the rack and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, the lights of Kent Hive stretched all the way to the horizon. The upper hive was ablaze with light, the middle hive's industrial furnaces burned ceaselessly, and even in the underhive, there were scattered points of light now, the newly built enforcer stations and community service centers. 15 days ago, this place had been the private property of the Hisman Merchant Guild. It had been hell. Reason? Paul asked. The Departamento Munitorum ordered the 10th Legion to the Segmentum Obscurus to execute an expeditionary exploration and conquest mission. The window of opportunity is only 3 years. They say the warp storms there have recently weakened abnormally. Paul stared at the star map for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. A window of opportunity. What a coincidence. You think something's off too? Cogboy crushed his cigarette out in his portable ashtray. The warp rift beneath the industrial zone hasn't fully stabilized yet. Those tech priests from the Mechanicus report every single day that they need Legion forces to stand guard. But they transfer the Iron Hands away right at this moment. Who's taking over the garrison? The 9th Legion. Cogboy lowered his voice slightly. The Blood Angels. Led personally by Primarch Sanguinius. Expected to arrive in the Aurelian system within 10 days. A brief silence descended upon the training room. Paul turned around, turning his back to the hive city lights outside the window. The moonlight shone from behind him, casting a long shadow across the training room floor. His face was hidden in the shadows, only those dark gold eyes remained illuminated. Sanguinius. Paul uttered the name, his tone complex. The 9th Primarch son of the Emperor. A giant with wings on his back, exactly like an angel. A demigod possessed of foresight. The great angel of high renown in the Warhammer universe, and also one of the most tragic idealists in the history of the Imperium of Men. He revered honor, believing in redemption first, but his purges were utterly ruthless when necessary. During the late stages of the Horus heresy, he established the Imperium Secundus alongside the 1st Legion's Lion L. Johnson and the 13th Legion's Lord of Ultramar, Robert Guilliman. Yet, during the Emperor's final confrontation with Horus, he decisively chose to forsake his imperial title and return to loyalty. Ultimately, he was slain by a corrupted Horus during the Siege of Terra, his corpse hacked to pieces as he fell. This Primarch's death left an eternal scar etched into the Blood Angel's genetic memory, becoming the root cause of the Black Rage in later eras. Of course, that was 30 years in the future. The Sanguinius of now was still the Primarch who firmly believed that humanity could become better. The Blood Angel's legion he led was renowned for valuing humanitarianism and revering redemption, but the prerequisite was that the other party was worthy of redemption. Rumor has it he despises evil, Paul said slowly, and his tolerance for corruption is absolute zero. If garbage like Adela fell into Sanguinius's hands, he'd probably be strung up on a street lamp and air-dried into bacon. Cogboy offered a bitter smile. And what about us? Us. Paul walked over to his power armor rack, his fingers brushing against the Crimson Dawn insignia engraved on the chest plate. We cleaned up the corruption, rebuilt order, and made it so that 98 million people can finally eat a full meal. Logically speaking, Sanguinius should have a favorable impression of us. He paused, his voice turning colder. But the problem is, the methods we used weren't exactly humanitarian. The Phosphex cannon penalty, public executions, purging tens of thousands of Merchant Guild members in 3 days. In the eyes of the Blood Angels, these might seem excessively radical. Furthermore, at our core. Cogboy hesitated for a moment. We aren't Orthodox Imperial. This whole Crimson Dawn system is a far cry from the Imperial truth. So, the descent of the Blood Angels is a variable. Paul began putting his power armor back on. The hum of the servo systems activating echoed through the training room, and the hydraulic mechanisms in the joints released pressure with soft hisses. He fastened the final latch, the faceplate dropping down. His voice, transmitted through the external Vox speakers, carried a metallic reverberation. The transfer of the Iron Hands is highly suspicious too. Hurrying to pull troops away before the mission is complete. Since when have the bureaucrats sitting in their Terra offices ever been so efficient? The blue light of Cogboy's mechanical prosthetic eye flickered. You're saying, the 4 major factions pulled some strings behind the scenes? They don't have that kind of capability. Paul shook his head. The Iron Hands confiscated 60% of the 4 major factions' assets, so it's true they hurt the most. But the ones whose very foundation was rattled are the forces of Mars. He walked over to the star map projection, using his fingers to zoom in on the Aurelian system. The Order of the Omniscient Mind. The Mechanicus branch on Aurelian 4, nominally one of the 4 major factions. But in reality, they're the private property of some fabricator general or Mechanicus order on Mars. Over the past 80 years, 60% of the promethium produced by this planet has flowed through Mechanicus channels into that fabricator general's warehouses. How was Adela able to sit securely in the governor's seat for 25 years? Because the Hisman Merchant Guild stood behind him. And the ones standing behind the Hisman Merchant Guild, and the other major factions, are most likely the Mechanicus. Now the Iron Hands have arrived, and with a single word, Primarch Ferris shattered the Mechanicus's monopoly here. That fabricator general, or that specific Mechanicus order, just had their cash cow slaughtered. Cogboy understood. So, the Mechanicus pulled some strings within the Departamento Munitorum to transfer away the Iron Hands, a legion that doesn't know the meaning of flexibility, and swap them out for a legion that's easier to talk to. The Blood Angels aren't exactly easy to talk to, Paul laughed. But the Mechanicus probably figured that compared to the pragmatic, cold-hearted Ferris, the idealistic Sanguinius would be easier to influence. He turned around, flipping his faceplate up to reveal a calm expression. It doesn't matter, though. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Our Crimson Dawn isn't some ragtag band of 10 or 20,000 nobodies anymore. Kent Hive has 98 million people, the Aurelian Youth League has 83,000, and we have 5,000 players. After the voting concludes tomorrow, we'll even have our own Astartes squad. Cogboy nodded. That plan we shelved earlier. Once the Astartes squad completes their augmentations, we execute it. Paul's gaze sharpened. If the Mechanicus wants to play, we'll play with them until the bitter end. Doesn't the Order of the Omniscient Mind monopolize technology? Don't they control the maintenance rights for all heavy machinery in the hive? Then we'll let them know. He paused, enunciating every word. What the Fourth Scourge's technological equality looks like. A stream of data erupted across Cogboy's mechanical prosthetic eye, a clear display of excitement. But he quickly calmed down. What about the iron hands? The tobacco and alcohol supply chain. That's exactly what I was about to bring up. Paul walked over to a small holographic terminal in the corner of the training room. Find some time in the next few days to personally visit the Fist of Iron and meet with Captain Karen and the other company captains. You must quickly negotiate and finalize a long-term supply agreement for tobacco and alcohol. We will provide extended cigarettes and Primark exclusive special supply vodka at cost, in exchange for the Iron Hands Legion granting us preferential rates on mineral taxes, as well as technological support and convenience in resource exchange. Cogboy frowned. At cost. Then what do we earn? We earn connections. We earn a network, Paul said, pulling up another document filled with densely packed interstellar trade routes. The Iron Hands have 100,000 Astartes warriors scattered across the galaxy executing missions. If we can become their special supplier through tobacco and alcohol, it's equivalent to driving connection nails deep into the Imperium's military system. He looked at Cogboy, his gaze profound. Cogbro, why do you think I value the tobacco and alcohol supply so much? Cogboy remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly taking a sharp breath. You want to infiltrate the entire Iron Hands Legion. Not infiltrate. We want to forge friendships with them, Paul corrected. Ferrus Manus. The loyalist primarch of technocracy. Pragmatic, resilient. Although radical and prone to anger, his loyalty to the Emperor is unquestionable. He was the first primarch to fall during the Horus heresy, beheaded by his own brother Fulgrim, his hands turned into macabre works of art and lost to who knows where. If history remains unchanged, during Horus's Grand Rebellion over 30 years from now, he will die on Istvan V. The majority of the Iron Hand Space Marines will die from the betrayal of their brothers in arms. And then, the surviving Iron Hands Legion will descend into extreme mechanization, carving the creed, the flesh is weak, right into their genes. Paul's voice grew somber. That is a monumental loss for all of humanity. Although we do not walk the same path as the Emperor, nor do we have the power to stop the Grand Rebellion orchestrated by the ruinous powers, a technological Imperial Primarch, an artisan capable of forging the Gorgon Terminator armor, shouldn't make his exit so early. Cogboy understood. He looked at Paul, the blue light of his mechanical prosthetic eye flashing steadily, and finally nodded slowly. I get it. I'll handle relations with all the company captains of the Iron Hands. Gabriel likes technology, Karen values loyalty, and the others have their own preferences. I'll prescribe the right medicine for each. As for Sanguinius's side of things. Paul thought for a moment. After you guys log off, hold a meeting in reality and gather all the data you can on the Blood Angels Legion. Especially Sanguinius's personality, preferences, and modus operandi. We need to be prepared to prescribe the right medicine there, too. Although recruiting a primarch who would rather forsake the throne of Imperium Secundus to remain loyal to the Emperor is practically impossible, we must, at the very least, maintain a friendship. He paused and suddenly chuckled. Say, if Blood Angel's second Emperor found out his own idol was coming, wouldn't he pass out from excitement? Cogboy laughed as well. Pass out? I reckon Blood Angel's second Emperor would be so hyped he wouldn't sleep for 3 days. He'd probably even break up with his current girlfriend over it. Paul smiled. Oh, right, one more thing. After the voting concludes tomorrow and the 7 candidates for Astartes augmentation are confirmed, begin the surgeries immediately. I'll personally supervise and use my wisdom trait to assist, ensuring the success rate. Understood. Cogboy turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned back. Paul, that spiral power you were practicing earlier. Can Taxbro and the others really not learn it? Paul fell silent for a moment. As of right now, I'm the only one who can use it. But I'm not sure if it's because of my chosen one status, or because. He raised his hand, the pale gold spiral pattern surfacing beneath his skin once more. I can't go back. Cogboy was stunned. To me, this world isn't a game. It's a real battlefield. Perhaps, it's exactly this kind of desperate situation that breeds the absolute conviction required for spiral power. Paul lowered his hand, the patterns dissipating. But it doesn't matter. I'll keep researching and find a way for others to master it too. After all. He looked out the window at the brightening sky. I can't hold up the entire Crimson Dawn all by myself. Cogboy nodded heavily, turned, and left the training room. After the door closed, Paul sat back down cross-legged. However, he didn't resume his training. Instead, he pulled up the back-end data of the regional channel. Tomorrow was voting day for the Astartes augmentation sponsorships. 5,000 players, 7 quotas. Even though Paul, Cogboy, and the majority of the female players weren't participating, the intensity of the competition was easy to imagine. Therefore, he had to ensure fairness. He had to ensure that the people chosen were truly qualified to bear the name Astartes for the Crimson Dawn chapter. Sanguinius. Paul whispered the name, various legends of the great angel surfacing in his mind. The giant with wings on his back, possessing the ability to foresee the future, radiating the light of idealism. And the ultimate tragedy of being murdered by his brother. Will history be different this time? Goal equals 500 power stones. Chapter 135, Chapter 134, The Crimson Dawn Astartes Squad. Inside a secret room beneath the governor's office. This secret room was one of the legacies left behind by Adela. It was allegedly built to defend against orbital bombardment, its walls made of composite steel a full 3 meters thick. Now, 8 people stood in the center of the room. Paul stood at the head of the group, still wearing that dark gray power armor. His faceplate was lifted, his dark gold pupils sweeping over the 7 faces before him. Tax bro, white scars, I'm not the regent, I'm just passing by Gilliman. Have you been loyal today? Don't ask me, my orky senses tell me it'll work. Execute Oldman the war criminal, and, Tau buddy, you're right. These 7 individuals had spent 24 hours staging what could only be described as an epic, no-holds-barred canvassing war in the regional channel. Congratulations, everyone, Paul began, his voice echoing in the secret room. After 24 hours of fierce competition, you 7 have successfully secured the sponsorship quotas for the Astartes augmentation. He paused, a meaningful smile curling the corners of his mouth. Even though the methods you used to get those votes, included, but were not limited to, wiring $50 to treat people to KFC, acknowledging others as your adoptive fathers, arranging full-service massages, promising to prioritize helping voters get their own augmentations once you become Space Marines, and every other conceivable tactic. Tax bro grinned, his rugged face showing absolutely no shame. Paul, that's called strategy. The rules only said selection by vote count, they never stipulated how to canvass for votes. White scars nodded beside him. Agreed, agreed. Have you been loyal today? Scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. I just posted in the channel saying that whoever voted for me, I'd acknowledge them as my dad. I ended up with over 300 adoptive sons. A few seconds of dead silence descended upon the secret room. Then, execute Oldman the war criminal, sighed. You guys were all way too mild. I simply dropped a line in the regional channel saying that whoever voted for me would get access to my 100 terabyte stash of exclusive Japanese AV idle resources. I instantly reaped over 800 votes. Brothers out there are truly suffering, they're far too repressed. Listening to the sheer variety of canvassing methods, Paul suddenly had a surreal illusion. Are we really selecting Space Marines here? He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to roast them all. Regardless of how you did it, the votes count, and you 7 are the final candidates. But there are a few things that must be made clear. Paul's expression turned serious. First, the 6 million Imperial coins the chapter is sponsoring you with must be repaid. Once your augmentations are complete, 40% of your earnings from missions will automatically be deducted into the chapter's account until the debt is cleared. Second, if you can excellently complete an upcoming special mission, I believe you'll be able to pay it off very quickly. He deliberately placed heavy emphasis on the words, special mission. The eyes of all 7 lit up simultaneously. Tax bro licked his lips. Paul, what kind of mission? Chopping people up or grabbing territory? Just say the word, and I guarantee it'll be done beautifully. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Paul didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled up the chapter's public account and transferred 6 million to each of the 7 players. 6 million each, it's already in your personal accounts. You know the steps. Open the store, purchase the gene seed, complete the Phase 1 gene adaptation modification, and then purchase the Astartes augmentation surgery set. Remember, his voice suddenly shifted, becoming dead serious. The gene seeds the 7 of you choose absolutely cannot be the same. You must choose different ones. Imperial fists, white scars, iron hands, salamanders, blood angels, raven guard, space wolves. Choose whichever legion you want, but there can be no duplicates. This is a hard requirement. White scars frowned. Why? Shouldn't our Crimson Dawn have a unified color scheme and genetic sequence? For the mission. Paul looked at the 7 of them. Your equipment paint jobs must be exactly identical to the Space Marines of this current era. Pauldron numbers, legion insignias, honor rings, chapter markings, every single detail must be flawlessly replicated. Of course, if you want to add some personal touches like laurel wreaths, capes, or medals, I have no objections. He paused, adding, in fact, the more high-end, the better. That depends on how many Imperial coins you're willing to spend yourself. This will be immensely helpful for the upcoming mission. This point is crucial, remember it well. The atmosphere in the secret room grew heavy. None of the 7 were fools, Paul's implications were already glaringly obvious. They were going to disguise themselves. disguised themselves as space marines from different legions to execute a mission that required specific identities. "Tau buddy, you're right," was the first to react. "Paul, we're going to go undercover." "Smart," Paul didn't deny it. "But we'll discuss the specific details after you finish your augmentations. For now, open the store and select your gene seeds. If there are any issues during the modification process, my psychic power will assist you throughout." The 7 of them asked no further questions and brought up their game interfaces. The store's Gene Seed Selection page popped up, listing 20 Legion options. Below each option were detailed descriptions, estimated augmentation success rates, compatibility analysis, trait inclinations, suggested future development paths. The price was uniform across the board, 1 million Imperial coins. Tax Bro hardly hesitated, immediately selecting the Imperial Fists. He loved the Legion's creed, holding the line, unyielding tenacity, and a style that spoke through walls and fortresses. White Scars chose the White Scars, which was entirely expected. G Bro selected the Ultramarines. Have you been loyal today? Chose the Sons of Horus. Don't ask me, my orky senses tell me it'll work, chose the Space Wolves. My orky senses tell me that the Wolves' straightforward style suits me best. Execute Oldman the War Criminal, chose the Raven Guard. I like observing from the shadows, sneaking into the village quietly, and not firing a single shot. Tau buddy, you're right, was the last to choose. He stared at the options for a full minute before finally selecting the Alpha Legion. Paul raised an eyebrow. The Alpha Legion. A legion renowned for infiltration, disguise, and intelligence warfare. Their Primarch, Alfarius, was even more mysterious and unpredictable. There were even rumors that the Alpha Legion actually had 2 Primarchs. Are you sure you want to choose this one? Paul asked. Tau buddy, you're right, replied, I'm sure. The Alpha Legion's gene seed has significant advantages in adaptability, disguise capabilities, and intelligence processing. Furthermore, he paused. This legion acts very low-key in the galaxy at this current stage, making them the most suitable for executing undercover infiltration missions. Paul gave him a deep look but didn't object. All right, since you've all made your choices, you must remember that once it begins, it cannot be interrupted. The surgery process will last for 24 hours. During this time, you will experience sensations you have never felt in your entire lives. But trust me, and trust yourselves. The 7 of them nodded heavily. White Scars broke into a grin. Paul, once I'm out, how about we spar a bit? Wait until you can beat Tax Bro first, Paul joked. The alloy doors of the 7 secret chambers slowly slid open, and the 7 individuals walked inside one by one. At the last moment before the doors closed, Tax Bro turned back and gave Paul a thumbs up. Paul, wait for me. When I get out, I'm going hacking and slashing with you. The chamber doors slowly sealed shut. Only Paul remained in the main secret room. He stood quietly in front of the chambers. After waiting for an hour to confirm that the 7 had begun the 19 Astartes augmentation surgeries, Paul closed his eyes. The hope trait slowly unfurled. Pale gold ripples of psychic energy emanated from him, penetrating the thick alloy doors and flooding into the 7 secret chambers. A warm, resilient light, like the glow of morning dawn, enveloped the 7 surgical tables, blessing the 7 individuals with the fortune of unseen possibilities. It made their bodies more receptive to the augmentations, reduced rejection reactions, and ensured the genetic fusion proceeded far more smoothly. Hold on, brothers, Paul muttered softly to himself, though it sounded more like he was speaking directly to the 7 undergoing the transformations. The path you have chosen makes you supermen, but it also makes you monsters. But please remember why you are changing. For the ideals of the Crimson Dawn. For those still struggling at the bottom of other hives and other worlds. For a future. Inside the chambers, the vital signs of the 7 individuals fluctuated violently. Time ticked by minute. At the same time, in the upper hive of Kent Hive, at the 3rd public school. This 3-story building was originally a private academy for the children of the Hisman Merchant Guild, but it had now been repurposed into a public school. Over 100 children, ranging in age from 6 to 12, sat in the classroom. They wore unified gray uniforms made by the Crimson Dawn using fabrics confiscated from the guild's warehouses. At the podium, a female teacher in her early 20s was teaching basic literacy. Her name was Emily. Just over half a month ago, she was a worker in a middle hive textile factory. Because she knew how to read, she was selected, underwent a 10-day crash course, and assumed her post. Her monthly salary was a staggering 15,000 Aurelian coins. The smiling young man who had trained her had said to her with a grin, teachers who impart knowledge to others and guide them onto the right path should not have to survive on meager savings. Emily had learned his name from how the other Aurelian Youth League members addressed him, Blood Angel's 2nd Emperor. The name was very strange, but it didn't diminish his glorious image in her heart in the slightest. The teaching materials consisted of the standard Imperial Basic Primers, supplemented with content compiled by the Crimson Dawn. For instance, right now, Emily was writing 2 words on the blackboard. Labor and dignity. Students, read after me. Labor. The children repeated after her, their voices a jagged chorus. Labor means creating value through your own 2 hands, Emily explained, trying her best to use simple language. Mining is labor. Farming is labor. Cleaning is also labor. As long as you rely on your own efforts in exchange for what you need to survive, it is glorious labor. She pointed to the second word. Dig, N-I-T-I. Dignity means being treated as a human being. It means not having to kneel and beg, not being beaten and scolded on a whim, and not being looked down upon because of a lowly birth. Emily paused. Recalling the days when she was beaten and cursed at in the textile factory, her eyes grew slightly hot. The Crimson Dawn tells us that labor is exchanged for survival, and effort is rewarded with respect. From today onward, you will no longer have to live without dignity like your parents did. In the back row of the classroom, Hilovia Elner sat quietly. The 11-year-old girl wore the same uniform as the other children, but her eyes held a tranquility far beyond her years. She listened attentively, but more often than not, she was sensing. Sensing the minute fluctuations in the air. Psychic fluctuations. Ever since her outburst in Merida Town, Hilovia's psychic talents had returned to a state of rapid growth. Moreover, she could see things that ordinary people could not. Right now, for example, she could see the pale white halo emanating from teacher Emily. She could see the varying energy fields, some bright, some dim, around the other children in the classroom. She could even vaguely sense, far away, deep underground, a massive, warm psychic energy that belonged to her savior, Big Brother Paul, who had given her light on a freezing night. Hilovia closed her eyes. Suddenly, her consciousness perceived another image. It projected directly into her mind. A pitch-black expanse of space, glittering with stars. A massive fleet was sailing through the void. The hulls were painted blood-red and adorned with golden angelic wing insignias. At the center of the fleet was a warship even more magnificent than the Fist of Iron, its silhouette resembling an angel spreading its wings. They were approaching. Getting closer and closer. Hilovia's eyes snapped open, her small face deathly pale. "What's wrong, Hilovia?" Emily asked with concern, having noticed her abnormal reaction. "And nothing," Hilovia lowered her head, her fingers trembling slightly. She didn't know what she had just seen. But she knew that something huge was about to happen. Chapter 136, Chapter 135, Laurels. On the outskirts of the Aru industrial zone, along the road leading to the Iron Hands garrison. 3 heavy transports sped across the wasteland. Cogboy sat in the cab of the lead vehicle, his right mechanical prosthetic eye constantly scanning the surrounding environment. He wore a practical set of field combat fatigues today, draped in a dust cloak. The convoy carried 100 crates of extended cigarettes, 300 crates of Primark exclusive special supply alcohol, and 10 custom-made sets of Mechanicus-style smoking accessories and drinking vessels. This was the task Paul had assigned, to finalize a long-term supply agreement before the Iron Hands departed. "Cog bro, do you think Captain Karen will agree?" asked the player driving, speaking of the Emperor's cock. "Yes," Cogboy said with absolute certainty. "They like our goods, and the conditions we're offering are incredibly generous. Supplying them at cost in exchange for mineral tax breaks and technical support. For the Legion, this is a surefire deal with nothing to lose. The ore provided by a single hive city doesn't actually matter all that much to the massive Iron Hands Legion as a whole. Compared to things that can bring them spiritual pleasure, they'll easily accept it." Speaking of the Emperor's cock, chuckled. "Then does that mean we're basically tied to the Iron Hands now?" "You could say that." Cogboy looked out the window at the rapidly passing wasteland scenery. "But tying ourselves to them isn't the goal. The goal is to establish a channel of mutual exchange. With this channel, we can use the Iron Hands to reach other parts of the Imperium's military system. For example, the Departamento Munitorum's resource allocation division, the supply chains of other legions, and maybe even the logistics headquarters on Terra." Speaking of the Emperor's cock, drew a sharp breath. "Cog bro, you're playing a massive game of chess here." "It has to be massive," Cogboy's voice was remarkably calm. "Our Crimson Dawn currently only barely has a foothold on a single planet. 5,000 players, 90 million people. On a galactic scale, we don't even count as dust. If we want to survive, if we want to develop, we must leverage outside strength. The 10th Legion, the Iron Hands, is the best springboard because Primarch Ferris is pragmatic, he only looks at the results and doesn't question the process. Furthermore, the Imperium's territory is simply too vast. Relying solely on us players, it's absolutely impossible to achieve our ultimate goal. We must rally all forces that share our vision." The convoy drove into the industrial zone. Skitarii guards of the Mechanicus inspected their passes at the checkpoint and waved them through. The colossal silhouette of the Fist of Iron hovered in low orbit like an inverted mountain. Cogboy checked the time. 8 days left. In 8 days, the Iron Hands will leave, and the Blood Angels will arrive. So within these 8 days, we must finalize all agreements and solidify all relationships. And then, face the trial of the Great Angel. Time flowed by. 24 hours later. The secret room beneath the governor's office. Paul opened his eyes. He had maintained his psychic output for a full 24 hours. Even with the constitution of a chosen one, he felt somewhat exhausted at this moment. But it was well worth it. The vital sign fluctuations within the 7 secret chambers gradually stabilized. The augmentations were complete. Hiss. The alloy doors of the secret chambers slowly slid open. White steam poured out from within, carrying the mingled scent of nutrient fluids and disinfectants. The first figure walked out. Taxbro. No, now he should be called an Imperial Fists Astartes. He stood 2.6 meters tall, his shoulders almost twice as wide as an ordinary man's, his entire body encased in Mark IV Maximus power armor. The primary color was a bright yellow, like the midday sun. Etched onto his pauldrons and chest plate was the black clenched fist insignia, the symbol of the Imperial Fists. The Legion numeral 7 was engraved on his left pauldron. His power armor had undergone custom modifications. Additional hydraulic boosters were installed at the joints, and the power pack on his back was a full size larger than standard models, clearly designed to support a much stronger output. His weapons consisted of a bolter with high Gothic Imperial Fists variations engraved along the casing, and a one-handed power axe, its blade crackling with the blue light of a disruption field. Taxbro took 2 steps, the power armor's servos emitting a low hum. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, the alloy gauntlet letting out a grinding crunch. I feel. Taxbro's voice blared through the power armor's external vox speakers, much deeper and richer than before. Fucking fantastic. Another alloy chamber door slid open. The second figure stepped out. A white Scars Astartes. Standing 2.55 meters tall, he was slightly shorter than Taxbro, but his build was much leaner and more streamlined, like a hunting cheetah ready to pounce. His power armor was a reconnaissance variant of the Mark IV Maximus suit, featuring additional weight reduction designs and hydrodynamic patterns at the joints. The primary paint job was a pure white, like fresh snow on the wasteland. His pauldrons, polions, and couters were accented with red jagged stripes symbolizing lightning and storms. This was the signature color scheme of the White Scars Legion, representing speed and devastation. The Legion numeral V was etched onto his left pauldron. Unlike Taxbro's heavy assault configuration, White Scar's power armor was noticeably lightweight. The power pack on his back was a standard model, but it was fitted with 2 additional external power capacitors, clearly intended to sustain prolonged high-speed maneuvers. His weapon was a specialized storm bolter with a barrel 15% longer than the standard type, allowing for a flatter trajectory and a longer effective range. Hanging at his waist was a power tulwar, the curvature of the blade as elegant as a crescent moon, its edge flickering with the deep blue of a disruption field. White Scars took a few steps, not emitting the heavy thuds of Taxbro, but rather possessing the lightness of a feline. He raised his hands and threw a few rapid punches, slicing through the air with sharp whistles. Reaction speed increased by at least 300%. White Scar's voice transmitted through the Vox speakers, carrying the unique magnetism of electronic distortion. When my neural reflexes were enhanced to the peak of Type 3, I thought I had hit the limit. Looking at it now, that was just an appetizer. The third figure walked out. I'm not the Regent, I'm just passing by Gilliman, an Ultramarines Astartes. He stood 2.58 meters tall, his physique so well proportioned it was practically flawless, the ratio of every muscle looked as if it had been measured with a ruler. His power armor was a standard Mark IV model, but the detailing was exquisitely refined. The primary color was a deep blue, resembling a midnight starry sky. The edges of the pauldrons and chest plate were traced in gold, the signature color scheme of the Ultramarines, representing rationality and order. The Legion numeral 13 was etched onto his left pauldron. His power armor appeared the most standard, but a careful observer would notice that the servomotors at all the joints had been specially tuned, operating in near silence. His weapon was a standard bolter, but the casing was fitted with a precision scope and a ballistic cogitator. His other weapon was a power sword, its blade perfectly straight, with the emblem of the Macridge's honor carved into the crossguard. G-Bro walked over to Taxbro, the 2 standing shoulder to shoulder. One yellow and one blue, one heavy and one steady, a striking contrast. The fourth figure. Have you been loyal today, a Sons of Horus Astartes? Standing at 2.62 meters, he was the tallest of the 7. His power armor was also a Mark IV model, but heavily customized. Ramming horns were added to the pauldrons, and extra armor plating was welded to the outside of the chest plate, giving the overall design a much more ferocious look. The primary color scheme was sea green and pale gray, the standard colors of the War Master's Legion before their fall to chaos. The pauldrons were etched with the lunar wolf insignia and the Legion numeral 16. His weapon configuration was the most brutal, a twin-linked heavy bolter that required a two-handed grip, with barrels as thick as small cannons. A power hammer hung at his waist, the head the size of an adult skull. "Have you been loyal today?" Took 2 steps, and the ground trembled slightly. He swung the power hammer, the resulting wind pressure dispersing the steam in the secret room in a ring. "This power." His voice was low like thunder. One punch could smash through the frontal armor of a Lehman Russ tank. The 5th figure. "Don't ask me, my orky senses tell me it'll work," a Space Wolves Astartes. He stood 2.6 meters tall, built as thick and sturdy as a bear. His power armor was a heavy assault variant of the Mark IV. The pauldrons were exceptionally broad, covering almost half his chest. The primary color was wolf gray, with a wolf's head insignia painted in dark red on the pauldron. The left pauldron was etched with the Legion numeral 6. His weapon was an assault pattern bolter with a bayonet lug attached to the muzzle, currently fitted with a gleaming, serrated combat blade. His other weapon was a power axe, its broad head engraved with the runes of the Space Wolves Legion. "Don't ask me, my orky senses tell me it'll work," cracked his neck, the cervical vertebrae popping loudly. "This body has real kick. When my sister finally manages to get a quota and logs into this game, she's definitely gonna jump out of her skin when she sees me." The 6th figure. Execute Oldman the War Criminal, a Raven Guard Astartes. At 2.53 meters, he was the shortest of the 7, but only relatively speaking. His power armor was a stealth variant of the Mark IV, the surface painted in matte black to absorb most light. The joints were coated with sound-dampening material, making his movements almost completely silent. The left pauldron was etched with the Legion numeral 19. His weapon configuration was quite unique, 2 bolt pistols, their compact frames perfect for single-handed shooting. His belt was loaded with various throwables, frag grenades, smoke grenades, stun grenades, and even 2 melta-bombs. Execute Oldman the War Criminal took a few steps, silent as a ghost. He raised his hands, testing the grip on his bolt pistols, and nodded. Concealment, mobility, ambush capability, perfect. Very suitable for observing from the shadows. The final figure. "Tau buddy, you're right, an Alpha Legion Astartes." Standing at 2.57 meters with an average build, he lacked any distinguishing features, which was precisely the most terrifying feature of all. His power armor was a standard Mark IV model, painted in the Alpha Legion's signature indigo blue. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed there were other colors hidden beneath the surface layer. The left pauldron was etched with the Legion numeral XX. But his pauldrons were double-layered, the outer layer could be rapidly detached and swapped, a signature feature of the Alpha Legion, making it easy to disguise themselves as other legions. His weapon configuration was the most varied, a standard bolter, a loss rifle, a plasma pistol, and a belt lined with data spikes and comms jammers. Tau buddy, you're right, didn't test his weapons. Instead, he first checked his power armor's disguise functions. He pressed a switch on the inner side of his pauldron, and with a click, the outer indigo blue plating dropped away, revealing the bright yellow primer of the Imperial fists underneath. Another press, and it shifted to the pure white of the white scars. Disguise systems operating normally. His voice, processed through a scrambler, sounded neutral and featureless. "I can switch to the exterior appearance of any legion within 15 seconds. 7 Astartes, 7 legions, 7 different styles." But there was one thing they all had in common, their helmets. Or rather, the shiny ornaments perched on top of them. Taxbro's helmet sported a triple laurel, the base layer was the Imperial Fist's bastion crest, composed of miniature ceramite battlements and crenellations. The middle layer was the Laurel of Victory, interwoven with laurel branches and the black clenched fist emblem. The top layer was the Emperor's Laurel, formed from platinum and gold branches, a circular wreath intertwining with the black clenched fist. White Scars also had a triple laurel on his helmet, the White Scars champion of the Steppes crest, the Crusade Laurel, and the Emperor's Laurel. G-Bro, the Ultramarines double laurel wreath and Aquila, the Laurel of Victory, and the Emperor's Laurel. Have you been loyal today? The Sons of Horus double laurel and Black Wolf head, the Laurel of Victory, and the Emperor's Laurel. Don't ask me, my orky senses tell me it'll work, the Space Wolves double wolf fangs and laurel, the Laurel of Victory, and the Emperor's Laurel. Execute Oldman the War Criminal, the Raven Guard's double raven feathers and laurel, the Shadow Laurel of Victory, and the Emperor's Laurel. Tau buddy, you're right, the Alpha Legion's double serpent scales and Hydra head, the Deceiver's Laurel of Victory, and the Emperor's Laurel. 7 people. 21 laurels. The lights in the secret room shone down on the master-crafted metal, reflecting a dazzling array of halos. Paul slowly stepped forward. Looking at these 7 walking laurel display racks, the corner of his mouth twitched. You guys. He pointed at the 3 layers of ornaments stacked on Taxbro's helmet, measuring over 30 centimeters high. Isn't this a bit too flashy? Aside from your respective legion-specific laurels, you didn't miss a single laurel of victory or Emperor's laurel. If Ferrus Manus saw this. Paul imagined the scene, the pragmatic Iron Hands Primarch, who despised ornamentation and believed honor should be shown through combat records rather than decorations, seeing 7 Astartes standing before him, each wearing 3 laurels. He'd probably just throw you straight into the nearest forge and resmelt you. Tax Bro grinned. Although it couldn't be seen behind the faceplate, it was obvious from his voice. Come on, Paul, didn't you say we needed to deepen the deception? The only way to deepen the deception is to stack more on. White Scars chimed in, plus, we checked the lore. Towards the end of the Great Crusade, there really were Space Marines who earned multiple laurels simultaneously. G. Bro added, warriors who simultaneously hold a Legion laurel, a laurel of victory, and the Emperor's laurel do exist. It's rare, but not impossible. The main point is to intimidate. Our disguises need to stand up to scrutiny. Have you been loyal today? Swung his power hammer. Besides, dressing like this looks awesome. I guarantee that when the other legions see us, they'll all be completely dumbfounded, since when did our legion get such a badass Astartes? How did I not know about this? Don't ask me, my orky senses tell me it'll work, nodded earnestly. I think it looks good too. Execute Oldman the war criminal, exactly. Wearing all these honors might actually boost our win rate if we get into a fight. Anyway, they're not our Crimson Dawn's laurels, so who cares if we wear them? Hee hee. Tau buddy, you're right, I agree with what all you Tau buddies are saying. Well said. Looking at these 7 goofballs, Paul shook his head helplessly. Fine. It was a bit ostentatious, but the effect was definitely deceiving enough. Parading around in these outfits, even the Adeptus Custodes guarding the Imperial Palace on Terra would pause for 3 seconds in pure shock, and the Emperor himself might just recruit them into his personal guard on the spot. Alright, get used to your new strength first. Paul clapped his hands. Take off the power armor in an hour and assemble in the conference room. We're going to start executing the plan. The 7 replied in unison, understood. Please give power stones to this book, your power stones motivate me continue this book. Goal equals 500 power stones. Chapter 137, Chapter 136, Sanguinius. On the bridge of the Gloriana-class battleship Red Tier. Sanguinius sat upon the command throne, his eyes closed. The pristine white wings upon his back hung naturally, every single feather radiating a soft psychic glimmer. The 9th son of the Emperor, the Primarch hailed as the Great Angel, currently had his brow slightly furrowed. His foresight was warning him. Sanguinius attempted to probe deeper. His prescient ability was among the greatest of the 20 Primarchs, he could see fragments of the future and perceive the tremors of the threads of destiny. But this time. Thud. It was as if he had crashed into an invisible barrier. That barrier-like entity took no action, it simply existed, gently pushing his prying gaze away. Sanguinius opened his eyes. Deep within those gilded amber slit pupils swirled the light and shadow of drifting stars. Father. As Kalen, commander of the Sanguinary Guard, stepped forward. The veteran, clad in mastercrafted power armor, had noticed his Primarch's abnormality. What have you sensed? A variable, Sanguinius's voice was ethereal and melodious. On Aurelian 4, something is altering the trajectory of destiny. Just a moment ago, a gaze was briefly cast upon us. As Kalen rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. An enemy? No, Sanguinius shook his head, his golden white hair swaying slightly with the motion. It wasn't malicious. It felt more like a curious observation. But when I tried to trace it back, I was blocked. It was just like when the Departamento Munitorum issued the transfer order. At that time, my foresight guided me to accept the garrison duty on Aurelian 4, but when I wanted to delve deeper into why there, I encountered the exact same fog. As Kalen frowned. This defies reason. The entities in the galaxy capable of blocking your foresight can be counted on one hand. The Emperor, Magnus, perhaps Horus, but none of them have any connection to Aurelian 4. Sanguinius stood up, his wings slowly unfurling. With a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, the psychic halos upon the pristine white feathers illuminated the entire bridge. That is precisely what makes it interesting, he said, walking over to the observation deck and looking out at the dancing stars. Ferrus is there. My brother, the 10th Primarch, Lord of the Iron Hands. He is one of the most pragmatic Primarchs, one who utterly loathes mysticism. And his legion has just completed the suppression of warp heretics. Sanguinius turned and looked at Kalen. Full speed ahead. I wish to see Ferrus sooner, and I also wish to see exactly what secrets are hidden upon that planet. Kalen bowed. Yes, Father. We are estimated to arrive in the Aurelian system in 5 days. Sanguinius closed his eyes once more. Within his psychic vision, the planet of Aurelian 4 remained shrouded in fog. But deep within that fog, a crimson light seemed to be quietly flickering to life. Kent Hive, the conference room of the governor's office. 7 towering former players, now Astartes, sat around the conference table in simple training clothes. Even without their power armor, their massive frames were enough to strike fear into ordinary mortals. The shortest was 2.53 meters, the tallest 2.62 meters, and their shoulders were practically as wide as 2 regular men put together. Paul stood in front of the holographic projection, with Schrödinger Bro and Cogboy sitting on either side of him. First of all, congratulations to everyone on completing your augmentations. You are now the first batch of Astartes for the Crimson Dawn chapter, even if you temporarily need to disguise yourselves as other legions. Paul cut straight to the chase, pulling up a planetary map of Aurelian 4. Next, your mission is plunder. The gazes of the 7 instantly sharpened. Taxbro licked his lips. Rob who? The 4 major factions, Cogboy chimed in, pulling up the detailed data. There are a total of 27 major hives on Aurelian 4. 8 of them are mining hives primarily focused on promethium extraction. 5 are industrial hives responsible for ore refinement and primary processing. The remaining 14 are comprehensive hives that balance residential and light industrial sectors. He marked 13 red dots on the map. These 13 hives are the core assets of the 4 major factions. The Hisman Merchant Guild controls 6, the Aten's Night House controls 3, the Conmo Psyker Dynasty controls 2, and the Order of the Omniscient Mind controls 2. Schrödinger Bro added, more importantly, these hives store colossal amounts of resources. According to the intel we extracted from Adela's memory and the information Deep Sea relayed from Aru City, the warehouses and industrial zones across these 13 hives currently stockpile at least 320 million tons of standard promethium ore, 22 million tons of refined steel, 10.8 million tons of rare metals, and a massive quantity of industrial equipment and spare parts. There is even a batch of smuggled weapon assembly components from other worlds. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the conference room. 320 million tons of promethium ore. According to the system's conversion ratio, 1 kilogram of pure promethium equaled 1 imperial coin. 320 million tons meant 32 billion imperial coins. Paul stated the number calmly. Enough for us to do a lot of things. For example, completing the Astartes augmentation for all 5,000 players. For example, redeeming Titan mechs, dreadnoughts, imperial knights, attack craft, landing craft, frigates, cruisers, and even strike cruisers. Even though it's still not quite enough for battle barges or Gloriana-class battleships, the future is promising. Taxbro's eyes went red. Fuck yeah. We absolutely have to rob them. How do we rob them? White Scars asked. That is exactly what I was about to say. Paul zoomed in on the Hive City map. The defensive forces of these hives suffered heavy casualties during the previous decisive battle against the demons. The 4 major factions' own planetary defense forces have been severely depleted. Tens of thousands of PDF troops were reassigned, leaving behind only the old, weak, sick, and disabled. So our plan is very simple. Since the Mechanicus wants to play the blockade game, we'll play the "my neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns, my neighbor becomes my granary" game. A wave of low chuckles rippled through the solemn conference room. What we need to do is seize all the mineral and industrial resources stored in these 13 hives. Paul's finger swiped across the holographic projection, tapping out a series of coordinates. Raw promethium ore, refined steel, energy batteries, industrial cogitators, industrial furnaces. Anything that can be hauled away, we haul away. This is also why I told you earlier that as long as you do this well, you can pay off the chapter's sponsorship in a single run. You'll even have a massive surplus left over to purchase more heavy equipment. White Scars suddenly asked, but there's a problem. We're robbing the 4 major factions' warehouses, but a portion of the supplies inside nominally belongs to the Imperium and the Iron Hands Legion, right? What does that have to do with us? Paul laughed. We are disguising ourselves as Astartes from other legions to commit the robbery, and we are robbing the warehouses of the 4 major factions. As for which supplies inside belong to the Legion and which belong to the Merchant Guild, that's their own problem. If they can't pay their taxes, let them answer to the Imperium and the Legion themselves. But why do we absolutely have to disguise ourselves? Even if we strike without disguises, no one would suspect that our Crimson Dawn has space marines, right? G-Bro asked. Because of Sanguinius. Paul's expression grew serious. This 9th Primarch possesses formidable prescient abilities. If the Crimson Dawn strikes directly without disguises, he will very likely sense it, thereby exposing our existence. But if we disguise ourselves as Astartes from other legions. Taxbro caught on. Even if Sanguinius foresees the robbery, he'll only see a group of honor-laden Astartes taking action. He'll be suspicious, and he'll investigate, but he won't be able to trace it back to us in the short term. Paul nodded. Furthermore, this disguise will create massive chaos and delays. Just imagine, Astartes from the Imperial Fists, White Scars, Ultramarines, Sons of Horus, Space Wolves, Raven Guard, an Alpha Legion, 7 different legions suddenly teaming up to rob the hive warehouses on Aurelian 4. Once the news spreads, all the major legions will be completely dumbfounded. When did our guys go there? What's with those laurels of honor? Who authorized this operation? Could it be the great emperor himself? After all, those rows upon rows of emperor's laurels will absolutely blind everyone's eyes. Schrödinger bro added, this kind of chaos will buy us at least a month. And in a month's time, once we've digested the plundered resources, our strength will have taken a colossal leap forward. By then, we'll only need to wait out Sanguinius until he leaves, and then we can truly assume total control over this planet, expanding out to the system, the subsector, and the sector. The 7 of them looked at each other, the flames of excitement igniting in their eyes. The plan was bold, even insane, but its feasibility was extremely high. When is the operation? White Scars asked. 7 days from now, Paul said. We wait for the window of opportunity when the Iron Hands fleet leaves the Aurelian system, and the Blood Angels fleet has just arrived but hasn't yet completed their garrison deployment. That will be when defenses are at their most lax. Over these next 7 days, you need to thoroughly familiarize yourselves with your strength and equipment. Especially your teamwork, even though you 7 appear to be from different legions, you must act with absolute unison during the operation. Tax Bro slammed his hand on the table. No problem. Don't worry, Paul, consider the mission done. Looking at these 7 players who had just completed their augmentations, and seeing the fighting intent and confidence burning in their eyes, Paul nodded slowly. Then it settled. The operation begins in 7 days. The codename. He paused, spitting out 2 words. Champion Plunder. Also, after the operation in each hive is complete, leave a message behind. What message? Paul smiled. Just right, these supplies have been requisitioned by the Imperial Legions for the cause of the Great Crusade. For any inquiries, please consult the Departamento Munitorum's General Logistics Office. Glory to the Emperor. The conference room fell silent for a second. Then, it erupted into roaring laughter. Holy shit. Paul, that's too wicked. Passing the buck to the Departamento Munitorum. And, glory to the Emperor. Ha 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 ha. Paul waited for them to finish laughing before his expression turned serious. This isn't a joke. We need to make the 4 major factions believe that it's the legions robbing them, not the Crimson Dawn. This way, their fury will be directed toward Terra, toward the Departamento Munitorum, and even toward the incoming Blood Angels. Schrödinger bro's eyes lit up as he smiled. 3 birds with 1 stone. First, we secure the resources. Second, we exacerbate the conflict between the 4 major factions and the Imperium. Don't forget, because of the Iron Hands punishment, more than half of the wealth they've accumulated over the years was confiscated. They're definitely holding on to a lot of pent-up resentment. Third, we cause some trouble for Sanguinius, leaving him no time to meticulously investigate the Crimson Dawn. The mechanical prosthetic eye of Cogboy flickered. The strategy is quite good, and the success rate isn't low, but there are risks. If we're seen through, we might simultaneously offend the 4 major factions, the Iron Hands, the Blood Angels, and even the Departamento Munitorum. Paul looked at the 7 of them. Therefore, your disguises must be absolutely perfect. The power armor paint jobs, the insignias, the weapon styles, and even your combat habits, everything must be imitated flawlessly. I've already had the brothers from Crimson Machina compile the combat styles and lore backgrounds of the respective legions back in reality. For the next 3 days, you will undergo intensive crash course training. The 7 stood up, shouting in unison, consider the mission done. Paul nodded. If this mission succeeds, each of you will receive at least tens of millions of Imperial coins worth of resources. When that time comes, the chapter's sponsorship funds will be cleared in a single stroke. You'll even have enough left over for your next phase of augmentations. Brothers, our Crimson Dawn is currently walking a tightrope. On one side is the rotting yet powerful Imperial system, on the other are the insatiably greedy local factions. And above our heads, the 4 Chaos Gods are watching. If we want to survive, if we want to realize our ideals. Paul turned around, his dark gold pupils gleaming brilliantly under the conference room lights. We have to be more ruthless, smarter, and far more, utterly devoid of martial virtue than they are. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, The Meeting of Ferris and Sanguinius. The outer defense perimeter of the Aurelian system. There is no sound in the void, but if a psyker were present, they would hear a voice of vast, profound compassion. It was the psychic echo unconsciously radiating from the warriors of the Blood Angels Legion as the 9th Legion's fleet navigated through the warp. Mingled within this echo was a pursuit of beauty, a yearning for salvation, and the ever-present red thirst deeply embedded in their genetic code. The Gloriana-class battleship Red Tier was the first to phase out of the warp. Spanning 10 kilometers in length, its hull lacked the harsh, angular lines of the Fist of Iron. Instead, it featured flowing curves and wing-like structures, resembling a massive bird spreading its wings across the sea of stars. The ship's prow bore a crimson eye, and its hull was painted in the iconic blood red and gold of the Blood Angels. A statue of a six-winged angel was sculpted onto the bow, each feather inlaid with adamantium foil that gleamed brilliantly under the starlight. Following closely behind were 3 battle barges, 12 strike cruisers, and dozens of escort frigates. The entire fleet maintained a flawless wedge formation, their thruster wakes carving hundreds of azure trails through the void. Arrived at designated coordinates. Aurelian 4 is 0.3 light-minutes away. The navigator's voice echoed through the bridge's comm array, trembling slightly from prolonged exposure to the warp. Sanguinius stood before the observation deck's grand window. Today, he was not clad in his famously radiant armor, opting instead for a simple white tunic. But the pristine white wings upon his back unfurled naturally, each feather shimmering with a faint, golden psychic luminescence. The Emperor's 9th son stood over 3.5 meters tall, his features boasting a breathtaking, flawless perfection. It was a trait shared among all the Primarchs, but it manifested with unparalleled prominence in Sanguinius. Deep within his gilded, amber-slitted eyes, golden hues danced as if entire constellations were shifting inside his pupils. It was his precognition passively at work. As Kalen, commander of the Sanguinary Guard, stepped forward. The battle-hardened veteran was clad in artificer power armor, his pauldron etched with 7 honor rings of combat. Father. The identification signals of the Iron Hands fleet have been confirmed. Lord Ferrus invites you aboard the Fist of Iron. Sanguinius gave a slight nod. His gaze pierced through the viewing port, falling upon the distant, grayish-yellow planet. Aurelian 4. It was the very picture of a typical mining and industrial world. The atmosphere was polluted into a murky, yellowish-brown haze. Across its surface, vast stretches of exposed strip mines and towering hive spires were visible, making the planet look like a rock riddled with metallic boils. Within Sanguinius's psychic vision, the fog that constantly shrouded the planet's surface was gradually clearing. Yet, some form of cognitive interference still lingered, preventing his prophetic sight from clearly grasping the threads of fate woven within the world. Fascinating, Sanguinius murmured softly to himself. The last time he had felt something similar was in the presence of the Emperor. His peerlessly majestic father was a being whose very existence could warp all prophecies. But this was just a fringe industrial mining world. As Kalen. Here, father. Have the fleet take over defense duties according to standard protocols. Bring the Crimson Fist squad and accompany me aboard, Sanguinius ordered, turning around as his wings folded neatly against his back. Let us see just what my brother Ferrus has discovered here, something interesting enough to warrant his personal vigil for an entire month. Fist of Iron, Upper Hangar. The area had been temporarily converted into a reception zone. True to the style of the Iron Hands, there were no flashy decorations or ostentatious honor guards here. There were only 2 neatly arrayed columns of Terminators standing at attention. On the left stood the Morlocks, the honor guard of the Iron Hands Primarch. Clad in cataphractii Terminator armor painted in the Legion's signature silver gray, their pauldrons were etched with the insignia of a gear and a clenched fist. Each Terminator had undergone heavy cybernetic modifications. Their external armor plating was thicker, exposed hydraulic cables snaked around their joints, and their optic lenses flickered with an icy red glare. On the right stood a Terminator squad of the Blood Angels Sanguinary Guard. They were also encased in cataphractii plate, but painted in rich blood red and gold, their pauldrons intricately sculpted with angelic wings. Compared to the Iron Hands warriors, their degree of modification was noticeably lower. The gazes behind their visors still retained a warmer, more human touch. 2 distinct styles. 2 different legions. Yet, at this moment, both stood in solemn silence, the barrels of their bolters angled towards the deck in a gesture of peace. The hangar blast doors slid open. As Sanguinius entered, every Terminator simultaneously raised their right fist, striking their chest plates in unison. Clang. The metallic impact echoed with perfect synchronicity. Opposite him, Ferrus Manus strode forward to meet his brother. The Primarch of the 10th Legion was similarly unequipped in his full battle plate. He wore lightweight carapace armor, leaving his famed silver-gray alloy arms completely exposed. They were the result of his triumph on his homeworld of Medusa, where he drowned a massive, great silver VRMMO known as a Cernith, fusing its living metal into his very flesh and blood. It was the very origin of the Iron Hands name. Ferrus's voice was deep and steady. Brother. Your fleet arrived right on schedule. The 2 Primarchs halted in the center of the hangar, stopping 5 paces apart. Sanguinius smiled, an expression radiant enough to make even the most stubborn heretic forget their hatred. The Departamento Munitorum's transfer orders were drafted in quite a rush. I'm guessing someone doesn't want you lingering here any longer. His words were sharp and direct. This was Sanguinius's style. He was an idealist, but he was far from naive. Ferrus's lips curled into a faint smirk. Just the tricks of some fabricator general within the Mechanicus. They thought that by transferring me away and tossing in a random company to garrison the planet, they could reclaim control over this world. But what they didn't anticipate was that you would be the one taking over the defense. The two walked side by side toward the bridge. Behind them, the Morlocks and the sanguinary guard followed in silence, their heavy footfalls echoing across the hangar deck. So, what exactly is so special about this planet? Sanguinius asked, the tips of his wings lightly brushing against the polished metal floor. What makes it worth a fabricator general pulling strings through Terra's political web? Minerals, resources, and... Ferris paused for a moment. A rather unusual group of mortals. The banquet hall, Fist of Iron. Calling it a banquet hall was generous. In truth, it looked more like a retrofitted large-scale tactical analysis room. A long metal table sat without any decorative tablecloth, flanked by standard-issue bridge command chairs. The food arranged on the table was equally monotonous. High-energy nutrient paste blocks, synthetic protein bars, and vitamin supplement tablets. There were also a few platters of roasted meats and vegetables that actually resembled real food, likely a makeshift spread prepared specifically to host the Blood Angels. The beverages, however, were notably special. Before each seat rested a crystal goblet filled with a clear liquid that gave off a faint, golden halo under the harsh lighting. Next to the goblet sat a metallic cigarette case, its surface etched with intricate cogwheel patterns. Sit, Ferris said, taking his place at the head of the table and tapping his metallic fingers against the surface. Gabriel, pour the drinks. First Captain Gabriel Sanctus stepped forward, picking up an unlabeled bottle. The bottle was crafted from coarse industrial glass, but the liquid inside was as pure and clear as distilled water. He filled Ferris's glass first, then poured for Sanguinius. As the liquid cascaded into the goblet, it released a strange, captivating aroma, a blend of the mellow richness of fermented grains and the crisp, refreshing scent of some unknown flora. Sanguinius's pupils contracted slightly. His precognition was passively warning him. Try it, Ferris said, raising his glass. His metallic palm clinked against the crystal with a crisp chime. It is a local specialty. Sanguinius held his goblet, raising his right arm slightly and tilting the rim. It was a universal toasting etiquette among the legions, a gesture of honor and respect. To the honor of the Iron Hands. To victory. Ferris raised his glass with his metal hand, tapping his chest plate lightly in return, the simplified etiquette of the Iron Hands, who despise tedious formalities. To the Emperor. To fighting side by side. The two brothers drank in unison. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, Sanguinius felt it. A gentle, soothing warmth blossomed from his stomach, rapidly spreading through his limbs and bones. To his absolute astonishment, Sanguinius realized that deep within his genetic code, the eternally restless red thirst. It had actually been quelled for a fleeting moment. Though it lasted for less than half a second, for the premarch of the Blood Angels, this was nothing short of earth-shattering. Sanguinius lowered his glass, shock flashing in the depths of his azure eyes. This liquor, it actually soothes my genetic flaw. Ferris smiled, he had noticed this earlier. Though the effect is faint and its duration short, it is unmistakably there. I had the apothecaries analyze its composition. The base is grain-fermented alcohol, but it is infused with 7 unique botanical extracts, and... Ferris paused. An unidentifiable psychically active ingredient. Unidentifiable? Sanguinius asked. It is not warp taint, nor does it belong to any known psychic lineage. Ferris poured himself another glass. It acts more like the crystallized byproduct of some uncharted energy. A brief silence fell over the banquet hall. Sanguinius raised his glass again. This time, he drank very slowly, carefully tracing the path of the warming current as it circulated through his body. It truly worked. The red thirst was faintly pacified. While the effect was not as potent as Karish, the unique Angel's Vitae exclusive to the Blood Angels Legion, this was entirely natural. There was no added blood, and there were absolutely no side effects. What is the production yield? Sanguinius asked, striking at the heart of the matter. Very little, Ferris said, shaking his head. 300 crates a month at most, 200 of which supply my legion. But since you are the garrisoning legion now, per the agreement, you are allocated 50 crates. Who supplies it? A local organization calling themselves Crimson Dawn. Ferris brought up a holographic projection. The files on Kent Hive and the blurry footage of the Cogboy and the others were all shot from a distance, lacking clear facial details. They claimed to be excavators of civilized ruins and leaders of a sanctuary built by oppressed workers. Now, they have taken over Kent Hive, managing a population of nearly 100 million. Sanguinius quickly scanned the data. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. Public trials, Phosphex artillery executions, the purge of tens of thousands of merchant guild members in just 3 days, the enactment of sweeping new policies, the reconstruction of public healthcare and education systems. Their methods were far too radical for imperial bureaucrats, yet their goals were entirely too pure for local warlords. What do they worship? Sanguinius asked. They claim to follow the imperial truth, but in practice. Ferris switched off the projection. It operates more like a modified mechanicus societal structure, labor in exchange for survival, effort earns respect, shared technology, and communal resources. Sounds like heresy. Yet there is no psychic worship, no warp rituals, and no anti-imperial rhetoric. Ferris looked at Sanguinius. Furthermore, their administrative efficiency is exceptionally high. Kent Hive's Promethium output has increased by 62% compared to before, and refinement purity is up by 17%. He paused before adding, after I leave, 60% of their annual ore production will be handed over to your legion, 20% retained for their own use, and the remaining 20% kept as trade reserves. This is the treaty the Iron Hands brokered with their planetary governor, Cage Lawrence. Sanguinius remained silent for a long time. His feathered wings flapped softly, unconsciously stirring up a faint breeze in the room. You think highly of them, he finally asked. I think highly of efficiency, Ferris corrected. As long as they consistently produce minerals, refrain from psychic heresy, and do not betray the Imperium. He took a sip of his drink. I do not care what methods they use to govern their hive. Sanguinius smiled and let the topic drop. The two spent some time discussing military affairs, the current status of the crusade, and the movements of their brother legions. When the conversation shifted to Ferris's impending deployment to the cruise blind zone, the Gorgon spoke more candidly than usual. The Munitorum claims there is a 3-year window there, but I checked the records of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. The warp storm cycles in that sector last at least 10 years. He looked at Sanguinius. This transfer order was drafted with far too much haste. Sanguinius nodded. His precognitive sight was also issuing warnings, but they were frustratingly vague. They only revealed that something of monumental consequence lurked within the cruise blind zone, without specifying whether it was a golden opportunity or a deadly trap. Be careful, brother, Sanguinius said, raising his glass. If you run into trouble, the 9th Legion stands ready to support you at a moment's notice. Likewise. Ferris clinked his glass against his brother's. If the bureaucrats on this planet dare to trip you up, tell me. The next time I make planetfall, I will purge them all. The two Primarchs shared a knowing smile. In this fleeting moment, they were not the burdened demigods leading massive legions, they were simply brothers who had fought side by side for years. The banquet lasted for 2 hours. When Sanguinius rose to take his leave, Ferris ordered Gabriel to bring out 10 crates of the special reserve liquor. Take these for your sons. The quantity is small, but in a critical moment, it might prove useful. Thank you, brother, Sanguinius said, accepting the gift with solemn gratitude. Before departing the Fist of Iron, he cast one final glance at the grayish-yellow planet below. The fog still blanketed the world, but this time, he could faintly discern something deep within the mist. A light was flickering. Crimson Dawn. Sanguinius repeated the name softly to himself. Goal equals 500 power stones. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, The Great Omnisia. TL/N, sorry for not uploading yesterday, guys. I had a virus, but don't worry, I'll post yesterday's chapters along with today's chapters. At the exact same time, Sector 5, outer perimeter of Kent Hive. 2 moons, one crimson and one stark white, illuminated the sky above Aurelian 4 as a light drizzle began to fall. A rhino-armored personnel carrier idled before the blast doors, its engine emitting a low growl. The vehicle's livery was unusual. Its base coat was a drab, dark gray, but the snarling maw insignia of the World Eaters had been roughly spray-painted onto its hull. The side hatch slid open. Paul was the first to drop to the ground. His Mark 6 Corvus pattern power armor, bearing prominent World Eater markings, gleamed coldly in the rain. He glanced back inside the vehicle. Final gear check, everyone. Inside the troop compartment, 7 Astartes were making their final preparations. Taxbro was recalibrating his bolter's trajectory, the bright yellow ceramite of the Imperial Fist still eye-catching even in the dim light. White Scars was inspecting the disruption field generator of his power Tulwar, the jagged red lightning bolt patterns on his white armor looking like genuine thunderbolts. G-Bro's deep blue Ultramarine's armor was utterly immaculate. Have you been loyal today? Or the ferocious Luna Wolf's insignia on his pale gray Sons of Horus warplate. The wolf's head emblem on Don't Ask Me My Orky Senses Tell Me It'll Work Space Wolf's armor seemed to be growling low in the shadows. Execute Oldman the War Criminal's matte black Raven Guard armor almost entirely blended into the darkness. Hidden beneath the gray blue of Tau Buddy Your Right's Alpha Legion plate were the primer coats of 17 other legions. Comms channel encryption complete. Schrodinger Bro's voice crackled through Paul's power armor Vox speed. He had remained behind at the governor's palace to provide remote command. According to the timetable, you have a 5-day handover window. The Iron Hands fleet will completely withdraw from the Aurelian system in 24 hours. The Blood Angels fleet will need at least 5 days to fully deploy their garrisons and establish a comprehensive orbital surveillance network. These 5 days are a blind spot for orbital monitoring. Take as much as you can within this time frame. Don't overextend yourselves, Sanguinius's forces are still incredibly formidable. Paul nodded and looked at the 7 men. Did you all hear that clearly? Loud and clear, the 7 chorused. Their voices, booming through their armor's external voxcasters, rumbled like deep thunder. Route of action. Paul pulled up a holographic map, tracing a path marked in red. First stop, Sycamore Hive. Distance, 1,200 kilometers. 6 hours out at maximum speed for the Rhino. It's the Hisman Merchant Guild's 4th largest warehouse district. It holds at least 30 million tons of raw promethium ore, 5 million tons of refined plasteel, and a batch of heavy self-propelled artillery components smuggled out of Ryza. Taxbro let out a low whistle. Heavy self-propelled artillery. Now that's the good stuff. Which is why it's our primary target, Paul said, shutting down the map. Remember, our objective isn't occupation, and it isn't killing, unless they get in our way. The goal is supplies. Every piece of industrial resource, raw mineral, and heavy machinery we can haul away. Anything we can't take, log the coordinates. We'll come back for it later when we have the strength in our own transport fleet. What if we encounter resistance? White Scars asked. The probability of encountering Astartes-level resistance is practically zero, Paul stated confidently. The elite forces of the 4 major factions suffered catastrophic losses during the final battle against the demon. What's left of the PDF and local enforcers wouldn't even be enough to warm up just one of you. He paused for a moment. But if you do encounter an unexpectedly powerful enemy, Paul's eyes flashed coldly, lethal force is authorized. However, you must camouflage it using the combat doctrines and stylistic quirks of your respective legions. Understood. Understood. Finally, Paul said, turning to Tau Buddy, you're right. Are the notices ready? Tau Buddy, you're right, nodded and retrieved a stack of metal plates from his storage compartment. Each plate was roughly 30 centimeters square, its surface deeply etched in High Gothic. This material has been requisitioned by the Imperial Legions for the Great Crusade. For inquiries, please contact the Departamento Munitorum, Bureau of Logistics, Archive Classification, Alpha 976 M30-007. Glory to the Emperor. A perfectly forged Departamento Munitorum official seal was stamped at the bottom. The tech priests of Crimson Machina had spent 3 days meticulously studying authentic records to replicate it flawlessly. Slap one of these on the main gate of every warehouse we hit, Paul instructed. Put it somewhere painfully obvious and weld it down with melta rivets. Make sure they can't easily tear it down. Execute Oldman, the war criminal snickered, trying to stifle his laughter. When the 4 major factions see these, they're going to lose their damn minds. That is exactly the effect we're going for, Paul said, grabbing the handle of the Rhino's side hatch. Mount up. We're moving out. The 8 Astartes piled into the Rhino. The hatch slammed shut, and the engine roared to life. The personnel carrier shot out of the blast doors, plunging headlong into the rainy night. The exhaust fumes spewing from its rear vents left a brief white trail in the rain before quickly dissipating. Far away, on the top floor of the governor's palace, Schrödinger Bro stood before the grand window, watching the vehicle vanish into the pitch-black night. 5 days. It's all on you now. Schrödinger Bro muttered softly. Meanwhile, inside the Rhino, Paul sat with his eyes closed, resting. The others sat in silence, lost in their own thoughts. Hey, Paul, Taxbro suddenly broke the silence. Once this op is done, does that mean we can start building our first transport fleet? Depends on the haul, Paul replied without opening his eyes. If we really manage to drag back 320 million tons of ore, forget a basic light transport fleet. We'd have enough to buy 2 lunar-class cruisers. A wave of suppressed, excited cheers echoed inside the compartment. But before we get to that, Paul opened his eyes, his dark golden irises glowing fiercely in the gloom. We have to stay alive and actually pull this off. The Rhino tore across the desolate wasteland. The rain beat down harder. Ahead, the jagged silhouette of Sycamore Hive slowly materialized on the horizon. Everyone, prepare to log off and rest, Paul's voice rang out through the vehicle's internal vox. We'll arrive at the target zone in 15 minutes. Once there, we hold position until the Iron Hands Legion has completely withdrawn before making our move. As per the plan, Taxbro, White Scars, G-Bro, and have you been loyal today, you'll take the left flank and breach the underhive through the sewage network. Don't ask me, my orky senses tell me it'll work, and execute Oldman, the war criminal. You have the right flank, pushing through the main gate. Tau Buddy, you're right, and I will launch a feint attack down the center. Our targets are the warehouses in the midhive and the manufactorums in the underhive. And remember this above all else. His voice hardened into absolute seriousness. We are Imperial Astartes. We are the 8 champions. We are the Emperor's Angels of Death. The Governor's Palace, Kent Hive. Inside the conference room, under the harsh glare of the 3 a.m. lighting, the blue optics of Cogboy's mechanical eyes whirred and refocused. He stood behind Schrödinger Bro, the hydraulic systems in his right arm releasing a faint hiss of depressurization. How are things looking? Cogboy's synthesized voice buzzed. Schrödinger Bro didn't turn around. His gaze remained firmly locked on the massive tactical display in front of him, where 7 green dots, representing the vital signs of the Astartes, blinked steadily. They are already in a concealed position outside Sycamore Hive. Schrödinger Bro's finger swiped across the console, pulling up the exact coordinates. Coordinates X, 1086, Y, 9527. Deep inside an abandoned mine shaft. 7 kilometers linear distance from the Hive's main blast doors. The surface cover is 130 meters thick, which should shield them from the vast majority of orbital scans. He paused before adding, all 8 of them are holding position in radio silence. Vital signs are stable. Cogboy nodded, the blue light of his mechanical ocular implant flickering. He pulled an extended cigarette from his robes, lit it, and took a deep drag. Captain Karen sent a message, Cogboy said, blowing a smoke ring that dissipated against the glow of the tactical display. The Iron Hands fleet will begin their withdrawal and handover in 1 hour. The Gloriana-class battleship Fist of Iron has already initiated main engine pre-ignition. All ground forces will complete their evacuation within 24 hours. He pulled up an encrypted comms log. The exact words of the Iron Hands pre-march were, tell Cage the treaty stands. As long as production quotas are met, he needs to fear no one and nothing. If production falls short, or if there is corruption and degeneracy. Schrödinger Bro turned to look at him. And the second half of that sentence. There is no second half. Cogboy flicked his ash. The Lord Premarch cut the comms off halfway through. Schrödinger Bro fell silent for a couple of seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. Having no second half is infinitely more terrifying than having one. Which means we need to execute this flawlessly. Cogboy snuffed out his cigarette. We strike during the window after the Iron Hands fully depart and before the Blood Angels complete their garrison deployment. Operations begin then. He looked at the 7 green dots on the screen, along with the dark golden dot representing Paul. Let's hope everything goes smoothly for them. Schrödinger Bro sighed, a rare note of anxiety creeping into his voice. Pulling a stunt this massive right under the nose of Sanguinius, the Great Angel. He pulled up the database files on the 9th Legion. Blood Angels. The Emperor's 9th Sons, Legion numeration 9. Premarch Sanguinius, also known as the Great Angel of the Imperium, the Flawless One, the Child of Prophecy. Legion characteristics, revere honor, value humanity, afflicted by the genetic flaw known as the Red Thirst. Known combat records, the cleansing of the Baal system, the pacification of the Caliban fringe worlds, the Thramas Crusade. Schrödinger Bro paused his reading here. Is Sanguinius's precognition really not going to foresee everything we're about to do? If he foresees anything. That's exactly why Paul insisted on disguising them. Cogboy interrupted him, his mechanical eyes locked on the screen. We looked up Sanguinius's lore data in reality. Even by the late 30K era, his precognition wasn't as potent. He can only catch glimpses of vague fragments. 8 Astartes from entirely different legions, combined with the interfering effects of Paul's champion trait, plus all those ridiculously ostentatious laurel wreaths. Even if Sanguinius glimpses a few fragments, all he'll see are Astartes running an op. His first suspicion will be that some other legion is running off the books maneuvers behind the Munitorum's back. He would never associate it with us, a bunch of wasteland ruined scavengers. Schrödinger Bro thought about it and nodded. Makes sense. He looked back at the screen, where the green dots remained perfectly stable. 23 hours and 50 minutes until the operation began. At the same time. City of the Holy Anthem, Planetary Supreme Council Hall. This magnificent structure, standing 300 meters tall and covering over 30,000 square meters, was the nominal administrative center of Aurelian IV. But for the past 80 years, it had functioned more as a squabbling ground for the 4 major factions to divvy up their spoils. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the circular conference room on the top floor was so oppressive you could wring water from it. For people sat around the long conference table, with the powerful figures of their respective factions standing behind them. Akil Hisman, the current head of the Hisman Merchant Guild. At 65, his hair was impeccably combed, and he wore a regal purple and gold silk robe. Behind him stood Archimedes and the bald, purple-robed Bizur Hisman. Grieve Aidens, patriarch of the Aidens Knight House. At 58, he was as heavily built as a bear, even his formal attire couldn't conceal a physique thoroughly augmented by chemical steroids. Garrison Conmo, patriarch of the Conmo Psyker dynasty. At 43, he was the youngest of the 4, yet his gaze was the gloomiest, and his skin was unnaturally pale. And The head of the Order of the Omniscient Minds Aurelian Branch, Magos Akis Kane. The tech priest sat at the head of the table. His entire lower body had been retrofitted into a cluster of mechanical, arachnid-like legs, while his upper body retained only a fraction of its biological tissue. His right arm was a complex array of precision mechadendrites, and his left arm was the mounted base of a Los cannon. Only a third of his head was still flesh and blood, the rest had been replaced by a silver-gray alloy skull, a single optic lens glaring with a frigid red light. Magos Akis, Akil Hisman was the first to speak, his voice dry and raspy. You previously assured us that the Iron Hands Legion would be transferred away shortly. Indeed, and things have unfolded exactly as you said. The Iron Hands are leaving. He raised his head, looking through the conference room's transparent skylight into the night sky. Suspended in low orbit against the backdrop of the void were two colossal behemoths. One was sharply angular and silver-gray, resembling an icy steel tombstone, the departing fist of iron. The other was smoothly contoured in blood red, a winged angel sculpted upon its prow, the newly arrived Red Tier. Two Gloriana-class battleships hanging like inverted mountains, pressing down heavily on the hearts of all who looked up at them. But you promised that an ordinary company from some standard legion would be garrisoned here. Akil turned back, fixing his gaze on Akis's half-mechanical face. And now? The 9th Legion is here. The Blood Angels. And they are led personally by the Lord Primarch Sanguinius. Have you heard the legends of the 9th Legion? Do you have any idea what kind of being Lord Sanguinius is? Rumor has it they absolutely abhor evil and cannot tolerate even the slightest hint of corruption. Now that they're here, if everything we've done gets dug up. Akil's voice began to tremble. It won't be like Primarch Ferris, simply confiscating 60% of our assets. They will claim our very lives. As his words fell, a deathly silence gripped the conference room. Grieve Aiton slammed his fist heavily onto the table. Magos Akis. For 80 years, our Aiton's house has provided armed escorts, suppressed rebellions, and purged mutant beasts for the Mechanicus. Even if you ignore our achievements, you cannot ignore our tireless toil. In this recent military campaign against the Warp Heretics, we lost 20 Night Engines. Thousands of our family's scions died in battle. You cannot do this to us. We have made massive contributions to the great cult Mechanicus. Garrison Conmo didn't speak, but his psychic emanations caused the water glasses on the conference table to tremble faintly. His pale fingers tapped lightly against the tabletop. Akis's single mechanical eye flickered frantically, streams of data cascading down his visual interface like a waterfall. 3 seconds later, he stood up abruptly, his numerous mechanical legs stomping down hard onto the reinforced stone floor with a deafening reverberation. Enough. His synthesized voice roared out. How was I supposed to know Lord Sanguinius would come? The message I received from Mars HQ stated, after the 10th Legion transfers out, a company from the 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors, would take over the defense. The Iron Warriors. Not the Blood Angels. Akis's mechadendrite lashed out viciously against the table, instantly cleaving the entire surface, crafted from impossibly rare, expensive timber, clean in two. You ask me. Who am I supposed to ask? Ask Mars. Ask the great god of the Omnicia. Ask Holy Terra. Or should I go straight to the Emperor himself and ask him why he sent his 9th son here in person? Chapter 140, Chapter 139, Requisitioning Supplies in the Name of the Emperor to Support the Great Crusade. Inside the conference room, the other three were so shaken by this overwhelming aura that they dared not speak. Akis slowly rotated his body, his single mechanical eye sweeping across their terrified faces. Listen. Complaining is meaningless now. Lord Sanguinius has arrived, and the 9th Legion has already taken over orbital defense. What we need to do is survive. He pulled up a data slate. According to the information I queried on the Mechanicus internal network, although Lord Sanguinius absolutely abhors evil, he also values the possibility of redemption. As long as there is no direct evidence, as long as we aren't caught red-handed, and as long as we appear entirely cooperative. Akis lowered his voice into a menacing hiss. For the foreseeable future, pull back on everything. Suspend all illicit businesses. Scrub all the ledgers clean. And anyone who might arouse suspicion, dispose of them. He spoke those last 3 words casually, but the temperature in the conference room plummeted. Akil opened his mouth to speak but ultimately just nodded. Grieve Aiton shook his head, then let out a helpless grunt of agreement. Garrison Conmo said nothing, tacitly accepting his method of handling things. Also, Akis continued, prepare gifts. The Blood Angels revere beauty and art, and they have an appreciation for mechanical creations. In 3 days, I will take you to pay your respects to Lord Sanguinius. When that time comes, you had best know exactly what to say, and what not to say. With that, he rotated his body and marched out on his array of mechanical legs, leaving the conference room without a backward glance. The heavy alloy doors closed behind him with a dull, heavy thud. Inside the room, the remaining 3 men looked at each other in dismay. After a long while, Akil let out a bitter laugh. Prepare gifts. Give what? Money. Would Lord Sanguinius even care for money? Art. Where in our hive would we find art? We might as well gift him a pile of slag. Grieve Aiton stood up, his nearly 2-meter-tall frame casting a massive shadow under the harsh lights. I will prepare a few master-crafted knight greatswords. Rumor has it the Blood Angels have many master swordsmen, perhaps they will find those interesting. Garrison Conmo shook his head. Our impoverished dynasty doesn't have much to offer. I wonder if Lord Sanguinius would like some psyker children. He laughed sinisterly, then, as if suddenly remembering something, quickly shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to end up like House Aller. With that, he turned and left on his own, muttering under his breath, knowledge, change. This erratic behavior drew sideways glances from both Akil and Grieve. Grieve scratched his head. What is wrong with him? Why is he acting so bizarrely? Akil's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Who knows? That lunatic has always been unhinged, it isn't the first time. He's probably burned his brain out from overusing his psychic powers. Standing behind Akil, Bizarre Hisman watched the scene unfold, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Aurelian 4, low orbit. The handover was proceeding in absolute silence. In the void, the vessels of the Iron Hands fleet formed into a neat evacuation column, their thrusters spewing azure wakes. The broadside hangar doors of the Red Tier completely opened. Thunderhawk and Stormraven gunships swarmed out like a hive of bees, diving toward the planet's surface. They descended upon the Aru Industrial Zone, the spaceport of the City of the Holy Anthem, and 13 other major military strongholds. Blood Angels warriors, clad in blood-red power armor, marched out in formation, brushing shoulders with the departing Iron Hands. The stark stylistic contrast between the two legions was on full display in that moment. The Iron Hands warriors were silent and brutally efficient, their movements as perfectly synchronized as cogs in a machine. Their warplate bore virtually zero ornamentation, featuring only utilitarian modifications and the battle scars of past wars. The warriors of the Blood Angels were far more vibrant. Though equally disciplined, their movements carried a unique, flowing rhythm. Their power armor was etched with exquisite filigree, their pauldrons painted with golden winged insignias. Some warriors even bore Xenos trinkets hanging from their armor, proudly displayed as trophies of war. At the former Iron Hands garrison in the Aru Industrial Zone, the handover ceremony between the two legions was so brief it bordered on callous. Garrison Defense System ciphers, transferred, an Iron Hands sergeant said, his voice flat and completely devoid of emotion as he handed over a data slate. Received. May the Emperor protect your crusade, the relieving Blood Angel sergeant replied, taking the slate and offering a crisp, standard Aquila salute. The two Astartes didn't even spare each other a second glance. The handover complete, the Iron Hand sergeant turned and boarded his transport craft. The transport lifted off, merging into the torrent of evacuating vessels. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Bridge of the Red Tier. Sanguinius stood before the observation deck, his pristine white wings resting naturally against his back. His gaze pierced through the viewport, falling upon a highly conspicuous industrial zone on the planet's surface, the crash site in Sector 7 of Dawn City. Down there, a warp rift had recently been sealed by the Mechanicus, but the energetic residue still lingered in the atmosphere. Father, as Kalen said, stepping up behind him to deliver a low-voiced report. Garrison deployment is at 78%. We estimate full takeover in 47 minutes. Troop rotation in the Aru Industrial Zone is complete. The Mechanicus tech priests report that the rift seal is stable, but they strongly advise retaining at least one company of Astartes for a long-term garrison, just in case. Sanguinius gave a slight nod. Ever since entering the Aurelian system, his precognitive sight had been trapped in a state of continuous interference. It wasn't a complete block, it felt more like someone whispering in his ear, deliberately muddling the words. He could faintly sense that something was unfolding on this planet. Something that would alter the fates of countless individuals. But as to what it exactly was, he could not clearly see. As Kalen, Sanguinius suddenly spoke. Do you think, a mining world controlled by the 4 factions for 80 years could possibly undergo a fundamental transformation in just one short month? As Kalen froze for a moment before answering cautiously, theoretically, it is impossible, Father. The inertia of the bureaucracy, the resistance of vested interest groups, the apathy of the populace, change requires time, it requires power, it requires... He paused. It requires an absolute authority, an absolute paragon of wisdom, and a supremely powerful leader. Sanguinius turned around, starlight swirling deep within his azure eyes. Ferris said that this organization known as Crimson Dawn took only 15 days to begin transforming a hive city. Publicly trying corrupt officials, rebuilding public healthcare and education systems, enacting new labor protection regulations. He pulled up the data report for Kent Hive. Ore production increased by 62%, refinement purity up by 17%, and public security incidents down by 71%. Sanguinius stared at the figures, falling silent for a long time. Either these are true revolutionaries, he said softly, or this is the most brilliant of disguises. Do you need me to investigate? As Kalen asked, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword. No, Sanguinius said, shaking his head. We observe first. If they are revolutionaries, I will personally go and meet this Governor Cage. But if they are a disguise. The great angel's wings unfurled slightly, a psychic halo illuminating the entire bridge. Then I will show them the meaning of true judgment. Standard Terran time, 4:17. Outside Sycamore Hive, deep within an abandoned mineshaft. Paul opened his eyes. His dark golden irises glowed faintly in the pitch black. His power armor's life support systems emitted a low hum, switching from standby to full combat mode. Right on schedule, Schrödinger Bro's voice crackled in his ear. The Iron Hands fleet has completely vacated the orbit of the Aurelian system. Warp translation signals confirmed. The Blood Angels garrison deployment is at 92%, but their orbital surveillance network will take at least another 4 days to rebuild. The current time frame is our golden window. Paul slowly stood up. His 3-meter-tall, dark gray power armor looked exceptionally massive in the cramped confines of the mineshaft, the World Eater's crest on his chest plate reflecting a dull red gleam in the dark. He looked around him. 7 Astartes. 7 legions. 7 distinct liveries. At this moment, all of them opened their eyes. Brothers, Paul's voice broadcasted through the comms channel, calm but laced with an iron will. It's loot time. A synchronized rasp of scraping metal echoed through the tunnel, the sound of bolter safeties being disengaged in unison. Stick to the plan, Paul said, bringing up the structural schematics of Sycamore Hive. A holographic projection unfolded across his visor's HUD. We are only here for the goods. No killing, unless their actions obstruct our objectives. Anyone who stands in our way, kill them. You cannot show any mercy, nor can you expose our true identities. He looked toward Taxbro, White Scars, G-Bro, and, have you been loyal today? You 4 will infiltrate the Underhive through the sewage network. Once inside, split into 2 teams, Taxbro and G-Bro, you are responsible for requisitioning the equipment in the lower manufacturum districts. White Scars and, have you been loyal today, your team will clear out the supplies in the mid-hive warehouse sectors. Once you've kicked up enough chaos to draw the attention of the garrison forces. Paul turned to the other 3. Don't ask me, my orky senses tell me it'll work, and, execute Oldman the war criminal, you'll breach through the right auxiliary blast doors. Your targets are the PDF barracks and the command center in the upper hive. Paralyze their command grid, and once that's done, start looting anything of value up there. Tau buddy, you're right, and myself will launch a frontal assault on the main gates. We will create the illusion that the main force is pushing hard down the middle for a full-scale breakthrough. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every single one of them. This way, the mere 15,000 local enforcers and PDF troops left in the hive will be splintered and misdirected, completely unable to form an effective encirclement. You are all carrying heavy-duty material reclaimers. We have only one objective, everything that can be converted into Imperial coins. The higher the value, the better. Paul's voice suddenly hardened. Don't focus on killing. When there are no enemies around, prioritizing supply requisition is an absolute must. Every ton of ore, every machine tool, every slab of refined plasteel, these are the foundation of Crimson Dawn's future. The mineshaft fell silent. Only the low thrum of their power armor's servomotors could be heard. I will reiterate this one last time, Paul said, taking a deep breath. We are Imperial Astartes. We are the 8 champions. We are the Emperor's Angels of Death. Our operation today is to requisition supplies by the decree of the Emperor to support the Great Crusade. If anyone asks, tell them to take it up with the Departamento Munitorum on Holy Terra. Make sure you shout the slogans loud and clear, and Project Absolute, overwhelming authority. Understood. The 7 men simultaneously raised their hands, slamming their fists against their chest plates. Understood. Move out. Chapter 141, Chapter 140, In the Name of the Emperor, 1. Aurelian Standard Time, 5:10. 2 kilometers outside the main blast doors of Sycamore Hive, a fine drizzle fell continuously. Paul knelt on one knee in the mud. The surface of his dark gray Mark 6 power armor was beaded with water, the World Eater's crest on his chest plate reflecting a bloody sheen in the rain. The observation scope in his hand was an Artificer Periscopic Multispectral Reconnaissance Scope, exchanged from the store, valued at 3,000 Imperial coins. Sycamore population base, 284 million. Number of ore veins, 17 primary veins, 29 secondary veins. He muttered the data under his breath, his deliberately tuned synthesized mechanical voice sounding exceptionally clear in the rain. Beside him, Tau Buddy your right, half crouched behind cover. His Alpha Legion grey-blue power armor had its optical camouflage engaged, almost completely blending into the surrounding concrete ruins. Only the switchable dual-layered serpent scale insignia on his pauldron occasionally reflected a faint glimmer when struck by raindrops. Hive Garrison Establishment, Paul continued. Merchant Guild Local Enforcers, 10,400 personnel. Standard Equipment, Hisman Pattern Loss Rifles and Hisman Pattern Flak Armor. PDF Troops, 5,200 personnel. Mixed Equipment, with 2/3 using outdated solid slug firearms. He paused, the crosshairs of his observation scope locking onto the defenses above the main blast doors. 4 twin-linked heavy bolter turrets. Barrel length 1.5 meters, rate of fire 320 rounds per minute, armor-piercing payload. He shifted the scope's lens. 2 single-barrel heavy loss cannons. Maximum output 180 megajoules per second, charge time 3.7 seconds. The lens continued to sweep across the structure. Firing ports equipped with hydraulic ballistic shutters. Approximately 20 centimeters thick, composite ceramite plating. Motorized opening and closing systems, estimated response time of 0.5 seconds. Paul paused again, adding, there are also concealed pillboxes on both sides behind the gate. Judging by the thermal dissipation patterns from the ventilation shafts, they're hiding at least 6 heavy stubbers or autocannons. Tau Buddy your right, crouched in front of another shattered window. A neutral, voice changer processed voice emanated from beneath his visor. This firepower configuration is enough to turn a Mark IV power armor without an active energy shield into a sieve within 10 seconds. It could even severely damage the frontal armor of an Armiger-class knight. Paul lowered the binoculars, his dark golden pupils contracting slightly behind his visor. The wisdom trait deployed silently. Pale golden psychic ripples radiated outward from him, piercing through the curtain of rain and washing over the main blast doors. Within his perception, there were at least 200 life signatures behind that massive gate. 37 of them possessed robust and powerful heartbeats, enforcer sergeants who had undergone basic augmentations. The vast majority of the rest belonged to able-bodied ordinary soldiers. The garrison commander is no fool, Paul deduced. To maintain the main gate's defenses at this level. He recalled the corrupt PDF commanders from Kent Hive during the Adela era, men who couldn't even figure out how many soldiers they had under their command. It seems the governor of Sycamore Hive is much more competent than Adela. Tau Buddy your right, tilted his head up slightly. Paul, are we still attacking the main gate according to the original plan? Even if we are Astartes, a frontal assault against this kind of choke point will cost us. Paul did not answer immediately. He pulled up the holographic structural map of Sycamore Hive. Both the previous intel and this holographic schematic were information transmitted back by Deep Sea. On the map, the main blast doors were marked as a primary defense node. Deep within the hive, at the border between the underhive and the lower hive, there was a passage marked with a dotted red line. Beside it was an annotation, Old Drainage System Maintenance Tunnel. Diameter, 10.5 meters. Leads directly to Underhive Mining District 9. Partially collapsed, but the main thoroughfare remains passable. Previously used by gangs for smuggling contraband. Sealed off 3 years ago due to mutant beast incursions. Paul tapped his finger on that tunnel. No rush, his voice carried through the sound of the rain, laced with patience. We wait for Taxbro and the others to infiltrate the inner city through the sewers provided by Deep Sea and kick up a fuss. When that happens, the garrison's attention will be drawn to the disturbance in the lower hive. The focus on the main gates will be diverted. He turned to look at Tau Buddy your right. Furthermore, I am going to show the garrison here what the power of a Storm-tier Psyker combined with a champion Astartes truly looks like. Tau Buddy your right, helmet tilted slightly to the side. Understood. So should I just hang back later and act as your hype man? Paul chuckled. Whatever works for you, assuming you don't want to field test that new strength you just acquired. The two waited quietly inside the abandoned outpost. The rain poured down heavier. Time ticked by minute, second by second. Paul kept his eyes closed, but his wisdom trait remained active. He could perceive everything. The left-wing squad composed of Taxbro, White Scars, G-Bro, and Have You Been Loyal Today, had already slipped silently into the depths of the underhive through that old drainage tunnel. Their life signatures moved through the darkness of the hive's absolute bottom like 4 burning stars in Paul's vision. On the right wing, Don't Ask Me My Orky Senses Tell Me It'll Work, and Execute Oldman the War Criminal, were lying in wait inside a rocky crevice 3 kilometers outside the hive's right auxiliary blast doors, like 2 hunters quietly waiting for their prey. Sycamore Hive, Underhive Mining District 9. The environment here was even more wretched than the underhive of Kent Hive. The air was thick with the pungent stench of chemical waste, intermingled with the foul odor of rotting corpses. The ground was a viscous slurry of oil slicks and unidentifiable liquids that squelched with every step. Pipes and heavy cables hung from the ceiling like jungle vines, some of them still hissing as they leaked coolant and high-pressure steam. Taxbro stepped into a puddle of dark green sewage, the boots of his Mark IV power armor sinking a full 10 centimeters into the muck. Holy shit, he cursed softly over the regional comms channel. This place is even worse than Kent Hive's Underhive. That bastard Adela at least sent people down occasionally to clear out the corpses. White Scars crouched to the side, his white power armor exceptionally conspicuous under the dim Underhive illumination. He used the tip of his power tulwar to pick up half of a rotting arm. Judging by the uniform, it belonged to some unlucky worker. Time of death, no more than 3 days. White Scars' voice, filtered through his voice changer, carried the cold, mechanical detachment of a cogitator. There are bite marks around the severed end. Dental analysis indicates teeth belonging to some kind of mutant beast. G-Bro was scanning the surrounding environment. His power armor helmet, integrated with a multispectral auspex, was currently displaying the airborne toxin concentrations. Hydrogen sulfide levels exceed safety margins by 400 times. Methane exceeds it by 220 times. Trace amounts of cyanide gas, but the presence is constant. An ordinary human without a rebreather would fall unconscious in 3 minutes and die within 10. Have you been loyal today? Hefted his twin-linked heavy bolter onto his shoulder. Stop analyzing and find the elevator. Our mission is to cause chaos and loot, not to conduct an environmental survey. Taxbro nodded, pulling up the map of the Underhive. The holographic projection unfolded in his visor's HUD, marking the location of the nearest heavy lift elevator. The linear distance was 1,300 meters, but they would have to navigate through 3 corridors choked with discarded machinery to reach it. Let's move. The Imperial Fists Astartes took the lead, his bright yellow armor acting like a moving beacon in the oppressive gloom. The 4 suits of power armor advanced through the cramped passages of the Underhive. They deliberately muffled their footsteps, but the low hum of their power armor's servomotors still echoed through the labyrinth of pipes. 2 minutes later, they encountered their first group of living humans. They weren't guards, but a cluster of Underhive residents huddled together at a corner intersection. There were about 20 of them, men, women, children, and the elderly, wrapped in tattered rags, their bodies covered in grime and festering sores. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of 4 towering giants, these people were so terrified they couldn't even scream. They simply huddled closer together, trembling uncontrollably, their eyes as dead and hollow as livestock waiting for the slaughter. Taxbro paused his steps. Beneath his visor, his brow furrowed. Even though he knew exactly what the bottom levels of a hive city looked like, seeing it with his own eyes always made his chest feel tight. Keep moving, White Scars' voice chimed in. Mission priority. Taxbro took a deep breath. His power armor's air filtration system scrubbed away the vast majority of the stench. He resumed his march, stepping past the huddled Underhivers. Those people didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at them. 200 meters later, they arrived at the elevator platform. It was an antiquated freight elevator. Its thick steel cables were heavily rusted, and most of the indicator lights on its control console were dead. The platform itself was roughly 30 square meters, more than large enough to accommodate 4 suits of power armor. Checking cable load capacity, Taxbro said. He crouched down, gripping one of the thick cables with his armored gauntlet and applying a slight amount of force. Screech. A grating sound of protesting metal echoed out as flakes of rust showered down. Maximum load capacity, roughly 15 tons. Taxbro stood back up. The 4 of us, plus our gear, weigh in at about 12 tons. It's barely enough. But if the cables snap while we're climbing. G-Bro had already stepped up to the control console, attempting to see if he could restore power to the elevator. 3 seconds later, the indicator lights on the panel flickered to life one after another, only to slowly dim and die out entirely. The control system is completely shot. The logic engines are too degraded, G-Bro reported. Looks like we're climbing up ourselves. Brace yourselves for a cable snap. The 4 Astartes began their ascent. Fortunately, their physical attributes had increased astronomically. For them, this level of physical exertion was absolutely trivial. They scaled through the pitch-black vertical shaft of the Underhive, climbing steadily toward the lower hive. 3 minutes later, the 4 hauled themselves out of the elevator shaft and into the lower hive. The instant they pulled themselves up, 30 Loss rifle muzzles were leveled squarely at them. Who goes there? A voice roared from the opposite end of the corridor. Chapter 142, Chapter 141, In the Name of the Emperor, 2, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 500 power stones. It was a squad of Hisman Merchant Guild local enforcers, numbering around 30 men. They wore gray uniforms with purple and gold trim and gripped standard-issue Loss rifles. The squad leader, a scarred, middle-aged sergeant, initially assumed it was just another gang of blind, desperate Underhive scum trying to crawl up and steal something. But when the beams of their Loss sights illuminated the 4 figures rising from the elevator shaft, his pupils shrank to pinpricks. What were those? 4 colossal figures. 4 suits of power armor, each with wildly differing aesthetics and adorned with ridiculously ostentatious decorations. Each one was toweringly huge, far beyond the proportions of any normal human. Their pauldrons were broad enough to shatter walls, and the gleaming metallic ornaments fixed atop their helmets. What the hell were those? Things stacked 3 layers high and sparkling. Before the sergeant's brain could fully process the sight, his body moved instinctively, a reflex honed from years of fighting mutant beasts down in the Underhive. He pulled the trigger. A crimson loss beam shot out, striking the chest plate of the leading, bright yellow power armor dead center. Crack! The energy beam exploded against the ceramite surface in a shower of sparks, and then, nothing. It didn't even leave a scorch mark. Taxbro lowered his head, glancing at the negligible, microscopic scorch mark on his chest plate, before slowly raising his head back up. The voice that boomed from his helmet's external voxcasters carried a deep, resonant, and overwhelming authority. You dare fire upon the angels of death of the Emperor. His right hand gripped the hilt of the chain's word at his waist. His thumb pressed the activation stud. VRMMO. The serrated blade spun to life with manic ferocity, the chainsaw teeth shrieking as they tore through the air at 5,000 revolutions per minute. In the name of the Emperor, I sentence you. Taxbro took a single step forward, the sheer weight of his power armor causing the metal platform to groan under the immense stress. To death. The instant the words left his mouth, he moved. The Imperial Fist's Astartes moved at a speed that completely defied the limits of human visual perception. He crossed the 30-meter distance in a mere 0.7 seconds. The chain's word swept in a horizontal arc. The first soldier was bisected at the waist. Viscera and blood erupted outward, painting a gruesome, abstract masterpiece across the corridor walls. The second soldier desperately tried to raise his rifle, but the revving teeth had already cloven through his helmet, pureeing the skull within. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Taxbro was a threshing machine plowing through a field of wheat. Wherever he passed, he left behind nothing but severed limbs and spraying fountains of gore. His combat style perfectly embodied the ethos of the Imperial Fists, simple and direct. There was not a single wasted motion, every swing of his blade was calculated for maximum carnage. At the exact same moment, White Scars made his move. The White Scars Astartes was even faster, a literal bolt of white lightning. He drew his power tulwar. The disruption field along the blade flared to life, the spectral blue energy carving a blinding, gorgeous trail through the gloom. His targets were the soldiers attempting to flank them. The tulwar flashed, and 3 heads flew into the air simultaneously, their severed stumps as perfectly smooth as if sliced by a high-intensity laser. G-Bro raised his bolter, displaying the legendary marksmanship of the Ultramarines to its absolute fullest. Tum. 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 For short, deafening barks echoed out, and 4 soldiers hiding behind cover had their heads violently detonated. Not a single shot missed. Have you been loyal today, opted for the most brutally straightforward approach? He hefted his twin-linked heavy bolter, aiming it squarely at the second wave of guards rallying at the far end of the corridor. He pulled the trigger. Boom. 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 4 massive, large-caliber mass-reactive bolts ripped down the hall in rapid succession, each one detonating right in the center of the dense crowd. Flesh and bone tore through the air. Severed limbs rained down. The 30-man enforcer squad was completely wiped out in less than 15 seconds. The corridor was flooded with the heavy, coppery stench of blood and the sickening smell of ruptured bowels. Taxbro flicked the gore off the revving teeth of his chain's word, his expression beneath the visor perfectly calm. This was nothing to him anymore. During the Kent Hive purge operations, the number of gangers and corrupt officials he had personally hacked to death was dozens of times this amount. Notify Paul and the others on the regional channel to start the op, he said, turning to G-Bro. The Ultramarines Astartes behind him nodded. Paul, the operation is a go. Paul's eyes snapped open. They've started. He stood up. The servomotors of his dark gray power armor engaged simultaneously, the joints emitting a faint, hissing purr. Tau Buddy You're Right also rose from his crouch position, his Alpha Legion gray-blue armor almost entirely blending into the backdrop of the rainy night. Move out. The 2 warriors burst out of their observation post, sprinting through the rain straight for the main blast doors. What does a full-speed sprint from an Astartes look like? 40 meters per second. They devoured the 5-kilometer distance in a mere 2 minutes and 5 seconds. By the time they were within 300 meters of the main gates, the garrison behind the blast doors had devolved into total chaos. Panicked screams poured out of the voxcasters. Underhive District 9 is under attack. 4 giants. Power armor. They've butchered the 3rd Enforcer squad. They're massacring everyone. Our 369th regiment of nearly 1,000 men has been routed. Requesting reinforcements. I repeat, requesting reinforcements. Inside the main gate checkpoint, the garrison commander, Captain Cycle, was livid, his face drained of blood. He was a 40-year-old veteran who had served in the Hisman Merchant Guild's local enforcers for 22 years. He had survived 3 hive riots and 2 mutant beast incursions. But words like giants and power armor, he had only ever seen those in the propaganda pamphlets distributed by the guild. According to the literature, the Emperor's Angels of Death, the warriors of the Adeptus Astartes, stood over 2.5 meters tall, were completely invulnerable power armor, and could shatter an entire company single-handedly. But those were just myths. At least here on Aurelian 4, there hadn't been an Astartes planetfall in the past 80 years. Aside from that battle 80 years ago, of course, but he hadn't even been a zygote back then. As for the recent crusade against the heretics, he was lucky enough not to have been drafted for the meat grinder. Captain. What do we do? His adjutant's voice was trembling violently. The boys in the underhive are saying, those 4 giants have already slaughtered hundreds of men. They're pushing rapidly into the lower hive manufactorums and the mid-hive warehouse districts. Cycle gritted his teeth so hard his jaw ached. He only had 200 men at his disposal to hold the main blast doors, a priority 1 defense node. If he redirected troops to the lower hive. Right at that moment, a soldier in the observation post shrieked in terror. Captain. Outside. Outside the main gates. There are 2 more giants. Cycle practically hurled himself at the observation port. Through the rainy night, 2 towering figures hurtled toward them from the distance. They were moving too fast, so fast that human eyes could only track their blurred afterimages. But the livery on one of them, gray-blue. And that insignia. Cycle's heart seized in his chest. He had seen that exact emblem in the guild's propaganda pamphlets. That was the Alpha Legion. He mumbled in utter disbelief. The other figure's livery was even more terrifying. It was dark gray, and its chest plate bore an insignia he had never seen before but instinctively feared, a roaring, monstrous hound's head. Open fire. Cycle screamed his orders, his voice cracking with panic. All turrets. Open fire. Stop them. The order was relayed. On the lintel above the main blast doors, the ballistic shutters of the 4 twin-linked heavy bolter turrets slid open in perfect synchrony. The barrels depressed, the targeting cogitators instantly locking onto their prey. Inside the firing ports, the barrels of the 6 concealed heavy stubbers thrust forward. Boom 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 boom. The deafening roar of the heavy weapons merged into a single, continuous thunder. At a rate of 320 rounds per minute, they unleashed a storm of munitions as thick as the falling rain. The 2 heavy Los cannons began their charging cycles, their muzzles flaring with a blinding red incandescence. But they were too late. In the exact instant the turrets opened fire, Paul and, Tau Buddy you're right, had already closed the gap to a mere 50 meters from the blast doors. Tau Buddy, get behind me. Goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, Glory to the Emperor. Paul let out a low shout, coming to a dead halt. The instant his dark gray power armor stopped, he raised both hands. VRMMO. Storm-tier psychic power erupted with a deafening roar. Pale golden psychic ripples exploded outward from him, instantly vaporizing the falling raindrops into a fine mist. Deep within Paul's pupils, the geometric patterns of the 5 great traits spun wildly. The wisdom trait was fully deployed, tracking the trajectory of every incoming bolt or shell. The pioneering trait guided the psychic energy, constructing a defense in the most efficient manner possible. Then, the compassion trait activated. An emerald green light, representing the very essence of life, surged from his eyes and merged into his surrounding psychic field. A psychic barrier expanded around him, enveloping both himself and, Tau Buddy you're right. It was a telekine dome. The psychic energy materialized into a tangible barrier, constructing a protective shield shaped like a dome. Immediately after, the power of the compassion trait was injected into it. The white membrane was instantly dyed emerald green. Its thickness tripled, and geometric patterns surfaced across its exterior. The first bolter shell then struck the shield. Boom. The explosive flash bloomed across the shield's surface, sending a shockwave rippling outward, but the shield itself didn't even tremble. The second shell, the third, the fourth. A torrential downpour of munitions rained down, hammering the emerald psychic shield and erupting into countless clusters of fire. Ripples cascaded across the shield's surface, but not a single mass-reactive shell could penetrate it. Inside the checkpoint, Captain Cycle stared in absolute, slack-jawed horror. What in the Emperor's name is that? He had never seen anything like it. A psyker. But shouldn't a psyker's kind shield be pale blue or purple? An emerald green psychic shield, he had never even heard of such a thing. And the sheer resilience of that shield. A heavy bolter's armor-piercing payload could punch straight through the frontal glacis of a Lehman Russ battle tank, yet it couldn't shatter the thin green membrane of light. Right at that moment, the two heavy loss cannons finished their charging cycles. ZZZZZZT. Two searing crimson beams of high-energy lasers shot out, striking the shield dead on. An output of 180 megajoules per second was more than enough to melt through 30 centimeters of ceramite plating in 0.3 seconds. But against the emerald green shield. Sizzle. Hiss. The laser and psychic energy clashed violently, emitting an ear-piercing shriek. The shield's surface bowed inward slightly under the intense heat, and the emerald light began to fluctuate. But barely a second later, the power of the compassion trait surged anew. The minor structural damage was instantly repaired. Paul stood amidst the hail of gunfire, his expression perfectly calm beneath his visor. He raised his right hand, splaying his 5 fingers, and aimed them squarely at the turrets mounted on the main gate's lintel. My turn. Spiral power surged through his right arm. Pale golden patterns surfaced beneath the gauntlet of his power armor, instantly boosting the armor's performance output by 22%. Paul bent his knees slightly, and then... boom. A shallow crater exploded in the ground beneath him. His body launched skyward like a fired artillery shell, his 3-meter-tall armored frame carving a nearly vertical trajectory through the rain. In half a second, he leaped onto the 40-meter-high lintel. He clenched his right hand into a fist. Across the surface of his gauntlet, the patterns of spiral power fully manifested, the pale golden light burning like a raging fire in the rain. Shatter. He threw a single punch. Target, the first twin-linked heavy bolter turret. The instant his fist connected with the ceramite base of the turret. Crunch. A deafening screech of tearing metal erupted. The entire turret was violently sheared straight off its mounting by the sheer force of the blow. The massive metal construct tumbled through the air, smashed heavily against the hive's outer wall, and crashed to the ground below. Paul didn't pause for breath. He spun around, channeling spiral power from his left hand into his chain axe. Golden light wreathed the weapon as he swung it in a vicious arc VRMMO. The revving teeth bit into the barrel mount of the second turret, cleaving through the ceramite as easily as a hot knife through butter. The top half of the turret sheared off and slid to the ground. The heavy loss cannon of the third turret desperately tried to swivel and lock onto him, but Paul had already bounded onto its roof. He raised his right foot and brought the heavy boot of his power armor stomping down with bone-crushing force. Crack. The turret's optic lenses and targeting logic engines were pulverized into scrap. The gunners manning the fourth turret finally recovered from their shock and frantically tried to swivel the guns to fire. But Paul had already drawn the bolt pistol at his waist. Tum. 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 3 precise burst shots accurately blew apart the turret's ammo feed system and power conduits. The turret was silenced. At the same time, Tau buddy, you're right, wasn't idle either. The Alpha Legion Astartes leveled his bolter, methodically blowing apart the remaining 3 pillbox turrets one by one, before calling roll on the gunners manning the heavy stubbers in the firing ports. His shooting style was surgically precise. Every single mass-reactive bolt threaded perfectly through the narrow firing slits, detonating violently inside the pillboxes. Amidst a series of muffled booms, thick black smoke billowed from the firing ports. 10 seconds. From the moment Paul launched himself into the air, to the total neutralization of all 6 turrets, it took exactly 10 seconds. The primary defense nodes along the main gate's lintel were completely annihilated. Paul dropped down from the lintel, landing with a heavy, concussive thud. He and, Tau buddy, you're right, exchanged a brief glance before sprinting simultaneously toward the main blast doors. Inside the checkpoint, Captain Cycle finally snapped out of his paralyzing shock. Close the gates. Initiate emergency lockdown procedures. Move. But it was too late. Paul and, Tau buddy, you're right, were already standing right in front of the colossal alloy doors. In perfect unison, the two retrieved 5 meltabombs each from their storage compartments. These were standard-issue ordnance purchased from the system store, equipped with magnetic adhesion bases. Clack. 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 10 meltabombs were magnetically clamped directly onto the main gate's hydraulic locking mechanisms. Paul and, Tau buddy, you're right, immediately turned tail and sprinted toward the scattered wreckage of the ruined turrets. They reached a safe distance with blinding speed. Tau buddy, you're right, retrieved the heavy-duty material reclaimer from his storage compartment. He flicked the activation switch, and a pale blue scanning beam shot out from the device's emitter. The beam swept over the wreckage of the first turret Paul had punched off the wall. Beep. Standard energetic materials detected. Heavy bolter turret wreckage. Estimated value, 5,000 Imperial coins. Proceed with conversion. Tau buddy, you're right, S face twitched violently beneath his visor. Holy shit, that's practically nothing. He couldn't help but complain. An intact turret dismantled for parts would sell for at least 10,000 Imperial coins. We beat this thing into scrap, and it's only worth 5 grand. We're taking a massive loss here, Paul. Paul chuckled, crouching down to pick up a palm-sized shard of ceramite. Standard procedure. Imperial coin conversion valuation is based on the net weight of usable materials and overall structural integrity. We basically smashed these turrets into literal junk. 5 grand is actually a generous appraisal. He pointed toward the interior of the main gate. Don't sweat the small change out here. The warehouses inside are the real prize. Finish reclaiming this, and then we'll link up with Tax Bro and the others. Tau buddy, you're right, nodded and pressed the conversion confirmation button. The pale blue scanning beam solidified into a tangible tractor field, enveloping the turret wreckage. With a brief flash of light, the wreckage vanished. Tau buddy, you're right, personal account balance increased by 5,000 Imperial coins. Next. Tau buddy, you're right, swiftly reclaimed the wreckage of the other 5 turrets. Paul then pulled out a crude detonator, pressing his thumb against the red firing stud. Art is an explosion, he muttered softly. The next second. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion ripped the rainy night apart. 10 meltabombs detonated simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying wave of thermal and kinetic energy in an instant. The hydraulic locking mechanisms of the main gates were instantly vaporized. The colossal alloy doors buckled inward, twisting grotesquely under the shockwave, before finally collapsing inward with a deafening crash. Inside the checkpoint, Captain Cycle and over 50 of his soldiers were hurled violently through the air by the blast wave, smashing brutally against the reinforced walls. The sickening crunch of shattering bones echoed in a morbid chorus. Agonized screams and blaring klaxons merged into a chaotic cacophony. As the smoke and dust began to settle, Cycle struggled to push himself off the floor. One of his arms was bent at a grotesque angle, a severe compound fracture. But he ignored the agonizing pain, his eyes locked desperately on the ruined remains of the main gates. There, emerging through the billowing smoke, 2 towering figures were slowly walking in. Leading the way was the dark gray power armor, the monstrous hound insignia on his chest plate seemingly snarling amidst the flickering flames. He stopped in front of the shattered window of the checkpoint. His visor retracted, revealing a pair of dark golden eyes. Those eyes stared down at Cycle with absolute calm, as if looking at a mere insect. Then, Paul spoke. His voice, projected through his armor's external voxcasters, carried an oppressive, suffocating authority. All mineral and industrial resources within this hive city have been requisitioned by the Imperial legions for the Great Crusade. All who resist shall be branded as traitors to the Imperium. He paused before adding, glory to the Emperor. With that, he turned away from Cycle without another glance and strode past the ruined main gates. Tau buddy, you're right, followed close behind. As he passed the window, he casually slapped the forged metal notice plate against the wall. He secured it with a melter rivet. Cycle stared blankly at their retreating backs as they disappeared into the hive, then looked at the metal plate welded to the wall. Only one thought remained in his mind. It's over. Sycamore Hive is finished. Chapter 144, Chapter 143, Does the glory of His Majesty the Emperor's Great Crusade rely on robbing his own people? Aurelian Standard Time, 3 hours and 47 minutes after the commencement of the requisition operation. Sycamore Hive, Upper Hive Governor's Palace. The circular conference hall on the top floor of the 400-meter-tall spire was packed to the brim. Hive nobles, bureaucrats of all ranks, mechanicus tech priests, and merchant guild directors, over 200 people had gathered here. Warehouse District 6 confirmed lost. Garrison casualty report, 2,437 Kia. The number of critically wounded is too high to calculate. All smelting furnaces in Refinery 7 have been dismantled. They even ripped out the control consoles. The conveyor belts in Mining District 10 have been entirely severed. The belts just straight up vanished. The bad news flooded into the conference hall like a torrential downpour. With every report, Governor Bohar Hisman's face turned a shade paler. The 60-year-old governor, a distant relative of the main Hisman branch, had managed Sycamore Hive for 29 years. He fancied himself a man who had weathered every storm. Hive riots, gang wars, mining disasters, he had even survived the radioactive mutant beast incursion 5 years ago. But today, 8 giants who came out of absolutely nowhere. Bohar gripped the edge of the cherrywood table so hard his fingernails dug into the grain. 8 Astartes from different Imperial legions, warriors wearing triple-layered laurel wreaths, they came to my hive city, to rob us. The moment the word left his mouth, he felt the sheer absurdity of it. The Emperor's Angels of Death. Genetically forged superhuman warriors. The most devastating ground force in the entire galaxy. They came to a fringe mining world, not to suppress a rebellion, not to purge heresy, but just to steal raw ore, refine steel, machine tools, and smelting furnaces. What kind of sick, twisted joke was this? Was this some sort of warp sorcery conjured by heretics? Lord Governor, Mugos Saya Kane, the ranking tech priest stationed in Sycamore Hive, spoke up. The Mugos possessed a moderate degree of cybernetic augmentation. He retained an intact human head and upper torso, but his lower half had been replaced by bipedal mechanical legs, and his right arm was a multi-jointed data probe. His synthesized voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. Based on an analysis of the transmitted visual records, the intruders have been confirmed as warriors of the Adeptus Astartes. He pulled up a holographic projection. The footage was blurry, a series of afterimages captured by a servo skull during an intense firefight. But it was clear enough to make out a suit of bright yellow power armor, the Roman numeral 7 etched onto its pauldron. Atop its helmet rested a triple-layered laurel wreath, the topmost imperial laurel reflecting a blinding golden light amidst the explosions. Imperial fists, Seiya intoned. Combat style analysis, staunch, defensive advance. Chain's word application aligns perfectly with the tactical doctrines of the 7th Legion. The footage switched. A white blur tore across the screen, a disruption tulwar carving a sapphire arc of light as 3 soldiers were decapitated simultaneously. White scars. Peak movement speed clocked at 42 meters per second, consistent with the combat doctrines of the 5th Legion. The third clip showed a suit of deep blue power armor standing behind cover, its bolter firing in rapid, precise bursts. 7 shots, 7 exploded heads. Ultramarines. Marksmanship accuracy at 98.7%, perfectly matching the combat dogma of the 13th Legion's Ultramarines. The fourth clip, the 5th, the 6th. The pale gray of the Sons of Horus, the wolf gray of the Space Wolves, the matte black of the Raven Guard, and finally, the footage captured by the main gate security feed. Dark gray power armor, a World Eater's insignia on the chest, shattering a heavy bolter turret with a single punch. The identity of the 8th intruder is questionable, Muggo Seiya's mechanical eyes flickered. The livery matches the standard colors of the Warhound's Legion, and the heraldry is correct. However, no distinct berserker traits were observed in the combat logs. He paused. Furthermore, this unit exhibited psychic powers. A collective gasp echoed through the conference hall. A psychic Astartes. Could it be the Thousand Sons? But the Thousand Sons livery was crimson. Could they be imposters? A noble asked, his voice trembling. Imposters. Bohar sneered, pointing furiously at the close-ups of the triple-layered laurel wreaths on the projection. Do you have any idea what those laurels represent? He stood up, his voice shaking with rage. The Legion laurel requires a warrior to be an exceptional paragon within their entire legion. The victor's laurel is only awarded by a premarch for securing victory in at least 3 major campaigns. And the Imperial laurel? Bohar's voice dropped, tinged with a terror bordering on reverence. Requires a nomination from a premarch and a rigorous review by the Departamento Munitorum on Terra, confirming their unparalleled and irreplaceable contributions to the Holy Emperor and the Great Crusade. Across the entire galaxy, the number of Astartes qualified to wear an Imperial laurel can be counted on 2 hands. And now, 8 of these champion warriors banded together to come here and steal our ore. What the hell do they even want? If they melted those laurels down and sold them, they'd be worth more than the damn rocks. The conference hall plunged into dead silence. Everyone understood the sheer absurdity of the governor's words. It was like the emperor himself leading the custodes down into the underhive of the city of the Holy Anthem just to rob someone of their damned corpse starch. It made absolutely zero logical sense. But the facts were playing out right before their eyes. Lord Governor. A lieutenant of the local enforcers, drenched in blood, burst into the conference hall. He had lost his helmet, and a deep gash, exposing bone, ran across his face. They stuck this in the central warehouse district. He shakily raised a metal plate. Muggo Seiya's mechadendrite snatched it and scanned it. The holographic projection enlarged the image. Etched into the metal plate in High Gothic were 3 lines of text. This material has been requisitioned by the Imperial Legions for the Great Crusade. For inquiries, please contact the Departamento Munitorum, Bureau of Logistics, Archive Classification, Alpha 976 M30-007. Glory to the Emperor. Stamped below it was the official seal of the Departamento Munitorum, exquisitely forged. The Departamento Munitorum. Bohar stared at the seal and suddenly started laughing. The laughter started soft, then grew louder and louder, until it finally morphed into a manic, unhinged roar. The Departamento Munitorum. Ha ha ha. The Departamento Munitorum. He violently flipped the table in front of him, sending wine glasses, data slates, and ornaments crashing to the floor. 90% of every ton of ore we produce goes to Terra as the Imperial tithe. We only get to keep 10% to keep this hive running. And now the Munitorum sends people to rob us of that 10%. And they sent 8 fucking champion Astartes to do it personally. He grabbed a crystal goblet and hurled it against the wall, shattering it into 1,000,000 pieces. What is the meaning of this? Is the Imperium's left hand robbing its right hand? Have the High Lords of Terra gone so mad from poverty that they've resorted to stealing the very pants off their own subjects? Lord Governor. A merchant guild director in a purple and gold robe stammered. What do we do now? The tithe. I know about the tithe. Bohar roared, cutting him off and spitting in his face. The annual tithe collection is in 3 months. Without these minerals, what are we going to pay it with? Your head. But those Astartes said. The director's voice grew smaller and smaller. Said it was an Imperial Legion requisition. Bullshit. Bohar slammed his palm onto the desk, instantly cracking the solid wood. Requisition. Is this how they fucking requisition things? He stood up, his corpulent body trembling with fury. Lord Governor, please calm down. Calm down my ass. Bohar glared at Mugos Saya with bloodshot eyes. Contact the City of the Holy Anthem. Contact Patriarch Akil, contact Lord Akis. Contact the 9th Legion. Didn't Lord Sanguinius just arrive? Ask him if this is some new Imperial policy. If it is. He ground his teeth together. Then we will ask Holy Terra. We will ask the Emperor himself. We will ask if the glory of the Great Crusade is sustained by robbing his own people. Goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 145, Chapter 144, Void Fleet. Aurelian Standard Time, 9:20. Deep in the wasteland, 170 kilometers away from Sycamore Hive, a Rhino armored personnel carrier bearing the Warhound's insignia was tearing across the landscape at full speed. 7 suits of power armor sat in the rear troop compartment. It was completely silent, no one spoke. Only the roar of the engine filled the air. Taxbro sat in the driver's seat. His bright yellow Imperial Fist's armor lay discarded beside him, looking somewhat dull in the dim cabin lighting. He drove with one hand on the steering wheel, his other hand holding a cigarette burned down to the filter. In the back, White Scars sat with his eyes closed. His pristine white armor was splattered with flecks of dark red blood. Most of it had already congealed, forming ugly, crusted patches across the ceramite surface. G-Bro was slowly and meticulously cleaning the barrel of his bolter with a wiping cloth. Have you been loyal today? Leaned against the bulkhead. There was a deep gouge across the chest plate of his pale gray Sons of Horus armor, the handiwork of a Sentinel Walker's meltacutter. The Mechanicus and the defense forces of Sycamore Hive actually had some bite to them. Don't ask me, my orky senses tell me it'll work. Crouched in a corner, the wolf's head insignia on his pauldron smeared with someone's brain matter. Execute Oldman the war criminal. Matte black Raven Guard armor was the cleanest of the bunch, but the hand gripping his weapon was trembling slightly. Tau buddy, you're right, sat opposite Paul, his Alpha Legion gray blue armor having reverted to its base primer coat. Paul sat at the very back of the compartment. His World Eater-style dark gray power armor bore the most blood by far. The monstrous hound insignia on his chest plate was almost completely dyed crimson, and several pieces of mangled flesh hung from his pauldrons. He didn't bother cleaning it, he merely sat there in silence. His visor was raised, revealing dark golden eyes that gleamed faintly in the shadows. Brothers, Paul finally spoke, his voice projecting through his armor's external voxcasters. We have completed the Phase 1 objective. He pulled up the system interface. Sycamore Hive. Total requisition material value, 2.17 billion Imperial coins. Promethium raw ore accounts for 67%, refined plasteel for 19%, rare metals for 8%, and industrial machinery for 6%. Under normal circumstances, this figure would be enough to drive any player absolutely insane with joy. But the interior of the transport remained cloaked in silence. Taxbro finally flicked his cigarette butt out the window, his voice raspy. Paul, how many people did we kill? Paul remained silent for a few seconds. According to the tallies, over the course of 4 hours, 6,327 Sycamore Hive garrison troops were killed in action. Of those, the left-wing squad accounted for 1,140. The right-wing squad accounted for 1,893. Tau Buddy and I accounted for 3,294 in the frontal assault. He paused. Additionally, there were civilian casualties. Approximately 300. Almost entirely the result of the garrison forces firing blindly into the crowds. G-Bro stopped cleaning his barrel. White Scars opened his eyes. Have you been loyal today? Raised his head. His expression beneath the visor was unreadable, but his voice shook. 300 civilians. They just happened to be working in the warehouses, or running away down the corridors. Paul's voice was perfectly calm. I know. But our cover identities were Astartes. Angels of Death requisitioning supplies by decree of the Emperor. In the logic of the Astartes, anyone who impedes the mission, intentionally or otherwise, is an enemy. He looked at all of them. I know what you're all thinking. We come from another world. We received modern education. We know the value of human life. But I'm telling you right now, do not let this weigh on you. Not because the people we killed were evil, most of them were just ordinary soldiers following orders. And not because this is a game. From the very first day we arrived in this world, this stopped being a game. Paul's voice took on a chilling edge. This is the Warhammer 40k universe. We are at the tail end of the Great Crusade. In this universe, the number of humans who die every single day from war, famine, plagues, and Xenos incursions is measured in the billions. In this universe, when the Imperium launches a crusade and annihilates a non-compliant Xenos world, the slaughter of sentient life can easily exceed 10 billion. In this universe, when the Horus Heresy kicks off in 30 years, the scouring of Istvan III alone will see hundreds of thousands of loyalists executed. And the resulting Let the Galaxy Burn campaign and the Siege of Terra. The death toll will be in the trillions. He took a deep breath. We killed over 6,000 people and caught 300 civilians in the crossfire. Compared to the sheer scale of this universe, compared to the wars we are going to face in the future. Paul's dark golden irises burned brightly in the dim light of the cabin. The blood we spilled today is nothing but a light dusting of snow. The path Crimson Dawn must walk is the hardest path in the entire Warhammer universe. No, scratch that, it's the hardest path in any universe. We refuse to be the running dogs of chaos. We refuse to be the loyal lapdogs of the Imperium. And we certainly refuse to be the slaves of Xenos. We are carving out a third path. A path that belongs to all the working class. Paul's voice began to rise in volume. But to walk this path, we need power. We need resources, we need technology, and we need an armed force capable of standing against the legions, against chaos, and against all oppressors. The ore, machinery, and components we requisition today, when converted into Imperial coins, it is enough to fund the complete Space Marine augmentations for all 5,000 players. It is enough to purchase our very first Void fleet. It is enough to let us truly plant our feet on this world. He looked each and every one of them in the eye. So bury this pointless guilt. If you truly feel guilty, then remember every single drop of blood spilled today. Remember the eyes of those soldiers who died by our hands. And then, use that guilt as fuel to drive our revolution. Build a world where we don't have to resort to these methods to secure resources. Build a world where soldiers don't have to throw their lives away for corrupt bureaucrats. Build a world where labor truly earns dignity. The cabin remained silent, but the suffocating, oppressive atmosphere finally began to loosen its grip. Tax Bro lit another cigarette. He took a deep drag and blew out a thick cloud of smoke. Paul's right. Since we chose this path, we have to walk it to the very end. Think about the 98 million people in Kent Hive. Think about that kid, Hilovia. If we aren't ruthless, how the hell are we supposed to protect them? He chuckled dryly. Gotta hand it to you, Paul. You're sounding more and more like a real leader every day. Back in Sycamore, wearing that World Eater's skin, you were butchering people harder than anyone else. I honestly thought you'd hammered the butcher's nails into your own skull. Paul laughed too, a somewhat helpless sound. What else could I do? If you're gonna play the part, you gotta go all in. Those mad dogs from the World Eaters only know one way to fight, charge in and hack everything to pieces. I was worried if I didn't act the part convincingly enough, the great angel might see right through the disguise. A few low chuckles finally broke out in the cabin. Paul smiled. He knew his brothers had weathered the storm. And that was crucial. Because over the coming days, they were going to have to repeat today's bloody process, more than once. All right, Paul said, clapping his hands together. We have 4 days left and 12 more hive cities to visit. Sycamore was just the first stop, and it had the heaviest defenses. The garrisons at our subsequent targets will be progressively weaker, which means our efficiency will only go up. He pulled up the holographic map. Next stop, Molten Hive. 300 kilometers away. Estimated time of arrival, 2 hours. It's a mining hive controlled by the Aiton's Night House, stockpiling massive amounts of rare metals. Tax Bro slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the Rhino's engine roared in response. Move out. For Crimson Dawn. The 8 men shouted in unison, for Crimson Dawn. 8 p.m., the 5th day since the requisition operation began. Northern hemisphere of Aurelian 4, deep in the desolate wastelands. 4 hours remained until the Blood Angels officially completed their garrison deployment. Inside a deep sinkhole crater, the Rhino personnel carrier had been thoroughly doused in specialized, high-intensity promethium accelerant. Paul stood at the edge of the crater, a detonator in his hand. Behind him stood the 7 Astartes in silence, clad in Mark IV power armor so caked in gore and filth that their original liveries were completely unrecognizable. 5 days, Tax Bro broke the silence, his voice heavy with exhaustion. We hit 13 hive cities. Butchered at least 70,000 garrison troops. Looted an ungodly amount of supplies. I'm dead on my feet. White Scars nodded. Once we log off, I swear I'm sleeping for 3 days straight. G Bro smiled faintly. We're making Schrödinger Bro treat us to a feast. Paul looked at them, his dark golden eyes softening in the gloom of the night. You've all worked hard. The operation was flawless. 270 billion Imperial coins have already been deposited into the account. Over the next month, we can initiate the Astartes augmentation protocol for the entire player base. We can purchase Thunderhawk gunships and land raiders. We can. He paused. We can finally begin constructing Crimson Dawn's Void Fleet. The eyes of all 7 men lit up. Paul pressed the detonator switch. Whoosh. The detonator arced through the air and landed squarely on the Rhino. Boom. Flames instantly swallowed the vehicle. The madness, the slaughter, the disguises, and the sheer exhaustion of the past 5 days, it all burned away in the inferno. Paul turned around and looked at his brothers. Remember these 5 days. Remember what we did. I don't care how history judges our actions during these 5 days. I don't care if we are remembered as heroes or as bandits. But one thing will never change. His voice carried on the howling wasteland wind. We gave Crimson Dawn the strength to dictate its own future. The 7 men nodded solemnly. The flames raged fiercely behind them. The 8 figures vanished into the deepening twilight. Chapter 146, Chapter 145, Sanguinius ponders the enigma of 8 Astartes. At the same time, the Planetary Supreme Council Hall, City of the Holy Anthem. The atmosphere was even more suffocating than it had been 5 days ago. Akil Hisman's eyes were bloodshot to the point of looking completely red. He hadn't slept a wink in 5 days. Grieve Aitons's face was as dark as the bottom of a wok, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles popped. Garrison Conmo remained silent, but a bizarre, unnatural light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Muggos Akis Kane's single mechanical eye flashed furiously with red light. Cascades of data streamed across his visual interface. 13 hive cities, Akis's voice was freezing cold. Sycamore, Molten, Holmes, Marcus, Kelbier, Loren, Salva, Kanisa, Archie, Robert, Oliver, Dylan, and Bovacna. All completely ransacked. Total assessed losses, 200 million tons of raw promethium ore, 23 million tons of refined plasteel, 3 million tons of rare metals, 74,000 industrial machines, and countless spare parts. He paused, a rare surge of genuine emotion bleeding into his synthesized voice. He was utterly furious. Estimated total value, over 58 billion Aquila thrones. That kind of money is enough to buy 3 lunar-class cruisers. Bang. Grieve slammed his fist onto the conference table, cracking the solid wood. 58 billion. That is our entire planetary yield for the year. Without those resources, how the hell are we supposed to pay the tithe? You all know what happens when a world fails to pay the tithe. The Vindicare assassins of the Officio Assassinorum on Holy Terra will gladly teach us the meaning of consequence. Akis's icy voice cut through the panic. I asked Lord Sanguinius directly. He told me personally that the 9th Legion received absolutely no orders regarding a supply requisition operation on Aurelian 4. I even had a contact on Mars query the Departamento Munitorum. The response was that no such archive classification exists. Those so-called Imperial champions, those notice plates screaming, glory to the Emperor, it was all a fucking lie. Someone impersonated the legions. Someone robbed us blind. Akil, unable to control his trembling hands, asked furiously, the question is, who the hell was it? Who has the capability to perfectly mimic 8 Astartes from entirely different legions? Who has the power to sweep through 13 hive cities in 5 days and butcher over 150,000 garrison troops? Who has the logistics to haul away 58 billion thrones worth of supplies without leaving a single trace? A deathly silence fell over the conference room. After a long while, Garrison Conmo finally spoke. His voice was soft, laced with a bizarre calmness. Could it be another faction framing them? Like, say, those rats that just crawled out of the wasteland ruins. Akil scoffed in derision. Crimson Dawn. Those illiterate dirt grubbers. They haven't even finished organizing their own PDF yet. What are they supposed to use to impersonate Astartes? Besides, Kent Hive was hit too. Their reports show that their losses were just as severe as ours. Akis nodded. I reviewed Kent Hive's damage reports. There are unmistakable signs of heavy combat, and their warehouses were completely emptied. Even though I have a lingering feeling that something is off, the evidence clearly shows that they are victims as well. Grieve scratched his head in sheer frustration. Then who in the Emperor's name was it? No one could answer. The conference ended in this suffocating atmosphere. The leaders of the 4 major factions departed, their faces so dark they looked like thunderclouds ready to burst. What they didn't know was that the damage report from Kent Hive had been meticulously forged by Schrödinger Bro and over 800 players who had pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters. The battle damage was real. They genuinely blew up a few warehouses and engaged in actual firefights with the attackers. The only catch was that both sides of the firefight belonged to Crimson Dawn. The warehouses were genuinely emptied out as well, only the supplies weren't stolen, they were converted directly into Imperial coins. Inside a secret chamber on the top floor of the Kanmo Psyker dynasty's compound in the city of the Holy Anthem, Sak-Ken stood before a full-length mirror. Reflected in the glass was the pale, gloomy face of Garrison Kanmo. But Sak-Ken knew that was not his true self. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips touching the glass. Pale purple psychic energy, thrumming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and the restless agitation of change, surged from his fingertips. Ripples cascaded across the mirror's surface, and the reflection began to twist and reconstitute. A few seconds later, the figure in the mirror was no longer Garrison. Instead, it was a young man with black hair, gray eyes, and a shallow scar on the left side of his face. This was Sak-Ken's true appearance. "Iteos," Sak-Ken whispered to the mirror. The mirror rippled once more. The phantom projection of a massive, deep blue avian creature materialized. It possessed wings covered in both scales and feathers, an avian head, a humanoid torso, razor-sharp talons, and a psychic staff clutched in its grasp. A greater demon of Tsench, a lord of change, Iteos Raukaris. Sak-Ken, the greater demon's voice echoed directly within Sak-Ken's mind, laced with the knowledge-laden, seductive whispers unique to the Changer of Ways. "You seek me out. Are you finally ready to embrace the Changer of Ways?" Sak-Ken's mouth twitched. "Those Imperial champions robbing the hive cities, is that your handiwork? What is the Changer of Ways, plotting this time?" Iteos Raukaris let out a string of bizarre laughter, a sound like thousands of sentient beings whispering all at once. "What you see is but a single thread in the grand tapestry. All things are within the calculations of the Changer of Ways. Past, present, future, all possibilities, all variables." Sak-Ken's psychic energy suddenly erupted. "Speak plainly." The mirror trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. Iteos's laughter ceased. The greater demon tilted its avian head, as if deep in thought. "This matter was not orchestrated by the Changer of Ways. Nor is it the work of the warp. Perhaps it truly is just the sordid filth of the human Imperium itself. After all, Sak-Ken, you know the sins of the Imperium better than I. They destroyed your family, sent your kin onto the black ships, and reduced your homeland to a wasteland brimming with resentment." Sak-Ken's fingernails dug deeply into his palms until blood seeped out. "Abandon your stubbornness," Iteos's voice turned gentle, dripping with temptation. "Join us. It was the Changer of Ways who granted you a second life, allowing you to conceal your identity within the Kanmo Psyker dynasty, to gain power, to gain the hope of revenge. Join us, Sak-Ken. You will receive true knowledge, knowledge concerning the fundamental nature of psychic power, the secrets of the warp, and how to make those who destroyed your family pay the ultimate price." Sak-Ken's body began to tremble. Deep within his pupils, the pale purple light grew brighter and brighter. In the mirror, Iteos gradually revealed a smile, the sinister, chilling smile of a successful scheme. It would be soon. Though it could forcibly drag this soul into the embrace of the Changer of Ways. It knew that if this Gametier Psyker willingly surrendered himself to the Changer of Ways, the rewards it would reap from the Changer of Ways would far exceed what could be gained through coercion. This soul was on the verge of belonging to the Changer of Ways. Everything is within our grasp. It always has been. Bridge of the Red Tier. Sanguinius stood before the observation port, his pristine white wings resting naturally. His brow was tightly furrowed. His precognitive sight had been constantly issuing warnings for the past few days. But the warnings were agonizingly vague. He only saw fragmented visions. 8 towering figures clad in the power armor of different legions, their helmets crowned with resplendent laurels. They slaughtered and pillaged their way through hive cities. They nailed metal notice plates to walls. They shouted, "Glory to the Holy Emperor." Yet, whenever Sanguinius attempted to discern their faces or trace their origins, fog. Thick, impenetrable fog. "Father," as Kalen stepped up behind him and reported in a low voice. "The investigation teams have transmitted their preliminary reports. The combat traces in the 13 ransacked hive cities truly do match Astartes' tactical doctrines. The bolt casings left at the scenes, the scorch marks from energy weapons, the power armor footprints, all of them are standard issue. As for the Departamento Munitorum archive classifications on those notice plates, verification through the Adeptus Astra Telepathica confirms they genuinely exist." Sanguinius turned around, starlight swirling deep within his amber gold slit pupils. That they exist does not mean this operation is legitimate. What did the Munitorum have to say? As Kalen pulled up a data slate. The reply stated that the classification corresponds to a supply requisition order issued 3 years ago for a world in the Segmentum Obscurus. It has absolutely nothing to do with Aurelian 4. Sanguinius fell into absolute silence. Goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 147, Chapter 146, God of Hope and Change. Deep within the warp. There is no direction here. No time. Only an eternal, roiling ocean of emotion. In this realm of souls partitioned and fought over by the four chaos gods for untold eons, a blurry halo hovered quietly on the very fringes of the territory illuminated by Holy Terra's Astronomicon. The halo was roughly 300 kilometers in diameter. On the scale of the warp, it didn't even amount to a speck of dust. But upon closer inspection, the structure of this halo was extraordinarily intricate. Its outer layer was formed from continuously flowing, unaligned chaos energy, encasing the interior like an eggshell. This energy was deliberately sculpted to be indistinct, completely devoid of any characteristics associated with the domains of the ruinous powers. There were no blue runic patterns of Tsench, no blood-red flames of Khorne, no putrid green luminescence of Nurgle, and no beguiling purple hues of Slaanesh. It blended perfectly into the background of the warp, utterly unremarkable. Inside the halo, however, was an entirely different scene. A palace constructed purely from psychic energy floated in the core region. Its architectural style was exceedingly bizarre. It wasn't a brass fortress of Khorne. Nor was it a labyrinthine tower of Tsench, a festering garden of Nurgle, or a pleasure palace of Slaanesh. It looked more like modern, minimalist architecture. Its structure was simple, the entire edifice a smooth, milky white with pale golden patterns flowing across its surface. Looking closely at those patterns, they were formed by countless microscopic symbols. They weren't chaos runes, nor were they Imperial Gothic. They were simple English words. Dignity. Hope. Future. Solidarity. Labor. In the main hall at the center of the palace, Lucian Sanctus's humanoid avatar lounged on a hovering reclining chair. He appeared to be in his early 20s, possessing an almost unfairly handsome face. With his black hair, golden eyes, and simple black suit, he looked like a student fresh out of the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna, if not for the utterly transcendent psychic pressure radiating from him. It got rounder. Lucian looked down at his hand, palm facing up. A warm, golden sphere of light coalesced in his palm. Within the sphere, a dense pattern of five-pointed stars slowly rotated. This golden sphere was Lucian's true form, his humanoid body was merely a vessel sculpted from emotional energy. It got a little rounder again. He sighed, his tone laced with helplessness. I've absorbed too much hope-infused emotional energy recently because all the 98 million people in Kent Hive are thinking about a better tomorrow every single day. It seems to be seriously affecting my composition. Lucian shook his head, merging the sphere of light back into his body. If this keeps up, sooner or later I'm going to turn into a literal sun, a genuine god of hope and change. By then, Nurgle and Tsench will definitely come knocking on my door for a cup of tea. After all, this hope thing severely encroaches upon both of their domains. Those two insidious bastards, one's always painting a grand illusion of hope, and the other constantly beautifies his own paternal love to breed yearning. But at this moment, he didn't actually care what he was composed of. Because as long as he willed it, he could instantly transform into a chaos god, or into a god of hope that brings actual salvation. He was not bound by the rules of this universe. He stood up and walked to the edge of the palace. Through the transparent walls constructed of psychic energy, he could see the external camouflage shell operating at peak efficiency. Countless streams of emotional energy, siphoned from the players and the residents of Kent Hive, were filtered and purified by the system before being converted into neutral chaos energy, continuously reinforcing the protective shell. Lucian looked at the massive number representing his system's energy, a smile curling the corners of his mouth. In just a 5-day requisition operation, Paul and his squad of 8 had emptied the warehouses of 13 Hive cities. After conversion, they brought in a staggering profit of over 270 billion Imperial coins. The vast majority of it had been siphoned off by his 90% cut and converted into system energy. As expected, in the Warhammer universe, playing the farming simulator is never as fast as playing the bandit. He murmured to himself, though, the version update will have to wait a little longer. Lucian's gaze pierced through the veil separating the warp and the material universe, falling upon the grayish-yellow planet of Aurelian 4. Within his perception, the planet was currently surrounded by 3 immensely powerful forces. The first emanated from the Gloriana-class battleship Red Tier in low orbit. It was Sanguinius's psychic radiance, warm, compassionate, and overflowing with idealism. The second originated from the direction of the City of the Holy Anthem. It was an obscured, insidious blue psychic fluctuation, reeking of Tsench's signature thirst for knowledge and conspiracy. Though it was exceptionally well disguised, to appear like Lucian, it was as obvious as a lighthouse in the dead of night. A Gamma-tier psyker being corrupted by a greater demon of Tsench. Lucian narrowed his eyes. Sak'ken Aller, an orphan of House Aller from 80 years ago, now masquerading as Garrison Conmo. Fascinating. The third force pulsed from deep within Kent Hive. It was Paul's psychic imprint, a blend of the fluctuations of all 5 great traits. In Lucian's perception, it was like a star still incubating in a nebula. Though it wasn't strong enough yet, its potential was terrifying. Paul Dawn. Lucian spoke the name Paul had taken after accepting the champion quest line. Let me see how you handle this situation. Right at that moment, within Lucian's perception, Sanguinius's psychic energy suddenly spiked violently. The great angel seemed to have noticed something. Bridge of the red tier. Sanguinius's eyes snapped open. His pristine white wings unfurled reflexively, stretching to a wingspan of over 5 meters. The psychic luminescence on every single feather flared with a blinding intensity. Father. As Kalen stepped forward quickly, his hand snapping to the hilt of his sword. The commander of the Sanguinary Guard acutely sensed his Primarch's anomaly. Deep within Sanguinius's pupils, the swirling phantoms of starlight were spinning out of control, a manifestation of his precognitive abilities being violently triggered. Just now. Sanguinius's voice carried a rare hint of confusion. A gaze. He slowly stood up, his wings folding back against his armor. It was not the prying of heretics, nor the stare of one of my brothers, nor the majestic will of father. Sanguinius walked to the observation port, the grayish-yellow planet reflecting in his amber-gold slit pupils. That gaze, it was very calm. Even, curious. Like a child standing outside a glass terrarium, observing the ants within. As Kalen's expression turned grim. Can you pinpoint the source? No, Sanguinius shook his head, his wings flapping lightly, unconsciously. The sensation vanished in an instant, but the feeling of being observed was distinct. He fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly turning his head. As Kalen, do you remember the Imperial Truth's description of the warp? I do, father, the commander said solemnly. The Emperor teaches us that the warp is merely a collective projection of humanity's subconscious, an ocean of emotion. The so-called gods and demons do not exist. Psychic power is a controllable tool, to be used with caution, and obsession must be avoided. And if... Sanguinius's voice was very soft. If father is wrong. Dead silence fell over the bridge. As Kalen opened his mouth to speak but ultimately just bowed his head deeply. Father, such words should not be spoken. I know. Sanguinius turned back to the viewport, his wings leaving faint trails of light in the air. But ever since we entered the Aurelian system, my precognition has been constantly interfered with. First the fog, and now this sensation of being watched. He paused. Assemble the Sanguinary Guard. Prepare a Thunderhawk. Father. To the city of the Holy Anthem. Sanguinius's gaze hardened into a piercing stare. Since I cannot see clearly, I will go see for myself. I want to look upon these proxies of the 4 major factions that have ruled this world for 80 years. And while I am at it. He looked down at the planet's surface. I will ask them exactly what they are hiding. He paused, murmuring so softly that only he could hear. Who else besides father could restrict my foresight to such a degree? 30 minutes later. 2 Thunderhawk gunships detached from the red tier and began their descent toward the city of the Holy Anthem. The lead gunship, painted in crimson and gold and bearing the 6-winged angel insignia on its hull, was Sanguinius's personal transport, the Holy Word. Its interior featured a Primarch-scale sanctum, a tactical command terminal, and a psychic ward designed to insulate the vessel from warp-based scrying. Trailing closely behind was the Sanguinary Guard transport, the Crimson Oath. At this moment, 30 Sanguinary Guard warriors clad in Artificer power armor stood at attention inside the transport. Their armor was heavier and more resilient than standard issue. Their pauldrons were etched with no fewer than 7 honor rings, and their chest plates were inscribed with litanies of Baal. Every single warrior rested their hands on the grips of their bolters. Though this was an official visit, as Kalen had issued absolute orders. At the first sign of anomaly, prioritize the defense of the Primarch. If necessary, purge the entire area. 4 hours later. The city of the Holy Anthem, the plaza before the planetary governor's palace. A red carpet embroidered with golden aquillas and creeping vines stretched for hundreds of meters, flanked by classical sculptures requisitioned from the Planetary Museum. Hundreds of decorative servo-skulls floated in the air, broadcasting solemn imperial hymns. The leaders of the 4 major factions, a dozen high-ranking consuls of the planetary government, and the elite socialites of the city. Over 300 people stood in formation on either side of the carpet, dressed in their most opulent formal wear, plastering meticulously practiced, obsequious smiles across their faces. The visit Mugos Akis had scheduled days prior had been cancelled due to the successive raids on the Hive cities. Thus, this was their very first time coming face to face with the Angel of the Imperium, the Lord of the 9th Legion, the 9th Primarch, Lord Sanguinius. As the crimson and gold Thunderhawk and its escort transport slowly descended, everyone bowed simultaneously, placing their right hands over their hearts in the sign of the Aquila. The boarding ramps lowered. The first to disembark were 30 Sanguinary Guard Terminators. Their blood-red cataphractii plate gleamed under the starlight, the golden-winged insignias on their pauldrons looking as if they were ready to take flight. They fanned out in a semicircular formation. Their bolters were angled downward, but their fingers never left the triggers. The gazes sweeping the plaza from behind their visors carried that unique Astartes detachment, the calm of gods scrutinizing ants. Sanguinius slowly stepped down the ramp. Even though they already knew of the Primarch's existence, when the Emperor's ninth son truly appeared before them, the vast majority of those present felt the breath catch in their throats. Standing 3.7 meters tall, with pristine white wings sprouting from his back, a face so perfect it seemed utterly inhuman, starlight swirling in his amber gold slit pupils, and an overwhelming aura that blended absolute divinity with profound humanity. Many found their knees giving out, nearly collapsing to the ground. "We welcome you, Lord Sanguinius." Akil Hisman stepped forward first, his voice trembling with excitement. "Your arrival is the highest glory Aurelian IV has ever known. We have prepared for you." "Lead the way to the conference room," Sanguinius interrupted him. His voice was gentle, yet it carried a tone that brooked absolutely no argument. "I am here to listen to reports, not to be entertained." Akil choked on his words, his face flushing crimson as he hurriedly sputtered his compliance. 10 minutes later, inside the governor's palace conference room. Sanguinius sat at the head of the table. His wings were folded neatly behind him. Ascalon stood just behind his shoulder, and the 30 sanguinary guard terminators secured every exit in the room. The leaders of the 4 major factions, the consul representatives, and over 20 others sat at the lower end of the table, sitting ramrod straight and sweating profusely. "Who will present the report?" Sanguinius spoke, his calm gaze sweeping over the assembly. Magos Akas's mechanical eye flickered. He stood up, projecting a holographic display from his right mechadendrite. "Lord Sanguinius, I am Akas Kane, head of the Order of the Omniscient Mind's Aurelian branch. The following is a summary of the data regarding the attacks on 13 hive cities over the past 5 days. He spoke rapidly but clearly, summarizing all the crucial information in 3 minutes, the number of attackers, physical descriptions, combat style analysis, and the estimated value of the lost supplies. And the contents of the notice plates left at the scenes. Departamento Munitorum, Bureau of Logistics, Archive Classification, Alpha, 976, M30-007. According to queries assisted by the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, this corresponds to a supply requisition order issued 3 years ago for a world in the Segmentum Obscurus. It has no connection to Aurelian IV. Akas concluded his report. Therefore, this series of attacks is a malicious incident involving forged identities, impersonation of the legions, and the theft of imperial assets. We humbly request the 9th Legion to intervene, investigate, and recover the stolen losses. The moment he finished, Grieve Aitons couldn't help but slam his hand on the table and stand up. Only after doing so did he realize his breach of etiquette. He quickly retracted his hand, but he couldn't suppress the fury in his voice. "Lord Sanguinius. Those bandits didn't just steal supplies, they murdered over 70,000 of our garrison troops. Sycamore, Moulton, Holmes. The PDF and local enforcers of every single hive city suffered catastrophic losses. This is a blatant provocation against the Imperium. What are we supposed to do about this year's tithe?" Akil couldn't hold back either, his voice verging on a sob. "With so much ore and supplies lost, what are we supposed to offer to Terra in 3 months? The Arbites will not let us off lightly." "Yes, my lord. Those bandits must pay the price. Please, 9th Legion, seek justice for us." Chapter 148, Chapter 147, Crimson Dawn vs. Blood Angels, Paul vs. Sanguinius, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 250 power stones. The conference room instantly erupted into a cacophony of agreement and grievances, loud and chaotic as a fish market. Sanguinius closed his eyes, his finger lightly tapping against the armrest. Tap. 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 The rhythm was soft, yet it completely overpowered the noise. The crowd gradually fell silent. "Are you finished?" Sanguinius opened his eyes, his amber gold gaze sweeping across every single face. No one dared to speak. First, the attackers were not deployed by the Imperium. "I have confirmed this." Sanguinius's voice remained calm, but the temperature in the room plummeted. Second, the Departamento Munitorum issued no such order. The archive classifications were forged. He paused. "Therefore, I have already given you the answer. This is a premeditated, coordinated pillaging of Aurelian IV's resource network. The attackers disguised themselves as Astartes, but their true identities remain unknown." Akil opened his mouth. Then who could it be? Who has the capability to mimic them so perfectly? On Aurelian IV, aside from, who has the capability to sweep through 13 hive cities in 5 days? Sanguinius shot him a look. It was a flat, emotionless stare, but it made Akil instantly snap his mouth shut, a cold sweat breaking out down his spine. "That is exactly what you should be investigating." Sanguinius stood up, his 3.7-meter frame exuding a terrifying, suffocating pressure. You have governed this planet for 80 years. You control every hive city. You possess hundreds of thousands of armed personnel. Now, someone has broken into your house, stolen your property, and murdered your people, and you ask me, someone who arrived mere days ago, who it was. His voice remained gentle, but every word felt like jagged ice. Where is your reconnaissance? Your intelligence networks? Your contingency plans? The conference room was dead silent. Listen closely, Sanguinius said, his gaze sweeping the room. I will give you 3 days. Utilize every resource, every contact, and every method at your disposal. Find a lead on these imposters. Find where they went. Find even a single trace. If, in 3 days, there is no progress. His gaze fell on Mugos Akis, swept past Akil and Grieve, and finally lingered for half a second on Garrison Conmo, who had his head bowed. I would not object to personally investigating every single one of your actions over the past 80 years. Tax ledgers, mineral distribution routes, private militias, and any potential contact with Xenos or warp entities. I will scrutinize them all, one by one. Sanguinius leaned forward slightly, the shadow of his wings blanketing half the room. Let us see just how many among you are truly innocent. If there are still no answers by then, I will show you the true meaning of judgment. The true meaning of purification. With that, he turned and strode out of the room. As Kalen and the sanguinary guard followed silently behind him. Only when the roar of the Thunderhawk's engines echoed once more did the men in the conference room collapse into their chairs, as if all the bones had been ripped from their bodies. Their faces were deathly pale, their opulent clothes soaked in cold sweat. 3 days. Akil muttered to himself, his eyes vacant. Grieve smashed his fist onto the table. This time, no one tried to stop him. Investigate. How the hell are we supposed to investigate? Those bandits appeared out of nowhere and vanished without a trace. They killed, they looted, and they disappeared, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Mugos Akis's mechanical eye flashed frantically, streams of data scrolling rapidly. He suddenly turned to the continuously silent Garrison Conmo. Patriarch Conmo. Did your psychic perception fail to notice any anomalies at the time? Garrison raised his head, a gloomy, almost sinister smile playing on his pale lips. Psychic perception. Ha. By the time I rushed to Dylan Hive, the closest target to the city of the Holy Anthem, all I could sense were 8 masses of life energy burning as hot as stars, accompanied by an overwhelming, apocalyptic bloodlust. The oppressive weight of it was like standing on the edge of an erupting volcano. I didn't even dare get close. How was I supposed to notice any anomalies? The leaders were plunged back into utter helplessness. But in the fraction of a second that Garrison Conmo lowered his eyelids, a faint, mutating purple light flickered deep within his pupils. In orbit, aboard the Thunderhawk gunship. Sanguinius sat in his personalized throne, his eyes closed in deep thought. Father, are we heading to Kent Hive next? As Kalen asked. Yes, Sanguinius opened his eyes. According to Akis's report, Kent Hive's losses were equally devastating. Yet, I harbor a distinct, lingering intuition about that place. I must observe it for myself to be certain. Furthermore, he recalled the fleeting, jarring sense of dissonance he had felt from the patriarch named Garrison Conmo back in the conference room. Though it had been cleverly masked, how sharp was Sanguinius's psychic perception? That pale blue psychic undertone, reeking of a thirst for knowledge and a restless, mutating agitation. While he didn't yet understand exactly what that dissonance meant, it wouldn't stop him from remembering it and conducting a thorough investigation into Garrison later. Sanguinius spoke calmly. Before Brother Ferris departed, he specifically mentioned this organization known as Crimson Dawn, and their Governor Cage. As Kalen tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Shall we inform them in advance to prepare a reception? No, Sanguinius said, looking out the viewport. Only a surprise inspection reveals the unvarnished truth. The Thunderhawk gunship pierced through the cloud layer, banking toward Kent Hive. Kent Hive, 300 meters below the governor's palace, inside a deep subterranean sanctum. Paul sat cross-legged atop a meditation dais carved from a single block of obsidian. His dark gray power armor rested on a metal armature nearby, leaving him clad only in simple gray training fatigues. His eyes were tightly shut. But deep within those dark golden pupils, the pentagram pattern forged from the 5 great traits was spinning furiously: hope, compassion, resolve, pioneering, wisdom. 5 colors of light intertwined within the dark gold. The panpsychic spectrum. One of the exclusive privileges of a champion. This meant he could manipulate every known branch of psychic discipline: biomancy, telepathy, divination, telekinesis, and pyromancy. Therefore, Sanguinius was not the only one capable of precognition. Paul could similarly perceive vague glimpses of unrealized possibilities within the river of time. At this very moment, those precognitive possibilities were flooding into his consciousness like shards of shattered glass. In the vision, 2 crimson and gold thunderhawks tore through the cloud layer, the roar of their engines sounding like the herald of divine retribution. Sanguinius was the first to step down the ramp, his pristine white wings radiating a divine luminescence under the artificial lighting of the hive's dome. 30 sanguinary guard terminators followed closely behind, the synchronized footfalls of their crimson and gold artificer plate echoing like tolling death knells. In the grand hall of the governor's palace, the cogboy, dressed in his dark red robes, stepped forward to welcome them with a perfectly practiced, obsequious imperial bureaucrat's smile. Sanguinius merely looked at him calmly before speaking slowly, "Governor Cage Lawrence, you have done well, but it is not enough." The great angel's gaze pierced straight through the floorboards, locking directly onto Paul far below. "I am searching for a soul. One masquerading as an Astartes champion of the Warhounds Legion. A soul that slaughtered 70,000 garrison troops and pillaged 58 billion thrones worth of supplies in just 5 days. The alloy blast doors of the secret sanctum were slagged open by a devastating meltablast. Sanguinius walked in, his wings folded neatly behind his back. Paul stood up. The servomotors of his dark gray power armor engaged as the automated dressing sequence completed. The Emperor's angels of death do not rob his own subjects. Sanguinius's voice was gentle, yet every syllable carried the weight of a mountain. Whatever your justifications, impersonating the legions, massacring garrison troops, and plundering supplies, these are all high treason. Paul's visor retracted, revealing his dark golden eyes. Then allow me to ask you, Lord Sanguinius, in the 80 years the Imperium has ruled this world, what is the value of the supplies embezzled by the 4 major factions? How many miners have been tortured to death under their lash? How many children have starved in the gutters because they couldn't pay the tithe? Sin cannot be washed clean by further sin. Sanguinius interrupted him, a flash of pity crossing his amber gold slit pupils. You could have chosen a gentler path. Gentler. Paul laughed, the sound laced with a bitter fury. Like what Lord Ferrus Manus did 80 years ago. Orbital bombardment. The dropping of dawn cities. Millions screaming as they burned in steel and fire. Hundreds of millions plunged into the flames of war. Billions left homeless, wandering the wastes to die. Is that what you call gentle? Sanguinius's wings trembled slightly, but he did not engage in verbal debate. In his eyes, the Imperium and his father, the Emperor, were absolute. The Emperor's Great Crusade was the ultimate liberation of humanity across the cosmos. Any who obstructed it were heretics, and all heretics must face judgment. The battle erupted instantly. Paul's psychic power exploded like a hurricane, his pale golden psychic ripples clashing violently against Sanguinius's pristine white psychic field. The walls of the subterranean sanctum fractured and crumbled under the strain of 2 demigod-tier powers colliding. The two fought from the underground depths to the surface, battling from the governor's palace all the way to the central plaza. Paul pushed the 5 great traits to their absolute limits. Hope granted him the sheer, unyielding courage to fight to the death, even against Sanguinius, the great angel of the Imperium. Compassion allowed him to somehow defend against the devastating strikes of the blade and carmine wielded by Sanguinius. Resolve fortified his physical form and stoked his fighting spirit to a fever pitch. Pioneering manipulated his psychic energy into the most unpredictable, unorthodox combinations, unleashing an endless barrage of bizarre combat techniques. Wisdom relentlessly calculated and predicted Sanguinius's every move. Relying on these abilities and burning through his psychic reserves at a terrifying rate, he even managed to briefly suppress Sanguinius. He landed a solid punch against the Emperor's great angel's resplendent armor, forcing Sanguinius back 3 steps, a flash of shock in the Primarch's eyes. "Do you see this?" Paul roared, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "This is the wrath of the oppressed. This is the power of the mortals you claim need to be judged and purged." But elsewhere, the battle was completely one-sided. 30 sanguinary guard Astartes clad in artificer plate were 30 unstoppable killing machines. The roar of their bolters merged into a continuous thunder, while high-energy blasts from their melta weapons reduced the newly constructed community centers into bubbling slag. Players surged out of the respawn points in the governor's palace in an endless tide. Screaming, for Crimson Dawn, they charged with Loss rifles and rocket launchers, pitting flesh and bone against genetically forged superhumans. But the disparity in power was simply too vast. A sanguinary guard warrior swung his power sword, cleaving through the torsos of 3 players in a single strike. The disruption field along the blade instantly carbonized the wounds before a single drop of blood could even spray. Another warrior swept his bolter across the plaza, the 600 round per minute fire rate turning an entire squad of players into a bloody mist. As Kalen was like a god of war. Every swing of his mastercrafted power sword brought a fresh rain of blood. The sanguinary guard commander had fought for over 3 centuries, his experience, skill, and war gear utterly crushed these players who had only been in the Warhammer universe for 2 or 3 months. Tax Bro, White Scars, G Bro, and the rest of the 7 Astartes finally received the emergency alerts and logged online. They rushed to the plaza from all corners of the hive, only to find the ground carpeted with the corpses of players and the city in flames. Motherfuckers. Tax Bro's furious roar blasted through his Imperial Fist's armor's external voxcasters. He hefted his chain's word and charged straight at the nearest sanguinary guard. He actually managed a successful ambush. Tax Bro's chain's word bit deeply into the joint between the sanguinary guard's pauldron and backplate. The revving teeth tore through the ceramite, shredding the synthetic muscle bundles and hydraulic cables beneath. Riding the momentum, he wrenched the blade downward, splitting the warrior's chest cavity wide open. The sanguinary guard fell to his knees, his power sword dropping from his grasp. White scars flashed past like a bolt of white lightning. His power tulwar carved a sapphire arc, plunging with lethal precision straight into another warrior's neck joint. But that was where their success ended. More sanguinary guards swarmed them, followed rapidly by an entire Blood Angels company deploying from orbit. Over 1,000 Astartes rained down from the sky and flooded into Kent Hive. 7 against 1,000. Even though Tax Bro and the others sat on a mountain of Imperial coins and could revive infinitely. The sheer disparity in numbers was insurmountable. After countless respawns, G-Bro was impaled through the chestplate by 3 power swords simultaneously, the deep blue of his Ultramarine's armor turning black with his own blood. White Scars's pristine white armor was riddled with cratered bolt impacts. One of his legs had been completely severed by a melta-blast. He knelt on one knee, still desperately trying to raise his storm bolter. Tax Bro was the last to fall. The Imperial Fist's Astartes stood atop a small mountain of dead players. More than half the teeth on his chain's word had been sheared off, and his bolter had run dry. His visor was shattered, revealing a face caked in blood and grime. Crimson Dawn. Tax Bro rasped hoarsely. Forever. Then, he was struck by 5 mass-reactive bolts simultaneously, his bright yellow armor detonating into shrapnel. Paul's own battle was rapidly deteriorating, his psychic reserves were running completely dry. Compared to Sanguinius, a Primarch who had lived for countless years and fought in thousands of campaigns, Paul's combat experience was simply too shallow. No matter how powerful the 5 traits were, they required psychic energy to function, and his reserves had hit rock bottom. Sanguinius seized the opening. The great angel's wings flared, and the psychic luminescence flowing across the pristine white feathers instantly magnified tenfold. Sanguinius swung his blade, the sheer force of the strike causing microscopic fractures in reality itself. Paul's arms, raised in a desperate block, were severed cleanly and fell to the ground. The second strike slammed into his chest, entirely cleaving open the dark gray chest plate and sending him crashing face first into the dirt. The third strike. The visions flooding Paul's mind abruptly terminated. Goal equals 500 power stones.